This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1196. Besides, you're a former nobleman, spending all your time on carpentry. What about your people? Ignoring Field's confusion, Yunel shook his head and sighed. What's worse, he couldn't even defeat such a nobleman. We only know how the people are doing when we see them for ourselves. Old ding, you're too outdated. Field didn't care, gesturing for his men to bring him a chair. What's your decision? Join my Nightfall territory. Look what the so-called queen has done to the southern part of Morningwind. Following such an empress, the executioner's blade will fall on your head sooner or later. Field gestured back and forth across his neck, and all your relatives will suffer with you. Exactly, exactly. Silver Eyes, his mouth full of cake, nodded indistinctly in agreement. A chill ran down his spine, and Yunner's fingers trembled involuntarily as he slowly closed his eyes. He already knew about the Empress's massacre of Morningwind, Itaven's outrageous actions. The news had nearly killed him with rage. This must be a conspiracy by a few ministers, not necessarily Her Majesty's order. Besides, kill me if you want. I only follow the 7 virtues of knighthood. He straightened his neck. He was already old, and even if he wasn't killed, he wouldn't live much longer. Making him trade his life's knightly honor and reputation for a chance to live was impossible. You're too young. You acquired vast territory through force. It can't last. Yunner stubbornly believed, no one will surrender to a greenhorn like you. Especially you, relying on the power of calamity and demi-humans. Yunel thoughtfully added, except for that viper, Rang. Field's face darkened, and he was about to wave his hand to have him dragged away. A knight tumbled into the tent, beaming with joy. Lord, the goddess has blessed you. A 6th-tier chosen one has come to pledge allegiance. Huh? Field jumped up from his chair in shock. Yunel was struck dumb, frozen in place, unable to react for a moment. How could this be? Which shameless bastard, and his despicable lord? His face instantly darkened. Yunel pounded his chest in anger, wishing he could draw a soldier's long sword and chop the man to pieces. Ha ha, old ding, what did I tell you? You're outdated. You've been proven wrong so quickly. For the first time, Field couldn't maintain his noble composure, laughing so hard he slapped his silver-eyed head. Impossible, impossible. Yunel's eyes widened in fury, bloodshot. Which demon's henchman is this? The Griffin Empire? How could there be such scum? The knight scratched his head awkwardly through his helmet, looking at Field hesitantly. Just say it. Field was also curious. How could the Empire have such a clever 6th-rank warrior willing to pledge allegiance? It's Lady Pahilda. Silence, a deathly silence. Everyone was gripped by intense shock. Only Silver Eyes reacted, covering his mouth and chuckling. Bullshit! Yunel nearly exploded on the spot, his face flushed red. Field, you tricked me. I swear on my honor, the knight raised his hand. I'm absolutely certain I didn't see wrong. Interesting. Field quickly calmed down, his mind racing, considering several possibilities. He said calmly, Sir Yunner, please leave. Silver Eyes, summon little son, we're going to see her. He led the still cursing Yunner away. Field, with the sleepy-eyed Philomena in tow, left Dragonwing City. On the distant grass, there stood that alluring purple figure, surrounded by over 1,000 Nightfall soldiers, weapons pointed at Pahilda, their faces full of vigilance. Put down your weapons. Field lowered his hand, leaping off his horse and confidently walking forward. Welcome, Lady Pahilda. Your husband is all right. Hearing the unpretentious, gentle voice, Pahilda glanced around. Where's your 6th-tier chosen Blackfeather? Aren't you afraid I might suddenly attack and kill you? Your soldiers can't withstand a 6th-tier assault. And that little golden girl beside you, unless she's a 6th-tier, can't stop me either. Pahilda confidently put her hands on her hips. Even if I'm seriously injured. The little golden girl? Hearing this, Philomena revealed a mysterious smile, a chilling killing intent brewing within her. I believe you are a respectable warrior. Field, sweating profusely, quickly grabbed little son's leg, afraid that little son might kill Pahilda in a fit of anger. Don't be impulsive. It's rare to encounter a surrendered 6th-tier, Field whispered, trying to dissuade her. Let go, and I promise I won't kill her. Philomena bit her lip, her voice low and harsh. Feeling the gossipy gazes of the ants around her, a surge of shyness and shock made her wish she could dismantle the artifact, kill everyone, and then self-destruct. Suppressing her awkwardness, Philomena decided to give Field some face in front of so many people. She wouldn't kill them all. All right. Field released her grip, thinking to herself, little son is cute today, she didn't kick anyone. You are the truly respectable warrior. I can't stand the queen and her minister's endless slaughter. I come from the lower classes. I don't want to harm my fellow countrymen. With her last reservations gone, Behilda was completely convinced. This Field, he has indeed been tarnished by the corrupt empire. Behilda nodded to herself. He's kind and benevolent, giving his people food. He also trusts people completely, daring to come see me without black feather. She went to 2 villages, and a city ruin. Without exception, all the Nightfall soldiers were helping the local people. This was no coincidence. Quickly preparing herself mentally, Behilda smiled. Sir Field, if you can treat my people well and forgive my soldiers, I am willing to surrender. No problem. Field nodded, however, you should also show sincerity. I swear by the mark of the Chosen One to be loyal to you until you become a tyrant, join the calamity, or slaughter my people. The mark on the back of Behilda's hand glowed. Excellent. Field was overjoyed, pumping his fist in excitement. A Chosen One can swear by faith. The possibility of her being a spy is almost zero. Besides, whatever her purpose, he used her value first. Long live the Lord. The Nightfallen soldiers around him were overjoyed, their shouts of long live echoing throughout the space. Field was about to speak, inquiring about her various divine abilities, when Behilda spoke first. Now that I have sworn allegiance, Lord Field. Still somewhat unsettled with her new object of allegiance, Behilda scratched her head and cheeks as if it were a tickle. I wish to reunite with my lord. Also, I hope you can make proper arrangements for my 2,000 cavalrymen. 2,000 cavalrymen? Field was dumbfounded. They're all Aura Knights, Behilda added. Aura Knights? Where are they hidden? I haven't seen them. Field jumped up in surprise. In the gold mine at the border of Athaven and Morningwind. Gold mine? Chapter 1197. That's right, it's a medium-sized gold mine used for reserves. The Empire's gold mines are extremely confidential, generally no one knows about them. Behilda unceremoniously revealed the Empire's secrets. However, most of the gold mines are located in the central provinces. I know that, Field nodded, otherwise, they wouldn't be called the Golden Griffin family. Their ancestral land is a super large gold mine. The 3 central provinces are incredibly wealthy, far surpassing the 4 other provinces. Gold mines, magic core mines, and natural magical farmland are almost entirely concentrated in the central region. Because the central region is so wealthy, the Empress has no interest in maritime trade. She fears that the nobles of other provinces might become wealthy and challenge her family's authority. The power of the Central Empire is greater than that of the 4 other provinces combined, Behilda said solemnly. It's all right. Field waved his hand dismissively. The Griffin Queen is short-sighted. I think the Norse resources are just as good, they're simply undeveloped. Your confidence is reassuring. Staring at Field, Behilda saw no sign of unease, thinking to herself, young people are different, they fear nothing. Hopefully, he won't be discouraged after seeing the wealth of the Central Plains. Enough of this. Let's go into the tent and rest. Field gestured for her to proceed. All right, but I want to see my husband first. I'm afraid his heart can't take it. Field broke out in a cold sweat. This aunt was too bold. How about I try to persuade Sir Uner first? You're surrendering? Does your husband know? I make the decision. Behilda waved her hand domineeringly. I am the embodiment of the goddess's will. He will definitely accept it. Impressive. Field dispatched a 500-strong knightly order, led by an ibex, to garrison the Riverwood gold mine. He also carried a letter from Behilda, ordering her knights to surrender. Behilda hurried along, following Field to the camp. My dear husband, it's so good to see you're all right. Behilda breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing her husband, patting her chest. I thought you old stubborn fool, would be beaten like a dead dog. You wretch. Uner's eyes widened in horror upon seeing Behilda, his body trembling as he confirmed he wasn't under illusion magic. His face flushed rapidly. Just moments before, he had pointed at Field and cursed, you lowly demon, only you would surrender to Field. He never expected it would be his own wife who surrendered. His eyes rolled back. With a snap, he fainted. Quickly, get the fox-like doctor here to save Sir Uner. Field was stunned. It's nothing serious. He's a 6th-tier battle knight, he won't die. Behilda chuckled, hands on her hips, and poked Uner's face with her toe. Your family you know Son Ba, don't you? What's Son Ba? Don't worry about him. He's just a stubborn conservative. He's always being ostracized by the other ministers, yet he clings to his beliefs. I don't know what those beliefs are. Well, you should go and rest. I won't imprison Uner anymore. I trust your character. Field waved generously, gesturing for him to proceed. With little Son around, There's nothing to fear. Thank you very much. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Pahilda was about to leave. Fast hooves sounded outside the tent. Lord Field, our spies have brought important intelligence. A knight dismounted and galloped to Field's side. He hesitated slightly upon seeing Pahilda and the others. There are no outsiders here. Field gestured for him to continue. It's news from the Griffin Empire. The last Noldor province in the west has fallen to the Obsidian Empire. It's over so quickly. Field frowned. What happened? Did the Obsidian Empire deploy a large number of 6th-tier forces? Or did a 7th-tier chosen one appear? I truly underestimated the Obsidian. It was a miscalculation. My lord, actually, there were only a few minor clashes between the two sides. But the Griffin Queen, under external pressure, ceded the Noldor province at a bargain price. It turned out that heroine Audrey, who controlled the west, had been closely monitoring the Morrowind campaign. If Field were defeated, she would lead her army to invade High Old. If the Queen were defeated, she would invade the Noldor, thus reaping the benefits. On the day the Imperial army was defeated, bribed Imperial officials passed the news to the Hero King. But Audrey was not without brains. The Empire's withdrawal from Morrowind meant that the pressure shifted from Field to her. It was foreseeable that she would face tremendous resistance. Audrey only wanted to seize the spoils, and didn't want to fight the Imperial army head-on. Therefore, while leading her army to attack the Noldor, she actively pursued diplomacy. She demanded that the Griffin Empire hand over the Noldor provinces, and agreed to form a sister nation with the Griffin Queen, sharing weal and woe. The Griffin Queen just agreed? Pahilda jumped in surprise, asking in unison with Field. Not so easy, the knight shook his head. That's good then. Field frowned slightly. They probably replicated Morrowind's actions, evacuating all their people and property, leaving an empty land. The knight gave a wry smile, quite the opposite. The Griffin Queen, under too much pressure, only withdrew her army, leaving the intact Noldor province. The Empire sold the Noldor province for 300,000 gold coins. Then, as a gift from the Alliance, the Queen gifted 1 million gold coins and 2,000 beauties. The Obsidian Empire has promised to assist the Empire against us and the demi-humans. Field nearly died instantly upon hearing this. What? Gunnar was instantly jolted awake, sitting bolt upright. Field was dazed, unable to believe his ears. Is there some mistake? The Empire resisted us fiercely. When he attacked Morningwind, the Imperial army fought like madmen, refusing to yield an inch. What? They cowered immediately when faced with the Obsidian people? Just because they're darker than us. Our intelligence is like this. Our spies are still gathering information. We heard that our offensive was so fierce that the nobles and ministers in the central region felt a great sense of crisis and longed for external allies to protect them, which is why they pushed for this diplomatic strategy. Is that so? Silver Eyes, who was watching from the sidelines, clicked his tongue in amazement. Humans are truly strange creatures. Damn it, while I was gone, what advice did those clowns give Her Majesty the Empress? Gunnar pounded his chest in anger. The Noldor are in dire straits. The Obsidian men are no different from beasts, Pahilda sneered. For whom have we shed our blood? At least someone suffering alongside me. Seeing Gunnar and the other man enraged by the Queen, Field's mood improved considerably. Chapter 1198. A province sold for only 300,000 gold coins? That's laughable. To save face, the Empress described the session as a sale, but dared not ask for a high price, fearing to offend the other party, resulting in a ridiculous 300,000. Even for her poorest territory, Field wouldn't sell it for 300,000. Heh. People really do laugh when they're speechless. Field grinned helplessly, and strode to the sand table. The Empire's current situation is divided into 3 parts. The poorest in the north is us, the 4 western provinces are under the Hero King's control, and the central and eastern parts are dominated by the Griffin Empire. Originally, I thought we could rest for a long time while the Obsidian Empire was at war with the Empire. Field's eyes narrowed slightly. Now it seems we could be attacked from both sides at any moment. What are we going to do? Disha pouted sadly. Our army and people need time to recover. Prolonged war will cripple our economy and population. That's right. Spring planting is coming soon. Conscripting labor on a large scale again will damage our foundation, especially since our population is already small. War isn't just about soldiers. Just conscripting laborers to transport supplies requires a large number of skilled workers. The pressure that had finally subsided surged back. Field rubbed his temples, pondering how to deal with the new situation. Looking up at the silver-eyed boy with his mouth stuffed full of food, his hostile gaze, and the little son and Disha swinging their arms around, Field sighed softly. Let's discuss this with Vivian and Eshina first. Just as he was about to let everyone go and rest, a clerk came to report. Reporting to your excellency, the Hero King and envoys from the Obsidian Empire request an audience. What a busy day. Field's mind raced. He nodded and said, don't invite them into Dragonwing City. The city is currently a mix of soldiers and civilians. We can't let outsiders see them. I meet them outside. Gathering his men, Field left Dragonwing City. The Obsidian envoys, numbering about 20, were already waiting outside the city. Congratulations on your victory, Field. A dark-skinned official with green pupils arrogantly stepped forward. A great victory. It has secured the greatest benefit for our Obsidian Empire. If you hadn't fought so desperately among yourselves, we wouldn't have had such a good opportunity. Pfft. Many members of the delegation laughed. Arrogant ants. Philomena sneered disdainfully, raising her hand to strike. So you came to my territory just to die? Field raised his hand, stopping Philomena. Even if he wanted to kill them, he didn't need Little Sun to go through all that trouble. No, you misunderstand, Baron. The Obsidian official stepped forward, grinning confidently, revealing his pearly white teeth. I'm here to give you a chance to live, so you're the one who needs my help. Why should I be afraid? My lord, I can't stand it anymore. These guys are so arrogant. The usually obedient Silver Eyes clenched his fists in anger, extremely resentful. I can't stand it either. He really didn't know where their sense of superiority came from. Field drew his swan holy sword, his dragon fighting spirit surging, and unleashed a single strike. The envoy only felt as if he saw a savage dragon. The instant the sword flashed, his left hand was torn apart with pain. In an instant, Field crushed the envoy's left arm, then kicked him hard in the stomach, turning him into a shrimp-like shape. You want to show off? Well, I can only tell you, you come to the wrong place. This is Field's territory. The envoy, his folding screen shattered by the kick, lay on the ground, his eyes wide and twisted, pointing at Field in disbelief. He didn't utter a word, thick foul blood gushing from his mouth, and soon died in agony. By the goddess. The delegation members were stunned, their legs trembling, an urge to flee washing over them. This Field was acting completely out of character. Even the Griffin Queen treated them with utmost respect. This Field, having won a battle, had become arrogant and overbearing. Enough, Field. Don't act like a brute. We come on a diplomatic mission from the Hero King. This is diplomacy, not child's play. Surprisingly, the speaker was an imperial citizen, clearly a traitor, who had sided with Obsidian. Fuck you. Field laughed angrily. It's all wishful thinking on your part that it's just diplomacy. Anyone who displeases me must die. Let me finish. The envoy gestured with his hands. Our Hero King has achieved peace with the Griffin Empire. The elves learned of your evil deeds, destroyed their ships, enslaved elves, and even allied with the Calamity. We know that your army also suffered heavy losses in this battle. 2 6-tier chosen gods died. The elves will not sympathize with you. You will face attacks from all sides. The elves are going to intervene. Field's heart skipped a beat. He thought to himself, isn't this just a feast to divide up the Griffin Empire? That stupid queen is actually willing to pay reparations. Humph. Seeing Field's gloomy face, lost in thought, the envoy couldn't be happier. The noble Obsidian is willing to give you a chance. As long as you pay 3 times the queen's dowry, we will ally with you against the Griffin Empire. Oh, it's worth mentioning that if you don't have money, you can use beautiful women. Or chosen ones in exchange. The envoy's eyes were lewd as he raised an eyebrow at Field. Marrying an Obsidian is the Empire's good fortune. Anyone with eyes could see that the Griffin Queen's so-called alliance dowry was just compensation, for the sake of appearances. Wobby bap. The other Obsidian people hadn't recovered from the anger of Field kicking the envoy to death. They angrily pointed and whispered, saying something unintelligible. The Lord said, Field, your rudeness just now had serious consequences, and they increased the reparations. The envoy said angrily, hand over 5 times the reparations, and 3 beautiful chosen ones to accompany them tonight, and only then will they agree to speak to the Obsidian governor about your willingness to form an alliance. Otherwise, within 3 months, the combined forces of Obsidian, Griffins, and Elves will burn all your territory to ashes. What a fine alliance! Is this how your queen forms alliances? Disha mocked Uniel sarcastically. Uniel nearly exploded with rage. All right. Field looked at the other's increasingly radiant smile, feeling nauseous, and snorted coldly. Since you want war, then I give you war. If we're going to fight, let's fight big, and don't call it a day. You actually refused? The Obsidian people couldn't understand, and their faces lit up with anger. The Hero King and the Griffin Queen were terrified of them, so why wasn't this young man in front of them afraid at all? I'm not only going to refuse, I'm going to execute you all, Field laughed. Chapter 1199. Field's tone was as cold as ice, and the smiles on the faces of the delegation froze in shock. No, this guy knows his situation. Why is he still going to kill? Is he crazy? Calm down, Field. How can diplomacy allow for the arbitrary execution of envoys? Yule took a step back, stunned by Field's decisiveness, and dissuaded him in bewilderment. Indiscriminate slaughter will only create more enemies. Oh! Then tell me what to do. Don't mention reparations. I'm too stubborn to listen to such nonsense. Field glanced at Yule in surprise, not expecting this stubborn old man to actually be willing to make some contribution to Nightfall territory. Field, what's the point of all this nonsense? Surrounded on all sides, let's kill them all. Philomena tossed her long hair, her snow-white, soft arches slightly curved, forming an alluring arc. She rose gracefully, as if a goddess had descended. My opinion is, kill. Just like my little son, just like me. Field nodded in agreement. Young people are too impulsive. Unier's brow twitched wildly, disregarding chivalry or his unwavering resolve to never surrender. He lowered his voice to explain, you think the North is a treasure trove, but Obsidian doesn't see it that way. They definitely choose the wealthy Central Plains, not actually lead a large army to attack you. Look at how Obsidian deals with the Imperial Army. They use strategy and diplomacy. Why would they really go all out to attack you? The delegation's show of force is just an attempt to extort benefits. As long as you show a tough stance, without any reparations, the Obsidian army will never dare to touch you. After all, the Imperial situation is a delicate balance between the three parties. Obsidian had little interest in the North, and wouldn't help the Empire attack Field. Field picked at his ear, nodded in satisfaction, and thought to himself, Unir is indeed quite capable. With him around, the Griffin Queen probably wouldn't make such a stupid decision. You're right, but we still have to fight. Glancing at the Obsidian delegation, Field waved his hand dismissively, as if they were trash. Drag them away and execute them all. Don't let them die too easily. Yes, sir. The soldiers, who had been waiting impatiently, grinned and stepped forward, seizing the terrified delegation members and dragging them away like dead dogs. Being an envoy to Nightfall is truly a dangerous job, Silver Eyes said, scratching his head sheepishly. You? Yule was stunned, his face flushing red. Boy, you're too barbaric. To become a proper nobleman, forbearance is a virtue. He rattled off a whole bunch of stuff, and you didn't hear a single word. Sir Yule, I understand what you mean. Field gripped his sword hilt, pointing westward, and said seriously, your strategy is sound. It can bring benefits and peace, but that's noble tactic. I want more than that. Yule's gaze was focused on diplomacy itself, but Field was considering the fate of the nation. The western regions, fallen to enemy hands, are suffering among their people. The Queen won't care about them. If I remain indifferent, they have no hope. I will never allow future generations to be bullied and harmed by the enemy. Field sneered. This insult cannot be swallowed. He had risked his life to reclaim the provinces of Morningwind, only to have them burned to the ground. Obsidian had done nothing, yet reaped enormous profits, while their people were about to fall into the hands of foreign enemies. If this is still tolerable, and all you think about is profit and compromise, then you can just cut off Little Field's leg and play the role of an incompetent husband. Unir slapped his thigh. If you really kill the delegation, Obsidian's enmity, if not real, will become real. Anyway, we eliminate these foreign enemies sooner or later. Let him come or not, it's up to him. Field shook his head. But your military strength can't support a large-scale war. Then let's rob. Didn't Obsidian make a fortune from the Empress? Let's go take it back. This is wealth created by the Empire. Even if it's destroyed, even if it's wasted by our own people, I won't give it to outsiders. Field scoffed, the Empress spoils them, but I won't. Looking at the surrounding soldiers, Field drew his long sword and raised it high. Any men out there who will come with me to take back our money, our women? You're right, sir. I go. Enough talk, our lives are yours. That's right, we haven't had enough fighting the Imperial Army yet. The surrounding soldiers were filled with fighting spirit, raising their weapons and cheering. Field nodded in satisfaction, then turned and ordered, then proceed with the raiding campaign. Use only cavalry, and a portion of the artillery to recall Ashina. Leave the infantry behind, let them rest and train. In their spare time, they should begin cultivating the land. Fill the fields in both provinces as much as possible. Deploy Blackfeather to garrison Morningwind. Seeing the stunned Hunel, Field patted him on the shoulder. Let me show you a unique program from Nightfall. I go too. Pahilda eagerly raised her hand. Although Yunel was unwilling to help the rebels, he didn't stop his wife's decision. Very good. Come with me to Nightfall first to prepare for the expedition. After dealing with the delegation, Field confiscated their carriages and returned to his tent to pack his belongings, preparing to return to Nightfall territory. My lord, the azure steel silk you requested is finished. Disha presented a stack of bluish-white silk. Let me see. Holding up a piece of silk about the size of a handkerchief, the weave was crooked and sparse, resembling a mosquito net. The textile craftsmanship of today is truly underwhelming. He touched it a couple of times. It was cool to the touch and incredibly resilient. Field channeled his battle aura, effortlessly infusing it into the silk. The silk immediately emitted a faint, eerie glow. Hold this up for me. I want to test its defensive strength. Field drew his long sword, eager to test it. Oh, all right. Disha raised her hand, holding the silk up to a nearby wooden stake. She suddenly seemed to remember something, a sly smile playing on her lips. Pressing the silk onto the rabbit, the once smooth and plump rabbit instantly gained a hazy, alluring beauty. With eyes like crystal springs, Disha stared at Field's expression and said with a grin, I'm ready. Stab me in the heart and test the equipment's defense. You're crazy. Have you caught Rosalia's magic? Field broke out in a cold sweat, frozen in place, sword in hand. Attack was out of the question, and putting it down was equally awkward. Ha ha ha. Seeing Field's predicament, Disha was secretly delighted, thinking, my lord is so adorable. Don't worry, you can't hurt me. Disha wore an innocent expression, pouting slightly, looking as mischievous as a little devil. How can I determine the defensive capabilities if I don't wear it? You're possessed by a vixen. I have to teach you a lesson. Field nodded seriously, rolled up his sleeves, and reached out. Hey! I was just kidding. Disha instantly became timid, her face flushed red, and she jumped back to avoid the joke. I'm really annoyed right now. Who is joking with you? Chapter 1200. Field reached out without hesitation and plucked the rabbit to his heart's content, omitted 10,000 words. Wah! The now obedient Disha, clutching her heart with both hands, wanted to cry, used her tail blade to nail silk to a piece of armor. If I remember correctly, silk is effective against arrows and bullets. Fine, let's test them all. Field circulated his battle aura, and used various weapons to gradually test the defensive power of the azure steel silk. Based on his own consumption and the degree of dent in his armor, Field subdivided the level into beginner, intermediate, and advanced. This silk is made from third-tier silkworm silk. It can serve as high-grade second-tier armor against weapons, like swords and spears. It offers almost no protection against blunt weapons. Even ordinary blunt weapons won't reduce the damage. This is probably due to the relatively rough craftsmanship. The silk needs to be sewn inside the garment to be considered complete. Next, let's try the bow and arrow and the musket. Field raised his bow and arrow, aimed at the silk, and heard a crisp bang. An arrow propelled by dragon aura flew out, striking Disha's bunny hard. Fortunately, she was a fifth-tier chosen one, her divine power shield only emitting a brief burst of light. My lord, you're bullying me again. Disha whimpered, her cheeks flushed, her eyes filled with a complex mix of embarrassment and reproach as she glared at Field. An accident, a real accident. Field was drenched in sweat. His supposedly heaven-defying archery skills hadn't improved at all. After careful testing for a long time, Field was surprised to find that the blue steel silk had an effect comparable to low-level fourth-tier armor when facing arrows and muskets. I knew it, Field said, quite pleased. The elite nomadic armies of his previous life wore silk to protect against arrows. Furthermore, the earliest bulletproof vests were made of silk. Field hadn't expected that Nightfall territory would be the first to create armor effective against firearms. Have the textile workers produce a batch of silk inner armor as soon as possible. I will allocate funds to build insect ranches and textile factories, and produce as many blue steel moths as possible. Once the puppets arrive, immediately begin mining green phantom Oregon aura weapons also need to be upgraded. I want to arm the most elite aura knights. Silk inner armor was too expensive to equip the entire army with, but making one for a select few was still possible. After arranging matters for Morning Wind, Field awaited the arrival of Pahilda's 2,000 knights. With their mobile forces, they lined up to board the portal. He had intended to visit his family in Amber City, but time was of the essence, so Field had to prioritize his territory. Nightfall. At least we can finally get a glimpse of Field's base. Yunel, riding his warhorse, felt his heart pounding. Hopefully, it's not a place teeming with corpses, goddess above. Don't worry, old sir. Nightfall is a good place, with delicious food. You love Nightfall, a Nightfall cavalryman beside him cheerfully introduced. The delicious food he's talking about. Is it prisoners and surrendered soldiers? Yunel shuddered, muttering to himself. What's there to hesitate about, my dear husband? Pahilda rolled her eyes, disapproving of her husband's hesitation. If Nightfall can support so many soldiers, it can't be too bad. Ideally, it would be a normal city, with white bread workshops and taverns. I'd be perfectly content. In Unir's eyes, Nightfall territory was at most a normal city, perhaps the size of Amber City. But it was teeming with mosquitoes, reeked of decay, and its alleys were teeming with rats, madmen, and addictive substances. As a high-ranking Imperial official, he had naturally heard merchants and Imperial Guard investigators boast about Nightfall territory's prosperity. But their claims were too bizarre. They described pork as exceptionally delicious, city gardens with streetlights adorned with large pearls, roads smoother than marble pavers, and even underground fruits that grew from manure and tasted wonderful. Unir shook his head repeatedly, thinking he wouldn't spout such absurdities without having consumed 3 pounds of moon sugar. With a trembling heart, Unir entered the portal. When he opened his eyes again, Unir found himself inside a magnificent castle. The castle was surrounded by concrete towers, equipped with cannons and magic towers, and the walls were lined with soldiers, their black flags waving, exuding an oppressive aura. Most astonishingly, the castle walls were remarkably smooth, unlike anything built of stone. Phew, it seems not so bad after all. Yunel let out a long sigh. The Nightfall castle is well built, but at this scale, it's probably a waste of resources and manpower, squeezing the territory's potential dry. What Nightfall? This is a fortress protecting the portal, not a castle. We're in Cloudfall. A cavalryman beside him corrected him. Uh-huh. Yunel shook his head with a laugh. These soldiers were adorably foolish. A castle of this size, if built by conscripting the people of the territory, would take at least 5 years to construct. Field had the chosen ones do the work, which is why it was completed so quickly. Stepping out of the ramparts, Yunel immediately saw a vast expanse of laborers in the distance. They were wailing and sobbing, some throwing tantrums, crying out please. Or no. Field had already spurred his horse forward. I knew it. Yunel was furious. Those foolish rumors, saying that the people of Nightfall lived extremely happy lives, are utterly absurd. I see what excuse you have this time. Without hesitation, Yunel, with his chosen ones, quickly caught up with Field. Field, you devil. The lies can't stay hidden any longer, can they? Look. Yunel pointed at Field's nose, only managing to utter 2 curses. The weeping laborer suddenly jumped up. You bastard, you insulted our leader. You're the devil, old man. I fight you one-on-one. Seeing Field being insulted, the laborer stopped crying and jumped up to curse Yunel. Yunel stammered in disbelief. Ahem, these people are people I migrated from High Castle and Rick to spend the winter here. Field scratched his head awkwardly. Now that winter is over, both provinces need rebuilding, and I'm thinking of sending some of them home. My lord, I don't want to go home. I'm a Cloud Curtain citizen now. What High Castle? I don't know it. Why, the breakfast here is better than what I ate during the holidays back home. We can use coal for heating and even drink beer. Why would I go back? No one bullies me here. I want to mine for the Lord for the rest of my life. Pa! You're so disloyal. I want my son to mine for his grandfather too, and my grandson too. The people of Cloud Curtain had genuinely fallen in love with life there. They knew that if they had stayed in their hometowns last winter, they would have died long ago. Unlike now, they gained several pounds. Sigh, if I don't send you back, people will curse me for sacrificing 30,000 people to the devil. Field rubbed his temples. Headache. Yunir stood there awkwardly. Chapter 12:01. Put aside your prejudices, especially yours, which come from the environment of the Empire. Field cleared his throat and turned to look at the people of the territory. Since you don't want to leave, stay in Cloud Curtain and build your homes well. However, I give you a 2-week leave. Go back to your hometowns, bring your families, and come settle in Cloud Curtain territory. The Northern Territory only absorbs refugees, but sends too few out, which could easily create the illusion of sacrificing people. Long live the Lord. The people of the territory cheered, their laughter heartfelt. Watching hundreds of people celebrate, Yunir's old face felt a little embarrassed, and he couldn't bring himself to meet Field's gaze. He looked around, trying to ease the awkwardness. What's that? Turning his head for a quick glance, Yunir suddenly froze, exclaimed in surprise, and quickly turned back. A gleaming mountain range, entirely constructed of clusters of various colored magic cores, stood prominently beside the town not far away. To be precise, the town was clearly built around a magic core mine. The vein of minerals, constantly emitting points of magical light like stars, nearly blinded one. Numerous miners were busy in the mine, extracting and sorting different grades of ore before sending it to the processing plant. In the distance, a continuous line of wagons transported coal. A magic core vein. Cloud Curtain territory actually has a vein of this scale? How is that possible? The Imperial Chosen Ones have detected the flow of magical energy. How could it be in Cloud Curtain territory? Even the experienced Yuner was deeply shocked upon seeing the entire magic core vein. The Empire's 6th-tier Chosen Ones, the Golden Pages, in conjunction with other Chosen Ones of nature, jointly deduced. Having thoroughly investigated the magical pathways of the Griffin Empire, it's impossible they overlooked such a massive magic core mine. This field is incredibly lucky. This magic core mine alone is enough to ignite a war between two great nations, driving the elves mad with envy. I swear, if the elves knew about this scale of magic cores in the north, they probably wouldn't even bother fighting the demons. They immediately razed the north to the ground, Yuner said, trembling with excitement. It's only been mining for a short time. We haven't even managed to mine the highest grade magic core, or... Field shrugged, showing no surprise. He was joking. He risked his life to bring this mine back from a secret realm. No wonder your army's mages have an endless supply of magic power, Yuner said solemnly, recalling the Nightfall Army's mage legion during the Battle of Morning Wind, whose firepower never ceased. Just an ordinary mage, my aura knight is alright. Field dismissed it casually. Mages were a major weakness of Nightfall territory, so he brushed it off. Field then went into the villages and towns of Nightfall territory to personally inspect the territory's development. Yunel was furious at Field's indifferent expression, his veins throbbing. Pretending, what a pretentious act. Gently rubbing his brow, Yunel was still unsettled. Nightfall territory's war potential was greater than he had imagined. Before Field could even leave, a huge figure flew out from the west, startling him. It was a giant, flying head? Yunel instinctively thought it was a corpse, but upon closer inspection, its grayish-brown, oval shape didn't resemble a magical beast or a corpse. Although it was far away, Yunel could still make out the details thanks to his Aura Knight's enhanced vision. The thing was enormous, the size of a merchant ship. A gondola hung beneath the flying head. 2 Bloodhawk Knights escorted it. It smoothly maintained its altitude, flying towards them at a steady speed. What is that? Yuner looked back in astonishment at his wife. Blessed by the goddess of war. I never heard of such a thing. Pahilda rolled her eyes in annoyance. This is my first time in Nightfall territory. The two craned their necks, ignoring even the magic core mines, waiting for the hot air balloon to reach them. The balloon's enormous shadow enveloped everyone. The surrounding citizens, Yuner, and the surrendered soldiers all craned their necks, their faces filled with shock. My lord. Vivian and Stars waved happily from the gondola. My god. Yunel was dumbfounded. There are people up there. There's a faint magical power, but... How could such a weak magical fluctuation possibly support such a behemoth? Pahilda ruffled her hair, frantically searching her chosen inheritance. Magic in this world is legitimate energy, and its application has a systematic and scientific method. It's not like in cartoons where love alone can unleash a massive surge of magic to blow the world apart. Ha, a hot air balloon. Seeing Vivian and the others arrive, Field laughed heartily. This is called a hot air balloon. From now on, even ordinary armies can have long-range reconnaissance capabilities. His first Tier 1 artifact already had a long-range observation effect. But a hot air balloon combined with a telescope isn't much worse. And Yunel, hearing Field's words, immediately thought of its military applications. Air raid. Even dropping stones from high altitude could kill a large number of soldiers in a densely packed formation. Or hot air balloons could cross the barrier and descend from the sky. No, I absolutely can't tell this guy. You're not thinking of bombing or troop transport, are you? Seeing his barely suppressed discomfort, Field looked at Yuner with an expression that couldn't hold back any longer. Oh no! He has mind-reading abilities. Yuner almost dropped his underwear in fright. Too lazy to pay attention to him, Field stepped forward and saw 2 girls getting down from a gondola. Field naturally walked over, intending to offer a helping hand. Unexpectedly, the 2 young girls, not daring to let their lord help them, hurriedly jumped down. Careful. Catching them one in each hand, Field caught the 2 bewildered girls. Vivian's intelligent and beautiful face still showed some naivety, her eyes brimming with the clarity of spring water. Oh! Vivian exclaimed, her pupils dilating in shock, a blush spreading rapidly from her cheeks to her neck. Master. ABA. Starry Sky stammered, her words incoherent. Field set them down, and it took them a long time to regain their composure. Master, the steam engine you requested is complete, Vivian reported with difficulty, biting her lip, her tone strange. And we made some simple modifications using magical techniques. The hot air balloon has also been figured out by the students. Excellent. Let me see the hot air balloon first. Field was overjoyed and stepped forward to examine its structure. Unlike the primitive version the students had haphazardly cobbled together, the new hot air balloon used a wooden frame, stitched together with high-quality fabric, and featured a funnel-shaped burner. The burner was divided into two parts. One burned wood and resin, while the other was a magical burner that consumed magic cores. The overall structure was roughly similar to the mature hot air balloon. Vivian, do you know anything about meteorology? Field looked at Vivian in surprise. You were able to easily turn the hot air balloon. Chapter 1202. It's wind magic. Vivian's slender index fingers tapped together innocently. After the hot air balloon takes off, the magic circle below the basket will use wind magic to turn or move it. Ha ha ha, I see. Field chuckled. A very good idea, improve it further. As for the aerodynamics I mentioned, the wind direction is different at different altitudes. However, magic core steering is still better. Field gave a thumbs up. What about the load capacity? It can carry about 500 gene, 250 caddies. Too little, find a way to improve it, consider using more extraordinary materials. Field rubbed his hands expectantly. Where's the steam engine? Let me see it. Yes, we brought the steam engine this time, the final part. As you intend, this machine will be used in the coal mine. They called over laborers to remove the parts from the hot air balloon and reinstall them in the cloud curtain coal mine. The mage used magic to weld them. In this era, there were no high-end welding machines, like electric welding or argon arc welding. What is this thing? Uner stared blankly at the enormous contraption before him, constructed from stone, steel, and wood stacked in a strange order. He circled the steam engine, trying to decipher its function. This is a steam-powered water pump. The pumping mechanism on the right can be replaced with an ore crusher or a rotary wheel to create a minecart or something, Field said, a smirk playing on his lips. The steam engine was extremely primitive, yet the artisans and students of Nightfall still couldn't comprehend it. Therefore, the finished products they produced were almost identical to their own designs. Even so, this rudimentary steam engine was considered the most advanced piece of equipment in the territory's physical technology. A water pump. Uner's brows furrowed deeply. He carefully examined the equipment, confirming it wasn't an evil portal for summoning demons. But how could this lifeless, mindless thing perform work requiring intelligence? That's right. The entire device was roughly divided into three parts. A boiler to boil water and generate steam, a cylinder containing a piston, and a water pump. The three main parts were connected by pipes and crossarms. Vivian and the little fox had simply inscribed runes to make the machine more durable. The principle was very simple. Boiling water produced steam, which entered the cylinder and pushed the piston. Water in the mine was then drawn out by the pump due to the pressure difference. Afterward, cold water cooled the cylinder, and the piston returned to its original position. This process was then repeated, achieving a back-and-forth industrial cycle. Replacing the water pump with other equipment works in the same way. The back-and-forth movement of the lever replaces manual labor. The principle is extremely simple, and the construction is equally simple, posing no problem for Nightfall. The lack of rubber causing insufficient sealing is not a major issue. It can be compensated for by filling the gaps with waxed leather. It's just that the consumption is higher, and the effect is less pronounced. I'm done explaining. Did you understand? Field turned to look at the crowd. The chosen gods, drooling and looking utterly bewildered, stammered, ABA. Try it, and you understand. Field had coal and water added. In just a moment, the cylinder was filled with steam from the boiling water, and the lifeless machine immediately began to tremble, emitting a hissing sound as water boiled. The piston lifted the horizontal beam at the top of the machine, while the piston of the water pump on the right was pushed down. Glug glug. The water in the mine kept bubbling. The moment the boom lowered, a large portion of the mine water was pumped out. Boom boom boom. Without stopping, the steam pump began frantically pumping water, working like a mad bull, brutal and violent. By the goddess. Without any magic or divine power fluctuations, everyone watched in awe as a pile of metal, and wood worked on its own. They could even feel the immense power generated by the steam engine. I bet it does more work in a minute than the pumping team does in a day. The laborers prayed in awe, "Thank you, goddess." Seeing this, Field was both amused and exasperated, thinking, the goddess is on again. Oh well, praise the goddess of industry, hurry up and give me some gold coins. With this machine, a huge amount of labor will be freed up in the mines, Field said with satisfaction, hands on his hips. Pumping water out of the mines is not only dangerous, but also arduous. It should have been replaced long ago. Start with the coal mines. Make it or crush her as soon as possible. It's just a matter of changing a part. My lord is merciful, Vivian said, standing on tiptoe, her eyes sparkling. Her lord was practically omnipotent. This? Yunel's pupils dilated. He had only just arrived in Nightfall territory, and hadn't seen a single thing like this in the imperial capital. It's nothing special. There are too many areas for improvement. Even if we iterate 2 more times, given our current situation, it still won't be decisive. This wasn't just idle talk. It wasn't like unlocking a steam engine and suddenly productivity skyrocketed like in a game. The steam engine's initiation of the Industrial Revolution had prerequisites. Mining had reached a considerable scale, and human, animal, and natural forces had all been pushed to their limits. Cities had also reached their development bottlenecks. A supporting national system and a sufficient pool of workers and intellectuals were necessary to drive the Industrial Revolution. The simplest example, if you gave a steam engine to primitive people, could they develop modern civilization in 3 or 4 years? Absolutely not, not even a feudal state. A full-scale leap forward is impossible, but our territory will see tremendous development. Field hummed a tune cheerfully, taking out paper and pen. We need sliding valves to achieve bidirectional work. Most importantly, it must be completely unrelated to magic. Find a way to create a magical version. Yes, sir. Field planned to use the mines as resource points and the villages as the foundation to build Cloud Curtain City. After explaining these matters, Field returned to Nightfall territory. Aside from the expansion of cities, the increase in magical plants, and the completion of new factories and fortresses, Nightfall territory hadn't changed much. But to Yuner and the surrendered soldiers, it was a completely different story. Within the sprawling industrial zone, a dark mass of activity emanated from the trees, accompanied by constant booming noises. Horse-like magical beasts dragged carloads of battle armor, processed magic cores, and steel products away from the industrial zone. A straight, wide concrete road stretched out, with towering defensive towers every short distance and black fortresses every long stretch. On both sides of the road were rows of magical farmlands, where the people were already planting various magical plants. Even the sky was filled with drifting snowflakes. What was terrifying was the meticulous order of the farmlands and buildings, as if they had been meticulously planned. Even the spacing of the black flags was identical. Wyverns and dragon-winged great demons flew overhead from time to time. Yuner's breathing quickened. This was Field's capital? It was practically a colossal military fortress. Chapter 1203. Order rules, yet evil. Even Yuner would believe it was a demon king city. He murmured, to conquer Nightfall territory, without an army of at least 300,000, it's simply a pipe dream. A large fortress containing smaller fortresses, each fortress, in any other territory, could be used as a castle. Good heavens, does Nightfall territory have a chosen one with architectural expertise? Where did he get so much capital to build such a massive fortress complex? They're all just for show. No magical materials used, just ordinary brick and stone structures, just make do. Field waved his hand dismissively. Magical farmland, so much. Pahilda, a dignified 6th-tier chosen one, stared at the surrounding farmland, speechless with astonishment, her heart churning with shock. Extending her senses, she couldn't even determine how many magical farmlands Nightfall territory had. Such a vast number was unprecedented. She rushed into a farmland, grabbed a handful of soil, her pupils trembling. It really is magical farmland, and the magic content is so high. My God, what are you doing? Windbell wheat, a high-yield type of wheat, makes really fragrant bread. Field answered seriously, it feeds many people, and we expect to replace ordinary wheat with windbell wheat within 2 years. Boom! As if struck by lightning, Yunir and the others froze on the spot. What nonsense are you spouting? Precious magical farmland, not used to grow strategic resources, but to feed civilians? In the lakes interspersed throughout the fields, huge water wheels slowly turned, irrigating the plants. In the distance, windmills and mills stood side by side, and carriages flowed like a river toward Starry Night City. Completely different from the imperial capital, Pahilda muttered to herself. If the imperial capital was a hub of massive population, then Nightfall territory was a hub of architecture and machinery. Walking onto a wide road, the group passed through several fortresses and ramparts, soon arriving at a cluster of cities. Yule had never imagined that he would see a city of such scale after leaving the imperial capital. What shocked him even more was that even the worst houses in Nightfall territory were two-story stone dwellings. I'm not seeing things, am I? Yule stroked his beard, somewhat disoriented. Where are the slums? I don't see any slums. Nightfall territory doesn't have slums. Its industries don't need a large number of serfs to support them. A powerful industrial and agricultural sector could feed everyone in Nightfall territory, but it also required a large population to participate in industrial production, naturally weeding out serfs. Field explained, the North does have a large number of slaves and serfs, but they are relocated to other territories. Huh? Yule found it hard to believe. The imperial capital was extremely prosperous, yet the number of slaves was astonishing. The city was larger than Nightfall, but at least a quarter of it was slums, filled with shacks made of tattered planks and burlap. Most of the alleys were occupied by vagrants. As for the workers, the queen mercifully established rope inns. 1 copper coin could rent one for a week. The workers could sleep on the ropes at night. The inns could accommodate over 100 people. But they couldn't lie down to sleep. It took up too much space, and if they were caught, they would be whipped awake by patrolling soldiers. And who will serve the knights and nobles of your territory? Yule asked, his eyes wide. Oh, so soon you're concerned about your lord's lives. Field cast a mocking glance. Go recruit workers. As long as the price is right, you can apply for servants. Offer enough, hire 100 servants at home, and nobody will bother you. Don't break the law. Nightfall territory is almost entirely free. Upon entering the city, Gothic buildings lined the streets, theaters, magic towers, shops, everything the Empire had, but food shops were the most numerous. The main road, wide enough for 4 carriages to pass side by side, was flanked by stone-paved walkways. My God, I feel like I could lie down and sleep on the ground. It's so clean, the surrendered soldiers whispered. Yule nodded inwardly. An unremarkable city. Overall, it looked even more magnificent than the Griffin Empire. The pedestrians on the streets were also taller and stronger than those in other cities, and the women were more beautiful. Yule had only been in the city a short while when he saw many ordinary people passing by in carriages. Despite their high-class appearance, the carriages seemed rather cheap in Nightfall territory. Even poorly dressed individuals could ride in them. Potato wine, freshly brewed potato wine. A carriage passed by, and the merchant inside shook a glass bottle in his hand, immediately catching Yule's attention. A glass bottle? Yule was stunned, turning to Field to ask, my goodness, is that magic wine? It's served in such a beautiful container. Heh, it's just wine made from the potatoes I feed the commoners of Morningwind, Field chuckled. You can buy a cup at the tavern. It should only cost 3 copper coins. Then why use glass? Probably because glass isn't considered high-end in Nightfall territory. Field pointed to the buildings on either side. Look, most of the shop windows are made of glass. By the goddess above. Yule's lips twitched as he looked around. Just as Field had said. Huh, I didn't expect such a militaristic city to have a library. Seeing stacks of paper displayed in front of a shop, Yule finally regained some face. A library is a reflection of a city's character, but yours is too rudimentary. Located on the street, it was strangely comical. Flipping through the books, Yule exclaimed, there are no words. The books aren't even bound together, they fall apart at the slightest touch. But this white paper has a really good texture, it must be expensive. Because it's toilet paper. Field said awkwardly, don't hold it, and flip through it randomly, it's embarrassing. Yule's hand trembled, his fingers flying in the wind. But the price of white paper is, never mind. Is this city made of gold? Eating and drinking the best, even using white paper for toilet paper. As they walked along the street, Yule and Pahilda grew increasingly astonished. Until they saw a vast, magnificent park, they were utterly dumbfounded. The park was built on magical farmland. The park was filled with all sorts of flowers, fountains, and birds and animals, and many residents were strolling around. You actually used magical land as a park to grow flowers. And such a huge area at that. Pahilda's eyes widened in disbelief, and she nearly strangled Field in anger. What a waste, what a waste! The Queen's royal gardens are definitely better than this. Field scratched his head. Her gardens only have one magical farmland, smaller than yours. You gone to such lengths? Are you plotting a rebellion? Yule practically pointed at them and cursed. But I already plotted a rebellion. Field feigned resistance. Don't get excited, there are 3 or 4 gardens like this in Nightfall territory. Upon hearing this, the two nearly collapsed to the ground. Chapter 1204. Charlotte's abilities, at least in Nightfall territory, created at least 2 million acres of magical farmland, most of which remained undeveloped. No wonder Her Majesty the Queen initially demanded 800,000 gold coins in taxes from you. Yunel suddenly realized, his old face hardening as he looked seriously at Field. She asked for too little. She should have charged you 2 million gold coins. Such fine land, wasted like this. Pahilda practically wanted to prostrate herself on the ground, constantly turning over the soil, her purple eyes glazed over. If only we had such good magical farmland in the east. No matter how much I earn, it has nothing to do with the Queen. He shouldn't have mentioned it. Field, thinking of this, immediately turned red. Why pay taxes to the Queen? To compensate foreigners? You all go and stay at the military camp for a couple of days. I need to arrange for your old troops, and also prepare for a raid. Having no interest in showing them around, Field returned to the castle, preparing for the expedition while listening to Vivian's report on the territory's situation. The North continuously purchased cotton from Dragon Tower, and bribed merchants and nobles to obtain cotton seeds. Merchants promised to bring Dragon Tower's unique magical plants to Nightfall territory if an investment was made. Furthermore, the mermaids captured earlier, under the care of Icalizia, have settled in the waters of Dawnfall territory. Large numbers of mermaids have formed sea villages. Under their slavery, pearl and fish production has increased dramatically, and a new product has emerged, coral. Beautiful coral is sold as a luxury item, while special magical coral is kept as a reserve for the territory. Northern potato wine, coral, and mirrors have become new trade goods, bringing in considerable revenue. Allocate another 30,000 gold coins to the intelligence department. Let them continue infiltrating Dragon Tower's industries, and bribe the traders thoroughly. But while we profit from trade, we must strictly guard the secrets of our territory. Don't be stingy with gold coins. Have all relevant personnel sign contracts using magic scrolls. Field put down the report. The merchants who infiltrated Dragon Tower are certainly doing the same thing. Once any act of selling territory secrets is discovered, treat it as treason and execute them. Yes, sir. Vivian replied sternly. I plan to develop Frostfire territory into a proper Air Force base. This spring, we need to cultivate 300,000 acres of farmland each in Atavan and Morningwind as our private farmland. But we don't have enough manpower. I need to think of a solution. Field didn't want the territory he had worked so hard to conquer to grow weeds. Just as he was planning, a soldier ran in to report. My lord, an envoy from the Dragon Tower requests an urgent audience. Could it be that they're also targeting us? Field was startled. The Dragon Tower is dedicated to balancing the continent's military power. We annexed 2 provinces, they're bound to be restless. What should we do? Vivian's lips parted slightly as she quickly leaned in, bringing a fragrant breeze. Let him in. Shaking his head to clear his mind, Field quickly calmed down, lightly tapping the table. He thought to himself, maritime trade may bring high revenue, but it also makes us vulnerable. Even the slightest disturbance can be so terrifying. Soon an envoy rushed in. Praise your great victory. You are a true lord of the north. The envoy hurriedly praised, not even waiting for Field's polite reply. He said urgently, you are a knight, we have a favor to ask of you. Tell me. Seeing that the other party didn't seem to be there to cause trouble, Field relaxed, too lazy to pursue the other party's rudeness. Let me guess, is it an elven invasion? Elves? I haven't heard of that. Our princess has gone missing. She was supposed to marry you. The Dragon Tower envoy broke out in a cold sweat. Ah? Ashina, who had just entered, was so startled that her wolf ears and tail stood on end. Her youthful and healthy body swayed slightly, her beautiful and aloof face filled with astonishment. Wow! Vivian's fair and delicate hands unconsciously crumpled the report in her hand into a ball. What marriage? I never heard of that. Field frowned slightly, puzzled. After exchanging glances with the women, they visibly relaxed. It's like this. The envoy babbled, explaining the whole story. Like other countries, the old queen of the Dragon Tower was also paying attention to the civil war in the Griffin Empire. The envoy didn't say anything, but Field knew that if he were defeated, the Dragon Tower would immediately try to seize a share of the spoils, plundering the Northern Territory's wealth. But what Field hadn't expected was that the Dragon Tower Queen, upon learning of Morningwind's victory, actually wanted to marry one of her princesses to him, most likely the unmarried second princess. After all, the Dragon Tower Queen was already too old, nearing her end. She decided to make a final move, to win Field over. So, the second princess ran away? Field chuckled, picking up the teapot and personally pouring the parched envoy a cup of black tea. This Dragon Tower Empire is truly interesting. That's right, the little princess was caught up in the emotions and ran away too. The envoy downed his tea in one gulp, as if trying to get drunk. To be honest, the marriage proposal also involves the king of Franvia. How embarrassing. Ha ha ha. Nightfall led everyone in a burst of joyful laughter. Did the princess run away? Field stroked his chin. Without the princess, the eldest prince would become the undisputed king of Dragon Tower. After a moment of awkwardness, the envoy stated bluntly, "The royal family of Dragon Tower are not frivolous, the young girls." I understand. Field nodded in agreement. Don't force her in the future. As a bright young man born into a privileged family, he had little interest in feudal marriages. Unless the other party was truly beautiful, then that would be a different story, Field added inwardly, making no attempt to hide his double standards. But that was unlikely. Royal families frequently engaged in incestuous marriages. Perhaps she was a spoiled, ugly monster, pretentious and contemptuous. Our clue is that they sailed out to sea, the messenger said respectfully, kneeling on one knee. We hope you can demonstrate your chivalry and help find the princess. No problem. What's the reward? Field gave a thumbs up, inwardly delighted, finally experiencing the real princess hunting game. They might be your future wives, the messenger said with a grin, rubbing his hands together. Absolutely not. He refused righteously, thinking to himself, running off on his own for so long, they've probably been turned into, well, you know, by pirates, bandits, or monsters. Besides, he had no interest in it anyway. Your Excellency has such principles. Ashina's eyes lit up, her heart as sweet as honey. Vivian also reorganized the crumpled report. Both sides agreed that if the princess was found, Dragon Tower would gift her a magic merchant ship. After reaching the agreement, Field didn't take it seriously, and assigned low-ranking chosen warriors from his army to search for her. Meanwhile, he busied himself preparing to plunder the obsidian. A week later, Pahilda's artifact was repaired. Chapter 1205. Glug glug. The beef bone soup in front of him boiled in the stove, releasing a rich aroma of meat. Yunner imitated those around him, tossing thin slices of meat mixed with mushrooms into the broth. A moment later, he scooped up a slice, dipped it in spices, and popped it into his mouth. Incredibly smooth and fragrant. This way of eating is so convenient, and it preserves the freshness of the food, Yunner exclaimed in surprise. How did you come up with this way? It was invented by Lord Field. The tavern maid smiled sweetly, her beauty rivaling that of the dancers in the capital, and her maid's outfit was far more daring than those elsewhere. It really is that guy. He certainly knows how to enjoy life. The tavern maids here must be well trained. They could even be sent to the Lord's palace to serve nobles. Yunner's lips twitched. He realized that most things in the territory, from weapons factories to food and drink, were related to Field. The people here practically worship Field as the goddess's own son. Some even secretly carved stone statues to place in their homes for prayer. Sitting opposite, Pahilda poured sauce over a huge, cooked shrimp. She forked a piece of shrimp, savoring it, and immediately showed an expression of enjoyment. I think it's wonderful. The goddess never gave any divine decree forbidding us from enjoying our food. Let me try the juice here. She picked up the frosting juice beside her, and took a delicious sip. The sweet juice, carrying a trace of magic, entered her body, and Yunner felt completely refreshed. This juice? It's actually made from magical plants. Yunner exclaimed in astonishment, holding up the glass. Not surprising, there are magical farmlands everywhere here. I walked around outside the city. Even the forests are magical farmlands. Pahilda mumbled incoherently. There must be unique chosen ones. Ahem, my army is ready to march. Field pushed open the door, and saw the two eating and drinking heartily. Without any politeness, he said, Sir Yunner, can I borrow your wife? We're going to rob the obsidian. What do you mean, borrow your wife? You can't just lend your wife like that. Yunner glared, his beard bristling. This young man talks so strangely. It's like he's giving away his wife, only to return her a few days later with a baby inside. Field spread his hands, speaking in a voice like a legendary online game, then you come too. If you're a brother, come with me to attack the city. I will never fight for the rebels, that's my bottom line. Yunner's veins throbbed. He had never said he would surrender. The tavern maid nearby rolled her eyes coquettishly. Isn't this just a useless piece of trash? All he does is eat his lord's food and doesn't lift a finger. Can I finish eating before I go? Pahilda asked, holding up the food. Despite being old enough to be Field's grandmother, she spoke in a high-pitched voice, appearing quite charming. It won't hurt to do it again. But I need to know your abilities. Field was pleased. As long as she was willing to work, that was enough. As for her incompetent husband, she could leave him in the territory and reform him slowly. No problem. Pahilda wasn't his chosen one, nor did she have any concrete stats. She could only verbally describe her abilities and, based on experience, roughly describe their strength and effects. Name, Pahilda Amethyst. Paradise, branch of the god of war pantheon. Goddess of the demon sword. Artifact, Amethyst demon sword. Army bonus, 5% reduction in combat skill consumption. Class, Extinction Swordsman. For every 10,000 aliens slaughtered, physical attributes receive a minor, comprehensive enhancement. First divine skill, Amethyst Sword Python. The demon sword transforms into a python, controlling or damaging enemies. Second divine skill, Twin Lions. Shoots out 2 purple lions to pounce on the enemy. Extremely fast cooldown. Third divine skill, Crystal Wing Sweep. Propel us forward at terrifying speed. Fourth divine skill, Annihilation Slash. Charges up, consumes a large amount of divine power, deals massive damage. The damage increases for every 10,000 aliens slaughtered. Talent, Mirror Breaker. Traverses the chosen space at even greater speed. Domain, Boundless Purple Mirror. The more cavalry there are, the greater the speed and attack bonus. A truly powerful setup. This is the true chosen god of war. Moreover, the enemy may be concealing some of their abilities. The Imperial Army's chosen ones are not lacking in formidable geniuses. This lineup would be a core fighting force even in Nightfall territory. If they had grown up there, their divine skills might be even more monstrous. Field couldn't help but admire them, but inwardly he breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, his own chosen ones were equally formidable in combat. Let's go! He took Pahilda, Little Sun, Ashina, and the little fat dragon Ophelia with him. The ground forces consisted of 500 wolf riders and 1,000 human cavalry, 100 of whom were equipped with newly produced aura-wielding cannons, and half of them were surrendered soldiers brought by Pahilda. Field brought them along, firstly to help them regain their confidence, and secondly, because fighting side by side was the fastest way to gain a sense of belonging and acceptance. The Air Force consisted of 500 dragon-winged archdemons and 10 dragon knights. A force of approximately 2,000, highly mobile and possessing formidable combat capabilities, entirely composed of aura-wielding troops, most of whom were 4th or 5th tier aura-wielding warriors. Is this really a robbery? Yule's pupils dilated, and he shook his head vigorously. To use plunder as a war objective is absurd. Long live Lord Field. Rob those bastards hard. My lord, count me in. Please, I pay you for the looting. The surrounding soldiers and civilians roared wildly, many even bringing their own horses, weapons, and gold coins, wanting to join the looting. The Nightfall army was extremely disciplined, and when they encountered a legal robbery, everyone was envious. Unfortunately, Field refused them all. This scene left Yule dumbfounded, cold sweat dripping from his forehead. People are actually paying to join the army. The Nightfall army's warlike nature far exceeds our imagination. After a rapid march, the Nightfall army arrived at the border of High Fortress. Upon arriving at the border fortress of High Fortress, Fong Fortress, a small fortress nestled against a hill and between 2 cliffs. This fortress was one of the first to be reinforced by the Nightfallen artisans. An outer fortress was built, followed by cement walls, cannons, and magic towers, everything one could need. 2 third-tier chosen ones were stationed there, giving it a very secure appearance. From a distance, Field could see several thin figures on the mountain path. Ashina raised her head, revealing her fair, luminous neck. Her nostrils twitched slightly, a cowardly aura. It's not an enemy attack. My lord. The station knights rushed to greet the Nightfallen Legion upon their arrival. What's going on outside the city? Field raised his whip, gesturing towards the distance. My lord, those are Imperials fleeing from the west. The knight dismounted. Usually there were only a few scattered individuals, but there have been many more these past 2 days. Our riders just went to report to a nearby city. Chapter 1206. My lord, we couldn't identify them, so we didn't rush to let them into the fortress. We just threw down 2 bags of bread. You did the right thing. Continue to hold this position. The Nightfall army surged out of the fortress. The Imperial refugees outside, startled by the massive force, jumped up to flee. The knights immediately surrounded them, not wanting to alert the enemy. Don't be afraid, I am Field. Field rode forward, soothing them with a gentle voice. To Field's surprise, the refugees didn't calm down. Instead, they descended into hysterical frenzy. They clutched their hair, spinning in place, or screaming shrilly. Help! Help! Don't kill me! I do anything! Monster! They're pregnant with a monster! I saw it with my own eyes. The monster ripped open its belly, and the goddess was above. Many even struggled to breathe, collapsing to the ground. What happened? Field frowned. Don't rush, tell me slowly. The refugees ignored Field, crying and shouting. There's some weak, pathetic divine power remaining within them, affecting their minds. Little Sun glanced at them casually, her beautiful eyes lingering on her, her arms crossed gracefully, propping her head up as she floated in the air. Is that so? Pahilda frowned slightly. She hadn't sensed any residual divine power. However, since the chosen one of Nightfall had said so, she immediately released a wisp of divine power. The powerful sixth-order divine power brought a terrifying pressure. The strange divine power was dispelled, and the refugees quickly calmed down. Pointing to a female refugee, Pahilda asked, with the goddess of war's protection, you can speak freely. It's the Obsidian people. They're slaughtering us, using our bodies to cultivate monsters. The female refugee trembled, still somewhat incoherent. The goddess bears witness, I saw with my own eyes their bellies swell high, giving birth to monsters and stones. My sister and mother, they all died. Start from the beginning. Field dismounted, staring into her eyes. Yes. The female refugee timidly looked up, seeing Field's handsome appearance and gentle demeanor. Her fear gradually dissipated. My lord, before, the Obsidian men only captured us as slaves, or as their tools for venting their frustrations. But recently, a priest in a green robe came and drew incomprehensible symbols on our bodies. Then the men were rounded up and massacred, and the women were. After being raped, many gave birth to black stones, or deformed monsters. It's true, it's true. I saw it with my own eyes, giving birth to stones that glowed green. Those stones would burst people apart, so much blood. What? Afraid Field wouldn't believe her, the female refugee raised her hand to swear. Give birth to stones? Ashina's wolf ears perked up, her bright eyes instinctively looking at little Field. Could it be that they were? Ahem, understand reproductive isolation? Besides, stones don't reproduce, unless they are stone-type monsters. Field cleared his throat, his brow furrowed. What exactly are the Obsidian men doing? Also, little son, what is this trashy divine power you mentioned? I haven't seen her. Thalamina shook her head, her eyes darting around. But she gives me a sneaky feeling. Could it be the Obsidian goddess worship, the mystic goddess? Field speculated, then sneered, whatever it is, daring to harm my future people deserves to die. Seeing the refugees' emaciated faces, many covered in festering sores, Field grew increasingly furious. You bastards, using humans to breed monsters, huh? The queen won't stand up for you, I will, and I will exact my revenge with iron and blood. Bring in the little angels, maybe the holy light will have a special effect against this damned mystic goddess. Or, he should upgrade the raiding plan a bit. Field's killing intent was almost overflowing. First stop, Watertown. It's at the confluence of waterways, one of the key points of the Songhai, with abundant resources. It's close to High Fortress, so it'd be the first stop. Having scouted the Songhai before, Field was quite familiar with the area. After glancing at the minimap and confirming the refugees weren't spies, Field let them into the fortress. Amidst the refugees' profuse thanks, Field led his entourage forward at breakneck speed. Meanwhile, in Watertown, the Obsidian Lord, Balk, with his dark complexion and green eyes, sat arrogantly on a seat made of human bones, a smirk playing on his lips. Balk, my great lord, the top warrior of the Obsidian. That worthless Griffin Empire lord, Theodore, has sent new sacrifices. A soldier in strange armor first whistled a few times, then knelt reverently. Lord, shall we uproot Theodore? Our wizard has already divined his location. Behind the soldier, a large group of Imperials huddled together in fear. No need. Without an Imperial Lord, those ants will scatter and hide. They hide in lakes, swamps, or mountains. Let those big idiots lead the little idiots, that make them easier to catch. Balk laughed heartily. Praise Balk. The surrounding soldiers cheered immediately. A maidservant beside him, trembling, brought over a basin filled with blood. The blood of a pure maiden, ha ha, celebrating the triumphant victory over the Griffin Empire. Balk picked up the basin, first singing a strange tune, then smearing the blood on his face, before gulping it down. By the goddess above. The maidservant serving him trembled violently. She had seen the owner of this blood just yesterday, an innocent and ignorant little girl. These cannibalistic demons hadn't stopped eating since arriving in the Songhai province. Pure maidens are becoming increasingly rare. Balk smacked his lips after finishing his blood. You griffin bastard, who knows when the beauties you sent will arrive? You Imperials are truly useless. We beat you so badly you had to cede territory and beg for peace, and you even send women as compensation. Hearing this, the Imperials present turned ashen-faced, utterly losing hope. It's a pity we didn't win a glorious war. I might not even get a share of the beauties as compensation. Balk was furious, pointing at the crowd. Send these Imperial trash men to work, and eat them if you don't like them. As for the women, hee, of course they're for pleasure. After all, that's all the Imperial trash has to offer. Sir, please don't kill my brother. A beautiful woman rushed out from the crowd. I am pure. Oh! Seeing her attractive appearance, Balk laughed, a wicked glint in his eyes. That depends on your performance. I'm tired of those who only struggle. Chapter 1207. I'm called Xianxiao. I be very accommodating. You Obsidian people are stronger than us, much stronger than the Imperials. The girl crawled to Balk's feet, unhesitatingly taking his stinky feet, pulling off her clothes, revealing a stiff smile. Sister. Zuanko's younger brother squatted on the ground, trembling uncontrollably, but dared not resist. After all, even the Griffin Empire had been defeated twice, they had no hope left. Ha, the men of your Griffin Empire are all useless trash, only fit to do hard labor and be livestock for us. Look at you, you don't even dare to fart. No wonder you keep getting defeated by us, you piece of trash. Hearing the insults, the crowd lowered their heads, filled with anger and fear, but dared not resist. Balk almost laughed until tears streamed down his face. Let this brat stay here and watch his sister's performance. The rest of you, send them to the village outside town. They're not very capable, are they? They can grow magic mushrooms for us. I want to have countless offspring, so you lowly people will serve us forever. Clapping his hands, Balk chuckled as he enjoyed the meal. All right, I need some delicious food. Soon, a huge copper basin was brought out and placed in front of Balk. Knowing someone was about to be eaten, the maid felt nauseous and instinctively turned her head away, but a strange premonition made her turn back. Seeing Balk's smug smile, her heart skipped a beat, and she quickly turned to look at the copper basin. Bang! The wine jug she was holding shattered into pieces. The maid screamed, Mom, Mom! She rushed forward, fighting Balk desperately, yelling, You bastard, you devil's minion. You said you let my family go if I served you? I fight you to the death, you damn demon. Ha, how stupid. You're just as funny as your empress. Balk was shaken back and forth, but remained completely unfazed. A shimmering emerald blade of light flashed past, instantly slicing the maid into countless pieces. A woman clad in obsidian robes and adorned with metal rings sneered, You fool, get rid of her and feed her to the ghost-faced spiders. The girl who had previously offered to serve, Mount Tit, was stunned to the ground, blood splattered all over her face. Did I tell you to stop? Balk laughed, she just wasn't working hard enough. Meanwhile, the remaining inhabitants were driven to the farmland outside the city. The farmland, once brimming with flowers and crops, had now become a terrifying incubation pool. Large numbers of corpses piled on the ground, their bellies swollen high, emitting an eerie green glow. The surrounding farmland had all been converted into mushroom fields, cultivating addictive substances. Large numbers of Imperials, swaying and seemingly delirious, worked in the mushroom fields. Work quickly, for the great cause of the Obsidian Empire. The Obsidian Mage, speaking in slightly broken local language, ordered the crowd, plant mushrooms, collect the ripe ones. Such simple work is perfect for you lowly creatures. Planting mushrooms is alright, although there are so many spiders here. What? Didn't Theodore say we could survive here? I want to eat. Don't mention Theodore. No one can be trusted. Even the Queen has been defeated. What hope do we have? The citizens were helpless. They had hidden themselves, escaping capture by the Obsidian people. They had heard that Sir Theodore was organizing the Imperials to unite. They had joined Theodore out of a desire for mutual support, only to be sent here so quickly. The soldiers shackled the Imperials one by one. Fresh woman. A burly, 2-meter-tall man, with a blank expression drooled as he reached out to grab her. Hee fun. Ah! The woman, startled, tried to dodge but tripped over the shackles and fell to the ground. Damn idiot, don't touch my wife. The woman's husband rushed out to stop the idiot from getting closer. Insolence. A nearby soldier, enraged, lashed out with his whip, knocking the man to the ground. So what if he's an idiot? An idiot is still more noble than you lowly Imperial commoners. That's right. Even our Imperial slaves are far superior to you losers. The Obsidian Mage smiled coldly. Blame your incompetence. As he spoke, the idiot had already forced his wife to the ground. Damn it! Aren't you afraid of retribution? The man's eyes were bloodshot, his pupils practically bulging out of their sockets. Ha ha ha, who can stop us? Your queen is eager to send women and money to win our favor. Hearing this, the mage burst into laughter. Oh, and there's Field, that poor northern rebel. Don't even think about it. He's no match for our army. Besides, he wouldn't dare fight us, he'd definitely use women to buy peace. Oh, maybe your women would be eager to be our slaves. Once our main force arrives, whether it's the Griffin Queen, Field, or even Dragon Tower and Franmaya, they all become our territory. Hearing this, everyone's faces turned ashen, while the Obsidian members' faces swelled with pride. Roar! A magical beast streaked across the sky at breakneck speed. What is that? The Obsidian mage looked up in confusion. A wyvern streaked across the sky, hurtling towards the nearby town of Watery Wasteland. Roar! Just as he turned his head, a wyvern clad in heavy armor, its head covered by a steel mask, spread its wings and pounced. Its gaping, foul-smelling maw revealed the remnants of severed limbs. The surrounding Obsidian soldiers, caught off guard, were torn apart by the wyvern's terrifying attack. Splattered pieces of tissue, tinged with crimson blood, flew far and wide. The knight on the wyvern's back waved his right hand, and the flames from his wand instantly engulfed more than a dozen men. Aya! Soldiers set ablaze by the magical flames ran and tumbled, letting out heart-wrenching screams. The dragon knights didn't linger, after all. The magic tower in the distant water town had already unleashed a series of green magical energy blasts. The dragons spread their wings and flew away at lightning speed, the entire attack lasting less than a minute. It was less of an attack and more of a game. The exclamations and screams of the Obsidian people clearly showed their displeasure. It's the Griffin Empire. By Goddess, finally someone has come to save us, to escape this damned hell. It must be Her Majesty the Great Empress. Nonsense! I saw the pattern on the Dragon Knight's cloak, it must be Lord Field. The Imperial people jumped up in surprise, cheering loudly. Shut up. You inferior species are definitely not Imperial. Field? I give him 10 lives, he wouldn't dare oppose the Obsidian. Chapter 1208. It can't possibly be the Imperials. These worthless cowards wouldn't have the courage to resist. Scrambling to his feet, the Obsidian mage's heart pounded with fear, but he stubbornly stood up and roared, "Enemy attack! Quickly advance into Watery Town to defend. Get the people to evacuate." Since attacking the Griffin Empire, they hadn't suffered any losses, and the war had been incredibly successful. He truly didn't believe the Imperials would dare to launch a preemptive attack. The horn sounded in Watery Town, and large numbers of Obsidian immigrants screamed and fled into the town. The sight of countless people fleeing in the afterglow of the setting sun was a magnificent spectacle. Look over there. Demons! So many demons! The Obsidian people retreating to Watery Town pointed in shock into the distance. The once magnificent and beautiful sunset over the sea faded visibly. What demons? The bewildered Imperials instinctively looked in the direction they were pointing. A vast, swarming mass of dragon-winged demons, flapping their wings, surged in from the horizon like a pack of hunting bats, stretching as far as the eye could see. They really are demons. The Imperial soldiers, whose hopes had just begun to rise, froze on their faces the moment they saw the demons. Are you kidding? They usually curse demons, just to vent their anger. The demons really came? For a moment, the Imperial soldiers didn't know which way to run. Both sides seemed to be filled with ruthless monsters. Boom, boom! The earth trembled, and the sound of horses' hooves clashed. An extremely elite mixed force appeared from the horizon, bathed in the last rays of the setting sun. Giant wolf cavalry and human armored riders halted in unison, facing the Obsidian army of Water Town from afar. Above the cavalry, the great demons and wyvern riders were eager to fight. Each of them exuded powerful battle aura, clad in imposing armor, adorned with fierce black raven banners. Even from thousands of meters away, their terrifying killing intent could be felt. What kind of army is this? The same question arose in everyone's minds. Field's cold gaze swept across the scene, where corpses were everywhere. Many naked Imperial women lay sprawled on the ground. The men were in a similar sorry state, piled up in the mushroom fields, spiders feeding on their flesh. The Obsidian men, who had previously hunted, played, or bred openly outside the city, were now also fleeing, crowding to enter Water Town. The once fertile land of fish and rice had been ravaged beyond recognition in a short time. How dare you? You lack fear in your bones, don't you? Today, I show you what true brutality is. Field was furious, his scalp tingling, his eyes bloodshot. He raised his long sword. Anyone who's different from us, regardless of age or gender, whether they resist or surrender, kill. Kill! 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 Nightfall led 2,000 elite troops, needing no tactics or formations, and charged forward on horseback. Water Margin was just a small, pivotal town. Although there were a bunch of Obsidian people who had migrated there, they were all ordinary people. If they couldn't take this place, they might as well just kill themselves. The cavalry surged forward, creating a deafening roar. Countless Obsidian people fled towards Water Margin under the cavalry's charge. Come on, you think you're so tough? Field charged forward, only to be met by 2 Obsidian scouts. Die! A scout thrust his halberd towards Field's face. Get lost. Field, expressionless, swung his halberd with incredible speed. Without any resistance, the scout's head exploded like a watermelon, splattering red and white filth everywhere. The Empire. The Empire has rebelled. Another scout, his face splattered with blood, his eyes instantly clearing, turned his horse and fled in terror. Ironically, he subconsciously believed the Empire was their slave. Instead of daring to accuse the enemy of attacking, he cried out that the Empire was rebelling. You dog, die! Field charged forward, swinging his halberd in a wide arc, lashing the scout's back like a whip. With a cracking sound of bones breaking, the enemy scout was flung from his horse like a noodle, spitting blood and bone fragments, utterly dead. Help! Field's brutality terrified the surrounding populace, who scattered and fled. After slaying 2 scouts, Field saw the fleeing Obsidian territories, many with their families in tow, a large group of children crying and running. There weren't this many Obsidian people in the original Songhai province. Could it be? The Obsidian people built a portal? Field cursed, spurring his warhorse without mercy, crushing it through the fleeing enemy. Thud, thud. The beast-like horse, clad in heavy armor and a black cloak, was comparable to a 100-ton king, brutally crushing the crowd. Blood and flesh splattered, carving a bloody path. Heavens! Many Obsidian people rolled in fear, screaming and condemning Field. You thug! How dare you harm civilians? Field didn't consider them human, ignoring the curses and screams, charging left and right with his lance, creating a storm of blood and gore. The Nightfall Knights relentlessly compressed the path of the crowd. They herded them like sheep towards Watery City. Those who were slow were trampled underfoot and impaled by lances. A small force outside the town that attempted to resist were immediately seized and lifted into the air by the dragon-winged demons. They were torn apart alive, blood splattering everywhere. Civilians were disregarded. It was a complete massacre. A diplomatic incident. This is a diplomatic incident. Stop immediately. Listen up, enemy troops. Your undeclared attack is provoking war and undermining the friendship between our 2 nations. The officer on the city wall turned green with fear. His pupils dilated, and he stammered, "This is my last warning." Warning my ass. Do I need to notify you beforehand if I'm killing a pig or slaughtering a dog? Field waved his hand dismissively. Break down the city. Drive all this trash into the city. Your performance today has satisfied me greatly. Philomena floated up, her dress swaying, her legs white and slender. She rarely showed such a joyful expression, and raised her hand to summon the seed of annihilation. With a casual wave, a light containing terrifying destructive power uprooted the poor city gate of Water Marsh City. Huh? The defending officer was dumbfounded. The citizens outside Water Marsh Town were utterly bewildered. They're not bad people. It's the Nightfall Army, there's no mistake, look at their banners. I heard rumors that Lord Field has been saving us by buying slaves. The Imperials, who had thought they were doomed, stood frozen in place. Unexpectedly, the Nightfall Army ignored them, and walked right past them. Seeing this, countless people wept with joy. Some even picked up weapons and joined the battle. However, due to long-term malnutrition, many fainted after running only a few steps. Release the ghost-faced spiders. Chapter 1209. Upon hearing the commotion, Balk, leaving behind the alluring woman, hurriedly led the chosen ones out of the Lord's palace. The entire sky was a dark, oppressive mass of demons, countless large demons swooping down, dragging archers and javelin throwers from the city walls into the air and tearing them to shreds. On the distant plains, warhorses galloped, knights chasing and slaughtering their people like sheep. Anyone who was slow enough to be caught by the Nightfall Knights was met with a mace and cavalry sword, crashing down and creating a cloud of blood. The people who reached the city gate fared no better, crowding to enter Water Town. But the city gate had been blown into the air, and they had to brave the demons' attacks and climb over the ruins. The dense crowd immediately trampled and shoved, many suffering viscera ripped out and eyes bulging out. Good riddance. Field showed no sign of stopping. Cries, blood, and the glint of swords mingled. The Imperial refugees, witnessing this, were overjoyed and shouted excitedly. Thugs! A bunch of demons! They started a war without warning and attacked our civilians. The Obsidian Empire's high-ranking officials in Water Swamp Town roared in fury, many even vomiting blood. After all, many of the first to migrate here were their own children and close followers. Witnessing the slaughter of their loved ones filled them with extreme rage. Who dares to offend the great Obsidian Empire? Balk gritted his teeth, immediately released the ghost-faced spiders, and let them taste the curse of the mystic goddess. Beside him, the Chosen One raised his staff, shaking his head, and chanting incomprehensible incantations. Divine power, imbued with strange fluctuations, rippled outwards, enveloping the entire Water Swamp territory. Rustle, rustle. The piles of corpses outside the city immediately stirred. Legs of jet-black spiders, dripping with a disgusting acid, pierced through the bodies. Giant spiders, about the size of goats, emerged from the corpses. Hehehe, though the Imperials are all trash, there's still fresh flesh and blood for feeding magical beasts. A glint of shrewdness flashed in Balk's eyes, as he laughed triumphantly. I let you experience the ultimate terror. Squeak! The ghost-faced spiders leaped out, letting out a piercing shriek, their terrifying appearance amplified by the ghostly patterns on their abdomens and backs. My head hurts, it's so noisy. The cavalrymen who had just surrendered to Nightfall territory were dizzy from the noise, their vision even blurring. Many of their warhorses snorted, and shook their heads incessantly. So delicate, I don't feel anything. The Nightfall cavalry exchanged glances, chuckling and cursing, before spurring their horses forward, crushing the spider into a pulp with a thud. Could it be a monster of the Calamity, or Sin type? Or perhaps a demon? Field quickly pulled a vial of Holy Light Potion from his spatial artifact. After the Morning Wind battle, he hadn't gained many gold coins or other rewards, but Holy Light Potion was plentiful. Pulling out the cork, Field splashed the entire vial onto the face of the ghost-faced spider. To no avail. The spider monster, its face covered in the potion, raised its forepaws high and lunged at Field. Buzz! A purple sword light slashed down heavily, cleaving the ghost-faced spider into countless pieces, but from its abdomen emerged a multitude of smaller spiders. Do you want these spiders? If not, I kill them all, Pahilda asked, carrying her great sword. Field dismounted and used appraisal on the smaller spiders. Monster, demon-faced spider, larva, parasitic psychic, description, a monster born from the living artifact twisted demon face, requiring a living human to raise. Upon reaching adulthood, or upon being summoned by a strange deity, it will burst forth from its belly. Combined trait, discovered by the Obsidian people when raised with a phantom mushroom, it will gain the ability to corrupt minds. Strange deity, exposed under the influence of Dish's divine power, a mysterious goddess or mysterious lady worshipped by the Obsidian people, a peculiar existence, neither a calamity nor a living being, and is primarily countered by the tyrannical calamity. Holy crap, there really is a third-party force. Field was dumbfounded. Wait, so species can combine to create new traits? I don't know why, but I feel like you're thinking about other women. The elegantly floating little sun beside him wanted to kick Field on the head. She cast a cold glance at him, and said sternly, "This is a battlefield, don't stand around daydreaming." Oh, kill them. These spiders are useless, kill them all. Field waved his hand. Don't be soft-hearted, we don't raise just any magical beast. They should have died long ago, daring to harm my compatriots. Pahilda had long since lost her temper. She looked like a mature and beautiful woman, but her personality was even more extreme than Field's. A purple domain erupted instantly, and Pahilda's aura surged wildly. What, a domain? The Obsidian man of Water Marsh Town was instantly petrified. No way, you need to use a 6th-tier weapon, and it's a surprise attack to attack a small town? Die! Pahilda swung her great sword, condensing thousands of purple sword beams, and pressed down with one hand. A series of piercing sounds filled the air, as each ghost-faced spider suffered a devastating blow. Meanwhile, the wolf riders, trampling over the obsidian golems, ignored their screams and wails, and swiftly approached the city walls. As Ashina's chosen guard, all wolf riders possessed 5th-tier combat strength. Bowstrings crackled, and arrows imbued with 5th-tier battle aura were 100 times more terrifying than ballistae. The domineering battle aura arrows swept away the soldiers on the city walls. Amid screams, the defending soldiers were blown to pieces. The city walls resembled a watermelon field pelted by hail, covered in patches of blood and grime. The defenses of Water Town crumbled instantly. The obsidian golems, their heads drenched in blood, screamed in terror. Damn it! Get my wife and children out of here! This place can't be held. Balk's eyes were bloodshot. Despicable imperialists, demons who waged war without warning. His personal guards immediately grabbed Balk's wife and children, mounted their horses, and prepared to escape through the side gate. Trying to escape? Lightning whirlwind. Field spurred his horse, leaping from the ruins of the city wall into the city. Seeing Balk's guards, he unleashed a fireball without a word. The fireball streaked across the air, striking a boy who had just mounted his horse in the leg, instantly burning his thigh to a crisp. A heart-wrenching scream ripped through the air. My lord, your marksmanship is superb. Ashina's wolf ears twitched twice, her eyes sparkling. Field blushed, realizing he had actually aimed at the guards. Stop! You bunch of cowardly bastards, utterly devoid of morality. Balk roared, wielding his battle axe and pounding his chest with one hand. If you're a warrior, come and fight one-on-one. Balk's chosen one, staff in hand, stepped forward and retorted sarcastically, whether it's a duel between warriors or a duel between chosen ones, we fear nothing. You're bullying a bunch of unarmed children. How despicable. Field roared in fury. Why didn't you say that when you were slaughtering the Imperials? Ashina, attack. Chapter 12:10. Shut up. I hate it when people are about to die and still spout nonsense. Her cold, aloof eyes glanced at the enemy chosen one. Ashina's beautiful face revealed deep disgust, and with a flick of her wrist, Winter's power erupted, transforming into two ice blades that directly severed the opponent's legs. Ah! The obsidian chosen one's figure slumped, collapsing to the ground, blood splattering everywhere. She screamed, you despicable bastard. You're a 5th-tier chosen one, yet you bully a 3rd-tier one like me. You're disgracing the goddess. I'll... Shut up. Ashina leaped off the dragon wolf's back. The dragon wolf, understanding her intent, pounced with a bloody gust of wind, its jaws snapping shut on its enemy. Amidst the piercing screams, the dragon wolf tossed and bit, devouring its opponent with the most cruel methods. The surrounding obsidian figures trembled with fear. Their own chosen ones, utterly powerless against the enemy's onslaught. No! Balk cried out in anguish, feeling the soul link shatter. You lowly imperial commoner, how dare you? Aren't you afraid of Obsidian's retribution? With a sneer, Field coldly replied, open your eyes and see. Do you think I'm afraid? He unleashed a battle technique, spiral constriction, slamming it into Balk's family. Father, save me! More than a dozen of Balk's relatives were pulverized into dust by the mixed battle energy. Blood mist splattered, soaking Balk. The intense shock and fear caused Balk to open his mouth wide and scream hysterically. He couldn't believe that such a vicious person existed, one who wouldn't even spare a child. He couldn't believe that he, who had just been able to decide the lives of imperial citizens, was now being controlled by these lowly imperial people. A profound sense of absurdity and resentment nearly drove him mad. You provoked me, and I gave these little beasts a quick death. A miscalculation. But it doesn't matter. My corrupted creatures will devour them, leaving their souls to suffer eternal torment. Field, like a tyrant, flicked the blood from his long sword. I should have had them skinned alive 1,000 times. You got off too easy. You demon. I know you. You're Field. Surprisingly, an imperial man dressed in obsidian robe shakily stepped forward, pointing at Field and spitting insults. Lord Balk, it's only because of lowly. The slaves are just brutal. But you killed too many people, don't you have any conscience? A war without a declaration is a disgrace to the Empire. Holy crap. Field was dumbfounded, then realized, you're one of the Hero King's men, a complete traitor. I'm not a traitor, I just serve the right people. The Hero King's official, his neck stiff, replied, with your brutality, even if you ruled at Songhai province, no one would submit. You're a demon who doesn't even spare children. The children he referred to were actually the offspring of the powerful. Field harming the offspring of the powerful was unforgivable. But Balk killed slave children, which was nothing serious. If I spare his children, who will spare the children of the Empire? Field laughed angrily. Since you care so much about them, then fine, you take the punishment of being torn to pieces for them. Ah? I'm one of the Hero King's men. The Hero King's official, clearly panicked, hurriedly waved his hands. I can get a ransom. Thank you. I don't want money, I want your pain. Field smiled gently. Arrest him, prepare the healing potion, he must be cut 1,000 times. Yes. The Nightfall cavalry had already stormed into Watershoe Town, dismantling all defenses. 2 knights dismounted and took the terrified official away. "I fight you to the death," Balk roared as he charged, but after only 2 steps, a Nightfall knight swung his lance and slammed it heavily into his knee. With a crack, Balk's kneecap shattered, and he collapsed to the ground. Good. The Imperial refugees of Watershoe Town roared in unison, having just been rescued from their prison. Seeing this scene, they felt a surge of relief, and many wept with joy. They looked at Field with the same adoration one would give a goddess to her beloved son. You piece of trash. You think you can do whatever you want just because you won a few victories against the Griffin Queen? Field smirked. The Imperials are under my protection now. The Obsidian Empire will avenge me. Balk roared furiously. Our empire has countless warriors and people. Very well, I'd love for you to come. I kill as many as you come. Welcome to the Moonmark continent. You be fertilizer. Field made a throat-slitting gesture. I make you watch as every obsidian in Water City turns into rotting corpses. They become my soldiers, and go kill even more obsidian. Haha, maybe the corrupted monster you become will even devour your own family. Oh, and by the way, those killed by the corruption calamity, body and soul, cannot return to the goddess's embrace. Eyes blazing with fury, Balk was struck hard by Field's words, hitting a nerve. Killing him outright wouldn't have bothered him, but the blow to his faith and soul terrified Balk, driving him to the brink of madness, even to the point of wanting to bite his tongue and commit suicide. This was true despair. Demon! Ignoring his desperate screams, Field waved his hand dismissively, treating him like trash. Put this on a shelf, torture him mercilessly, then interrogate the others in Water Margin, extract some useful information. The rest of you, gather supplies, rescue our own people, and then leave the city. Cockroach Lord, what about me? You keep your word, won't you? The chubby dragon, Ophelia, strode forward with her long, plump legs. With her stunningly beautiful face, she pouted and winked, trying to look incredibly cute. Of course, once the supplies are out of the city, this place is yours. Field snapped his fingers, and Ophelia couldn't help but chuckle, covering her mouth. Turning his head, Field looked at Pahilda. I know what you're worried about. After Ophelia is corrupted, please help purify the city. The little angel Tishfa gently added, I help too. Pahilda looked at Field, bewildered, then at Tishfa, lost in thought. Why corrupt this place, and then purify it? Pahilda glanced at Ophelia, a chill running down her spine. If you want to slaughter these invaders, let me do it, it'd be quick and clean. The only thing she couldn't accept about Nightfall territory was the existence of calamities, even if they seemed harmless for a short time. She pulled Field aside and whispered, the calamities of corruption are unreliable. That's right. The little son leaned in, nodding in agreement, her eyes crinkling. We don't need them, I'm enough. You think so too, don't you? Pahilda laughed, looking like she found a kindred spirit. Chapter 1211. Field rubbed his temples, carefully choosing his words, pondering how to explain. The secret of the contract with the Chosen of Calamity was absolutely forbidden. Trust the choice of the Holy Light. Tishfa immediately came to Field's rescue. I will supervise the Lord, ensuring he is not corrupted by the calamity, and that none of our people are attacked by it. The corruption of the calamity. The Lama's cold, beautiful eyes immediately swept over him. That's right. If Field were truly bewitched by the calamity, the Holy Light would no longer exist in the territory. Everyone has secrets. I just arrived in the territory. It's best to keep a low profile. Pahilda understood and nodded slightly. My lord, we have taken control of the dock warehouse in Watertown, Ashina reported, stepping forward. Let me see what the Obsidian people are transporting. Field rubbed his hands together. Upon arriving at the warehouse, Field curiously ordered the soldiers to open the warehouse door. Creak. The warehouse door opened. A pungent, earthy smell wafted out. The warehouse was crammed with crops, sacks piled high on the ground. Her bright, watery eyes scanned the surroundings warily. Her slender, snow-white toes stepped into the warehouse. Ashina quickly inspected the contents, then turned and nodded, indicating there was no danger. What's this? Tishfa asked curiously, leaning closer. Her exaggerated curves were enough to make one's blood boil. Peanuts? Field clapped his hands, ripped open a sack filled with peanuts, and immediately laughed with delight. Great! I finally found peanuts. Sir, you're so amazing. You even recognize them. Ashina scratched her head sheepishly. Are they edible? It's edible, and it'd even be good as a snack with drinks, Field chuckled. Most importantly, it's high in oil, so we can extract oil from it. This will further improve the quality of life for our people. Within the Griffin Empire, cooking oil is extremely expensive, unaffordable for ordinary people. Animal fats, like olive oil, are a luxury reserved for the wealthy and powerful. Even the relatively cheaper flaxseed oil isn't something ordinary people can afford casually. After all, flaxseed oil has significant uses in industry and lighting, and remains a luxury item. Besides, peanuts grow underground, so we can plant more in the border areas without fear of them being robbed or burned by the Griffin Empire. Looking at the warehouse full of peanuts, Field nodded with satisfaction. Just the peanuts alone make this trip worthwhile. I still prefer meat, Ashina said, pursing her red lips, looking greedy. Eat more, you get fat where you need to be. Field made a grasping motion with both hands, leaned close to her ear, and chuckled mischievously, making Ashina blush. Soon, Field inspected the remaining warehouses at the dock and seized all the supplies from the cargo ships. He also found some familiar plants, cassava and bananas, both suitable as staple foods. Unfortunately, these are tropical plants, impossible to cultivate on a large scale, and the Griffin people don't have this dietary habit. Among the unfamiliar plants, he found sweet grass, which the Obsidian people chewed like gum, tasting sweet. The various foods together could supply 10,000 people for a month. The Obsidian people seemed unskilled at cultivating higher plants. The only magical plant they found was the illusion mushroom. Plant: Obsessive illusion mushroom, Tier 1 magical plant. Description: you want to eat it again and again, and you want to plant it again and again. Effect: a magical plant created by a bizarre chosen one. Consuming it will quickly lead to addiction, drastically weakening the user's soul resistance. It's this stuff again. Field felt a strong urge to punch it just from the smell, and tossed the phantom mushroom back into storage. The Obsidian people have likely built a portal. They haven't been in the West long. They shouldn't have this many people and crops, and many of these crops are tropical. A portal that can travel between different continents? How did they do that? Tisifa frowned. The continents should be under a state of legal restriction. Even if there's a portal, the energy it consumes would be astronomical. Use corruption to eliminate all the phantom mushrooms. They're dangerous. Field considered for a moment, and chose to destroy them. Ashina, you supervise this yourself. Don't let anyone take them back to the territory. If they were normal magical plants, even if they didn't need them, they could be sold back to the Obsidian people. We counted the Imperials in Watersound. There are about 800, and many are in critical condition, a knight reported. Should we take them back to our territory? Give them food. Those who wish to stay with me will be temporarily settled before we leave. Those who don't, let them go wherever they want. This expedition has been hampered by a shortage of logistical personnel. Transporting goods is a major problem. Field decided to use the rescued Imperials as logistical support. Whether they go to High Fortress or not, he wouldn't lose out. Reporting to my lord, we emptied the lord's palace and discovered a large number of skeletons. A wolf-like man in armor reported angrily. These bastards, they can eat people. They should all be killed. Field nodded knowingly. His mind, however, was preoccupied with the affairs of a third party. The Obsidian men were likely corrupted by some kind of entity, like the H-class, and the monster he encountered in the secret realm, a demigod. Whether it's a pollution issue or a national issue, they cannot be allowed to occupy the Empire's territory at will. Muttering to himself, Field entered the Lord's palace, decorated in a jungle style. Leaf-shaped decorations were everywhere, but the material of these decorations was shimmering gold. What? Finally someone came to save us! Goddess's protection. 7 or 8 young girls stood in a hall, filthy and reeking of an indescribable odor. Because of their good looks, they had lived longer, but they had been tortured beyond recognition by many Obsidian men. They had recovered from the initial excitement of being rescued. Now, they were filled with shame, sorrow, and despair. Although they were rescued, they couldn't imagine what the future held. Seeing Field, they lowered their heads bitterly, their eyes numb. To the noble lords of high status, they must have felt utterly filthy, their very existence a disgrace. They were even ashamed to be seen by their lords. I sympathize with your plight. This is not your fault, it is the incompetence of the Griffin Queen and the Hero King. However, Field's words stunned all the girls. They looked up in disbelief, and saw an excessively handsome young man. Live well. As long as you work and have children, you are avenging the beasts of the Obsidian Empire. My healer will heal you, Field said earnestly. Rest assured, I will avenge everyone in the West. Thank you, my lord. Tears welled up in the women's eyes. They had never imagined that such a noble existed in the world. If you wish, go live in the north. High Castle, Eton, either is fine. Chapter 1212. Field sighed softly. I don't have enough military force to occupy the western part of the empire for the time being. Also, I will provide you with food and supplies, so don't worry. We are willing. The crowd nodded hastily. Before they could even thank him, a brother and sister ran out from the direction of the Lord's bathroom. The older sister had clearly washed and dressed. She wore a long, thin blue gauze dress, the darker areas of the color faintly visible. Combined with her large, swaying movements, she looked extremely alluring. Good day, my lord. My name is Sunko. Thank you for saving my life. Sunko lowered her head, her eyelids drooping, tears welling in her eyes. Combined with her exquisite beauty, any ordinary man would have melted at this moment. Field waved his hand, indicating that there was no need to be polite, and turned to head towards the palace's treasury. Wait a moment, my lord. Sunko saw that Field was not attracted by her beauty, bit her lip lightly, a hint of resentment flashing in her heart. She hurriedly knelt on the ground, crawling up to grab Field's thigh, tears streaming down her face. For the sake of the goddess, please take my brother and me in. Don't come near him, you ant. Thalama raised her snow-white neck, disdainfully saying, Speak now, if you have something to say. Sunko was startled, freezing on the spot. Want to come with me? Sure, wait with the other refugees. Field smiled gently, hands on his hips. It is short of people to develop. Soon we be able to live a stable life. I am Baron Mizusawa's daughter. Sunko bit her lip, hesitated for a moment, then mustered her courage again. My lord, I can serve you. I do anything if you can make my brother a knight squire, or an official, and restore his title. The young man beside him looked on with pleading eyes. Field was dumbfounded, slowly taking 2 steps back, embarrassed. Not to mention Baron Waterswamp, he was eliminated by the Hero King a long time ago. Just now, Nightfall territory doesn't recognize the legitimacy of the Griffin Empire's nobility. Even if you want to restore your title, you should go to the Griffin Queen. Ha, you actually use serving my master as a bargaining chip? Ashina put her hands on her hips, speaking with a boastful, arrogant tone. The pretty girls who want to serve my master could line up from your feet all the way to the demi-human plains. Who knows what you are? You say you're the water calamity, so I have to fight you? Little Sun spoke even more directly, her jade-like legs and feet swinging casually. You two are exaggerating. Field chuckled, ruffling Ashina's adorable wolf ears, and comforted Sunko. If you want to contribute to the Nightfall territory, then work hard. Let your brother join the army. There's room for advancement. If he doesn't want to, I won't force him. Join the army? Forget it. It's too dangerous. Sunko shook her head, her brother timidly lowering his head, revealing deep disappointment. Originally, she had gone to the bathroom to clean herself up before Field arrived. Unexpectedly, Field no longer recognized the Empire's nobility. Sunko pouted, looking sad. What about me? Although I'm not as beautiful as the Chosen One, I believe the goddess will bless me. Field shook his head, directly refusing. Even applying for a maid position requires a territory-wide selection process, handled fairly and justly. Besides, she's probably already been turned into a soft, sweet little cake by the Obsidian people. Making her take over is a joke, treating royal power and noble bloodlines like a joke. But Lavender was furious. Her worst hope was a lover, not a maid. And they wouldn't even let her be a maid. The barbaric Obsidian Lord, seeing her face, would give her and her brother a chance. Why is this Field so unyielding? Could you send me back to Theodore? Lavender said dejectedly. I'm starting to believe she really is the Baron's daughter. Ashina covered her mouth and chuckled. Field was speechless. And who is Theodore? He's a rebel in the Songhai province, but not the kind who rebels too much. A wolf-like man entered and respectfully reported. My lord, Theodore is hiding in the neighboring Shueibwa territory, gathering some of his people. He regularly provides supplies and people to the Obsidian people, but he does use the slogan of restoring imperial territory. Isn't that a traitor? Field scoffed, turning to Sunko. I send you back. I kill Theodore directly. Huh? Sunko and her brother were dumbfounded. Ignoring them, Field went to the Lord's private warehouse. Stop having only agricultural products. At least give us some industrial goods, like armor or something. You're all experts at deurbanization. Since the Obsidian Empire occupied the western part of the empire, industrial goods have become increasingly scarce. Even simple workshop products, like benches and hemp clothing, are pitifully rare. To be precise, even simple processed foods, like bread, are gone. It was like running back to primitive society. Field rubbed his hands together, then slammed the door open. Open! Wow, golden legend. Inside the warehouse were over a dozen large crates, each piled high with gold, silver, jewels, jade, agate, and the teeth of rare magical beasts. Many of the gems and beast teeth radiated intense magical and martial energy fluctuations. What are all these things? Field picked up a transparent gem. A strong spatial fluctuation rippled outwards. Using the Book of Wisdom, he found the level was too high to appraise. The Book of Wisdom is too low level. It can no longer meet our daily needs, Field thought to himself. I must retrieve the fragments of the Book of Wisdom from the Chaos Calamity as soon as possible. A 5th-tier Void Rift gem, what a huge one. Peshida gasped, her hand trembling as she reached out. I saw it during a diplomatic visit to the Dragon Tower Empire. It can be used to create extremely rare spatial items, such as spatial magic rings, which can store items. It can also be used to create spatial staffs, releasing powerful magic. This is a wind scale crystal. When inlaid in battle armor, it can greatly enhance wind attribute combat skills. It's extremely rare, worth at least 600 gold coins. Peshida became increasingly excited as she looked. My god, the Obsidian people actually have so many precious gems. They definitely don't have qualified magic craftsmen, nor do they have any divinely chosen craftsmen. If they could make amulets or inlay them into weapons, their army's combat power would skyrocket. It's such a waste. We don't have any gem craftsmen either. Ashana clutched her wolf ears, howling in pain. Field hummed a cheerful tune as he had the soldiers load the equipment onto the carts. A careful inventory revealed 3 Tier 5 gems, 58 Tier 4 gems, and over 200 Tier 3 gems. This was enough to craft a batch of exquisite extraordinary equipment. Take everything. Dismantle all the valuables from the Lord's palace. Evacuate the personnel. Chapter 12:13. Refugees carried food and supplies out of the city, while the Nightfall army looted gold and jewels. Ophelia, little angel, Water Town is yours. I'm going to plunder the other towns, and after I'm done, you can corrupt them one by one. Leave it to us. Ophelia couldn't wait any longer, drool dripping from his mouth. Field led the main force away. Seeing the Nightfall army retreat, the Obsidian people in the city breathed a sigh of relief, but then a surge of anger welled up. Those despicable Nightfall bandits, we must take revenge. Too vicious, too despicable. From now on, we must treat them even more cruelly and utterly annihilate them. Humph, did they think I'd be grateful for letting us go? I take root on the Moonskar continent and become a native of Moonskar. Some of the Obsidian people cursed, some were in pain, and some contemplated revenge. The mark of the goddess of corruption flashed through the air, enveloping the entire territory before swiftly sinking into the ground, marking the lifeline of the watery territory. What is that? The curses ceased instantly, replaced by utter bewilderment. Everyone instinctively looked up at the sky. Roar! Countless dragon-winged demons soared into the air, their eyes bloodshot and gleaming with a bloodthirsty light. Ophelia's lips curled into a gleeful smile. My allegiance to that lowly lord was truly the right choice. Now all of you die. Countless gray figures crashed down, plunging into the crowd and unleashing a storm of blood and gore. It's the corruption calamity. My god, by the goddess's grace. The Imperials have gone mad. They actually used calamity. The Obsidian men were horrified, screaming and howling as they were slaughtered. Their faces turned green with regret. They regretted ever coming to the Moonskar continent. Before long, a gray mist enveloped Water Town, and countless streams of pure primal divine power flowed into Ophelia's body. Closer and closer to the 5th rank, next town. Ophelia licked her lips expectantly. In just 10 days, the Nightfall Territory's raiding army, with astonishing speed, conquered 3 territories in succession, rescuing 4,000 to 5,000 refugees. Ophelia's primal divine power was overflowing, and the purification of the corrupted little angel also underwent tremendous tempering. Waterwave Territory. Primal divine power continuously gathered and compressed, and when it reached a critical point, Ophelia's aura suddenly surged. Glistening beads of sweat slid down her snow-white neck, stopping on her slightly visible vulva. The tangible 5th rank divine power, carrying a powerful wind, raged through the space. Ophelia's long hair flew wildly, and she slowly opened her eyes, a charming and confident smile playing on her lips. Finally broken through to the 5th tier of godhood. Ophelia floated down, turning to Field. Lord of the Lowly, the task of allocating stat points is yours. No problem. Field snapped his fingers. One more 5th tier warrior means one more core fighting force. Opening Ophelia's personal panel, with a level advancement. As a commander-type class, Ophelia's physical attributes only improved slightly, but her total divine power increased significantly. Based on the territory, the Lord, and Ophelia herself, Ophelia gained the following stat points. 1. New divine skill. 2. New talent. 3. Strengthened godhood guard. 4. Strengthened ordinary army. Ophelia's divine skill isn't very useful. The army is much more effective. In previous battles, the corrupted army made a huge contribution, almost always being completely annihilated. Although the corrupted army dies in the light, it doesn't need salary, lodging, or even food. What more could it want? I strengthened the ordinary army before. This time I strengthened the chosen guard. Without hesitation, Field decisively chose the chosen guard. The soul link shone brightly, and Ophelia's aura rose even higher, gaining an air of unparalleled nobility. Let me see my new gains. If they're bad, I punish you. Ophelia, adopting a teacher's demeanor, crossed her legs, revealing her beautiful curves, carefully searching for the new chosen legacy. This is truly frightening. Field opened her panel, and saw the changes after the advancement. Chosen Guard Enhancement. The number of Dragonwing Archdemons, Tier 5, has increased from 500 to 1,000. New Chosen Guard. Corrupted Firecracker Beetle, Tier 5. Ability. A corrupted beetle burning with flames. Its special abdominal cavity can launch devastating energy fireballs. Deals mixed fire and corruption area damage to the target area. Description. Influenced by the Nightfall Canon Pantheon, Calamity is rapidly adapting to the new environment to deal with its new opponents. Strengths and weaknesses. High damage, medium to long range, but extremely slow movement and rate of fire, and fragile, requiring regular rest in corrupted environments to replenish corrupted energy. Quantity, 500. Holy crap, the Corruption Calamity's adaptability is that incredible? Or is it? Just because she lives in Nightfall territory? Their own artillery pantheon had only just appeared, and it was exclusive to Nightfall territory, yet the little fat dragon was already learning from it. Field's eyes widened, shocked. He thought to himself, luckily, I adapted to the local conditions, and didn't become arrogant because of science and technology. If I had only focused on muskets and cannons, without developing aura, magic, and divine chosen ones, being wiped out by the calamity would have been a piece of cake. A new corrupted entity. Ophelia stroked her smooth chin, equally curious. She summoned some small, decaying creatures and channeled her divine power. The massive amount of decaying creatures rapidly merged, forming a gigantic red cocoon. Squeak! The cocoon shattered, revealing a red beetle the size of a van, with horns, a human skull, and spider-like claws. Its carapace gleamed with a metallic sheen, its interior surging with intense, explosive flame energy. How terrifying! What is this? Pahilda's pupils dilated. A bug. The Lamina glanced at it, then listlessly floated beside Field, circling around. Try it, fire at that open space. Field pointed into the distance. The cannon beetle immediately turned, and the instant its carapace unfolded, a red fireball shot out, its trajectory not fast, leaving a dazzling trail across the sky. Boom! The fireball crashed to the ground with a deafening roar, sending debris and dirt flying, flames soaring, blurring the surrounding air, a truly spectacular sight. A massive crater was blasted into the open ground, and the surrounding vegetation withered rapidly. Much more powerful than a 5th-tier battle technique, only its trajectory is slower than Nightfall's artillery. A normal battle knight would have run far away at the sight of this missile. Ashina nodded in agreement, her wolf tail drooping unconsciously, and said sharply, however, once the number of these monsters increases, things will be different. Exactly. Field gave a thumbs up, and they can defend against the threat of ocean-going ships. 500 battle techniques, raining down from the sky, the power would be enough to give the Empire's army a good beating. If he had this force during the decisive battle at Morning Wind, there would be no need for any ice-breaking plan. They could just bombard the crowd. Not bad, I'd been craving artillery for a long time. Chapter 12:14. Ophelia reached out and alluringly hooked Field's chin, seemingly sensing his worry. She smiled and said, "Don't worry. Besides me, there are no other corrupted chosen who understand the new type of chosen guard. Besides, these new corpses are just monsters with a longer range, and their speed is pitifully slow. There are too many ways to deal with them." "That's true," Field said with relief. The corrupted insects were being approached by the Aura Knights. 500 might seem like a lot, but they wouldn't be enough to kill. Moreover, the corrupted monsters in the north are constantly evolving. They also have commander-type chosen, so there are definitely even more monstrous monsters. "My lord, a knightly order has arrived. Their leader calls himself Theodore, saying he has important intelligence." "Oh, that imperial traitor." Field snorted unhappily, raising an eyebrow. I haven't even settled accounts with him yet, and he's already come to me. I have to go see what he has to say. In the distance from the camp, seeing the corrupted town and the great demon soaring above it, Theodore's force-fawning smile vanished visibly, his body trembling uncontrollably. My lord, this Field doesn't seem like a good person, the knight beside him said, sweating profusely. This is a den of demons, by the goddess above. We can persuade the Obsidian people, but calamity is beyond words. Nonsense! You don't need to tell me. Run! Theodore broke out in a cold sweat, and was about to turn and flee. A cavalry unit blocked his path, led by an excessively young nobleman, surrounded by a regal entourage, looking incredibly dashing. What do you want, Theodore? I hope your information is important enough, Field said, spurring his horse forward and pointing at the corrupted city. Don't be afraid, the holy light is purifying it. Seeing the heavily armored cavalry of Nightfall territory, and their uniformly superhuman strength, Theodore's face, which had just softened, immediately broke into the shrewd smile typical of a middle-aged man. Not daring to waste a moment, he dismounted and cut to the chase. Lord Field, the Obsidian men are assembling a teleportation portal in Golden Pearl territory of the vast ocean province. So it really is a teleportation portal, Field muttered unhappily. No wonder the Obsidian men of the vast ocean province have multiplied so drastically in just a few months. Seeing Field's solemn expression, Theodore knew he had touched on the man's weakness. My lord, the Obsidian people cannot be judged by ordinary standards. The Golden Pearl territory, rich in pearls and other luxuries, is considered a strategic stronghold of the Songhai province. A 6th-tier chosen one is stationed there. You're just being silly. Ashina scratched her head, puzzled. How come we never heard of her? We've never been able to get any information about her. Logically speaking, with her rampaging through Songhai, a 6th-tier being shouldn't be sitting idly by. This concerns sacrifices, and the method of constructing portals. Wait, how did we get so off topic? Field raised his hand. The method of constructing portals? That's right, they use evil power to carry out sacrifices. They impregnate people during the ritual, giving birth to special runic stones. These stones can be assembled into portals, with ridiculously long teleportation ranges. I personally witnessed large numbers of obsidian soldiers and war beasts being teleported here. Theodore's words were astonishing. He raised his hand and swore, I bet my life that their faith is absolutely in the goddess of darkness. It's too evil, they deserve to go to hell for it. As for the ordinary obsidian beings, they seem to be cursed. They seem completely unaware of the sacrifices and portals, even if they were assembling portals or making people's bellies rounder just a moment ago. But we all witnessed it. Theodore looked around, and his soldiers nodded in agreement. You weren't affected? Bahilda asked, puzzled. Your Excellency, we are protected by the god of war and the holy light. How could we be bewitched by evil? Theodore puffed out his chest. Probably. A strange power. But what exactly is this strange power? Field murmured softly, looking up and questioning, how many people are needed for the sacrifice? 7 or 8,000, definitely. The men's flesh and blood are used for energy, and the women. Well, Theodore guessed. Besides, the portals are one-time use, they dissipate quickly. Field was shocked, finally understanding what the obsidian beings were up to. These fools were probably influenced by the strange entity, becoming its pawns. The slaughter continued relentlessly, and portals were constructed to expand the reach of the eerie power. The absurd thing was that the portals were practically born. This world is doomed, Field said, wiping away cold sweat. It really is the H-world. My lord, he might be lying. This is a trap. Ashina warily wagged her tail, her bushy wolf tail constantly brushing against Field. Unlikely. I have to go check. He glanced at the mini-map. Theodore was marked as a green human, not parasitized, and showed no signs of killing intent. Field's eyes narrowed slightly. We have to stop the sacrifice and kill Obsidian's 6th-tier member. So how do you know all this? The abrupt question startled Theodore. He gave a bitter smile, revealing a weary expression, but inwardly he was overjoyed. Since the other party was patient in questioning, he wasn't afraid of being killed easily. The goddess is my witness, I won't deceive you. To be honest, I just want to live. The Hero King, the Griffin Queen, the Night Owl, they're all useless. I could only reach a deal with the Obsidian people. As long as I sacrifice a small number of people to them, I can live and save many more. Theodore patted his chest. Go to my camp, there are at least 1,000 people there, all young. I witnessed the sacrifice while delivering people. You won't resist? Bahilda rolled her eyes. I'd rather die in battle than be a dog. Resist with sticks and stones? They are guided by the evil god. They can easily find us. We have nowhere to hide. Theodore scoffed disdainfully, dropping his weapon. Lord Field, if you think I'm wrong, kill me as you please. But if you don't conquer the sea, and spare me, you save more lives. Field never fell into moral traps. Pick up your weapon, go fight in Golden Pearl City, and let your performance decide. Theodore's smile vanished, replaced by a constipated expression. Meanwhile, in the coastal Golden Pearl territory. This is the Princess of Dragon Tower, you lowly alien race. If you still want to ride the transport ship, stay away from the princess. A maid, holding a magnificent dagger, was pale with fright, yet stubbornly stood in front of the girl. The girl behind her trembled like a leaf. Your Highness, hold on. The royal fleet will surely come to our rescue. A woman, a beautiful woman. A large group of obsidian figures stared at them with hostile intent. Chapter 1215. Eliza's legs trembled, her delicate, snow-white neck constantly swallowing saliva. Although she had just come of age, her beautiful, supple body radiated an elegant, soft glow. I am from the Dragon Tower royal family. You are not allowed to come near me. Eliza, like a little swan, stubbornly threatened, her gaze unconsciously drifting towards the plaza not far away. On the plaza, dangling feet moved wildly, like reeds swaying in the wind, rhythmically bobbing with screams of pain. Obsidian soldiers were diligently working, creating more teleportation stones. Seeing this, Eliza turned pale with fright, a sudden urge to urinate rising within her. Born into royalty, she never imagined she would witness such a horrific scene. Princess Dragon Tower, with your pampered life, you're sure to give birth to countless healthy, promising babies. As the mother of the Son of God, you'd be more than suitable. A woman clad only in gold jewelry, with mosaic areas adorned only with jewels, gracefully stepped forward, leaning on a staff. She giggled, you can call me Black Cat. Obsidian people's true names often consist of dozens of symbols, taking more than a minute to pronounce. They usually use symbolic names in public. Hoo-hoo, my child, so naughty, she said, interrupted by a commotion behind her. Her slightly muscular waist swayed slightly. Beads of sweat, combined with her glossy skin, shimmered like black gemstones. Eliza could see a black goblin behind the woman. She didn't understand what it was doing, only that it would make people tired. A black cat? You're a sixth-tier chosen one. The maid's face turned deathly pale, her voice trembling with fear as she warned, how dare you? Aren't you afraid of the Dragon Tower Empire's retaliation? Without us, you wouldn't even have made it to the Moonmark continent. Ha, we were the ones who seized your ships. Why would we fear retaliation? Such a beautiful figure, you are more suitable as vessels than the Obsidian people. After you are thoroughly tamed by my children and people. The black cat propped her chin on one hand, her eyes gleaming with an eerie green light, and she chuckled maniacally, I will release you back to the Dragon Tower. Then, you will become our best slave. Help us, offer us all that is good. Just like that slut, the Hero King. The Hero King initially only wanted to use her beauty to gain the Obsidian Empire's aid, but she didn't expect to be so easily fooled. Eliza, secluded in the palace, didn't know who the Hero King was, let alone anything about taming. But her heart pounded instinctively, and she recoiled, clutching the royal family's life-saving artifact tightly in her hand. No, don't come any closer. Damn Obsidian people, you have utterly fallen. Holy light, punish the darkness. The members of the Holy Light Church, hidden in the shadows, could no longer hold back. They rushed out of their hiding places, holding scriptures and holy water, praying incessantly. Faced with the sudden appearance of church members, including 7 or 8 high-ranking paladins, the Black Cat didn't even lift an eyelid, watching their performance with a forced smile. The Holy Light Potion has failed? They splashed Holy Light Potion everywhere, only to find to their astonishment that it was completely ineffective. Because we are living people. The Black Cat sneered, its voice chilling, the Holy Light is truly a foolish thing, but your desire for control is truly strong. You have spies everywhere. Kill them. The Obsidian Lord, dressed in a robe, approached, licking his lips, I'm thirsty. Then crush them. The Black Cat slammed its staff down. A viscous, oil-like black liquid gushed from the ground, instantly engulfing the church members. A series of cracking sounds, like bones breaking, and agonizing screams filled the air as the crowd was crushed into a bloody mess. Under the Black Cat's manipulation, the liquid was poured into a large vat. The scene was utterly horrific. Eliza and the other woman could no longer hold back, collapsing to the ground and retching. The combat power of a 6th-tier chosen one was incomprehensible. Tie Elizabeth up and prepare to welcome the arrival of the Son of God. What an honor! The black cat raved, raising its hand. How I wish I could experience that enlightenment just once. Buzz? A phantom materialized, its form familiar. Adam, is everything settled with the Griffin Empire? The Obsidian Lord turned and asked. That madman Field, he seems to have gotten some information and launched a massive attack while we were performing our sacrifice. We must keep the Griffin Queen calm and prevent her from attacking us now. Field's attacks these past few days have killed a large number of Obsidian soldiers. But the sacrifice is at a critical moment, and Black Cat needs divine power to stabilize the laws, so he can't leave and can only grit his teeth in hatred. Hee, don't worry. Adam's phantom laughed maniacally. I already informed the Griffin Queen of Field's main force attack on the Azure Sea. That idiot queen has no intention of targeting you at all. Instead, she sent her army to raid Morningwind. That piece of trash Field will soon find out. Adam sneered. The queen will definitely burn Morningwind to ashes again. That's good. Once the portal opens, we attack Hyold and make him unable to attend to both ends. The black cat grinned. Field will regret setting foot on our land. Heh. Once we take the north, we have countless more lives and women. Field has repeatedly tried to stop us. We must make him taste the ultimate despair. The Obsidian Lord's killing intent surged. Reporting, great leader. The Nightfall army is heading straight for us. A soldier rushed in to report. The enemy numbers are large, and there are many corrupted creatures. Hearing the soldier's report, everyone's eyes suddenly turned cold. The black cat frowned, glaring at Adam with hostility. Information takes time to spread. Field will know soon enough. The usually arrogant Adam gave an ingratiating, awkward smile, his illusory form quickly dissipating. Corrupted creatures. The rumors are true. Eliza, who had been overjoyed to hear Field was coming, suddenly felt her pupils tremble, and her eyes welled up with tears upon hearing that Calamity was also there. She was so unlucky, either she encountered a monster or Calamity. Since Field wants to die, let him have his way. The black cat urged. Activate the portal as soon as possible and release all the war beasts. At this moment, Field, leading his raiding army and the expanding corrupted army, arrived near the outskirts of Golden Pearl City. On the city walls, soldiers stood in rows, their 6th-tier domains already in full bloom. Field, the goddess bears witness. Why did you invade our homeland? We are just pitiful people trying to survive. The Obsidian Lord, having just reached the top of the wall, saw the dense swarms of red corrupted insects and the Aura Knights in the distance, and his heart sank. The 6th-tier chosen black cat, equally wary, said, a war without declaration violates your chivalrous code and the laws of the nobility. Chapter 12:16. Nightfall territory insists on cooperating with Calamity to slaughter our people. The Moonmark continent can no longer tolerate your existence. The black cat warned menacingly, while secretly activating a divine skill, continuously condensing streams of turbid divine power to amplify itself. The corrupt army of Nightfall territory slowly unfolded, countless corrupting worms covering the entire suburbs. Stop spouting nonsense, I'm sick of hearing it. Field picked at his ear, a roguish look on his face as he channeled his battle aura, cursing, I don't care about this or that, I'm here to rob. Robbery? The soldiers on the wall were stunned. You destroyed several territories, leaving nothing but desolation in your wake, and you call that robbery? That's right, hand over a 5th-tier divine artifact, and release the people of my Griffin Empire, and I leave. Knowing it was impossible, Field still wanted to try. After all, if he attacked the city, the Imperial people inside would inevitably suffer heavy casualties. If they could fool some people, it would ultimately be a good thing. You Imperial people dare to negotiate with me? To Field's surprise, the lord opposite him had no interest in even stalling or delaying. He arrogantly raised his neck, repeatedly pounding his chest with his fist, revealing a provocative, grotesque laugh. You probably know what we're doing. Heh, your women have been chosen as sacrifices. Not just them, but the Griffin Queen, and you, Field, everyone in your territory, should belong to us. The Obsidian Lord's face was filled with ferocity, as he sneered. You bunch of cowardly chosen ones are only fit to be our playthings, to be sacrifices. He had absolute confidence in his faith. The mysterious goddess taught them everything. She propelled the Obsidian tribe from savage tribes to kingdoms, empires, and even conquests of other continents. Any obstacle in their path became a toy to be manipulated. That's what the lords of the previous territories all said. Field snapped his fingers, pointing with his whip at his warhorse. Isn't that right? You can ask it. The Obsidian people then noticed the numerous heads hanging from the Nightfall Cavalry's horses, heads of lords, and other high-ranking figures. What? Damn it! Black Cat was initially stunned, then his face contorted with rage. Since arriving on the Moon's continent, all his opponents had been courteous and respectful. He had never seen such a ferocious army. We must kill you all, absolutely. Black Cat's expression changed drastically, and he waved his hand. Fire! The crossbows, magic towers, and arrows on Golden Pearl City immediately fired, unleashing a devastating barrage. Domains unfold. Little Sun and Pahilda simultaneously unleashed their domains. Instantly, an overwhelming golden divine light enveloped the entire sky. She's a 6th-tier cultivator? The moment the domains appeared, Pahilda and the Black Cat were overwhelmed with shock. This seemingly excessively young girl was actually a 6th-tier cultivator. Even more terrifying was that her domain surpassed theirs. The immense pressure left them both stunned. No wonder Field dared to take me everywhere after I joined. There's a 6th-tier cultivator too. Shock flashed in her eyes. Pahilda charged forward at lightning speed, facing the countless arrows, her greatsword slashing out. A flash of purple sword light streaked past, annihilating all the arrows and fireballs in the sky. Pahilda slashed twice in the air, the sword energy condensing into twin lions, which hurtled towards the city wall. Just how many troops does Field have? Black Cat cursed under his breath. The Griffin Queen had clearly stated that Field had lost 2 6th-tier warriors. How could 2 more have appeared? Before he could think further, Black Cat's staff unleashed a series of jet black lights. 6th-tier divine skill, Turbid Veil. The moment the divine skill surged, the entire space blurred. Then, an oil-like black liquid transformed into a shield, about to block the amethyst twin lions. If this is all there is to it, I cannot understand how an ant dares to spout such nonsense. The Lomi arrogantly raised her delicate nose, a magnificent magic ring blooming behind her. With a flick of her slender hand, space tore open, and the power of destruction transformed into jet-black streams of light, crisscrossing in an instant. Buzz! The primordial annihilation divine technique swept out, seemingly tearing open the heavens, striking the Black Cat's shield directly. Without even a sound, the divine shield shattered, and the primordial annihilation's momentum remained undiminished, striking the Black Cat precisely. The divine shield instantly shattered, and the Black Cat felt a sharp pain in its chest, vomiting a mouthful of foul blood as it was sent flying backward, its life force drastically reduced. Fortunately, the city's obsidian army was large enough, providing a huge boost. The Black Cat coughed up blood, flying backward for 1,000 meters before barely managing to stop, its eyes filled with bewilderment. Goddess above. The terrifying blow sent a chill down the spines of everyone around. Boom! Pahilda's amethyst twin lion slammed heavily into the city wall. The earth trembled, the magical inscriptions on the city wall suddenly flashed, and stone dust fell softly. Countless obsidian soldiers exploded, their bodies shattered into dust by the powerful aftershocks of divine force. On the city walls, dead soldiers fell like dumplings being dropped into a pot, a truly spectacular sight. Attack! Attack! Field brandished his long sword. Kill all these bastards. All the corrupted firebombs simultaneously unleashed fireballs. Dense, gigantic fireballs, like an inverted meteor shower, rose into the air, tracing beautiful arcs before crashing down on Golden Pearl City. Boom! 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 Explosions were everywhere. Field watched as ballistae on the city walls, along with their operators, were blown into the air. Soldiers in the castle towers were blown to pieces. More fireballs, carrying the fury of the Empire, rained down upon the city. The city immediately erupted in screams and cries of terror from the obsidian citizens. Those who had just moved into the city fled their homes, their faces filled with fear. The houses they had just looted were engulfed in flames. They looked up in astonishment as countless fireballs soared over the city walls and rained down upon them. The Imperials are really resisting. The Obsidian Lord was stunned. In his mind, the Imperials should have argued endlessly, considering national relations, moral implications, and so on, before finally backing down. Even Field shouldn't dare to confront his 6th-tier forces. Who could have imagined that the Chosen of Nightfall territory would launch an attack without a word? I deal with the enemy's 6th-tier forces. You prepare to finish them off. Little Sun glanced at Pahilda, her tone cold and uncompromising, and darted towards the Black Cat. Yes! Pahilda's eyes widened. She dared not utter a word of dissent. For the glory of the goddess, I will surely complete the hunt. The Black Cat gritted its teeth, channeling its divine power, 6th-tier divine skill, howling demonic thorn. Its figure vanished abruptly, and the black cat instantly reappeared behind Philomi, its staff surging with countless ghosts that intertwined into an energy spear, stabbing fiercely forward. Chapter 12:17. Facing the black cat's attack, Philomena's eyes remained unmoved. She didn't even raise a hand, directly taking the blow head-on. "Watch out!" Pahilda cried out in alarm. The eerie spear formed from ghostly energy slammed into Philomena's divine power shield. With a resounding bang, the black cat's attack, like an icicle striking a rock, shattered into dust. Philomena, however, didn't even flinch. A stern, unyielding air of authority played on her lips as she raised her hand and flicked her sleeve. Over 100 golden rays of light, each carrying world-destroying power, surged forth from the seed of annihilation. Boom, boom, boom. A series of dazzling explosions erupted in the sky, the brilliant gold illuminating the world in breathtaking splendor. The black cat was sent flying backward again, its jewelry melting in the light and heat, obliterated by the aftershocks of the divine power. Like a kite with a broken string, her face deathly pale, she plummeted into the distant sea before the shocked eyes of the people of Golden Pearl City. Damn it, how could this be? Black Cat was so shocked her mind was about to explode. She slammed into the sea, the aftershocks of her fall creating towering waves. The raging current swept across the coast, instantly destroying the Golden Pearl City coastline. Fishing boats and merchant ships at the docks were smashed to pieces, and countless obsidian people on the shore screamed as they were swallowed by the sea. "I surrender! I surrender!" Leaping swiftly from the water, Black Cat was covered in wounds. Her divine power shield hadn't had time to repair, and she had endured the immense strain like shattered glass. Seeing the ravaged docks in the distance, her lips twitched, and she hurriedly begged for mercy. "Didn't you come here to rob me? Don't kill me! I give you all the resources of the vast ocean. I surrender. No surrender allowed. If I say I kill you, I mean I wipe you out completely." Philomena, barefoot and pristine white, treads upon a sky full of golden runes, her ankles swaying gracefully. With a light touch of the void, Philomena flicks her sleeve, unleashing a surge of destructive divine power. The Black Cat hurriedly activated her divine skill, Sixth Order God. Activating the skill took only a few seconds, but Philomena's attacks were relentless, giving her no chance. Over 100 heavenly bird soul flames, mixed with the cross-shaped starlight, created shrill sonic booms as they rubbed against the air. Boom, boom, boom. The entire sea surface was subjected to a carpet bombing. Water mist and golden flames swept across the area. The obsidian lord on the city wall, his pupils dilated in shock, was completely stunned. The distant sea was no longer visible. It was filled with golden explosions. The entire sea trembled. Pahilda was utterly dumbfounded, staring at this world-destroying scene, lost in thought. Nightfall territory. With such a powerful 6th-tier mage chosen one, why didn't you say so earlier? The enemy's 6th-tier mage didn't even have the power to fight back. A strong sense of lingering fear washed over her, and she murmured, "If I hadn't surrendered, would I?" She dared to say that the explosive power displayed by Philomena was enough, that if she had cooperated with the Imperial Army to defend Morningwind's capital, everyone would have been crushed. Where did all these incredibly talented experts come from in field? Little Sun didn't have time for such thoughts, her brows furrowed slightly. Even attacking the ocean, the backlash was still unavoidable. Close combat is better. We absolutely cannot use large-scale damage. Not even daring to use ordinary bombardment, Philomena gave a frustrated snort and rushed towards the Black Cat caught in the explosion, her divine power gathering in the seed of annihilation, slowly forming an energy spear. A single shot rang out, and the sea boiled. The Black Cat, who had been tossed about by the explosion just moments before, had no chance to defend herself, and was struck directly by a simple attack from Philomena. Her pupils contracted sharply as the Black Cat crushed the artifact in her hand, completing her disintegration. With a massive boost from disintegration, the Black Cat's life force surged, allowing her to withstand the attack. A huge hole was blasted into her left chest. She bit her tongue, let out a fierce cry, and lunged at the Little Sun. The two clashed instantly, the aftershocks of energy rippling outwards. "Your Highness, be careful! Nightfall's army is attacking the city." The princess's maid looked up at the sky, her mouth agape, pointing in shock. Dense swarms of dragon-winged demons, flapping their wings, charged into the city, clashing with the obsidian soldiers. To be precise, it was a massacre. Eliza watched as a dozen obsidian soldiers, spears raised, thrust at the demons. The great demon's claws swept across, a sharp, cold light splattering blood in their wake. Splatter. Dozens of soldiers were cleanly sliced in two, their screams chilling Elizabeth's heart. The battle raged on, the blood-soaked great demon charging excitedly. Swift as a ghost, it crashed into the innocent crowd, its claws flashing, killing and devouring, creating a whirlwind of blood and gore. The obsidian civilians screamed and fled, crying out for their mothers, wishing they had 2 more legs. They regretted coming to Moon's for no reason. This? Your Majesty, are you really going to arrange a marriage between us and Nightfall? Elizabeth's voice trembled, like a quail, as she looked at her maid beside her. I don't want to be eaten by demons. I think we might not even live to see that day. The maid swallowed hard. Princess, hide! Die, demon! 3 obsidian-clad warriors rushed to her aid, quickly scattering and unleashing their strongest battle techniques. The great demon unfurled its tattered, corrupted wings, launching itself into the air like a rocket, dodging 3 battle techniques. It performed a magnificent mid-air maneuver, unleashing a black beam of light towards the ground. Boom! The 3 warriors, horse and all, were instantly reduced to mincemeat. Without pausing, the great demon swiftly pounced on another tower. The horrific scene left the survivors utterly dumbfounded. Tier 5, all Tier 5? The Obsidian Lord craned his neck, staring in shock at the sky as hordes of dragon-winged great demons descended upon the city like a flock of crows. Countless fireballs exploded wildly within the city, creating utter chaos. In a normal siege, with no clear victor even at the 6th tier, the Air Force would never dare to charge into the city. But the rotting corpses were undeterred. Teleportation portal. Open the portal quickly. We don't have time. Sensing his soul link with the Chosen One growing weaker, the Obsidian Lord urged. But we still need a lot of stones, and we haven't received the goddess's permission. The surrounding priests were bewildered. A flash of light streaked across the sky. Boom! The black cat, which had held out for 5 minutes, was slammed back into the city from the sea by Philomena without using any offensive divine skills. With a single step, Philomena unleashed an energy spear, pinning the black cat to a tower on the city wall. What? This has only been a short time. Everyone was dumbfounded. They still hadn't figured out how Philomena fought. Nothing special. Philomena's long, flowing hair cascaded down, her snow-white skin appearing and disappearing, like the goddess herself. Turning and glancing at Pahilda, Philomena coldly ordered, "Kill her." Chapter 12:18. Pahilda hesitated briefly, then rushed forward, unleashing a barrage of sword light that delivered the final blow to the black cat, shattering it into pieces. As the aura of the 6th tier Chosen One dissipated and its domain collapsed, the obsidian beings' minds went completely stagnant. They stood frozen in place. The Chosen Ones were not merely combat power, but also a pillar of their spirit. Boom! At the same time, the gates of Golden Pearl City, despite being reinforced with countless layers, collapsed under the attacks of the corrupted fire cannon worms and the Aura Knights. Nightfall Knights surged into the city like a dragon, hacking and slashing at anyone they encountered, quickly seizing control of the city's facilities. The craftsmen building the teleportation portal in the plaza were mercilessly hacked down by the knights. Those busy breeding were dragged out like dead dogs and chopped into mincemeat by the enraged Nightfall soldiers. "Wha, Field, you thug! What have you done?" The Obsidian Lord screamed in anguish. "We just wanted to survive, to find a home, to live happily and freely. Why do you oppress us? Just because we look different from you. We are all human. Why treat us like this? Your queen has already given us the land. Wha, I want my mother. Damn it, Field, your acts of slaughter will surely be punished by the goddess." The obsidian people within the city knew they were doomed. Many fought back desperately, while many more cursed loudly. They completely forgot how ferocious and brutal they had been when they held power. In their eyes, even if they committed violence, murder, and indiscriminate slaughter, spreading addicted drugs, if someone dared to resist, it was blatant bullying, making them utterly ruthless demons. You deserve to be slaughtered. Your so-called life is built on the countless corpses of the Imperials. Field spurred his horse into the city, pointing at the Obsidian Lord in the distance, and cursed, "I gladly be this thug. Mercy to the enemy is cruelty to our own people. I'm too lazy to waste words on you. Steel and blood are my words." Field brandished his sword fiercely, his voice laced with icy chill. "Kill them all. Leave no one alive. Take back everything valuable. Avenge our fallen comrades. Kill!" The Nightfall soldiers roared with fervor, their cries shaking the heavens and earth. Especially the newly recruited surrendered soldiers, accustomed to being subservient under the queen, they usually only bullied their own serfs and freemen. When faced with foreign invasions, the queen wouldn't dare utter a sound, and they remained silent, watching helplessly as their border people suffered. But now, Their fighting spirit was fully awakened. They charged in like madmen, slaughtering indiscriminately. Especially the foreigners, whose eyes changed from disdain and contempt to utter fear and terror. They felt an indescribable satisfaction. Damn, serving Lord Field is awesome. I thought the Obsidian people were so powerful, but they're just a bunch of cowardly cowards. The Griffin Queen is a spineless traitor. She's the Empire's greatest traitor. The soldiers wielded their swords with a speed 3 times faster. Their brutality was so great that even Theodore, who had only come to observe, trembled with fear, choking back despair. Tyrant. God, what will become of our empire? Field had just rushed into the central altar, intending to release the Imperial people from their cages. Buzz! An invisible wave erupted, and Field felt a sudden, suffocating sensation, as if drowning. A chill ran through him. Something's wrong. Something strange is happening here. Sensing the anomaly, Field looked around, and saw the stones in the plaza rising in unison. Even those blasted to dust turned into specks, and floated into the air. A strange, unsettling power rapidly gathered. What is that? Nightfall, and the others gasped in horror. The mysterious goddess. It must be the goddess herself. Ha ha ha. Field the demon is going to suffer revenge. I want him dead. The obsidian figures, in their despair, suddenly erupted in ecstasy. Countless figures muttered gibberish, no longer running, but kneeling and jumping as if performing a grand ceremony. Great mysterious goddess, punish the despicable Field. Show your divine power. Devour them alive. We've been so cruelly bullied. What? The obsidian figures cried out. The previously languid Filarina showed a look of wariness for the first time, a strangely familiar divine power fluctuation. It doesn't seem like a divine skill. Could it really be the goddess herself? No, absolutely impossible. I don't believe that barbarians, who eat raw meat and kill for pleasure, can receive the protection of a goddess. It might be an evil god. The little angel was extremely nervous. Whatever it is, I just slash it first. Pahilda refused to believe it, swung her great sword, divine power surged and instantly transformed into a purple crystal sword python. The sword python charged forward, opening its jaws to bite. The floating teleportation stone instantly reformed into an eye socket-shaped structure. Within the space enclosed by the eye socket, a strange green pupil suddenly opened. In an instant, the sword python was severed piece by piece. What? The moment the eyeball saw her, Pahilda's head buzzed, and the world began to blur. She hastily retreated, putting distance between herself and the eyeball. Long live the mystic goddess! Long live the mystic goddess! The obsidian beings cheered excitedly. However, the next moment, the eerie, bloodshot pupils turned to the crowd in the city. What? The instant the pupils saw them, all the obsidian beings bled from their 7 orifices. Their bodies convulsed violently, tentacles and claws emerging from their skins. The Aura Knights and mages were also mutating. Even some of the imprisoned Imperial citizens were mutating. 2 lowly obsidian chosen ones, their goddess marks slowly shattered, then quickly reformed into new divine marks. Ah? No, it hurts so much. Save me, Imperial citizens, kill me, please. Hearing their piercing screams, Field could feel. The transformation process was more painful than torture, and these obsidian beings maintained their sanity throughout. They were reaping what they sowed. The Nightfall soldiers were stunned. Fortunately, none of the Nightfall soldiers were transformed, only some clutched their heads dizzy. Even the chosen ones can be transformed. Is this some kind of bizarre force? The army must retreat from the city immediately. Field hurriedly issued the order, commanding his troops to retreat while carefully observing this terrifying phenomenon. The primordial divine power of the territory is being frantically absorbed by the monsters. The little fat dragon, Ophelia, tugged at Field's clothes, reminding him that the life levels of the mutated obsidian beings around them were rapidly increasing. Quickly unleash the corruption. Don't let it steal all the primordial divine power. Chapter 12:19. Save us, it hurts so much. The obsidian beings, corrupted by the strange creatures, seemed to have been infected with a biovirus. Growing disgusting green pupils on their torsos and limbs, their hands transformed into tentacles or bone blades, their life energy surging. Originally just ordinary people, they mutated into 2nd and 3rd tier life forms amidst their screams. Most terrifyingly, they seemed to possess some consciousness, able to cry for help, and even using their mutated hands to conjure weapons. Woman, woman. I feel unparalleled joy now. I have become a part of the goddess. Bliss divine. Soon, the monsters' cries for help turned into grotesque screams. Corrupt the city. Ophelia was more serious than ever before, standing on the city wall with his legs crossed, completely controlling the corrupted army. The corrupted army charged resolutely, relentlessly slaying the strange monsters, and killing any obsidian beings that hadn't yet transformed. The Nightfall army quickly led the Imperial refugees to retreat. Golden Pearl City was in complete chaos, with battle raging in every street and alley. Such a powerful mental attack. Philomena, supporting her forehead, slowly recovered from the aftershocks of the divine power. A flicker of wariness flashed in her beautiful eyes. Stellar Matrix, deploy. The magic ring behind her exploded, transforming into layers of terrifying laws. Philomena's combat power surged dramatically, all her divine skills reaching their peak. The entire sky was dyed a brilliant black gold. Die! 6th-tier divine skill, Annihilation Aurora. Philomena unleashed the seed of annihilation, its brutal black beam tearing through the heavens and crushing towards the eerie gaze. Space collapsed along the way, crisscrossing heaven and earth. The distant seawater vaporized, and the people within the city felt a suffocating killing intent. Hee hee hee, woo woo woo. A laugh that sounded like both crying and laughing echoed from the void. The eerie eye shone brightly, visibly absorbing the slain black cat's remains, the divine seal, and the souls of countless obsidian beings. Buzz! A terrifying beam of dark green light, carrying boundless destructive divine power, bombarded Philomena. It really is destructive divine power. Whose is it? A fleeting moment of confusion passed through Philomena's mind. She had no time for confusion. She unleashed her full divine power. The two divine techniques collided violently. Accompanied by a deafening roar of thunder, the devastating aftershocks of divine power exploded in a spherical shape. The surrounding city was instantly annihilated into dust, and the bizarre monsters and corrupting creatures flying in the air instantly burst into a bloody mist. Everyone be careful! Pahilda charged out, unleashing her twin lions, while simultaneously using her divine power to dissipate the aftershocks. Mama, Goddess protect us. The living people in the city were all paralyzed with fear, only able to pray. Fortunately, Pahilda, as a 6th-tier chosen god, possessed formidable combat power and managed to withstand the aftershocks. Otherwise, the Imperial refugees in the city would have been crushed by the aftershocks. Well done. Field's heart suddenly relaxed, then he exclaimed in astonishment, "What is that thing?" There was no mark on his minimap. Above the sky, Philomena was clashing with the eerie eye, two completely different destructive forces colliding and annihilating each other. It's a scroll of destruction, I see it. Laws flowed within her beautiful eyes. Philomena was astonished to discover that deep within the eerie eye was a scroll of destruction. I don't care what you are. With a cold snort, Philomena intensified her destructive divine power output. You all must die. The golden beam slowly propelled the dark green beam forward. Even with the obsidian souls and flesh constantly ascending and merging into her pupils within Golden Pearl City, it couldn't stop Philomena's domineering offensive. Similarly, Field led his army, relentlessly slaying monsters, weakening the power of the eerie eye. Hee hee. Another eerie laugh. The eerie eye suddenly turned a holy white. Holy light. Philomena's divine power shield, like an ice cube thrown into a pot of boiling oil, suddenly burst forth with countless rays of light. Pure holy light divine power, like a torrential downpour, bombarded every inch of Philomena's divine power shield. Her pretty face paled, but Philomena gritted her teeth and persevered. The corrupted fireflies outside the city were instantly doomed. A single glance from the eerie eye was enough to kill 300 or 400 of them, reducing them to ashes. I'm here to help you. Pahilda rushed forward, 6th-tier divine skill, Annihilation Slash. The Annihilation Slash, imbued with extreme killing intent, slammed into the eerie eye, instantly sending purple light flying. The teleportation stones, forming the pupil, shattered in large numbers. Offer everything you have, and we will merge. A seductive voice suddenly appeared, echoing in Pahilda's mind. What? Pahilda was stunned. It was just a momentary distraction. Whoosh. While withstanding the divine skill, the eerie eye extended 2 tentacles, grabbing Pahilda and trying to pull her into its pupil. Do you think I don't exist? Philomena endured the burst of holy light, activated the Annihilation Aurora, and braved the opponent's beam of destruction, going against the current. The eerie eye reacted instantly, extending countless spiritual tentacles, only to be shattered by the swiftly approaching heavenly bird soul fire. With a flick of its left hand, primordial annihilation severed the tentacles, and Fey Luomini, pushing the Annihilation Aurora, smashed it directly into the monster's eye with overwhelming force. Boom boom boom. The eerie eye suddenly turned pitch black and exploded violently. Layers of chaotic divine power radiated outwards. All the obsidian golems within the city were instantly killed, reduced to pools of flesh and blood. It's turned into chaos god power again. Ophelia's eyes widened. What on earth is that? Quick, go and support little son. I'm not injured. The lamina floated down, bringing a delicate fragrance. Her chest rose and fell slightly as she breathed softly. I just suffered a strong backlash when I killed it. Field was shocked and took 2 steps forward, quickly supporting little son. This thing has a backlash? The world will. Has it lost its mind? Calamity killing living beings has a backlash. I don't care. What is this thing? It actually has a backlash? Feeling little son's silky smooth skin, Field only felt little son struggle slightly, and his heart sank. The backlash Philomena suffered was definitely not as mild as it seemed. Otherwise, given her arrogant nature, she would have kicked him long ago. I'm not so fragile that I need someone to help me up. Philomena gently withdrew her arm, a slight smile playing on her lips before her arrogance returned. No matter how many come, I killed them all. In truth, she was worried. There were still strange forces around, perhaps even obsidian tier 6 beings, poised to strike. I can sense that the monster wasn't destroyed. Philomena bit her lip. It seems to have used some means to leave. To be precise, that I didn't even use its own divine power. Chapter 1220. But they used the obsidian golem. Furthermore, I saw a scroll of destruction hidden in its eye. A series of messages shocked Field. Strange. What exactly is that thing? What is their purpose? And why did they take the scroll of destruction? Countless questions flooded his mind. Unable to figure it out, Field had no choice but to put the matter aside for now. Don't think about these things for now. Let's thoroughly corrupt Golden Pearl City, move all the valuables out, and take the refugees with us. They had only been busy for half an hour. A familiar, alluring voice rang out. Bold Field, dear friend of Calamity, you dare to linger here? Margaret's voice interrupted Field, who was searching for jewels. Margaret, a mysterious and elusive netherworld Calamity, what are you doing here? Field was startled by her, while little son looked her up and down warily. Feeling uneasy under Philomena's intense gaze, Margaret's snow-white feet paced restlessly for a moment. Her high-heeled sandals clicked crisply against the floor tiles. Of course, I was drawn here by your chosen one's blatant calamity power, Margaret said irritably. The chaotic power you just unleashed was like sweet honey water. Every wisp of divine power was calling for the attention of the world's will. If it weren't for a powerful calamity concealing the fluctuations of divine power, you'd be waiting to be devoured by the Dragon Legion. I have no chaotic calamity, Field said speechlessly. It's a strange monster that used 3 completely different divine powers in succession. Huh? 3 different divine powers? You're kidding. Margaret's beautiful eyes widened, she pouted, and with cat-like steps, slowly walked over, placing her hand on Field's forehead. They're still warm. He shouldn't be dead. How can it all be ghostly talk? What ghosts? Field asked in astonishment. You calamities, don't you know about strange monsters? Look at all these obsidian fragments scattered on the ground. I see, a perfect masterpiece. Margaret shrugged her jade-like shoulders. Field, you truly deserve to be a partner recognized by even high-ranking calamities. The flesh and blood of the obsidian figures on the ground were indistinguishable from those of ordinary people. This? Field was dumbfounded, turning to look at the Nightfall clan. My lord, she's still an outsider, and she betrayed us, Ashina said to Margaret, still harboring resentment. We all saw the bizarre monsters. It wasn't an illusion. I don't have time for your nonsense. Margaret completely misunderstood Field's use of bizarre. She waved her hand impatiently. I just want to warn you that if you make too much noise, powerful chosen monsters are on their way. If you don't want to end up in their bellies, hurry back north. Without the cover of the corrupting gray fog, the monster army will crush you completely. Wait! Seeing her about to leave, Field quickly reached out and grabbed her delicate arm. You? Margaret blinked, instinctively taking a step back, her other hand instinctively covering the rabbit. My soul is stable now. Don't do anything rash. What nonsense are you thinking? Field's eyelids twitched, and he released her hand with disdain, asking directly, do you have any information about the Scroll of Destruction? If you do, I can buy it from you. Upon hearing that the strange one possessed the Scroll of Destruction, Field desired to acquire the other Scrolls of Destruction. Even if he couldn't resurrect them, he didn't want them taken by the strange one. I don't have one, Margaret shook her head regretfully. I heard the Water Scroll of Destruction is in the hands of the Corruptor, used to counter the Holy Light. But it's too far away. You can ask Pure White, she's a collector. With that, Margaret vanished like a ghost. Going back now, I haven't had my fill of looting yet, what a pity. Rubbing his temples, Field raised his hand. Corrupt little fat dragon, purify Tishafa. Field tallied his spoils. In Golden Pearl City, he had obtained approximately 220,000 gold coins and a large quantity of jewels, especially various extraordinary pearls, enough for every noblewoman in the empire to have one. Unfortunately, the cargo ships and merchant vessels along the coast were destroyed by Little Sun. But the advantage is that Obsidian has lost a major trading city. Their own trade competitiveness will be greatly enhanced, an invisible benefit. Ophelia corrupted Golden Pearl City, accumulating considerable primordial divine power. Wait for me to utter a single word, then we retreat immediately. Field looked at the Nightfall Territory's warhorses, laden with gold coins, and nodded in satisfaction. Drawing his swan holy sword, Field channeled his battle aura into the blade, and inscribed on the walls of Golden Pearl City, "Whoever kills a member of my empire will be repaid 100-fold. I hope the Obsidian Empire will behave itself." Field sighed softly. At this stage, the only thing he could do was use slaughter to intimidate the Obsidian. Mounting his horse, Field led his troops northward. "My lord, should we occupy the Azure Sea province?" Ashina's wolf tail swished wildly. Seeing the vast territory of Azure Sea, her eyes gleamed with excitement. "We can't take it, we're short-handed, and besides, we incurred new enemies." Riding his warhorse alongside the long procession, Field sighed regretfully. "I also really wanted to take Songhai province." With the foresight of his past life and his experience as a lord, Field could see at a glance that Songhai province, with its many lakes, coastal location, and fertile plains, had immeasurable future value. Just 2 or 3 years of operation would be enough to make it one of the Empire's top prosperous provinces. "But when we took Morningwind and Aton, we didn't have enough manpower either," Ashina asked, scratching her head curiously. "Because of the Griffin Queen, although disgusting, she is still human." With a sigh, Field explained, "Obsidian is different, there's an unknown entity behind them. To deal with them, we either have to retreat after a single blow, or fight to the death." Field dared not easily send his people to dangerous areas. His own army was already small. Further dispersal would mean none left. If they were corrupted by something strange, it would be a greater loss than gain. The most important thing is to rely on the natural defenses of High Fortress for defense. Once I have enough troops, I will wipe out all the Obsidian forces within the Empire. For now, accumulating strength is paramount. Field gritted his teeth. The group arrived at Waterwave territory, where Field had previously hidden a large number of refugees. "Lord Field, I'm home," Theodore said obsequiously, rubbing his hands together. "Aren't you coming back to Nightfall territory with me? The Obsidian people might retaliate," Field invited gently. "With your abilities, you could easily be a town mayor." "I'd rather stay in my hometown, sir. You promised me before that you would let me go if I went to Golden Pearl City with you." Theodore smiled awkwardly, wishing he could get as far away from Field as possible. Chapter 1221. Just being associated with calamity is terrifying enough. "My lord, I'm not lording it over in Songhai province, but guarding your frontier. As long as you return, I will be your governor." "Ha ha, very good, go." Field smiled and waved. Theodore thanked him profusely and left with his riders. As soon as he left, Field snorted coldly and gave a signal to the wolf riders beside him. They immediately knocked their arrows and stealthily followed. Out of the refugee's sight, the wolf riders slaughtered Theodore and his men, taking all their money and horses. "Trying to be a local tyrant, you actually fantasized that I would let you stay here." With a sneer, Field wasn't going to let this guy leave. He had killed many people, and was eager to cooperate with Obsidian. He would definitely betray his intelligence to the Obsidian people. Besides, he hadn't purged Songhai province, so that this guy could reap the benefits. "Lord Field, there's urgent military news from Morningwind." A Bloodhawk Knight swooped in and rushed to Field to report. "The Griffin Queen, upon hearing that you had dispatched troops to Obsidian, immediately sent troops to attack Morningwind. Fortunately, their scouts were all repelled, and there were no reports of soldiers or villagers dying." "I shouldn't have been so sharp-tongued, my words backfired." Field's vision blurred, and he lightly slapped his mouth. "I just said the Queen was a person, and she betrayed me in the blink of an eye." "My lord, please don't hurt yourself." Ashina quickly grabbed Field's hand. "You're right." He rubbed his temples, thankful that he had left Blackfeather and an infantry legion to guard the area. Back in Waterwave territory, Field took the people he had previously hidden. This raid rescued over 12,000 people. But only about 9,000 were willing to go with him, mostly women who had lost all will to live or young people driven by revenge. Field carefully checked them all using a small map, making sure everything was alright, before leading them away. Once we get back to the territory, have Disha check them again. Make sure everything is fine before taking any action. Watching the Nightfall Territory's army depart in a grand procession, those left behind felt a sense of relief. High Fortress is too far. They starve to death walking there, one shrewd individual remarked. Those young people are fearless. Going to Nightfall is just feeding the corpses, someone said, grumbling in fear of the calamity. Field is a murderer too. These high and mighty guys are all the same. Field is a traitor, betraying the Griffin Queen. He never have a good end. Those bastards like the Hero King shouldn't have betrayed the Empire. Otherwise, we wouldn't be living like this. I stay here, waiting for Her Majesty the Queen to come and save us. Some stubborn old men shook their heads angrily, completely forgetting who had saved them. The refugees recovered from their fear, cursed for a while, and quickly fell into confusion. They turned their heads, wanting to understand their situation. The scene before them plunged everyone into dead silence. Two obsidian tier 6 figures, their faces grim yet wary, floated in the air. It's over. The crowd was terrified, wanting to call for help, but the Nightfall army was already far away. Meanwhile, Field had just arrived at High Fortress when he heard Morningwind's battle report. The Imperial Vanguard discovered that Morningwind had a large troop presence and had no choice but to return to the central region. No fierce battle ensued between the two armies. Now Morningwind can get a precious respite, perfect for spring planting. Field breathed a sigh of relief, feeling much safer in his surroundings. My lord, important intelligence, the Blood Eagle Knight reported crisply, a Tier 0 artifact has been discovered in an abandoned watchtower on the Morningwind border, but it cannot be taken away. Due to the Imperial Army's invasion of the border, Blackfeather's troop deployment on the border naturally led them to consider the old, abandoned watchtowers. After exploring them, she discovered the Tier 0 artifact. Miss says it's a secret realm artifact, and hopes you can handle it personally. I understand. I finished my current tasks. Field nodded knowingly, and returned to Nightfall Territory. The weather was still somewhat chilly. It was morning in Nightfall Territory, the first rays of dawn breaking through the thin, silvery mist. Newly migrated crested birds hopped and flitted among the fir trees. Nightfall Territory was densely populated with factories, but the population was small. The natural environment was also rapidly recovering. Even Nightfall Territory took 2 years to recover to its current state. Field took a deep breath. The air was slightly damp, the smell of corruption faint. The road to the future is fraught with choices. Corruption is a costly endeavor, a necessary evil. But often, it's unavoidable. Faced with calamity and loss of life, one must make careful choices. When you were hugging Rosalia and asking her to check your legs, you didn't say that. Ashina chuckled mischievously, leaning close to Field's ear and playfully revealing a secret. Ahem, you little wolf cub, dreaming big. Field ruffled Ashina's hair. Miss Ashina is right, you lowly lord, what have we calamities done to you? The little fat dragon crossed his arms, speaking sternly, your thinking needs a serious correction. Little Sun tossed her long hair, Field only dislikes corruption. We destroy calamities, especially me, I'm much more efficient. You are all my wings, how could I dislike you? Field waved his hand, we have to consider both living beings and calamities. Especially after witnessing the giant eyeball unleashing holy light techniques. The power of the living must be greatly developed. Otherwise, you will suffer greatly when encountering strange monsters in the future. Complementing each other's strengths is the key. Humph, I don't need anyone's help. Little Sun arrogantly turned her face away, her voice cold, but her heart was sweet, thinking, he really went to great lengths for me. In the future, maybe I should be gentler with him. No, I let my moon form make up for this. Looking out over the fields of Nightfall Territory. Although it was early morning, the farmers had already carried their tools and come out to cultivate. Nightfall Territory was larger than a city in later generations. Even with land fallow, it might not be possible to finish planting. Nightfall Territory is still sparsely populated. I decided to continue increasing its population, aiming for 250,000 in Nightfall, and 200,000 each in Dawnfall and Frostfire, as a foundation. Field deeply understood the brutality of the races in this world. The constant slaughter led to population depletion, even though he himself had participated. Having witnessed the bizarre abilities, Field resolved to build the land under his nose as solid as an iron fortress. So many? Ophelia couldn't help but drool, looking utterly greedy. What's with that look? I'm not raising populations for you to eat. Field said sternly, 250,000 people? That's too few in other cities of the Griffin Empire. Many cities are practically small villages. Chapter 1222. Zundu fake do? Ashana pricked up her ears, utterly shocked. Yes, it's a pity we can't find so many people. The territory's birth rate is high, but it won't be effective in less than 10 years. Field, I have an idea. Pahilda glanced at Ashina, her expression indifferent, and said bluntly, there's a large population in the east who's been captured by the demi-humans and enslaved. If you can get them back, it will definitely replenish the territory's population. Good idea. Field snapped his fingers, rubbing his chin. I need to bribe some imperial merchants to help me import slaves, and buy more demi-humans too. I just don't know if we can get any dragon demi-humans. Greetings, Lord. Congratulations on your triumphant return, may the god of war protect you. Walking along the road, farmers along the way greeted him respectfully, their eyes eager. You're busy. Field kept smiling and waving, watching the farmers, already covered in dust and grime from their early morning work, and sighed inwardly. After 2 years as Lord, Field still couldn't shake his not noble enough habit. I need to find a way to make spring planting easier for everyone, and also try to cultivate more land. Patiently sitting on horseback, Field watched the farmers dig the ground, then place the seeds in the soil, and cover them with mud. They worked tirelessly for a long time, but only moved forward a short while. Perhaps because the Griffin Empire was vast and sparsely populated, its farming technology was too backward. Right, how could I forget about the seed drill? It can handle all the operations, from furrowing to sowing and covering. Steam engines are unreliable for now. Animal power will suffice. Field punched his fist in the face. With the level of industrialization in Nightfall territory, it should have already started supporting agriculture. Your lord, why are you so concerned about the work of these peasants? Pahilda stared at Field in shock, studying the farmland for a long time. He's not a logistics-related chosen one. Why does he care about this? Humph, my lord is a genius. He's blessed by the goddess of wisdom. Ashana spread her arms, pouting her kitten lips, blocking Pahilda's view. Don't look. Peeking at the brilliance bestowed by the goddess of wisdom costs money. Despicable demi-human, so stingy. Pahilda's lips twitched, utterly speechless. This was the first time she heard of charging admission to see the great lord. Back in the Starry Night City's town hall, while Field designed the seed planter, he sent someone to call Disha. My lord, look what we discovered. Hearing the cheerful female voice outside the door, followed immediately by Disha's low voice, warning, keep your voice down. Pushing open the door, he saw his Minister of Agriculture, Charlotte, and Disha. And a small golden sprite in a cage. A forest sprite? Field exclaimed in surprise, getting up and poking the cage. The sprite inside immediately cried out in alarm and scurried around. Finding no way to escape, it curled up into a ball, timidly looking up. Seeing Field's face approaching, it trembled with fear. To be precise, it's a winter wheat sprite, Charlotte said, shaking her head and giving a sweet smile. Forest sprites are born in the forest. And this one was born in the winter wheat of Frostfire territory. It was discovered by the people of Winter Wheat Town. There's such a distinction? Field pulled out a book from the shelf, flipped through a couple of pages. The Griffin Empire had almost no records of sprites. If I remember correctly, the Griffin Empire has never had any elves, Field said, rubbing his chin. Pretty much. Rumor has it that elves are elemental creatures created from a mixture of natural magic and elven aura, Charlotte said cutely, feigning erudition. I think the rumors are true. Field had captured many elven slaves and put them in labor camps in the north, so naturally they possessed elven characteristics. As for natural magic, the north had no shortage of magic and divine power. What's the use of this thing? After teasing the elf a couple of times, Field didn't think much of it. It was quite pretty, resembling a miniature elf, but even the most cynical lolicon wouldn't like a girl the size of a palm, right? It was fine as a figurine. It can increase yields. The sprites come from natural products, and are extremely compatible with them. Farms with sprites can increase yields by at least 20%. Therefore, the sprites don't need to cultivate, they can be self-sufficient simply by harvesting. I see. Field's eyes widened. Sprites truly are nature's darlings, fed and cared for by nature itself. However, because they are so pampered, the sprites are arrogant and close-minded. Then let it stay in the farmland. Don't forget to test its influence range. Field rubbed his hands expectantly. We should learn from and utilize the strengths of any race. By the way, sir, what did you want to see me about? Checking the new population for any strange monsters lurking. Field pulled Disha aside and explained everything about the strange occurrences. For the next 5 days, Field was busy planning the first planter, while Disha carefully checked the new population. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of Nightfall, Cotton Village, Peanut Village, and Windchime Village began construction to cope with the expanding farmland. A 12-row wheat seeder, that should look like it, Field said, picking up the blueprints and examining them carefully for a moment. The rest of the improvements can be left to Little Fox and the others. I'm too lazy to think about it anymore. Seeders, especially animal-powered ones, sound impressive, but they are actually extremely simple agricultural machines. They're essentially plows with a rudimentary seed sowing accessory added. This kind of agricultural tool existed in the countryside where I was a child in my previous life. The seed drill existed in the Han Dynasty, but it could only move one row at a time. The principle is that seeds fall into the seed metering device. As the wheels turn, the transmission mechanism, such as gears, causes the machine's opening to open rhythmically. The seeds then fall rhythmically as the machine moves. The 12 rows can be simply understood as combining 12 seed drills together, eliminating the redundant parts. As for why 12 rows are used, it's to fit the size of the farmland. People of this era lack systematic thinking. Modern people with a mechanized, large-scale mindset could easily design it. Sir, all 200-plus griffins in the territory have been settled. Vivian entered the house and handed the report to Field. Let me see. Taking Vivian's report, Field's eyes went black, and he almost jumped up in shock. Holy crap! Griffins eat a sheep or a horse every week. Yes, griffins and wyverns are big meat eaters. On average, wyverns eat a goat every 2 days. Seeing Field's pupils dilate in shock, Vivian quickly reassured him. Sir, the territory has more than enough livestock. Have you forgotten? We have happy beans and fertility potions. The animal reproduction rate is very high. Chapter 1223. That's better. I almost forgot about that. No wonder the major empires cultivate so few high-level magical beasts. With such an appetite, they'd be bankrupted before their enemies were even defeated. Field wiped away his cold sweat. Now that our territories are expanding, the number of clerks is also increasing. We need to manage them more systematically. Conduct a census of the cities and towns in the 4 northern provinces and compile household registers. Take inventory of all the extraordinary resources in all territories, especially in the north. I can barely remember all the extraordinary items in Nightfall territory. No problem, sir. I organize the manpower immediately and personally oversee it. Vivian nodded obediently. I go to Morningwind first, and see what good things are in the secret realm. He arranged the development plan for the territory. Field downed his cup of black tea in one gulp, a sudden thought striking him. The toilets in the territory are still a bit inconvenient. I can't just focus on the welfare of ordinary people and forget about my own enjoyment. I could have the workshops make ceramic toilets. The technology involved in that is practically zero. Master? Lost in thought, a soft, sweet voice rang out. Looking towards the sound, he saw Philomena peeking out from outside the door, half her head visible, her heterochromatic eyes filled with deep affection. You turned back into a little moon, haven't you? So cute. Field gave her a fatherly smile, walked over, and patted Philomena's head, muttering to himself, You're already silly enough. Will patting you any more make you even dumber? Philomena gently bit her lip. Okay. So in his eyes, she really is silly. She really did suffer a backlash, silently transforming into a little moon. Field was heartbroken. He held Philomena's delicate hand, the soft, cool touch of her skin incredibly soothing. Only in her moon form could Philomena be touched, and she wouldn't float arrogantly. Standing, she only reached his chest. Look at the moon, Philomena said, straining her voice, trying her best to be soft and sweet. After struggling to utter those 3 words, she felt her face rapidly flush. She truly didn't know how she, in her moon form, could be so naturally cute. Look at the moon? What's wrong? He mistakenly thought the little moon meant to look at herself. Field carefully examined the girl before him. Bathed in the hazy moonlight outside the window, she was radiant and ethereal, possessing a gentle, otherworldly beauty. Her slender, well-proportioned figure filled him with a protective instinct. Most beautiful of all were her moon-like eyes, sparkling brightly. No problem, perfect figure. Field looked her up and down, reaching out to pinch her cheeks. Suddenly, he frowned and muttered to himself, The only problem is that our little moon seemed a bit too clever tonight. Could it be just my imagination? Hearing this, she immediately relaxed, her eyes instantly becoming adorable. Ha. Field thought to himself that he was overthinking things, ruffling Philomena's hair and laughing. It couldn't be little Sun pretending, could it? She's not that cute. Philomena's eyes gradually became resentful. Why that expression? Are you injured somewhere we can't see? Field immediately became anxious, crouching down to check her thigh. Ugh! Her glistening toes curled, and Philomena almost couldn't resist throwing Field out the window. She forced a dazed expression, biting her lips slightly, and pointed out the window. Look at the moon. Oh, that's what you want to see. Okay, I go with you. Field suddenly realized, pulling Philomena to the castle balcony, where a wicker bed and chairs were set up. After spreading out the bedding and serving some hot milk, Field put his arm around Philomena, and casually popped an egg tart into her mouth. Philomena's tense nerves gradually relaxed, and she stole a glance at Field. A strange jealousy welled up inside her. Philomena thought to herself, Field's tenderness is all reserved for Little Moon. When he looks at me, he's always so serious. Wait a minute, Little Moon is me too. Why am I jealous of myself? What are you muttering about? Turning her head, she saw Philomena curled up on her side on the bed, her alluring, snow-white legs unadorned, a pillow tucked between her legs, her chest pressed into a soft, moist curve, looking languid and endearing. Don't get cold. Field had always treated Little Moon like a daughter. After tucking her in, Field chuckled, even though you're a 6th-tier chosen one, you won't get cold. Damn it. She definitely prefers Little Moon. Philomena felt incredibly wronged. Even if it's me in disguise, it's still so annoying. My normal state is definitely more charming. Her inner monologue was in full swing. She agonized for a full half hour, finally unable to resist mimicking Little Moon's tone, suppressing her embarrassment, and feigning interest as she asked, Master, do you like Little Sun? I help you. As she spoke, Philogene's cheeks flushed crimson, her voice barely audible. What was she doing? Teaching a pathetic creature to seduce her? She turned her head. Field was sleeping soundly, his head tilted to the side. You actually fell asleep. Philogene was struck dumb, so angry she almost kicked him. Damn it, lying next to a stunningly beautiful woman, how could you possibly fall asleep? Where's your usual perverted side? I allow you to touch me, okay? The next day, Field finished packing and went to Philogene, gently instructing her. Your backlash was too severe. You reverted to your moon form last night. Rest well at home and protect the great northern camp for me. I'll be back soon. Heh. Philogene gave a cold, beautiful laugh, saying nothing, just a cold laugh that made Field break out in a cold sweat. Who angered her again? A strange resentment welled up inside him, though he didn't know why. Field thought to himself, as expected of the calamity of destruction, this oppressive aura is truly terrifying. Having long been accustomed to her ferocity, Field said helplessly, Dishia, Ashina, let's go to the Morningwind border. Yay! The two women hummed cheerfully. Come back soon. A voice so soft it was almost imperceptible, even to the chosen one. Field turned around, only to see Philomena's indifferent back. I must have misheard. Let's go! With the divine griffin as their mount, the group arrived at the Morningwind border in a single day. Having just jumped off the griffin, Field fixed his hair. He suddenly slapped his forehead. That's right. The artifacts we acquired from the Morningwind campaign, combined with our previous accumulations, are already quite substantial. It's a waste to keep them unused. It's time to use up some reserves and strengthen the artifacts to increase our strength. Oh! Disha and Ashina's eyes lit up. Chapter 1224. Of all these main forces, Dishia hadn't yet strengthened her artifact. Let's strengthen Dishia first. Her ability might be the key to identifying and combating the strange. Seeing Ashina about to protest, Field decisively ruffled her hair to appease her. Okay, as you say, Master. Ashina nodded obediently, her nimble tongue gliding seductively across her lips as she smiled. But you have to compensate me, or I won't let you off the hook, you bad lord. Field was sweating profusely. Ashina had become a complete pervert. Win! Dishia cheered happily, still immersed in the joy of being favored. Field took out the tier of God he had previously obtained and dismantled all the low-level, useless artifacts he had acquired, including the large number of artifacts he had obtained from the Golden Comet. Lord's ability, Artifact Enhancement. The 2 tiers of God in her palm shattered instantly, countless divine imprints dancing like fireflies, flowing into the tiers of God. A dazzling light surged into Disha's goddess mark. Disha's artifact automatically appeared, its surface shimmering with gold and red patterns. With a surge in power, Disha's god-slaying tail blade underwent 2 qualitative changes. Layer upon layer of divine power rippled outwards, a chilling force causing Ashina to involuntarily take 2 steps back, her brows furrowing slightly. What a dangerous feeling. Artifact, God-slaying tail blade. Description, an extremely dangerous artifact, born to slay gods. Pseudodomain, godless. Within the pseudodomain, any divine power except Disha's will be weakened. Allies will also be weakened. Please maintain distance. Enhancement characteristics. This artifact breaks through divine power shields. The artifact's defensive effect is greatly enhanced. New feature, active, Lord Synergy Divine Interference, Secret Realm Deciphering. Description. The God-slaying tail will grant Disha the ability to influence secret realms, but it requires a huge amount of divine power, and will face more uncertainties. This ability can be released by the Lord. It can influence secret realms? Field raised an eyebrow, surprised. How exactly are secret realms generated? Disha can actually influence them. Could it be that secret realms were created by the supernatural? Field subconsciously guessed the worst, pacing back and forth. After all, Disha is special against the supernatural. What are you thinking? Disha swayed her slender waist, her long, cold tail swaying back and forth. I feel the artifact is much more powerful than before, easily piercing through many things. A chilling feeling. Ashina hid far away, her wolf tail bristling. Hee, as expected of your chosen one, Fei Ji, possessing the power to shatter everything, just like Fei Ji. Field smugly put his hands on his hips, letting out the laughter of a Soul Hall elder. He tried to activate more Tears of God, but Field quickly realized that the number of divine seals required for her artifact advancement was astronomical. The remaining divine seals were far from enough for her to advance again, unless she disassembled her 6th-tier divine sword, but after Disha advanced, she would need a 6th-tier artifact, and disassembling a 6th-tier artifact would be a completely foolish operation. I saved the remaining resources for strengthening the Great Thunder Dragon. I promised her, and I can't go back on my word. My lord, the secret realm is beneath the watchtower. Seeing Field and the others arrive, Blackfeather immediately came to greet them. Following the direction indicated by Heiyu, on the plain not far away, the ruins of 7 or 8 watchtowers, entangled in vines, sat askew, almost blending into nature. Let's go take a look. Entering the abandoned outpost, the underground entrance had already been smashed open. I sensed an underground passage, so I smashed it open to see what was there. I didn't expect there to be a basement. Heiyu scratched his head sheepishly, saying, after all, ruins like this would have been explored countless times under normal circumstances. They continued downwards from the entrance. Field saw the golden vortex, located in the center of the basement. It really is a secret realm. Field exclaimed excitedly. Disha stared at the slowly rotating vortex, automatically releasing the god-slaying tail blade. She said as she walked, let me study this. Bang. Disha crashed into an invisible wall, and the white rabbit was also badly hit, almost turning into a rabbit pancake. There are invisible walls surrounding the secret realm, preventing me from approaching. It's not divine power that hinders me, but the rules of the realm itself. Disha, her nose gently twitching, was astonished. Ashina, skeptical, also tried to approach, only to be blocked as well. I remember there were secret realms where even the chosen of Calamity couldn't approach. Could it be the other way around this time? Field asked, puzzled. Buzz? Before even touching the vortex, Field had only stepped into the basement. The secret realm in his sight instantly erupted with intense light. Field felt dizzy, the whole world spinning. When he opened his eyes again, Field found himself in complete darkness, unable to move an inch. Welcome to my era, an ancient voice resounded, the third era. Who are you? Field asked, puzzled. However, the mechanical voice didn't answer, continuing its introduction. In my era, divine power is increasingly depleted. None of your chosen ones can pass through the vortex of the secret realm to reach my era. None of your artifacts can be used. Welcome to the realm of steel and steam. This is the Steel Lord Empire, Bronze Calendar 1322. The Netherworld Calamity is about to invade. Survive to receive rewards, leave hope for the future, or die a pathetic death, like countless others killed by the Calamity. Not allowed to bring chosen ones, not even allowed to use artifacts. Field's vision blurred, and he nearly jumped up in anger, cursing. The chosen ones I painstakingly raised, and you're telling me I can't use them? What right do you have? Just as he finished speaking, Field heard a stern voice beside him. Field, wake up! Gradually waking, Field wiped the drool from his mouth. Around him was a large group of teenagers, and a fierce-looking face. If you don't want to miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, wake up and come to the assembly point. Ha ha ha. A sharp female voice yelled. Immediately snapping back to reality, hearing the laughter of his classmates around him, Field was dumbfounded. Where did I come from? Quickly calming himself, Field looked around and found himself in a yellowish-brown stone classroom. The classroom walls and desks were covered with mechanical and metal parts. So I really arrived in the third era. Field tried to sense the soul link and then attempted to activate magic and battle aura, all to no avail. It's over. His heart sank immediately, and Field's pupils dilated. Field, take your materials and go to the Nexus core to complete your work. With your abilities, it's impossible to gain the favor of the goddess of machines, and the Chosen One won't look at you, but this is your chance to get a job. Chapter 1225. Hearing the words Chosen One, Field breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, in this unfamiliar world, he heard familiar words. But I need to finish my work. Field looked at the scrap metal on the table, then glanced at the apprentices around him. Many of the gears, parts, magic cores, and metals on their tables radiated the light of extraordinary items. Don't use your filthy eyes to covet my wealth. Even if you have the blessing of the goddess of thieves, it's not allowed. The chubby apprentice with a pockmarked face cautiously clutched his materials. Get lost, Field sneered. Don't try to show off to your brother, Field. You. The apprentice, not expecting Field to insult him, cowered and quickly ran out of the classroom. Field shrugged silently, ignoring the mocking glances and indifferent stares of the apprentices around him, and picked up a gear from the table. The moment he touched the paper wheel, a notification sound rang in his ears, the familiar voice that had introduced him in the dark space. Welcome to the Third Age, Descendant. You will experience everything I went through. As a lowly, pitiful member of the lower class, I managed to survive for so long amidst the invasion of calamity. You too will have a chance to survive. I will continuously issue you quests and provide a large amount of currency points. Any supplies you purchase here can be taken back to your own era. In this era, with money, you can buy anything far beyond your imagination. Your first quest, to be precise, is a bonus. Go to the Nexus core and craft a mechanical golem, a puppet, or even just a simple pneumatic crossbow, whatever you like. The reward is 10 points. Such a casual announcement. The voice faded, and Field nodded knowingly. No wonder everyone around me seems so familiar with me. I'm currently experiencing the Calamity Invasion from the perspective of a dungeon creator. There are many types of dungeons. In the Calamity dungeons they encountered before, even 5th-tier Chosen Ones would be wiped out. This dungeon, however, is extremely accessible, requiring no prior resources. But I have absolutely no idea how to make puppets. I can barely even make a clock. Field sighed. Besides, all I have is a pile of scrap metal. All his artifacts had failed, and his spatial ring was naturally useless. Holding up the scrap metal, Field followed the apprentices out of the classroom. The scene outside the classroom resembled a city combining steampunk and modern fog. Everywhere were cold, impersonal buildings, towering towers, strange machines made of gears and metal, and dense crowds. In the distance, they could see rudimentary airships. After walking only a few steps, they reached the Nexus core. A massive spherical structure, constantly radiating immense energy fluctuations, stood majestically in the city's center. This building is a gift from the goddess of ingenuity. Create freely. The teacher, her expression reverent, gestured for everyone to enter. Creating powerful works may earn you the favor of the gods. She then pointed to the upper terrace of the hub's core, where many women, vying for attention with their dazzling beauty, pointed and whispered among the crowd below. Their arrogant postures and revealing clothing made them instantly recognizable as the Chosen Ones. This year's graduating apprentices? None of them are particularly handsome. There's one quite good. Handsomeness is useless, talent is paramount. To serve the goddess and the great scholars, only creation can demonstrate our devotion. Let's wait for them to finish. It probably takes several days. The women only briefly showed their faces before turning back to the core hub. A fleeting glimpse was enough to make countless apprentices drool. Are they all chosen by the god of machines? Wasn't it said that divine power was waning? It seems the underlying logic hasn't changed. It's just that these clothes don't quite look like those of the chosen by the god of machines. Field's eyes lit up. His previous displeasure vanished, replaced by anticipation. If only I could get some blueprints and documents to take home. He quickly entered the hub's core, and a white light flashed before his eyes as the other apprentices disappeared. In their place was a suspended, independent space, filled with countless incomprehensible divine tools and artifacts, a vast array of formulas, and fluttering inscriptions. Please select the type of crafting, item, machine, puppet, living puppet, vehicle. Current materials, estimated crafting, everyday tool, small, lowest grade. The mechanical voice of the hub's core ruthlessly provided the prediction. Damn it. What am I supposed to do? I don't understand anything. Completely dumbfounded, Field awkwardly spun around, feeling like he was back in the final exam hall, but having spent the entire semester in an internet cafe. Whatever, I just make something random. The key to the Secret Realm trial is the Calamity invasion. Making a prop is irrelevant. I leave it to talent and fate. Maybe I get lucky and create a cannon. After all, I won the favor of the cannon goddess. Field was too lazy to think, so he randomly used his floating tools. He flattened and rounded the materials in his hand, embedded the only magic core he had, and threw it into a square machine. Distribute the goods. The machine made a strange noise. It spat out a poorly shaped item. Wow, a colorful legend. It was a slender, magical little prop, constantly vibrating and humming strangely under the power of the magic core, radiating the 5-color dazzling light of a ballroom chandelier. So cool it's unbelievable. Wow, I truly live up to my title of Baron Joyful Bean. With a flick of my wrist, I created a purple heart-shaped bird, powered by a magic core. Field held up the magical gadget. Let's call it Joyful Mood. Damn it! His expression instantly changed. Field angrily slammed Joyful Mood to the ground, his face contorted in rage. What's the use of this thing? The Netherworld Calamity was about to invade, and the warriors of the Third Era. They were wielding all sorts of cool weapons, piloting mechs into battle, while he just grabbed a Joyful Mood and went in. The scene was too beautiful to contemplate. Excuse me, have you completed the creation? The mechanical voice of the Nexus Core inquired. You have approximately 7 days left. Wait. Field paced back and forth, punching his fist. How could I forget about Dish's ability? Opening the Lord panel, he was surprised to find a new Lord ability. Lord's ability, Secret Realm Deciphering, consumes Dish's divine power to influence the Secret Realm. She's not in the Secret Realm, so I don't know if it can be used, or what the so-called influence is. But even the worst is better than a happy mood. Field silently chanted, create a useful weapon, and activated his Lord's ability. Buzz! A unique energy fluctuation erupted, and the surrounding world distorted for a moment. Time even jumped by in the blink of an eye. 5 days. Field immediately sensed that Dish's divine power had been completely consumed in an instant. The Nexus Core was frantically activated, emitting a deafening roar, until the sound slowly subsided. A huge water sphere-shaped incubator, controlled by countless divine mechanical arms, slowly lowered, and a human figure could be vaguely seen. Chapter 1226. Just a slight influence, and the consumption is so great. Field was shocked. I must use it more carefully in the future. It would be terrible if Digia had her divine power drained during battle. Fortunately, Ashina and Black Feather were with her. The water sphere-shaped incubator slowly descended, hovering in front of Field. This is a fox-like being? The moment Field saw the incubator, he slapped his forehead, his pupils dilating in shock. Inside the incubator, an extremely beautiful fox girl, hugging her frost-white legs, curled up in a ball, immersed in nutrient solution, a green wind mark between her brows gleaming faintly. 5 days have passed. It seems the Secret Realm decryption ability created this woman. As for the creation process, it skipped it entirely. Field's fingers trembled slightly with excitement as he gently touched the incubator, and the nutrient solution was quickly drained away. The fox-like being suspended within slowly opened its eyes. Its emerald pupils, like cat's eye gems, shone with a captivating allure, even a fleeting glimpse of them. Ugh! The woman clutched her head, letting out a soft, melodious moan tinged with pain. A divine seal surged from between her brows, and a soul link uncontrollably rippled outwards. Truly a chosen one. This Secret Realm Deciphering is incredible. Field gasped, only now realizing that Dish's newly acquired ability was nothing short of heaven-defying. Without hesitation, Field decisively accepted the soul link. Ugh! My head hurt so much. Where am I? Supporting her head, the woman pushed open the incubator's hatch and stood up. Her posture was upright, her snow-white skin completely exposed, her perfect curves on full display. At the sight that made his blood boil, Field's eyes widened, feeling as if everything in his vision was being pixelated. Who says ambiguity makes things interesting? Nonsense, that just means the other person isn't pretty enough. Who? Startled, the woman's divine power surged forth, instantly obliterating the water stains on her body. A hurricane howled, an invisible, incredibly sharp wind, carrying destructive divine power capable of annihilating everything, suddenly hovered at his neck. The wind stopped, and the terrifying killing intent ceased as well. Field broke out in a cold sweat. This oppressive feeling, a catastrophic calamity? The invisible killing intent still lingered around him. His life seemed to hang in the balance at the other's mercy. Hasn't all the living beings been killed yet? Why do I have this strange feeling that if I kill him, I will die too. The beautiful woman was equally surprised. Her eyes lowered, her bushy fox tail flicked twice behind her, and she calmed down with astonishing speed. The woman coldly swept her gaze across field, her delicate brows furrowing slightly. Suddenly she understood something. I know you are my slave. Interesting, a worthless being, actually able to form a contract with me. Wait a minute, why have I become a being too? I see, it's all the result of the laws and divine power. Someone can actually deduce calamities, even if they're wildly wrong. She nodded slightly, a gentle breeze ruffling her alluring, flowing dress. One long leg was tied with a ribbon, the other with a bell, her feet were unadorned, a trait inherited from the calamities of destruction. They never wore shoes. Don't be nervous, I am the calamity of destruction. Who are you? The woman raised her hand to disperse the destructive divine power, lightly touching forward with her toes, and surprisingly patted Field's head. What happened? Don't lie. Ahem, don't pat my head. Field cleared his throat. I am Field, and you seem to be someone I created. Oh, so I am your slave. Windstorm said in a cunning voice, with a hint of allure. Then, master, tell me what happened. Field got goosebumps, feeling like he was about to be devoured alive. Please don't be shy. He recounted the events of the Third Era. As for Dish's abilities, Field didn't say a word. Interesting, very interesting. The Wind Calamity smiled, captivating all who beheld it. So it's already the Third Era. Perfect timing to wipe out the newly born calamities along with it. But the most interesting one is you. I can sense the lingering aura of the Scroll of Destruction on you, belonging to me. That's why you were able to recreate me, but unfortunately, without the Scroll of Destruction, it's not true resurrection. I can't unleash most of my power in this body. Field took 2 steps back in shock, immediately connecting the dots to the scroll in the eyes of the eerie calamity. That Scroll of Destruction, so it was her. The murderer who killed the Great Thunder Dragon was also the one before him. Field became secretly wary. Don't call me Wind Calamity anymore. I'm just an avatar now. Without the power to destroy calamities, it's meaningless. The woman patted Field's head again and laughed. Give me a name you like. So alluring, call me Fei Ji. Field noticed the bells on her ears and ankles and had a sudden inspiration. Call me Wind Chime. It sounds nice and is easy to remember. Mainly, the chosen ones in the secret realm are all products of deduction. There's no need to waste emotions on them. Use her ruthlessly, then discard her ruthlessly. Why waste emotions? She doesn't deserve to be called Scarlet like Little Sun or Great Thunder Dragon. Besides, she killed Great Thunder Dragon. It's impossible for her not to feel some unease. I like it very much. Windchime nodded, acknowledging the name, but stood elegantly, quietly waiting for Field to speak. He couldn't help but stare at her again. Windchime's face was too perfect, which was a major flaw. After all, flawed beauty is more memorable. Her figure was well-proportioned and voluptuous, her skin like sculpted jade. Most interesting were her fox ears and tail, white with light green markings. A tiny ring of destruction hung from her fox tail, like a ring. Don't you want to ask about my abilities? Windchime, after being stared at by Field for a long time, couldn't help but ask, or are you just recreating me for show? Well, your head's about to be chopped off. You, Field, created me? How could I not know your abilities? Field put his hands on his hips and waved coolly. Opening the Lord's panel, he indeed saw Windchime's information. Name, Windchime Tier 3, Partial Authority, Incomplete, Class, Cataclysm Swordsman / Cataclysm Archer. Artifact 1, Sword. Unstable Wind Flower. Description, when not in use, it appears as petals drifting in the wind, swirling and patrolling around the user. Summoned back to the hand, it transforms into a long sword, capable of striking enemies from incredible angles. Special, cannot be used for extended periods. This artifact will escape after a period of use. Artifact 2, Sword. Weeping Wind Slayer. Description, formless and shapeless, it can be used as a ranged weapon. Summoned back to the hand, it transforms into a long sword with extremely strong cutting power. Divine Skill 1. Great Annihilation Wind, deals massive damage to all surrounding units without blind spots. Chapter 1227. Second Divine Skill, 1,000 layers of wind and waves, passive Divine Skill. When attacking consecutively, the damage, skill power, and number of attacks increase with each attack. When Divine Power consumption stops, this skill's enhancement is reset to 0. Third Divine Skill, 8 directions returning to the flow, passive Divine Skill. A gust of wind surrounds the user, reducing damage taken and increasing divine power recovery speed by 300%, talent, class bonus, and other benefits, authority missing. Note: this destruction calamity cannot be advanced through killing, it is no different from the chosen one. This stat sheet, it feels like a wheelchair. Field gasped. As expected of the destruction calamity, only the numbers are visible, there are no techniques whatsoever. Can you guess? Wind Chime covered her mouth and chuckled, her stunningly beautiful face moving closer, her long legs stretched straight. As her fluffy foxtail swayed, a delicate, sweet fragrance wafted on the breeze. Humph, I saw right through you, inside and out. Field rattled off her abilities, like a menu. At first, she was dismissive, but upon hearing Field's precise recitation of her divine artifacts and skills, the look in Wind Chime's eyes shifted from astonishment to confusion, then to murderous intent. Finally, she quickly regained her composure. It wasn't surprising that her opponent could replicate a portion of her power, and become her lord again, knowing her abilities. She wasn't in a hurry to return to freedom, before fully understanding the situation. Is it impressive? Thinking this, Wind Chime stood on her delicate feet, blinked her large eyes, and smiled brightly. Does it satisfy you, my dear? Quite powerful. Its power to destroy calamities is terrifying. Field wasn't intimidated by the murderous intent. He gave a thumbs up, sincerely praising her. I mean, figure, who cares about divine skills? Wind Chime chuckled, flirtatiously waving her hand, and tugging at Field's sleeve expectantly, acting cute and charming. Tell me, I really look forward to your answer. We can't talk about this, I'm a respectable person. Field chuckled, brushing it off. The netherworld calamity was about to strike. What was the point of arguing with a virtual, wicked woman? Unfortunately, I hate you. Wind Chime's foxtail dangled to her ankles, as she turned away angrily. Too lazy to deal with her feigned indifference, Field considered throwing away the happy feeling in his hand, but after thinking about it, he held it in his hand again. Leave the core of the Nexus. I have completed my work. As soon as he finished speaking, Field was propelled by an invisible force, and together with Wind Chime, they were sent out of the core Nexus. Congratulations on completing Mission 1. You are rewarded with 10 points. You can use these points to purchase supplies at the city shops. The announcement from the secret realm ended there. Hey, what did you bring out? Prepare for inspection. Who destroyed the Nexus core? This is a magnificent 8th-tier artifact. They must be arrested and severely punished. Oh my god, it's Field. And there's a woman next to him, so beautiful. Before his eyes had even adjusted to the bright sunlight, warning voices rang out. Field rubbed his eyes hard. He was surrounded by artisans and soldiers armed with weapons. Their weapons were a combination of firearms, swords, knives, and warhammers, bladed spears. Some wielded complex crossbows, looking extremely cool. What's wrong? Startled, Field turned around. Thick smoke billowed from the core of the Nexus, sparks flew, and a heavy metallic scraping sound emanated from it. Damn it, it's broken. Field's eyelids twitched wildly. What a shoddy artifact. I thought it was so powerful, but it's already blown up after creating a Tier 3 Chosen One. They only managed to create a watered-down version of a Tier 3 Chosen One thanks to Digia's power. Why would a lowly commoner have a Chosen One? An officer approached, his eyes widening the moment he saw Wind Chime, unable to look away. What a pity, but since she's gained the goddess's favor, what's happening here definitely has nothing to do with her. Even though Wind Chime hadn't done anything, her natural charm was like a silent seduction. It made hearts race, and people unconditionally believe her. There's definitely something wrong, sir. Search him immediately. Field's a penniless wretch, an idiot. How could the Chosen One have chosen him? By the goddess, what's that thing on his waist? It's disgusting. The classmates who had previously scorned Field, recovering from their shock, were now contorted with rage, their faces contorted with rage. Wait, I need to conduct a thorough examination. Even if he received a blessing, he might be the goddess of thieves or the goddess of intrigue. He's definitely not a mechanic. The Chosen One leading the group, seeing how beautiful the Wind Chime was, attracting all eyes, was furious. She strode forward, her eyes burning with jealousy, scanning him up and down, then flashed a sinister grin, revealing the goddess's mark on her arm. In the name of the Supreme Goddess, the goddess of mechanics, I command you. Strip her naked and search her on the spot. Long live the goddess of mechanics. The crowd was ecstatic, their eyes gleaming with mockery. Field frowned. This chosen of ingenuity was quite different from what he had imagined. You're asking for death. He swiftly drew his buzzing sword from his waist, barking angrily, that's going too far. My sword has never been ineffective. Buzz buzz buzz. Joyful mood, powered by its magic core, operated incessantly. Field paused for a second, then silently withdrew it, forgetting that his weapon was joyful mood. What a worthless piece of junk. Ignore him, attack! The chosen of ingenuity snorted coldly, waving his hand. The surrounding soldiers and enthusiastic apprentices immediately pressed forward. Facing the onrushing crowd, Wind Chime showed no intention of fighting. Instead, she turned around, her fox ears twitching erratically. Do you want to be a useless husband? I can choose not to fight back. Incredible. Field broke out in a cold sweat, hurriedly saying, I don't want to. Quickly kill them. If we can't win, we run. No problem. Turning around, Wind Chime casually flicked her sleeve. A cyan slash shot out, a fierce gust of wind howling, instantly sweeping across 100 meters. The enemy chosen one was instantly decapitated, his arrogant expression still frozen on his face. Splatter, splatter. Soldiers along the way were torn into countless pieces, as if they had fallen into a meat grinder. Instant kill? Field was stunned, completely unexpected that the enemy chosen one would be so weak, despite looking to be in his 30s or 40s, and having rich combat experience. Just first-tier chosen ones, all trash. Wind Chime's lips curled into a sly smile. Die. Without even lifting a finger, a thought spurred the weeping wind sword into countless azure wind blades, crisscrossing the plaza. Everyone in the plaza, before they could even beg for mercy, was torn to pieces amid screams and wails. The entire process was so intense that the sword light was barely visible. Invincible. Field strutting, hands on hips. Something's wrong. A powerful energy fluctuation is approaching. We need to get out of here. Chapter 1228. A puppet radiating divine power. Wind Chime, her snow-white toes barely touching the ground, hopped and skipped playfully, looking adorably flustered and anxious. Clear, violators. 7 or 8 powerful beams of light rose from the distant buildings, hurtling towards them at terrifying speed. Field darted forward, grabbing a bladed spear from the disgusting chunks of flesh. Let's go. Fighting the local inhabitants was pointless. Unable to advance the secret realm quest, turning the entire city upside down wouldn't help, especially for Wind Chime, who couldn't advance through combat. Just as he finished saying let's go, Field felt Wind Chime grab his arm. In an instant, a powerful gust of wind exploded, causing Field's chest to tighten, and the surrounding environment blurred rapidly. Wind Chime's speed was extreme. At full speed, she easily shook off the defensive puppets within the city. In less than 2 minutes, the two arrived in an unfamiliar urban area, surrounded by similarly designed buildings. Whoosh! Several magical puppets flew across the sky, emanating a chilling aura. That was close. With the cover of the dense, cluttered alleys and garbage, Field finally caught his breath after the earlier pursuit. The main fighting force of this era is puppets and machines. Having left the academy, steam locomotives and various strange puppets could be seen everywhere on the distant main roads. The most common sight was of dusty, exhausted laborers, their eyes lifeless. Very similar to modern times. Field looked around, smoothing his hair, and muttered softly, it's like a Harry Potter world without magic, using steam technology instead. What's this called? I guess steampunk. The strange lack of divine power is truly bizarre. Wind Chime waved haphazardly at the air a couple of times. Field, my recovery speed of divine power is unbelievably slow. To recover even 10% of your divine power, it takes at least 3 or 4 days. That's absurd. Wind Chime frowned slightly, carefully sensing, it's not a problem with your body, it's the surrounding environment. Divine power is extremely scarce. Even you need 3 or 4 days to recover? Field was taken aback. He knew that Wind Chime's passive divine skill, 8 directions flow, tripled her divine power recovery. That's right, I only have 70% of my divine power left. Wind Chime elegantly rested her chin on her hand, crossed her legs, and murmured, I need to use it sparingly. I understand. The existence of the secret realm is to warn future generations, to let them know the horror of calamity. Field's eyelids lowered. It's not for us to kill indiscriminately. Don't panic. No one can kill you before my divine power is exhausted. Wind Chime reached out and patted Field's head, saying coolly, there's nothing to be afraid of. Don't touch my head. The netherworld calamity is about to descend. Dealing with the calamity is the most important thing. Field picked up 2 tattered newspapers from the garbage heap in the alley, and wiped the bloodstains from the blade. He took off his coat and wrapped the blade tightly. Staying outside will easily cause trouble. Let's find a secluded place to stay and buy some supplies. Field snapped his fingers. No need to buy anything, just rob it, Windchime reminded him. Also, don't forget to tell me about the Netherworld calamity. There are too many puppets searching the area, and a chosen one just died in battle. It's best not to cause trouble. Field didn't know much about the Netherworld, only making speculations, and quickly gave a brief explanation. They possess a massive demon army and unpredictable abilities. Then we shouldn't be lone wolves. Let's find a high-rise, densely populated place first, Windchime added to Field's plan. Soon, the two found a residential area. The area had 42 houses, each 6 stories high. Illegal, haphazardly constructed shacks and piles of haphazardly stacked metal debris were everywhere. Without spending any points, Field found an abandoned house on the 3rd floor and moved in. So poor. The owner of this house hasn't been home in a long time. The room was utterly destitute. Field brushed the dusty tabletop and picked up the kerosene lamp. Windchime, help me search for supplies. Don't call me for anything except fighting. Yawning, Windchime jumped onto the only old bed in the room, sprawling out like a lazy cat. Her bent legs and the contours of her figure were undeniably graceful and voluptuous. She propped her forehead up with her hand, letting her long hair fall loose. I'm hungry. Give me something to eat. Her haughty demeanor amused Field, who, suppressing his amusement, decided to teach her a lesson. What? Seeing this, the woman who had exuded an air of superiority just a moment ago instantly began to whine and feign tears. For the sake of your fighting spirit. Shaking his head helplessly, Field spent 10 minutes carefully searching the house for resources. A kerosene lamp, an iron pot, 2 bags of broken coal. Under the rainwater collector was a full bucket of water, 2 bran biscuits, and a large clump of black sludge. The sludge was on a plate, and had been eaten a couple of times. It had a faint, fishy smell of ferns, clearly food. So poor, wiped out by my nightfall territory. Field picked up a clod of mud, sniffed it twice, and almost vomited from disgust. With the technology of this era, how come the people are so poor? No electricity either. Wow, it's dark. So early. An exclamation came from downstairs. Field rushed to the window. It was still just past 2 o'clock, but the sky was darkening rapidly at a visible speed. The temperature in his senses dropped along with it. A cold wind blew in from outside, and Field felt a chill that seeped into his bones, raising goosebumps immediately. In an instant, the entire world was plunged into absolute darkness, so dark he couldn't see his hand in front of his face. So fast. Field was startled, his heart pounding inexplicably. The exclamations of the people outside, the crying of children, the roars of animals, and the cacophony of machinery intensified the atmosphere of panic. Buzz? Fortunately, a large number of golems flew into the sky, radiating light. Most of the surrounding houses also lit up, giving people a sense of security. No chaos allowed? The Chosen of Wisdom and Order has issued a warning. There will be a 4-hour period of darkness today. Those without lighting equipment, purchase it immediately. A curfew will be imposed immediately. On the street, a 4-meter-tall brass-colored metal golem, surrounded by more than 20 soldiers, emitted a deafening warning. Mission 2 issued. The Netherworld descends, and there will be no more light. Beware of calamity, your own kind, even your own family, until the situation changes. Killing enemies will earn you points based on their strength. Points can be used in vending machines in the city, or you can save them until the end of the secret realm. Watch your back. Live. To survive. The mechanical voice seemed to be interfered with, its tone becoming increasingly cold, filled with a terrifying buzzing sound. Chapter 1229. Feld listened to the broadcast and took out his bladed gun. This weapon combined a long sword with a revolver. The hilt resembled a revolver's magazine, containing 8 crystal bullets. It'd definitely be useful intimidating ordinary people. Windchime, come with me to check out the exchange shop. Okay. Windchime yawned but obediently followed. After asking around the residential area, they learned that there were 2 types of shops in the city. One was a traditional shop with a shopkeeper, and the other was a pillar-shaped vending machine. The goods in the vending machine were delivered through a unique transmission network. The 2 weren't in competition, both were assets of the upper class. Finding the vending machine, Feld touched the button and immediately knew the goods and his own assets in his mind. Assets, 10 points. Level, lowest class, determined by points, can only purchase ordinary items. The vending machine had everything from food and daily necessities to weapons and addictive substances. The cheapest option is still the silt lump I seen before. Moss dough, 1 kilogram, requires 1 point. Bread, vegetables, and other supplies are several times more expensive than Moss Dough. There are also artifacts with ridiculously high-end features. 9th-tier artifact, City of Heavenly Punishment, an offensive artifact city, suspended tens of thousands of meters in the air, capable of unleashing beam attacks to the ground, easily annihilating a large city. Price, unavailable to commoners. Ignoring the outrageously expensive 9th-tier artifact, Field quickly searched and found the artifact he wanted. 0-tier artifact, accessory of the Goddess of Machines. Ornament Craftsman, racial foundation level description, grants the Goddess of Machines a second artifact and a second profession, and knowledge of ornaments. This artifact can be stacked with other accessory artifacts. Tier 3 artifact, Void Coin Mint. Description, a gift from the Goddess of Wealth, requiring no input, producing 100 Tier 3 magic cores daily. Tier 6 artifact, Legendary Red Crystal Treasure Chest. Legendary, effect, a gift from the Goddess of Luck, consuming a period of luck and a huge amount of soul power to obtain the goddess's treasures, the type of which can be chosen by the user. There are so many good things. I can buy them all as long as I have enough points. Field rubbed his hands expectantly, his eyes gleaming. Or, could Dish's ability steal these artifacts? Unfortunately, Disha had just exhausted her divine power. He would try as soon as she recovered. Buying ordinary supplies is pointless. Once things get chaotic, we can just loot them. The most important thing is to get more points to buy artifacts or extraordinary items. Field understood how this world worked and returned inside. Beep beep beep. Just as he set up the pot to boil water, a rapid horn blared outside, followed by a series of exclamations. There's a powerful energy fluctuation. Wind chimes. Fox ears immediately perked up, alerting them. The two quickly went to the window. In the distance, a steam locomotive, creaking and groaning, was speeding towards the residential area. Under the illumination of the sky puppet, Field could see clearly what was chasing the steam locomotive. It was a bloated corpse monster with a huge belly, nearly 4 meters tall, wielding a massive meat cleaver. Its face was extremely ferocious, its body covered in stitches, as if glued together from corpse parts. Most horrifying of all was the monster's ripped open belly, covered with teeth as sharp as pencil sharpeners, its writhing intestines constantly twitching. It's the butcher corpse of the undead race. I've seen it in books. Field recognized it immediately. The Netherworld calamity created the undead race to aid in its wars, and to destroy the world, also giving rise to the undead, necromancer pantheon. Later, for unknown reasons, the undead betrayed the calamity, forming their own faction and now serving the Demon King. Oh my god, by the goddess. What is that? Run! It's the guy in the car. Wasn't it supposed to be a celestial phenomenon? A monster? That's a monster. The residents of the neighborhood reacted even more violently than Field when they saw the butcher corpse. They were terrified and screamed incessantly. Bang! Due to the tension, the steam locomotive veered off the road and crashed heavily into a wall. With a chuckle, the butcher corpse strode forward, smashing the heavy vehicle open with a single punch. Its intestines spilled out, dragging the couple inside the car violently out. Grabbing the woman, the butcher monster shoved her head into its own stomach, the sound of bones cracking echoing as blood gushed out like a fountain. The corpse, still instinctive, flailed its limbs. Delicious. The butcher monster reveled in the terror of everyone present. Aya! The man, terrified, soiled himself, kicking and thrashing about. Attracted by the monster's attention, the butcher monster raised its rusty cleaver and, like sawing wood, sawed the man into 3 pieces. The undead not only attack with their souls, but they can also use corpses as clothing or food. Field didn't immediately intervene. Launch the attack. Having witnessed the carnage, the soldiers at the entrance to the residential area snapped out of their daze, raising their weapons in horror. Bang! 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 20 soldiers opened fire simultaneously, a dense hail of bullets striking the butcher corpse, causing it to howl in pain. But that was all. The butcher corpse chewed on the corpse, its bullet holes healing rapidly. Talent, Ghoul Eater, rapidly restores health when consuming corpses. The butcher corpse raised its cleaver and charged at the soldiers. You're asking for death. The squad leader activated his metal golem, its chest expanding to unleash a beam of light that slammed the butcher corpse to the ground. Quick, finish it off. The captain's words had barely left his lips when he suddenly felt a chill down his spine. He instinctively turned, and a pale, distorted face appeared before him. The other's head looked as if it had been crushed, twisted, and utterly repulsive. She wasn't the woman who was just eaten. An absurd thought flashed through the captain's mind. Before he could react, the undead pounced and burrowed into his body. The metal golem, which had just taken a step, also stopped abruptly. "Captain, what's wrong?" The soldiers looked at him, confused. "My death was so painful. Why didn't you come to save me?" The captain turned his head strangely, grinning, his stiff face as if another face had been pasted onto his head. "Die, all of you." Under the captain's control, the metal golem unleashed a barrage of beams, blasting all the soldiers to smithereens. The commotion immediately attracted the city's defense golems. Unleashing waves of divine power, the golems indiscriminately slaughtered everything that could move in the street. Only then did the street return to calm, the only sounds in the wind being the curses and sobs of the residents. The city is under martial law. No one is allowed to leave their home or spread panic. This is just a simulation exercise. There are no monsters. Chapter 1230. Those who disobey orders will be executed on the spot. The divine power puppet coldly scanned the residential area, issuing a chilling warning to everyone. Immediately afterwards, a large number of soldiers, puppets, and steam-powered war chariots appeared on the streets, with guards every 5 steps and sentries every 10. In the distance, flickering firelight illuminated the area. The military power of the Third Era was extremely formidable. "Still deluding yourselves with simple means to quell the calamity," Field shook his head repeatedly. "The chaos has only just begun, order hasn't collapsed yet. Let's wait a while before making our move." Closing the window, Field softened 2 biscuits in water. "Here, have some to tide you over." Field placed a large portion of biscuit paste in front of Wind Chime. "Is this all you're going to eat?" "Humph, the chosen one you made a pact with is ruined for life. If I'm not full, I strip you naked and eat you raw." Wind Chime bared her teeth and claws. Seeing that he wasn't intimidated, Wind Chime glared at Field with a huff, picked up a spoon, and began to eat small bites of the biscuit paste, muttering, "First time eating food from a living being, barely passable." "If you won't eat it, give it to me," Field said irritably, patting his chest. "I, the Lord, cooked this myself, so you should be grateful." "No way." Wind chimed gracefully, and quickly finished her food, swaying her fox tail triumphantly. "Let's discuss who sleeps in the bed tonight." "Aya!" A series of screams came from outside the window, followed by a series of explosions. The nearest explosion was from the house next door. A huge alarm blared through the night. "Looks like I can't sleep." Field rushed to the bedside. The once relatively peaceful city had completely erupted into chaos. The magical puppets that had been illuminating the sky had vanished. In their place were countless terrifying eyes in the air. A purple portal slowly unfolded in the sky, stretching for 1,000 meters. "It's an invading force. First and Second Air Legions, engage them immediately. Long-range firepower, intercept." Over 1,000 streaks of light rose from the city. As soon as they took to the air, they unleashed various divine techniques, a continuous barrage of beams of light crushing towards the portal. The divine power of calamity surged forth, and the portal slowly opened a crack. A massive number of gargoyles and bone dragons flapped their wings and poured out. Then, countless undead creatures surged forth like a flood. The calamity's legions were so numerous that the living being's air force appeared utterly comical. Like 3 or 4 sparks falling on a rocky beach, they were barely visible. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions erupted everywhere in the sky, shooting down countless undead creatures, but even more undead instantly overwhelmed the living air force. A fierce battle ensued in the air, with those at the 6th rank and above drawn into a duel within the chosen space. Simultaneously, countless magical portals of all sizes appeared within the city. The Third Era was a completely mechanical civilization, utterly lacking any ability to counter magic, and completely unable to defend against the Netherworld's surprise attack. Countless undead fell into the city through teleportation and summoning. The army, that had previously vowed to blockade, immediately engaged the undead in fierce combat. The calamity had fully erupted. "It's time," Field said, shouldering his bladed spear and pumping his fist excitedly. "The situation is chaotic. Let me face the Netherworld calamity," Windchime said eagerly. The two rushed out of the house, and saw a small purple portal standing in the middle of the residential area. Dense ghouls poured out from it. A woman who had sneaked out to buy food was already being seized. "Help! Help!" the woman screamed shrilly. Roar! A ghoul pinned the woman to the ground and bit her neck. Surprisingly, another ghoul unleashed a defeat animation. Soon, the woman was surrounded by ghouls, frantically searching for her. Her eyes were rapidly turning green. Ghouls are contagious, and apart from holy light, there are few ways to reverse the infection. What are they doing?" Even the mighty Wind Chime was startled, taking 2 steps back, clutching her chest, her bare feet making soft sounds on the cool ground. She had never seen anything like this before. They destroy the world, just using different methods than you. Field scratched his head awkwardly, raised his bladed gun, and pulled the trigger. With a loud bang, the red crystal bullet flashed, piercing through the gaps in the ghouls, and accurately striking the tormented woman, who showed a relieved expression. A master marksman, Windchime glanced at Field in surprise, her beautiful eyes sparkling. Field's lips twitched. I said I was aiming at a ghoul, you believe me? Killed a near ghoul, gained 1 point. Hearing the announcement in his ear, Field was overjoyed. Roar, roar, roar. Seeing Field kill his plaything, the ghouls opened their blood-red maws and pounced on Field. Goddess above. Run, young man. The surrounding villagers also noticed what was happening, and they were terrified by the scene of the ghoul slaughter. You filthy things, you're utterly discrediting the calamity. Who gave you permission to fight in such a vile way? Windchime casually tossed her cascading hair aside, beckoning with a seductive gesture. Destructive divine power surged, a hurricane coalescing into a long sword. Divine power is precious, I won't waste it on you. Her arches formed a perfect curve, her toes lightly touching the ground. Windchime stepped forward to face the ghouls, her sword flashing nimbly, yet without any fancy movements. Thud, thud, thud. The Weeping Wind sword, incredibly sharp, sliced into the ghouls' bodies as easily as a hot knife through tofu. With a single step, Windchime slaughtered all the fleeing ghouls, then blocked the portal, killing even more. This overwhelming display left the surrounding civilians, who had been secretly watching, utterly dumbfounded. Slay a ghoul, gain 1 point. Slay a ghoul, gain 1 point. Field listened to the constant announcements, secretly pleased, and stood guard for Windchime, weapon in hand. Watch out. A fragrant breeze wafted by, and Windchime nimbly appeared, blocking Field's path, slashing at the air with her sword. Ah! A piercing scream rang out, and an undead spirit, wounded and manifesting. She was deathly pale, her face distorted as if reflected in a funhouse mirror, utterly terrifying. You could sense me? Iona floated in the air, looking at Windchime in surprise. You wretched wretch. You almost managed to control your lord. You can't control him. Windchime sneered. She could sense that Field's soul power was extremely strong. So you're the Nether Calamity? Windchime curiously examined the undead before her, disdainfully remarking, so ugly. I am the chosen one of the necromancers, the supreme Nether Calamity. Do you think you can contend with me? I'm enough. With a sinister laugh, Iona unleashed her 4th-tier divine power. I refuse to believe I can't control your lord. I make you pay a heavy price. Chapter 1231. She raised her hands, necromantic power surging. Instantly, over 100 undead were summoned. Go control that idiot. Iona stretched out her hands with a monstrous grin, her claws black as if dripping venom. I make them watch each other being tortured. You better beg me, Rinci. I'm begging you. Windchime, legs crossed, looked pitiful and cute, pleading softly. Suddenly, she flicked her fox tail, a cold laugh escaping her lips. Please, hold on a little longer, don't die so easily. You're asking for death. I'm a 4th-tier chosen god, how dare you say that? Behind her, over 100 undead, like ghostly shadows, pounced on Field. Iona, however, remained ethereal, relying on her racial advantages, appearing and disappearing in space, making her unpredictable. Suddenly, she exhaled a vicious blast of cold air, attacking Windchime from behind. The fox's ears twitched slightly. As a wind calamity, she was extremely sensitive to changes in the surrounding air currents. The moment the opponent's attack was launched, Windchime sensed its direction. Her delicate body swayed slightly, dodging the attack of the icy current, her gaze glancing behind her. Don't worry about me, you focus on dealing with her. Field never held anyone back. Seeing the opponent summon undead, he turned and ran, even calling out to Windchime as he turned back. How can I? I can't be without my lord. Windchime drawled, her voice almost coquettish, releasing the Weeping Wind sword, which instantly transformed into a terrifying gust of wind that tore everything apart. With a flick of her sleeve, wind blades slashed, accompanied by a clear, whistling sound. In an instant, an entire row of undead was mercilessly slaughtered, crushed into dust. Don't kill my sisters. Fight me head-on. Iona roared, repeatedly exhaling chilling breath. Then we have no choice but to kill them. Even as a living being, Windchime's nature remained that of calamity. Hearing the other's words, her bloodlust was immediately ignited. A smirk played on her lips as she deftly dodged the attack, leaping onto a street lamp and unleashing a barrage of wind blade slashes. Each strike precisely slashed down a group of them. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Over 100 undead, were sliced into pieces. The screams echoed through the residential area. Damn it, damn it! To save the Lord, you even lost your divine artifact. Let's see how you defend against this attack without your artifact. 4th tier divine skill, Withered Claw. Iona's eyes turned bloodshot, her chilling aura causing the surrounding temperature to plummet. She exhaled a chilling breath that condensed into a claw. In an instant, she appeared before Wind Chime, lunging towards her heart. If struck, her heart would surely fail and shatter. Sensing the approaching, sharp killing intent, Fingling's long hair fluttered, but her expression remained unchanged. With a thought, countless flower petals were swept up by a powerful gust of wind. She reached out and gracefully grasped a beautifully crafted longsword adorned with flower petals. The moment the boundless wind flower landed in her hand, Fingling's true power was revealed. The immense wind pressure, like a 10,000-meter mountain suddenly pressing down, made Iona feel suffocated. She, a necromancer, actually felt suffocated? The Withered Claw divine skill abruptly changed direction, pressing down involuntarily towards Fingling's abdomen. Tear open your abdomen or die. Iona grinned maliciously, desperately activating her divine skill. Is that so? With a straight thrust, the wind flower sword erupted, and the surrounding area suddenly surged with continuous, tearing sword energy. A hurricane howled, and dense sword energy swirled around Iona as the hurricane slashed like streaks of light, relentlessly piercing her body. Whoa! Before the windflower sword could even pierce her, Iona's body was already struck by countless sword beams and slashes. Her divine power and life force plummeted. With a horrified scream, Iona felt death approaching. She only saw a flash of sword light before her eyes. Buzz! The sword light flashed, and an extremely sharp airflow swept past. Iona's head flew into the air. Her withered claws, which she had activated, were also severed piece by piece. No wonder you only deserve to be a lackey of calamity, truly trash. Wind Chime unleashed 2 more sword strikes, each accompanied by thousands of sword beams. The unpredictable Windflower's sword, though it would escape after prolonged use, remained a top-tier divine artifact for destroying calamities. In fact, because of its weakness to escape, the power of this divine artifact was even more terrifying. Each slash was equivalent to unleashing hundreds, or even thousands of sword strikes. Iona's body was annihilated inch by inch amidst the hurricane and sword light, completely dissipating. A chilling necromantic artifact slowly formed. Slate of 4-tier undead chosen one, gaining 3,000 points. Current points, 3211. Awesome. To accumulate resources, you still have to kill and plunder. Field's eyes lit up. Amazing, my big fox. Field ran over happily, giving a thumbs up. You're too strong. You didn't even use a divine skill, just 3 sword strikes, and you killed her instantly? It's not that amazing. Wind Chime released her grip, and the long sword in her hand shot straight into the sky like a startled swan, turning into a gust of wind and dissipating as if it had never existed. My passive divine skill increases my combat power based on the number of attacks. Each attack from this sword is equivalent to hundreds, or even thousands of attacks. Do you understand? Fengling crossed her legs and casually tossed her hair. Continuous use consumes just as much power as a divine skill. I see. Field exclaimed in surprise. That's quite powerful. It's similar in style to his little darling's raven feather sword. He wondered whose swordsmanship was stronger. The artifact is ready. Seeing the ice artifact form from the ice of the dead, Field rubbed his hands together, about to claim it. A gust of wind howled, but the artifact ended up in Wind Chime's hands. She smiled slyly. This is my spoils of war. Field was dumbfounded. This was the first time he encountered a chosen one who wouldn't give him spoils of war. I give it to you, but you have to be my slave from now on. A playful smile played on her lips as she shook the artifact in her hand, her tone excited. Even if it's just washing my feet, I'd be the kind of slave you want. Wow, I know a young lady named Rosalia. You two can sit at the same table sometime. Field decisively refused. Take it. It's yours to begin with. Your brother Field never accepts threats. I hate your ruthlessness. Unexpectedly rejected, Windbell paused for 2 seconds, pouted, and tossed the artifact over irritably. Being a living being is pointless. The Lord is a bad guy too. He should have been slaughtered long ago. Taking the artifact, Field declared righteously, Don't be angry. The gains are still paid for with your money. But as for making me a slave, that's out of the question. Your brother Field would rather die than submit. Windbell fell silent. After subduing the artifact, Field checked its effects. Artifact, Death Ice Float, Consumable, Tier 4, Description, slightly and permanently increases Ice Attribute Divine Power damage. A Tier 4 artifact has been detected. Recycling it will grant 2,000 points. The dungeon announcement sounded. Chapter 1232. Don't retrieve it yet. Field put the artifact away. Leave it for Ashina. Only exchange it if absolutely necessary. Help. Just as she was about to check the vending machine for anything, a heart-wrenching cry for help came from the residential street. About 100 people were being chased by a horde of ghouls. Should we save them? If I remember correctly, living beings abandon or save their teammates, right? Not angry with Field, Windchime asked proactively. No need, the soldiers are here. About 100 soldiers arrived, surrounding a steam-powered war chariot. A chosen one stood imposingly on the chariot. Kill them! Destroy these monsters and save the people. The chosen one waved his hand, and the soldiers raised their crossbows and spears, bypassing the fleeing people, and opened fire on the ghouls. Bang! 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 Several ghouls fell. The chariot surged forward across the steam-powered battlefield, spewing forth scorching flames that incinerated the remaining ghouls. A small number of undead, immune to physical attacks, were slain by the chosen one. Hooray! The surviving citizens cheered in celebration. Shut up. Do you want to attract more monsters? Get out to the residential area over there. Don't come out without permission. The chosen one, Lunia, on the chariot snapped angrily. My lord, please don't let them in. I saw someone, possessed by a floating female ghost, turned into a monster. There might be some among them. You all shut up too. Lunia roared. Army forces from all over are gathering to resist the invasion. The dragon and other magical beast legions have also arrived as reinforcements. Don't cause us any more trouble. Ignoring the protests of the residents, Lunia crammed over 100 people into the already crowded neighborhood. Field, meanwhile, found a vending machine. Even with the calamity, it still worked. Assets, 3,211 points. Level, Commoner, can purchase Tier 1 to 3 extraordinary items, but not eligible to purchase divine artifacts. How much divine power do you have left? Field asked. About 41%. The situation is not optimistic. The recovery speed is as slow as a snail. Of course, there's also the factor of you being angry with me. When things are going well, the recovery speed naturally slows down considerably. Windchime crossed her arms, and her dress slipped slightly from her smooth skin, revealing her snow-white shoulders and graceful collarbones. Then you have to buy items to restore divine power. Field found a special recovery item. Tier 3 Pseudo-Divine Artifact, Divine Stone Man-Made, Effect, Tier 3 Chosen 1, restores 10% of divine power. Price, unavailable to commoners. Damn it, they won't even let me buy anything. Field had a bad feeling and cursed under his breath. This godforsaken place. Why do I have to buy everything? Turning his head to look into the distance, countless undead monsters were pouring out of the teleportation portals. But the living army was also densely packed and gathering on the battlefield. All kinds of war chariots and puppets poured in without restraint. As far as the eye could see, divine puppets and airships were all launching attacks, their light as bright as stars in a summer night. Dense ammunition belts, light cannons, and divine skills formed a terrifying anti-air network. In any early era, the resistance to calamity was extremely strong. Boom! 1,000-meter-long chosen steel dragon swept across the sky, and the undead teleportation portals along its path shattered into dust. Even without ever having seen a magical portal, the powerful chosen beasts and chosen ones could still crush it with divine power. The chosen steel dragon didn't linger and headed further north. Fortunately, the residential area where Field was located was a slum on the outskirts of the city, not the main battlefield of the calamity. They didn't encounter many enemies, but rather armies of living beings everywhere. Chosen beasts, it's been a while since I slain one for fun. Windchime, seeing the steel dragon, was eager to try. The world will always likes to use cute little animals to resist us. Why do you want to destroy the world? Field frowned. I forgot. Windchime scratched her fox ears, murmuring thoughtfully, I definitely remember, but I don't remember it all. It's better to worry about the present situation than the past. Wagging her tail, Windchime stood lazily, gesturing towards Field. Someone's come looking for trouble. Should we kill them? Field turned around. It was the army that had just arrived. My name is Lunia, and I serve in the Marine Corps. Carrying a massive harpoon gun, Lunia tried to lower his voice to appear more gentle. Don't be nervous. I heard you. A chosen one slew a monster? Possessing divine power, slaying monsters isn't unusual, is it? Can't you? Field knew he couldn't hide it anymore. There were too many witnesses. He immediately retorted. Of course I can, but the effect is terrible. Linnea frowned. It's fine against monsters with physical forms, but against semi-transparent ghosts, my attacks are almost ineffective. Me too. Windchime lied without batting an eye, saying calmly, I, a dignified third-tier being, used up all my divine power fighting a second-tier chosen one. Alright. Linnea sighed regretfully without much thought. The Empire and the monsters are organizing a large army. I believe they wipe out these monsters soon. Join the army, and defend our homeland with us. Linnea extended an olive branch. I consider it, but my divine power is depleted. I don't even have the ability to save myself. Here, take this. Linnea generously handed over 2 golden stones engraved with inscriptions, narrowing his eyes in confusion. By the way, who is your lord? Why is a demi-human in the Steel Lord Empire, and with him? Everyone looked at Field. Influenced by the secret realm, they considered Field a lowly commoner, utterly unworthy of the favor of the chosen ones. If you've been deceived, we help you return to the demi-human kingdom. Of course, I prefer you join the army. There's more room for advancement. Linnea was blunt. The Empire's hierarchy was strict, and it always looked down on the lowly. What about me? Field was extremely annoyed, hastily making up an excuse, about to speak. He and I are engaged, and no one can separate us. With a cold snort, Windchime hooked her arm around Field's, and turned to wink playfully at him. This subtle gesture was incredibly captivating. Impressive, brother. To even manage to get your hands on a chosen one from another race, you must have something extraordinary about you. The officer beside Linnea patted Field's shoulder enviously, while the surrounding citizens and soldiers cast envious and jealous glances. Seeing the two so affectionate, Linnea couldn't very well try to poach him. After all, none of his soldiers were fox-eared, and forcibly recruiting him was impossible. Keep it down. Field coolly waved his hand, pulling his arm away from Windchime and pulling her into his embrace. Chapter 1233. Feng Ling was suddenly struck, and her foxtail almost stiffened, nearly conjuring a divine artifact to chop Field to pieces. As a calamity that slaughtered the world, even a normal person who glanced at her deserved to die. How dare someone embrace her? It was utterly rebellious. Feeling the fragrant embrace, Field shamelessly demanded, Sir, is there any food? Give us some. Once we rested, we helped slay monsters. Sure, Linnea nodded in agreement. From the army, Field obtained a large bag of flour, a chicken, and a sleeping bag. When she tried to ask for more, Linnea ruthlessly refused. With her spoils, Field returned to the house. Buzz! A sword flashed, hovering at Field's neck. Holy crap! Field was startled, looking at the elegant, mature-looking Windchime, quickly calming down and teasing, You were just saying you were pledging your life to each other, and you're already breaking it off? Just something to appease them. I doubt you believe it anyway. Windchime swatted away the long sword, coldly warning, Don't touch me without my permission. That's against the rules. You hug me first, okay? Field said with disdain. The wind is free. I can hug you, but you can't hug me. Remember this, if there's a next time, I chop off your claws. She gracefully wagged her tail twice, the bells on it ringing crisply. Windchime hopped back onto the bed, lazily curling up, taking out 2 divine stones to absorb. Call me for meals, slave, quickly prepare food for me. So capricious, 1 minute aloof, the next cute. Field rubbed his chin. It seems. The personality of the Destruction Calamity is related to their abilities. Little Sun and Great Thunder Dragon were initially aloof, but after spending time together, they both developed quite good tempers. Windchime, on the other hand, gave off an unpredictable feeling. Knock, knock, knock. A knock sounded on the door. Field opened the door to find a large crowd gathered outside. Dear brother, I give you supplies. Could you give me a room? A resident carrying a large bag asked, trembling. I'm from the inner city. If you protect me, I guarantee you have no worries about food and clothing. You're truly a handsome man kissed by a goddess. I'm good at serving people. Give me a room. A scantily clad woman, revealing her long legs, chimed in. The most pitiful one was a little girl, staring at him with teary eyes, saying nothing. The hallway and the area below the building were packed with people. The battle to exterminate the undead had given the residents and new refugees hope. Even people from the neighboring neighborhood, hearing the rumors, wanted to move here. With a chosen one guarding the place, one can always feel at ease. Living beings are truly foolish. Windchime lay on her side on the bedroom bed, her fox ears twitching as she listened to the sounds outside, listlessly fiddling with her nails. If Field asked me to save this bunch of good-for-nothings, how should I refuse? Although I want to regain my freedom, I am a living being now, and I have no way to break free from the divine link. Faced with a large horde of calamities, the hope of survival is slim. Divine power is too scarce in this world. I accumulate strength first. Wind Chime's tail kept swishing, and she mischievously guessed, if Field ever finds out I run away, he definitely regretted to death. Sorry, no. Field refused their request without hesitation. Staying near this building will have a similar effect. If a monster appears, I definitely help. It wasn't out of pity, but because slaying monsters would bring benefits. The crowd's faces fell in despair. Look at your cowardice. Ask yourselves, if you had a chosen one, would you save ordinary people with no fighting ability in such a dangerous situation? Field's tone shifted, but don't panic. The key to survival now isn't just being close to a chosen one. His gaze swept over the crowd. Field's lordly instincts detected an opportunity. Huh? The crowd looked up, confused. It's about uniting and arming ourselves. Field made a grasping motion with his hands, stating decisively, as the saying goes, those who are willing to save themselves will be saved by others. Those who wait to be saved by others will be abandoned. You mean? The crowd broke out in a cold sweat. Field stated frankly, if you trust me and want to survive, obey my orders. I teach you how to protect yourselves. If you don't trust me, leave now. Hearing this, some muttered, even lowly people dare to give orders, and turned to leave, but many others stayed. Very good. A glint flashed in Field's eyes. A wise choice. Being a lone wolf in the apocalypse is certainly easy, but if someone can be used, why not? Regardless of their combat strength, they can share the damage, draw aggro, and do odd jobs. That's a huge help. The Lunia army was stationed at the entrance to the residential area. Field, not wanting to fight the undead army, couldn't be too conspicuous and instead absorbed only the surrounding inhabitants. Soon, Field secretly gathered 45 people, organizing them into a henchman group. 23 served as support personnel. The group included the elderly and children. Field didn't discriminate. Nominally, it was a disaster relief mutual aid group. The first thing they did was arrest all those in the building who resisted them. Their supplies were confiscated, and they were used as laborers. Since they were all poor and unarmed, Field had them dismantle tables and chairs, embedding knives to make short spears. Field personally trained them, teaching them how to fight the ghouls. He also had the laborers and support personnel use the dismantled tabletops, furniture, and other debris to make barricades and roadblocks for future use. Field's small building was, in effect, becoming Nightfall Territory's new territory. My lord, I checked so many times, the points can't be exchanged for anything anymore. The little girl, who had been crying earlier, apologized softly, I'm sorry, my lord. Field nodded knowingly, thinking to himself, he could only exchange for things because of the secret realm, not because of reality. Catching people to exchange for supplies was out of the question. Similarly, their points couldn't be transferred to him. Don't call me that, just call me Field. Field waved his hand casually. My lord, yes, my lord. The little girl nodded repeatedly, good night, my lord. The war raged all night, the two armies fighting brutally around the portal, countless people enduring the next day in terror. The next morning, the sky was still dark. The situation could only be judged by the light from the battle. Field gazed at the distant battlefield. Everywhere were corpses and metal debris, the inner city riddled with holes, almost completely leveled. The living army refused to give up, continuously gathering troops to block the gate. The residential area remained sealed off, and no one was allowed to leave. The army arrested a large number of civilians, and forced them to serve as logistics personnel. Chapter 1234. The decision to block the door is theoretically sound, Field said intently, but it'd soon be out of control. I'm hungry, slave. Wind Chime, her hair disheveled, emerged from the bedroom, still sleepy-eyed, her waist slender, her figure perfectly voluptuous. She rubbed her eyes, asking curiously, what did you do last night? Training the people. Field pointed to the food on the table, stewed chicken in a clay pot. Just made it for you, are you satisfied now? Field had personally prepared a stewed chicken, fragrant chicken, garnished with onions, served with flatbread, a feast for the eyes and the palate. Finally, some decent food. Wind Chime's nostrils twitched slightly, a pleased expression on her face, as she elegantly ate her food. It tastes good, I really like it, I didn't expect you could cook. Of course, it's a pity there aren't enough seasonings. Field waved his hand smugly. Most of the delicacies in the territory were his own creations. Your favorability rating has increased. Wind Chime chuckled mischievously. Lord Field, you're the best. You called me a slave yesterday. Just kidding, Don't be angry, you're like a child. Windchime patted Field's head, apologizing with a smile. Field rubbed his temples, speechless. Seeing Field unmoved, Windchime changed the subject. My divine power has recovered to 62%, barely enough to fight. How about we kill the stationed army and steal their divine stones? Licking the grease from her lips, a cold glint flashed in Windchime's eyes. I'm full, just want to kill something to digest. Worth considering, let's play it by ear. Having just finished eating, Field, with Windchime by his side, approached the army. Finding Lunia's tent, Field cut to the chase. Miss Lunia, why is the divine power in the air so thin? Why would a lowly commoner like you ask such a question? This is none of your business. Lunia looked up abruptly, her brows furrowed, her head spinning, and hurriedly waved him away. It's what I wanted to ask, Windchime said, arms crossed. Divine power is a gift from the goddess. There's no reason I shouldn't be able to sense it. To combat the calamities, the wandering divine power, as well as the divine power generated by the territory, was absorbed by the Council of Order and crafted into divine stones. Lunia hesitated for a moment, then explained, when calamities descend upon lands without divine power, they are completely annihilated without divine support. You've seen it yourself, we're winning victory after victory. The Council of Order consists of 3 pantheons, mechanics, order, and wisdom, each with a 9th-rank chosen god presiding over it. Proudly puffing out her chest, Lunia introduced. It was deliberate after all. Although he expected it, upon hearing the news, Field slammed his fist on the table in annoyance. What about the other chosen ones? How are we going to cultivate more combat power? What's most infuriating is that they absorb divine power to create commodities. Something that was originally free now requires payment to use. What's even more infuriating is that he's fighting for them. No need. We beings have enough 9th-tier powerhouses to annihilate all calamities. Divine stones can be supplied to them, and the military's combat power will suffice. Powerful warriors who die in battle will be implanted into magical puppets, far more meaningful than cultivating lower-tier ones. Rinia shook her head. Low-tier chosen ones have little impact on the battlefield, they're meaningless. You see, I only summoned you, I didn't force you to fight. Implanting a puppet after death, that's a good idea. A flash of inspiration struck Field. Windchime chuckled softly, I like your little tricks. If the calamity could truly be deciphered this way, it wouldn't be the calamity it was. A little trick? Rinia stood up, sighing deeply with mixed feelings. Once we defeat the calamity, you see how far-sighted the Council of Order is, far beyond what ordinary people can imagine. Her words had barely left her lips. The undead army has broken through the front lines. A hysterical cry rang out from outside the tent. Just hearing the hoarse voice sent a chill down Field's spine. What? Rinia rushed out of the tent, Field and Windchime following closely behind. A fierce wind swept over them, and in the distance, a gigantic steel dragon appeared, its pupils burning with purple flames. Its 1,000-meter-long body was covered in wounds, revealing gruesome flesh. Roar! The steel dragon unleashed a devastating breath, accompanied by a series of towering flames, instantly destroying the entire eastern district. That chosen beast, it's possessed? Field's pupils dilated in shock. Large numbers of manipulated chosen ones, surrounded by a tidal wave of undead legions, surged in all directions. The front line has collapsed. Hold the line and await reinforcements. Over 200 soldiers, crying and screaming, ran towards the residential area. The leader of the chosen one shouted, Rinia, quickly organize a defense. They're coming! Roar, roar, roar. Field looked behind them. In the darkness, countless green, purple, and red lights flashed. Dense hordes of skeletons, ghouls, and undead were rolling towards him with the force of a collapsing mountain and a tsunami. How could this be? Weren't we blocking the undead and killing them last night? Lunia was shocked. She raised her divine weapon and unleashed a divine skill at the surging enemies, cursing, warriors, get out here and form a defensive line. Mommy! So many monsters! The soldiers who rushed out with their weapons were terrified at the sheer density of the enemy. Some cowards turned and ran into the darkness, only to be met with blood-curdling screams. Bullshit! The core area is already overflowing with monsters. The undead we have here are just a tiny drop in the ocean. The newly arrived chosen one, Toga, roared. Windbell, we defend this intersection. Field quickly surveyed the surroundings, seeing the chaotic situation and realizing it was safer to stay with the crowd. Okay. Windbell nodded. Where's your weapon? Toga looked at Windbell with disdain, seeing she wasn't a chosen one of the machine gods. She glared at Field. Who gave you, a lowly commoner, the authority to give orders. If you're useless, get out of here. Heh. Wind Chime was surrounded by a hurricane. With a casual flick of her wrist, wind blades cleaved a bloody trail through the undead tide. With repeated flicks of her sleeve, countless sword lights flashed. In an instant, the charging undead were annihilated. Everyone was stunned. The undead, who were notoriously difficult to kill, were as easy as slicing tofu in Wind Chime's hands. In just 2 minutes, the enemies before them had been wiped out. Toga was startled and about to speak. A ruthless slash, covering 100 meters in an instant, struck fiercely. Bang! The divine shield shattered like glass, blood splattered, and Toga vomited a mouthful of foul blood, a gruesome wound appearing on his chest. Who gave you, a piece of trash, to insult my lord? Wind Chime stepped forward with elegant cat-like steps, exuding overwhelming pressure. Although he yearned for freedom and contemplated escaping Field, the fact that the lord was being insulted was another matter entirely. Chapter 1235. Everyone was stunned by Feng Ling's unpredictable behavior. 1 second she was fighting undead, the next she was attacking her own people. Just because she cursed Field, was it really necessary to offend a chosen one? I'm sorry. Toga trembled with fear, even wetting himself. He, a 4th-tier chosen one, had been swatted away like a fly by an enemy, severely injured with a single blow. Field impatiently demanded, "Nothing else matters, I need divine stones. I've been fighting for you all for nothing." Buzz? A strange fluctuation of divine power erupted, and a familiar figure materialized in the air. "Field, you're having a great time in the secret realm all by yourself. Is this a vacation?" Hearing the voice, Field was startled and quickly turned around. Seeing the figure before him, Field felt his heart skip a beat. It was Margaret. Unlike the Margaret she'd seen in the real world, this woman possessed a colossal stargate behind her, radiating an overwhelming aura. "You two know each other?" Wind Chime looked confused, her fox fur standing on end as she cautiously retreated. "Humph, a pawn vying for the power of calamity, daring to linger before me." Margaret glanced coldly at Wind Chime, a chilling smile playing on her lips. "Luckily, I have precognitive abilities and found you, Field." "What do you mean?" Field was bewildered. "It's simple. This secret realm is designed to simulate your soul power." Margaret's words were startling. "The world can only influence living beings. Similarly, it can only draw power from living beings. The Church of Order cannot decipher the power of the destruction calamity. But, once the destruction calamity becomes a living being, it can decipher it." Margaret's eyebrows furrowed, pointing reproachfully at Field. "What?" Field was stunned, and everyone around him stared wide-eyed. "Huh? I didn't know that." Wind Chime's bright, starry eyes were filled with confusion. "I have many questions." Field frowned. "Are you Margaret?" "Yes, but only Margaret from the Third Era. I could foresee the future, but I lost my memory." Margaret explained, "Fortunately, you have a divine body. Your divine body distorted the secret realm, allowing me to sense the variables, which is how I found you." Field's pupils dilated. "Why is everything suddenly so chaotic?" "This has to start with the reason for our destruction," Margaret explained. "Look at this ridiculous world, it doesn't even have divine power. The living beings can only survive by eating moss. Everything has reached the brink of annihilation. The Council of Order controls all resources, relentlessly squeezing the last vestiges of vitality from this world. They want to become gods, coveting the power of immortality. The beings of the Third Era have completely lost any possibility of progress. We, the Calamities, are the executors of the world's will. Our mission is to eliminate the fallen beings and restart the world's will. Isn't the Calamity hostile to the world's will?" Field couldn't understand. "It's a two-sided issue." Margaret shook her head. "The living beings are the children of the world's will, the entire world is your cradle. It won't harm you. But what the world desires is for life to continuously evolve, progress, and break free from its cradle. Not for its offspring to slaughter each other in their infancy, endlessly degenerating, even killing their mother. Therefore, at the time of creation, it deduced calamities, born for the purpose of restarting. Similarly, we calamities will continuously bring changes to the world. For example, the undead, who will reuse the power of the dead." Field's pupils dilated. "Is that so? Calamities are actually benevolent." "That's right, but the degenerated children are unwilling to restart, so they can only be killed." Margaret's eyes fixed on the wind chimes. "When calamities become living beings, they will put the mechanism for restarting the world into the hands of these beings. Then, the entire world will continue to degenerate." Margaret pointed to the residential area. "They can only eat moss now. And what about in 1,000 years?" They only be able to cannibalize each other. So this secret realm? Field's pupils dilated. It's just the Council of Order's scheme. The Order and the Pantheon of Wisdom are all adept at deduction. They anticipated you would use the power of a divine body. The secret realm has been advocating that you resist the calamity, a tactic of the Council of Order. Of course, there's no right or wrong in resisting the calamity. If you can defeat it, you have broken free from its cradle. But the beings of the Third Era clearly cannot do that. Windchime rubbed her head, lost in thought. How come I didn't know about this? I completely forgotten. After the world restarts, of course you won't know. Everything will restart. Everything will be forgotten. Field, untie her soul link. I will retrieve it. Margaret sighed. If you want to resurrect the calamity, use the scroll of annihilation. Don't let yourself become the Council of Order's weak point. Field took 2 steps back, his head spinning, but it all seemed too unbelievable. But it was true, as she said, that Margaret in the real world had also forgotten everything. I don't think I have any reason to listen to you, Field said, staring intently at Margaret, trying to find a flaw in her eyes. As payment, I will unlock the secret treasure vault, granting you enormous benefits. I don't want the world to end, Margaret said gently. I hope that in your time, life will no longer fall. But, if you truly wish for your kingdom to continue, the Third Era has ended, you have no reason to oppose me. Your goal is to gain benefits. Windchime staggered, her fox ears drooping listlessly, incredulous. I become the weak point, how could I? How could I be the weak point? The pride of the calamity of destruction shattered. Windchime's fox ears drooped as she stared intently at Field, her expression complex. Sever the soul link. I could kill you all. However, in the future I foresee, you are a partner of our calamity, Margaret emphasized. Cold sweat trickled down Field's forehead. In this secret realm, it seemed the only power he could rely on was the Windchime. Dishia's divine power hadn't fully recovered. She might not be able to do anything. Die together, or gain something and leave. Margaret's eyes were calm. Sorry. Field steeled his resolve, raised the international friendship sign, and sneered, the calamity I know would never spout so much nonsense. Stop pretending, the real calamity would have already attacked. Back then, when Margaret used his soul's resurgence, she was filled with murderous intent towards him. If it weren't for the Nightfall Chosen's deterrent, she would have already killed him. Chapter 1236. In the Third Era, when the Netherworld was at its zenith, it actually gave him a chance, even offering substantial benefits in exchange. Are you kidding? The true calamity would have already crushed him. There's no point in arguing. This thing can't possibly be the real Margaret. Field even suspects it's a monster, but he lacks evidence. The fox's ears perked up sharply. Windchime raised her hand, and ruthlessly hurled 2 wind blades at Margaret. You're absolutely right. I can sense that her power is similar to what you used to create me. It doesn't belong to this world at all. In other words, she's also interfering with this secret realm, not its creation. Good. Margaret sneered repeatedly, retreating into the portal, perfectly dodging the attack, and disappearing into space. Field was shocked. Is that so? Simply put, he, through Dishia, changed the course of the secret realm, and the other party did the same. The secret realm, originally intended for ordinary people to test themselves, has been completely altered. Yes, but I thought you immediately severed the soul link. I didn't expect you to be so reluctant to leave me, hee. Windchime revealed a sly, fox-like glint in her eyes. I was even prepared to abandon you and run away alone. Bad woman. Field's face turned green, and he said sarcastically, family members, who understands? Just kidding. Windchime stuck out her tongue. What exactly happened? Perhaps due to the laws of the secret realm, the onlookers couldn't understand what Field and the others were saying. Margaret flashed back, her eyes flashing with intense ruthlessness. Since you don't believe me, then let's all die together. The entire secret realm twisted rapidly, and eerie divine power dissipated. The undead army, originally predicted by the laws of the secret realm, suddenly changed. Powerful vampires and ghostly demons were directly teleported to Field's face. Cheating, huh? Field was startled, retreating rapidly, while simultaneously raising his bladed gun and immediately pulling the trigger. The burning crystal bullets couldn't even polish the monster. The 6-meter-tall ghostly demon, with 4 arms and its body studded with corpses, fixed its gaze on Field with 2 flames in its eyes. Boom! A massive, pillar-like arm slammed down. Watch out! Windchime flashed in, grabbing Field around the waist and gracefully dodging the ferocious wind of the punch. With her snow-white toes touching the ground, Windchime turned and unleashed a wind blade slash. The spectral demon crossed its 4 arms in defense, wind blades slicing through its thick scales. As black demonic blood splattered, the wind blades embedded themselves deep in its arms, unable to penetrate any further. Seemingly impervious to pain, the spectral demon merely stared coldly at the two, green ghostly flames surging from its four arms as it rapidly repaired itself. Removing its execution claws, the spectral demon charged towards Field with lightning speed. Such speed! It's a 6th-tier life form. Windchime set Field down, conjured a long sword, and clashed fiercely with the attacking spectral demon. A resounding clang echoed, sparks flying. Under the horrified gazes of the crowd, Windchime, with her small frame, had single-handedly blocked the spectral demon's charge. Die! Destructive power surged wildly into her long sword. Windchime flew along the ground, leaping up using the execution claws. She hurled a verdant wind blade, striking the spectral demon's neck, then charged forward at breakneck speed. The sword light flashed, and the spectral demon's head was severed from its body. However, the headless demon still stood, its head ablaze with soul flames. The demon's head flew off and landed on its neck. The demon pressed its neck against its own, seemingly unaffected. What is this thing? Windchime unleashed several sword strikes, severing its arms and legs, only to discover, to her astonishment, that the demon was not dead, but rapidly regenerating. Talent, undying, a demonic creation, rapidly regenerating unless damaged beyond a certain extent. More high-level monsters surged forward. Windchime fought her way through, her divine power rapidly depleting. Damn it, the difficulty of the secret realm has suddenly increased so much. How are we supposed to survive? Dealing with even low-level undead was already difficult enough. Field gritted his teeth. We need to think of a way. Maybe we have to utilize the local inhabitants. Roar! 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 Various powerful demonic creations pounced on the group. Soldiers along the way were devoured, their screams echoing everywhere. The two chosen ones, despite their valiant resistance, had virtually no effect. The two, who had previously been so arrogant towards ordinary people, disregarded the street closure orders and turned to flee. The residents of the neighborhood, seeing the army run away, erupted in chaos, crying and screaming as they rushed out to escape. The people Field had trained only offered slight resistance before crumbling again and again. Field watched as a woman carrying a child, in her panic, stumbled into the horde of monsters, and was smashed into a bloody pulp. Damn it, what kind of resistance is this? Field's brows furrowed, furious. We resisted calamities twice before. Why did it turn out like this? Using divine techniques to annihilate them is simply not worth it. Sword light flashed, and Feng Ling cleaved 6 ghostly demons in succession, yet she couldn't completely kill them. She wanted to activate the Annihilation Wind God technique, but in this wretched world, there was no free divine power in the air to use. Even if she killed the ghostly demons, she would be powerless and could only await death. Feng Ling was caught in a dilemma. Do you have any more divine stones? Give them to us now, or we all die. Field roared at Toga. Toga, relentlessly pursued and hacked at, cried out with a mournful face. Each person was only allocated 5 divine stones. I used them all. Me too, Field, hold on. Lunia shouted, once I escape, I report your achievement to the council. Heh. My influence on the secret realm is increasing every second. Margaret revealed a dangerous smile. Interesting, isn't it? Enjoy the thrill of being hunted by calamity. My power is enough to alter the strength of a 6th-tier divine power. I see how you fight against a 6th-tier netherworld. Heh. Under the influence of the bizarre divine power, the secret realm collapsed again and again, even unable to maintain normal logic. Millions of meters away on the battlefield, atop a 100-meter-high pile of corpses, a dozen chosen of the machines were nailed to the sword monument. Perfect art. Mira, a 6th-tier chosen of the machines, admiring her masterpiece of slaughter, only felt space distorted. Reappearing, she found herself in a dilapidated place with absolutely no strategic value. How did I get here? Strange. Mira's icy senses instantly enveloped the entire battlefield. 2. There are too few creatures to kill here. With a disgruntled snort, Mira crossed her arms. Not even a worthy opponent. The combat power of the Third Era is laughably weak. Who goes there? Rinia and Toga, who had just run out of the residential area, were stunned upon seeing the stunningly beautiful woman in a high-slid black dress with demonic ram horns on her head. They nearly collapsed to the ground. Chapter 1237. Holding her slender red demonic sword, Mira said expressionlessly, I don't care to kill you. Get out of my way, and don't get in my way. Ah? Okay. The two were overjoyed. Seeing the undead army surging behind them, They hurriedly ran forward, trying to brush past Mara and escape as quickly as possible. Bang! They had only taken 2 steps when they were instantly filled with terrifying sword energy, exploding like watermelons, red and white matter flying everywhere. 3 divine stones fell from their bodies, annihilated by the sword energy. Are all the creatures in this world fools? I said, get out of my way. Mira didn't care about this little incident and continued to move forward gracefully. The undead that rushed towards them, getting within 100 meters of Mira, were indiscriminately shredded into mincemeat. Roar! The undead horde realized something was wrong and hurriedly made way in fear. Netherworld sword domain, calamity level, racial foundation level, passive a sword domain composed of sword energy, resentment, and killing intent. Touching it is equivalent to being attacked by Mira. This passive divine skill provides 175% attack speed, and attack range. Weak humans. Finding no opponents in her senses, Mira listlessly unleashed her divine power and prepared to leave. Sister, there are some ants here. Let's take care of them. Margaret, seeing Mira arrive, sneered and quickly said, you deserve this honor. At this time, the undead legion had completely wiped out the garrison in the residential area. Wind Chime could only cover field, moving through the residential area, fighting and retreating. Damn it, if I had enough divine power, I would have killed all these scum. Wind Chime complained angrily. Watch out, a chosen one is coming. Field looked up and saw Mira approaching with a sword in hand. His hair stood on end instantly. An extremely terrifying aura of death emanated from her, as if she could crush his heart with her mere presence. The seemingly harmless, mature woman, adorned in red and black jeweled high-heeled sandals, moved gracefully forward. Towering buildings in her path were instantly crushed into dust. We're doomed. Her level far surpasses mine. At least a peak 6th rank. Fong Ling, her foxtail bristling, was stunned the moment she saw Mira. She tugged at Field's sleeve, her face contorted with despair. Field, we're doomed. As a former 9th rank calamity, she immediately gauged the opponent's level based on her aura and beauty. The arrival of a 6th rank chosen one, coupled with the vast undead army and Margaret, who could influence the secret realm, had created a complete dead end. The one who came is a 6th tier chosen one, and so beautiful. Look at those snow-white thighs, not much less attractive than mine. Wind Chime's stunning face was both pitiful and aggrieved. Why don't you try using your charm? If all else fails, dear Field, you have to sacrifice yourself and unleash a defeat animation. If it gives birth to little ghost, I can be her stepmother. I mean, her wet nurse. Wind Chime clutched her fox ears, her face filled with despair. What nonsense are you spouting? I like to use my charm too. Field almost coughed up blood, wanting to give Wind Chime a good whack, but he held back. Her brain was already this out of control. Another slap would be even more stupid than corruption. Hehehe, trying to use a divine body to find my existence. This is your fate. I don't even need to lift a finger. Margaret sneered inwardly, looking down at Field with a sense of awe at their despair. We have no choice but to use Dish's power. Sensing that Dish's divine power had recovered considerably, Field hesitated, wondering whether to further alter the secret realm. But if altering the realm wouldn't benefit the current situation, or if Margaret stopped him, then there would truly be no hope left. After all, Margaret could change the course of the secret realm and summon a 6th tier chosen one, while Disha herself was only 5th tier. Wait, there's still hope. Wind Chime and I can both see through the true nature of the calamity. There's no reason the other side can't. Field suddenly had a flash of inspiration, pointing to the sky and laughing arrogantly. Netherworld calamity, look at your companion in the sky. Why doesn't she kill me instead of sending you? Haha, you already fallen into our trap. The invincible, eerie master will hang you up and beat you 9 times in 3 days. Unsure if the other side was truly an eerie being, Field simply spouted nonsense. Such arrogant words immediately piqued Calamity's curiosity. Mariah, who had been walking gracefully, looked up with surprise, giggling. Margaret, when did you? The ornaments on her demonic horns jingled crisply, as her beautiful face looked up. Wait. She suddenly paused, tilting her head back strangely. Yeah, that's strange. Why am I here? And why wasn't I surprised by the spatial shift? It was as if her will had been influenced, consciously ignoring the inconsistencies. Don't listen to his nonsense, do it. Margaret panicked. Who are you? Surprisingly, Mira stopped paying attention to Field and stared intently at Margaret, her confusion quickly turning into murderous intent. Your eyes are off, not pure enough, unlike our netherworld calamity. It's definitely not Margaret. Even if it were the soul of a flea, she wouldn't give it to me. even if her energy fluctuations are the same as Margaret's. Having detected a flaw, Mira immediately saw through the other party's deception. In Mira's eyes, Margaret's aura shifted from calamity to life. Her face twisted into a mist, obscuring her features. What a trap! Such a powerful illusion, managing to deceive my senses. Die! Mira's cold face, overflowing with murderous intent, unleashed a sword beam that instantly traversed 10,000 meters. The lightning-fast sword light sliced through space, emitting a thunderous explosion, tearing apart the space in its path. Field you. A human spy colluding with Calamity. Margaret, facing the ferocious attack of Calamity, nearly exploded with rage. Her pupils dilated, and she retreated rapidly, quickly dissipating. Slash, 6th-tier divine skill, Eternal Silence. Mira activated her divine skill, and instantly, deep sword light surged across the sky. Even though Margaret had vanished into the void, she was still struck by the merciless power of the netherworld, causing her to stagger. Die! Mira soared into the sky, excitedly lunging at Margaret. A barrage of dazzling sword techniques rained down without restraint, forcing Margaret to constantly dodge, yet unable to completely escape. Foolish Calamity, foolish Field. Margaret was utterly disheveled, her lungs nearly bursting with rage. But she dared not retaliate, her true aura must not be revealed. This is the Calamity I know, it only knows how to kill at the slightest provocation. Field let out a long sigh of relief. Chapter 1238. Wind Chime switched from offense to defense, forming a hurricane barrier around herself. The rapidly blowing wind sent all the undead in its path flying. Even amidst the seemingly endless tide of undead, Wind Chime maintained terrifying speed. But Field knew that with his current strength, escaping under the nose of a 6th-tier Chosen One was impossible. Perhaps using his ability to influence the secret realm was the only hope of escape. Entangled by Calamity, I can no longer interfere with the secret realm. If the commotion gets too big and the chaos predicts my location, I'm afraid I die in the secret realm too. With a 6th-tier netherworld and countless undead with soul-specific attacks, they're enough to devour Field completely, leaving not even a soul behind. Margaret barely dodged the sharp sword light, her eyes only filled with mockery. Field, enjoy the gift I prepared for you. With that, a strange divine power erupted. Margaret vanished instantly, as if she had never existed. But the price was that the secret realm crumbled repeatedly. Field and Margaret frequently interfered with the realm, making it difficult for it to maintain its laws. Disappeared? Coward, a mere ant that only knows how to run away. Mira, longsword in hand, looked around, her confusion turning to rage. She slashed at the air. A dazzling sword light slammed into the ground, instantly annihilating all the undead in the street, their ashes merging into her body as ghostly light. I need worthy opponents, at least enemies who will retaliate. Glancing at the fleeing Field, she turned away in boredom, her long purple hair fluttering, not just running minions. Ignoring Field and the other, Mira was about to leave. Space distorted again? They're back again. Mira crossed her arms. My lady, Black Feather has come to reinforce you. A beautiful and elegant figure pierced through the void. It was Black Feather. She activated her senses and immediately spotted Field, who was being protected. Her eyes crinkled with joy. Luckily, we kept trying. It turned out that the Chosen Ones of Nightfall hadn't given up on providing reinforcements just because the secret realm only allowed ordinary people to enter. They had been trying to find ways to help. Margaret's transfer of the 6th-tier netherworld to the battlefield also created a breakthrough for the secret realm, allowing entry for 6th-tier Chosen Ones. Even though she was gone for only a moment, Black Feather seized the opportunity and successfully entered the secret realm. The strange thing only lasted a short while. Thankfully, the netherworld Calamity is leaving. That's great. I can't use Digia's power again, lest I be targeted again. Field, fleeing, turned and saw Mira turn around, his heart filled with joy. If the netherworld Calamity were to pursue him, he would only have one option: to interfere with the secret realm again. Field secretly rejoiced. I never enter a secret realm again, they're all traps. At least I absolutely can't use cheats, purely overpowered operations that increase the difficulty. He gained the combat power of a 3rd-tier Wind Calamity, but gained a 6th-tier enemy. A huge loss. He vaguely guessed that it was Little Scorpion's secret realm interference ability that gave a third-party force an opportunity. After all, while the previous secret realms were traps, they never collapsed. Wait, who's that? Field saw a familiar figure, quickly checked the soul link, then rubbed his eyes in disbelief. It's Black Feather, she's here. Calamity seems to have turned back too. Seeing the Lord surrounded by the undead, Blackfeather's divine power surged, his raven feather sword splitting in two, then into four, instantly transforming into 5,000 swords. A torrential downpour of sword light shot forth. It's over. Windchime keenly heard the sound of swords cutting through the air, turned her head, and her legs trembled violently. She almost lost control of her instincts, spilling a cup of appa tea. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. A magnificent crimson sword light fell, tearing countless undead to shreds. Even the powerful nether demons, despite their immortality, were annihilated. In the entire area, all visible undead were wiped out by Blackfeather's barrage of swords. My lord, I'm here. Are you all right? Blackfeather flashed over, landing anxiously in front of Field. He reached out to embrace the lord, but only slightly raised his hand before quickly lowering it, appearing obedient. Good, ha-ha. Field, who had been hunched over for 2 days, immediately straightened up. He gave Blackfeather's head a good ruffled ruffle, then put his hands on his hips, puffed out. Where are the others? They didn't have time to come in. The entrance to the secret realm only lasted a moment. Blackfeather shook his head regretfully. This? Windchime was stunned, her big eyes filled with shock, blinking rapidly. She couldn't believe that an ordinary human like Field was connected to a 6th-tier chosen one, and judging from Field's expression, he seemed to have taken advantage of her. He even dared to touch the head of a 6th-tier chosen one. No wonder he wasn't very happy even knowing her own abilities. It turned out there was a higher-level chosen one. Even thinking of freedom, Windchime couldn't help but feel dejected and resentful, thinking to herself, an ant who doesn't know its worth. Don't ask anything, just know they're allies. Field gave a thumbs up. Windchime glanced at Field indifferently, tossed her long hair, and turned away, too lazy to waste words, exuding an aura of domineering older sister. Field, feeling awkward from Windchime's coldness, thought to himself, this girl isn't happy about being saved, and she's acting so indifferent. Could she really be a bad seed? Too lazy to guess her thoughts. Field hurriedly said, beware of the hostile calamity. Finally, an interesting opponent has arrived. Mira floated down, revealing an elegant yet wild smile, and a chosen one who wields a sword. Killing you will bring me pleasure. With that, she blurred, and the moment her terrifying demonic sword pierced through, countless ghosts wailed. Talent, howling of living beings, exclusive to the netherworld, racial foundation level, effect. The more souls absorbed, the more pain the soul experiences, and the stronger the buff provided. This talent can stack infinitely, but the effect weakens after reaching a certain level. Blackfeather's pupils constricted sharply, the opponent's aura far exceeded his expectations. Even against the Morning Wind Alliance, when facing 3 equally chosen gods, he hadn't felt this much pressure. However, pressure aside, Blackfeather casually flicked his wrist, converging divine power into a raven feather long sword, directly facing Mira's attack. A resounding clang rang out as the 2 divine weapons intertwined, emitting a clear, ringing sound. However, Mira flicked her wrist, and the long sword in her hand instantly became illusory, piercing directly through the raven feather sword and striking Blackfeather. A divine power shield shone brightly, absorbing most of the damage, but a few streaks of sword light still pierced through. Blackfeather's head throbbed with pain as netherworld divine power raged within him. He immediately activated the Flawless Heart Sword, annihilating the chaotic netherworld divine power. Oh! This ability, which always works on the chosen ones, is ineffective against you. Mira's eyes flashed with surprise, and a wailing purple sword light unleashed, netherworld sword domain. Calamity sword domain. Raven feathers fluttered around Blackfeather. The 2 unleashed their sword domains almost simultaneously. Chapter 1239. Mira was taken aback, a hint of confusion flashing in her eyes. It feels so familiar, like this divine skill is related to me. It's probably just similar. Divine skills at the level of racial foundation can't be the same. An interesting opponent. Mira's domain bloomed, instantly covering the entire sky. Blackfeather, be careful. If something's wrong, we run. This godforsaken place, we can't recover our divine power. Field, seeing the opponent activate her domain, his heart pounding, quickly shouted a warning. When an army faces a high-ranking chosen god alone, they are often cut down like fruit, but with a domain activated, an army becomes a force to be reckoned with, providing a huge boost. Blackfeather nodded seriously. That's right, there are only 2 of you. Mira looked down at Blackfeather, seeing no army, and decisively dispersed her domain. Sisters, you're truly passionate. Field was surprised. He hadn't expected the disaster item to be so good. A wild thought crossed his mind. Could this thing also be a strange disguise? Without effective reconnaissance methods, it's impossible to identify. I hope you can bring me pleasure. Of course, if you can't, you only be tortured to death by me. Grinning, Mira's figure suddenly shot out, her vast divine power erupting to its limit. She thrust out her sword, time seemingly frozen, arriving in an instant. Blackfeather raised his hand and unleashed a heaven burial divine technique, a black raven composed of sword energy and divine power crashing into her. The instant the two collided, the black raven heaven burial technique exploded violently, terrifying power sweeping in all directions, forming a ferocious sword energy storm. Taking the divine technique head-on, Mira was temporarily blinded. The sword energy pierced through her divine power shield, constantly cutting Mira's snow-white skin, leaving bloody marks. As if feeling no pain, Malaya didn't even flinch. Purple soul fire burned in her wound, rapidly healing it. The Netherworld Calamity possessed unique racial abilities. Often, even with their heads severed, they could still be lively and energetic. Divine power cannot be restored. Is this what it feels like? We must finish this quickly. Blackfeather had already realized the gravity of the situation. She pointed her slender finger at the ground, and the raven feather swords that had previously slain the undead army shot towards Malaya in unison. Not bad, a 6-tier divine skill, the evil soul dream eater slash. Malaya, enduring the aftershocks of the burial heaven explosion, moved her mind, and 4 enormous ghostly bodies surged from behind her. They had no organs, only a gaping bloody maw. Roar! With a terrifying pull, the maw swallowed the aftershocks of the explosion, and the massive number of raven feather swords in one gulp. Dream Eater slash, racial foundation level, Netherworld exclusive devours dissipated divine power, projectiles, and incoming divine skills, acquiring the characteristics of the enemy's divine skill and counterattacking. The moment the ghost retracted, Mira unleashed a sword strike. The Dream Eater slash, imbued with a portion of the power of the Burial Heaven divine skill, struck Blackfeather instantly. Bang! The explosion altered the very fabric of the world. Blackfeather groaned, and his divine power shield immediately emitted a crisp, shattering sound. A large amount of divine power poured into the shield for repair. However, without the naturally generated replenishment of divine power, this recovery became a tremendous burden. Again! Asterisk in a flash, Mira attacked again, and Blackfeather met the stunning figure with a decisive counterattack. The two divine weapons clashed fiercely, their clanging sounds echoing across the sky like the striking of metal. Mira's swordsmanship is unpredictable and mysterious. Sometimes it is as swift as a flowing river, and sometimes as agile as a dancing bee. She can sting, flick, or become invisible and directly attack the soul. She can use all kinds of high-difficulty techniques with ease. Two figures clashed fiercely in midair. At first, Heiyu could manage. But Heiyu was young and lacked combat experience. Most importantly, her swordsmanship was entirely inherited from Yuming Calamity. After only 30 rounds, Malaya was surprised to find that her opponent's sword techniques, aside from being somewhat clumsy, were more authentic than her own. However, Heiyu's swordsmanship also surprised her. Certain subtle aspects had been significantly altered. While lacking Yuming's eerie agility, it possessed a fierce and bloodthirsty quality, far from a rigid imitation. You're also a split soul? Malaya pushed aside the disheveled Heiyu, winking at her. What split soul? Heiyu breathed slightly, her nascent rabbit-like member heaving. She hesitated, wondering whether to use a powerful divine technique. But if she missed, she would face the risk of exhausting her divine power. In contrast, Yuming remained unaffected by the absence of divine power. It's alright, you can die now. With a wild flick of her long black hair, Mira laughed and thrust her long sword forward. 6-tier divine skill, Death Knight. The moment the divine power erupted, the world changed color. The faint light from the burning city, the soul fire of the undead monsters, and the distant flames of war were instantly shrouded in darkness. Countless unseen and imperceptible sword beams swirled around Heiyu, relentlessly attacking. Heiyu swung his sword in vain, unable to parry even a single blow. The raven feather swords protecting him shattered into dust. In the impenetrable darkness, the only visible feature was Heiyu's divine power shield, constantly erupting with crimson light. Helpless, Heiyu could only channel all his divine power into defense and the shield. Heiyu endured for a full 4 minutes, relying solely on her immense divine power and a special divine power shield, the Crimson Chaos Protection. She actually withstood this? The dead night dissipated, and the previously vanished flames reignited. Not a single building in sight remained intact, everywhere were smooth, mirror-like cuts. The distant screams and monster howls vanished, leaving the city deathly silent. Whether surviving beings or undead allies, all were slain. Hey Yu held her broken sword, her eyes filled with unwavering determination. Gulp. Field, drenched in sweat, swallowed hard, shouting anxiously, Hey Yu, if we can't beat her, we run. I'm weakening her a little more. With a thought, Hey Yu reforged her raven feather sword. A quick sensory examination revealed that 70% of her divine power had been annihilated. The shield shattered. Even her divine power armor was torn, revealing a flawless, soft light. It's important to know that Black Feather's total divine power, accumulated over time, had reached an astonishing level. The loss of 70% of his divine power was enough to kill 3 or 4 chosen ones. So tenacious. Mirage showed surprise for the first time. Is he actually a tank-type class? Seeing Black Feather withstand the attack, Field breathed a sigh of relief. It's a miracle we didn't die. Can you get off me, human? Windchime bared her teeth at Field, her alluring face full of amusement. Just because your little lover can't hide doesn't mean I can't. My position won't be affected. Sorry, I couldn't help myself. In sloth form, Field, still clinging to Windchime, awkwardly jumped off her. Slapping his forehead, Field suddenly realized, oh right, Wind Disaster, you're a destruction-level swordsmanship master. Chapter 1240. Humph, finally some conciliatory words. But I heard too many. They're all from enemies on their deathbeds, Windchime said casually. Though she said that, her true intentions were practically smug. You can see through the netherworld swordsmanship? Field seized on the key point. Not necessarily. The abilities the opponent displayed possess at least 3 races' foundational divine skills. The performance of the Descendant Calamity has impressed me. Windchime shook her head, wisely analyzing, I'm not the goddess herself. No matter how powerful I am, I can't see through everything. Calamity isn't an iterative relationship, nor is it necessarily more powerful the older it is. In fact, the combat strength varies between different individuals. However, Black Feather, having mastered the netherworld swordsmanship, could easily defeat the Imperial Sword Saint, holding his own against 3 opponents with skill alone, demonstrating the true value of the netherworld swordsmanship. There are no weaklings at the 6th rank, let alone the overlords of the 3rd era. You can't beat him either? Field was dumbfounded. Huh? Why didn't you let me fight a 9th-tier opponent one-on-one? Windchime flicked Field with her finger. I said maybe not, maybe I can't see through their swordsmanship. Whether I can win depends on many factors. A streak of light flashed across the sky, and the demonic sword returned to Mariah's hand. Your defense is amazing, and your divine power is abundant. You're a good opponent, but unfortunately, you're too inexperienced. Mariah held the long sword to her chest, smiled slightly at Black Feather, her long hair casually draped over her shoulders. She revealed a clear, pure expression. Don't worry, we in the netherworld will make good use of your body and soul, not wasting a single bit. Her elegant smile, paired with her innocent face, spoke without a hint of threat, yet sent chills down one's spine. The battle isn't over yet. Black Feather quickly adjusted his position, concealing his lord. Resist? I love seeing you struggle for survival. Mira's eyes crinkled into a sweet smile. Your immense divine power must be thanks to your lord. Don't worry, I kill your lord too, turning him into an undead. Mira's gaze fell on Field, like a peerless sword piercing the heart. She happily shook her head, the ornaments on her demon horns jingling softly, while she hummed softly, seemingly in a good mood. Don't even think about it. Black Feather's gaze was resolute. Damn it, this is the first time I've been praised by an enemy. Field was embarrassed. I'm not happy at all. You're her lord, otherwise there's no need for you to insist like this. Mira's long hair flowed, and she looked at Field sincerely. I'm seriously praising you. Don't struggle anymore, just die obediently. Thank you, Miss Netherworld. Scanning her perfect, delicate body, Field immediately had the idea of extracting information, asking, but I'm still unconvinced. Why wasn't your divine power affected? Because there's a high-level resource-type netherworld that uses divine power to link each of us. Mira didn't hold back, opening her palm, and a tiny portal resembling a dressing mirror floated out. A continuous stream of primordial divine power flowed into Mira's body through the portal. Even if I wanted to be fair, I couldn't sever it. After all, if I did, my other sisters would kill me as an enemy. Mira smiled. We netherworld beings fight in physical form, so the divine power of all netherworld calamities is almost limitless. Of course, in emergencies, if our divine power is insufficient. Her gaze caught sight of the surging undead following behind. She casually waved her hand at the serval, cowering undead soldiers. Boom boom boom. All the surging undead involuntarily self-destructed, transforming into soul light that flowed into Mira's body, rapidly restoring her divine power. No wonder the undead betrayed the calamity. Field's lips twitched. Alright, enough of the nonsense. I haven't killed any living beings for over 10 minutes. Mira pursed her thin lips. You also want your soul to become part of my divine power, right? I know you like that. Don't worry, you absolutely cannot escape. We netherworld beings are experts at tracking. Field was sweating profusely. We run into a monster. The opponent has unlimited divine power, but our divine power costs money. How are we supposed to compete? Looks like we have no choice but to run. I thought the calamities of other eras were like corruption, sold in bulk. I didn't expect them to be so ferocious, practically invincible. Windchime snorted lightly, her voluptuous figure displaying her pride without any attempt to hide it. Not invincible as exaggerated. If I were at the 6th rank, I could definitely defeat her. 2 or 3/10 of my divine power would be enough. The thing you're raising seems to use abilities from the netherworld? That won't do. Spreading her hands, Windchime pointed out the most crucial problem. Then you go. Field punched her palm. Goodbye, Field, you heartless man, I hate you. As if she heard the funniest joke in the world, Windchime tiptoed away without hesitation. Black Feather used flame fusion on her. Field threw a punch. My little darling isn't just about combat and stats, she also has powerful mechanics. At this moment, Mira, having thoroughly enjoyed the spoils of war, coldly snorted die. And intended to completely annihilate Heyu. Rampaging fusion. Even though she didn't recognize Feng Ling, and was unaware of her 3rd-tier combat power, Heyu unconditionally trusted her lord. She immediately activated her fusion ability, transforming it into a continuous stream of raven-shaped divine power, which merged into Feng Ling's body. Buzz buzz buzz. A vast divine power pressure erupted, the void trembled, and the secret realm, which had just stopped cracking, began to roar again. Feng Ling's aura surged, and in an instant, she possessed 6th-tier divine power. A black hurricane swirled around her, and a magic ring with a black base and green inscriptions bloomed behind her. What? A monstrous wave surged in Feng Ling's heart, her pupils dilated in shock, filled with astonishment. This human youth, she thought she had casually encountered, was just an ordinary person, who looked agreeable. But she never expected that the chosen one he could command possessed such heaven-defying abilities, perfectly simulating the power of annihilation and calamity. The opponent's divine skill was terrifyingly powerful. But that wasn't the key point. Windchime had always thought it was Field who had latched onto a 6th-tier powerhouse. Unexpectedly, it was the other person who had latched onto Field. Mireille was also dumbfounded. You're not really a netherworld being, are you? How can you possess others? Lowly humans can't possibly possess such noble abilities. Knowing how to use the netherworld sword technique and possess others, it must be a netherworld being. Don't pretend. Your brother Field isn't lowly, Field said disdainfully. I must teach you a lesson. I give you a good defeat animation, you little devil. The originally mischievous Windchime, after reaching 6th-tier divine power, adopted a cold and aloof expression, turning her head and elegantly saying, Next, I take over the battle. Kill her within 3 minutes. Just you bunch of trash creatures? Fine, fine, I'm looking forward to it. Mireille's fighting spirit was extraordinary. Her demonic sword was drawn again, and her entire being exuded unparalleled sharpness. Chapter 1241. With such a powerful buff skill, why didn't you use it before? You must have been afraid of it being destroyed. No longer wasting words, Feng Ling, knowing the divine skill, revealed a murderous glint in her eyes. Her divine power surged. 6th-tier divine skill, Heavenly Punishment Sword Monument. Boom! The clouds in the sky were instantly cleared away by the violent wind. The void trembled, the earth cracked, and 6 gigantic sword monuments, each 100 meters long, gleaming with dazzling divine light, plummeted from the sky. The air was violently rubbed together, unleashing a sonic boom that ripped through eardrums. The surrounding buildings and ground seemed to have been plowed by an earthquake, exploding layer upon layer from near to far. 6 massive buffs instantly landed on the magic ring behind Feng Ling. Feng Ling's combat power surged dramatically. A seductive smile played on her lips, her flowing black hair making her appear like a goddess in person. This combat power is just entering my comfort zone. More than enough to kill you. What a terrifying aura. Mira, as a netherworld being, also showed shock in her eyes, but it was quickly replaced by excitement. She rapidly gathered divine power, scoffing, truly spectacular, but useless. Using external aids for enhancement is nothing but a laughable bubble, easily burst. You disappointed me too much. You still want to kill me? Ha. With a mocking smile, the crimson sword in Mira's hand shimmered. However, I'm generous enough to let you appreciate the true allure of death. 6-tier divine skill, 2nd Death Knight. Death Knight, racial foundation level, netherworld exclusive, ultimate transformation divine skill, description, transforms the entire world into night, slaying anything that exists within it. Effect. This transformative divine skill greatly enhances power, speed, and accuracy with each use, reaching a rule-level annihilation effect upon reaching 7th Night of Death. However, it requires the skill to hit the opponent at least once in the first 6 uses. Enormous energy consumption. This divine skill cannot be unleashed by the user's own divine power until the 7th Night. Final transformation. This divine skill cannot undergo further transformation. Sorry, this time there are no weaknesses. My attack will cover every corner. Even a lord can only be killed. Don't be sad, you might die before the lord. Mira smiled, activating her divine skill, and in an instant, the world went dark. A thick darkness enveloped everything in sight. The flames erupting from the sword monument as it rubbed against the atmosphere, and the inscriptions on it, were all shrouded in darkness. Field was horrified. He couldn't even hear his own heartbeat. His senses were completely sealed off. The entire world was pitch black. If he hadn't been conscious, he probably would have thought he was dead. What a terrifying divine skill! Those enveloped by its attack, can they only await death in the darkness? His heart pounding with tension, Field had no better idea than to grit his teeth and say, "It seems I have to use Dish's ability to alter the secret realm. The power of the netherworld calamity far exceeds my expectations. Don't worry, I protect you." As if anticipating her lord's concern about being outmatched, Windchime risked her life, stepping through the void, to offer this special reminder. "Can you protect her?" "No one can save the person I want to kill," Mira sneered. The next second, accompanied by crimson sparks, a sharp clang rang out. "Huh?" In the darkness, Mira gasped. She was astonished to find that Windchime had perfectly blocked the divine skill's sword beam. Amplified by the sword monument, Windchime's ordinary slash was comparable to a typical divine skill. Blocking a sword beam wasn't surprising. What's terrifying is that in the dead of night, all senses are blocked, and one's own attacks become extremely cunning. How could he have blocked it so perfectly? It must be a coincidence. "I can." Foamling smiled playfully. "Didn't I block it? He's mine, I won't give it to you." Mira was furious. "Die." Unleashing her full power, countless semi-transparent, invisible slashes surged towards Foamling from all sorts of tricky angles in the darkness. How terrifying. It scared my heart so much. Taking a moment to act coquettish, Foamling smiled coldly, her hand forming the wind flower longsword split. After fusing with the characteristics of the raven feather sword, the wind flower longsword split in 2, then 4, and in the blink of an eye, it became 8 swords, reaching its limit. With a thought, the split wind flower swords transformed into a fierce gust of wind, swirling wildly around her. The domineering and ferocious sword blades shone like a galaxy. With overwhelming force, they perfectly parried all the incoming Death Knight slashes. Clang, clang, clang. Sparks flew, and the clanging of metal echoed incessantly. For a full minute, the Death Knight slash hadn't even touched the hem of Foamling's clothes. How is this possible? Malaya was utterly shocked. Her eyes widened, her fair and delicate face turning even paler from activating such a powerful divine skill. But she couldn't care less about that now. Her opponent's performance had completely overturned her understanding. Without any perception, relying solely on swordsmanship to block a foundational divine skill? Those 6 stone tablets provide too much of a buff, they must be annihilated. She had intended to put on a show and defeat her opponent while they had the buff, but instead, she had been thoroughly humiliated. Feeling utterly ashamed, Malaya stopped dwelling on it, and immediately launched a massive bombardment of the 6 distant sword tablets. Meanwhile, she deliberately unleashed over 1,000 slashes towards Field's location. Don't even think about it. With a soft snort, Windchime resolutely flashed in front of Field. Using the hurricane, she constantly shifted the position of the sword monument, simultaneously wielding the wind-cutting sword with one hand, frantically unleashing emerald sword light to intercept attacks from afar. Sword energy clashed against sword energy, divine weapon against divine weapon, a frenzied clash. And she held on, or rather, calmly dealt with the situation for another 3 minutes. The dead night dissipated, and the light reappeared. From the darkness, Mira's face appeared, filled with astonishment. Her pupils dilated, and she stammered in shock. "No, impossible." She blocked over 30,000 slashes. She couldn't believe her eyes. Wind Chime's right hand protected her body, while her left hand remotely protected the sword monument, safeguarding the Lord, and her mind also controlled the sword monument to dodge the aftershocks. The sword monument, which would shatter at the slightest touch, didn't even break a single pebble. During this time, Wind Chime even tentatively attacked herself twice. How did she do that? It's normal for your divine power to be depleted, and mine isn't enough either, but your shattered confidence is truly disappointing. Wind Chime swayed her fox tail and coldly reprimanded, Calamity demands instinctive action, your mind is only focused on killing. You underestimate the weak, but cower before the strong. You didn't even dismantle your divine artifacts to deal with me. You're a piece of trash, get reforged. With a forceful squeeze of both hands, she crushed the two swords into dust. Weeping Wind / Unpredictable Wind Flower, double dismantle. The shattered divine artifacts transformed into the purest divine power, replenishing Wind Chime's depleted divine power, and causing her combat strength to surge dramatically once again. My turn, 6th-tier divine skill, Great Annihilation Wind. Chapter 1242. The raging, verdant divine power transformed into an infinitely extending, swirling wall of wind, crushing everything in its pathology. Countless fragments of rock, dust, and corpses mingled with a hurricane formed by billions of sword beams, creating a colossal, dark green annihilation wind that relentlessly crushed towards Mariah. How is this possible? Absolutely impossible. Mariah tried to escape, but the moment she was touched by the aftershocks, her will was mercilessly severed. Her exquisite body appeared so pale and frail before the colossal hurricane that seemed to reach the heavens and the earth. Like a fine work of art, Mariah was swept into the annihilation wind. In an instant, she was reduced to ashes, leaving no trace. The earth groaned, and the annihilation wind, which had been blowing for an unknown amount of time, gradually collapsed. The world formed by the secret realm collapsed along with it. The divine skill has dissipated. What terrifying combat power! As expected of the destruction calamity, every move is a fatal blow. Protected in the eye of the storm, Field let out a long sigh. That was dangerous. If I ever enter the secret realm again, I'm not Field. Slayed the Netherworld Sword Saint's clone, Mariah, gained 30,000 points. The clone's artifact cannot be obtained, but 20,000 points will be compensated. The secret realm is severely damaged and cannot be deduced. Please exchange items. After exchanging, you will leave the secret realm automatically. The secret realm's announcement rang in his ears, and an exchange machine materialized. Just the Sword Saint's clone? Field was dumbfounded, muttering, no wonder she was so powerful, able to see through all of Blackfeather's attacks. So the divine skill forcibly stripped away by the chosen rules was hers. The secret realm was merely a deduction. The real Netherworld Sword Saint in history most likely only had some of her abilities stripped away before her demise. Blackfeather obtained the sword prison from her, so theoretically she should call her teacher. Blackfeather, Wind Chime, where are you? Instead of rushing to exchange supplies, Field anxiously looked around. My lord, we're here. Two figures landed awkwardly, collapsing the moment their toes touched the ground. Field reacted quickly, catching them in his arms. Where's the one missing? Field realized he only had Blackfeather in his arms. Wind Chime successfully dodged, crossed her legs, stuck out her little tongue, and made a face. How about that? Pretty impressive, right? I told you. I can protect you, and I can kill her too. Awesome, as expected of the Wind Calamity. Field sincerely gave her a thumbs up. It's not that exaggerated. It's all thanks to your little lover, who exposed the opponent's divine skills ahead of time. She also knows the Netherworld sword technique, which greatly increased my deductive abilities. Seeing Foamling jumping around, Field quickly went to check on Heiyu. Little darling, are you alright? Sensing Field's anxious gaze, Heiyu covered her head and shook it vigorously. Just? My head's buzzing, I'd be fine after a rest. That's good. Field breathed a sigh of relief. However, a poof sound rang out. Field looked up and saw Foamling, using her remaining divine power, transforming it into a wind blade that viciously pierced her chest. Instantly, blood splattered, the striking scarlet color instantly soaking through her skirt and flowing down her snow-white skin. Foamling you. Field was completely dumbfounded. Sister? Heiyu was startled awake, jumping up abruptly, her pupils dilating in shock. He rushed forward, pressing his clothes against his wound. Looking at the extremely haggard woman in his arms, he hurriedly said, Don't panic, I give you a healing artifact right away. No! Wind Chime grabbed Field's wrist, her face deathly pale. This living body shouldn't belong to me. It's a burden. Please don't bind my free will to it. What nonsense are you talking about? Field's heart skipped a beat, a bitter ache rising within him. To deduce the netherworld's attack, this body lacks its full destructive power. It's reached its limit. I'm not reconciled. Windchime's lips curled into a smile, blood trickling from her mouth. She stubbornly declared, I could have done better. The scroll of destruction is my destiny. We have our own fate to destroy calamities. Mira, as a top-tier fighter, had her attacks completely neutralized, a feat achieved by Windchime exhausting her life force through relentless deduction. After all, without the full power of destruction, Windchime feared that even the slightest mistake could lead to irreversible consequences. Sigh. Field sighed again, a mix of emotions swirling within him. After spending these past few days together, he developed a certain affection for even a pet dog like Hakimi. Although Windchime was born with a jinx nature, her help was entirely genuine. What's there to be sad about? Leaving the secret realm, do you think you can take me with you? Silly. Seeing Field's distress, Windchime felt a surge of relief. Unable to raise her hand, Windchime patted Field's head. The existence of the secret realm is beyond even our comprehension. Are you really okay with leaving a beauty like me there? She might be, kissed away by that bastard, and then you only be able to play the role of an incompetent husband. Field was both amused and saddened. Can you please not talk nonsense like this at a time like this? In reality, you can only submit to me if you defeat and subdue me. Don't summon me again using secret realms. Don't constantly think of me. Calamity and life are impossible. Windchime's eyes darted away, her voice cold. The wind is free. With that, Windchime's hand fell limply to her sides. Her body transformed into a gentle breeze and starlight, completely vanishing as if it had never existed. She said I was heartless before, Field murmured after a long pause. This hoggy fox is even more heartless. Once I retrieved the wind scroll, I beat her 9 times in 3 days. So that's how it is. No wonder she's so powerful. Blackfeather exclaimed, covering his mouth in surprise, encouraging, my lord, let's work together to retrieve the scroll from the monster. That's right. We also need to deal with the obsidian golem as soon as possible. Field nodded in agreement, opening his lord's panel. Windchime's panel had completely disappeared, leaving it empty, while Blackfeather's panel had gained some new information. Divine skill, Calamity Sword Prison, advanced potential, inspired by Mariah and influenced by the Wind Destruction Sword technique. This divine skill has the potential to advance and may transform into an even more powerful divine skill. Current accumulation, 10%. Please learn more from Wind Destruction and Netherworld experts. Fusion or combat will accumulate experience. Description, Wind, she came. So divine skills can become stronger on their own? Field quickly understood the reason. That makes sense. After all, the main effect of this divine skill is mastering sword techniques. It's normal to learn more. His little darling stats are impressive, but its combat experience is like greenhouse melons, artificially ripened. It still needs practice. I exchange some items, and then go home. I won't bother the secret realm anymore. It's all a trap. Opening the vending machine, Field quickly found what he wanted to buy. Chapter 1243. Assets. 58,237, after tax. How dare you? You're taxing me, the lord? Field's vision blurred, as he saw his points had been taxed. Killing such a strong tier 6 only gives 50,000 points, barely enough to buy a treasure chest. I tolerated the cost of divine power. I tolerated the meager reward for helping the locals resist the calamity. And you dare take a cut of my final reward? The beings of the third era do possess something, a bit of heaven-defying power. Furious, Field punched the vending machine. Commoner, do not attack the vending machine, or you will be punished by the Council of Order. The vending machine sounded an alarm. Fine, you play like this, huh? Field laughed angrily. I have to teach you a lesson. I won't buy, I steal. He quickly selected the items he could purchase. Tier 6 artifact. Legendary red crystal treasure chest type. Legendary, from the goddess of wealth. Description. Consumes luck to obtain valuable items. Price, 50,000 points. Tier 5 artifact. Seed of the Sky Island, territory type, seed type, from the goddess of islands, antique, a relic left by a previous civilization. This deity is believed to be a primitive belief, and has been confirmed to have disappeared. The seed of the Sky Island is an ark created by an ancient civilization to resist the invasion of calamities, and this is indeed the case. Description. The seed of an island. Used to create a floating island. Approximately 1,500 square kilometers, suspended in the air, and can move at an extremely slow speed. Sky Paradise. attracts rare birds, and is suitable for growing sky crops. Price, 8,000 points, discounted. This artifact is only for collection. Without the permission of the Order Council, private ownership is prohibited. Both of these are good. Field nodded in satisfaction, especially at the seed of the Sky Island. It was forbidden to use in the Third Era, hence the discount, saving him the trouble. The Council of Order is too abstract. Not only do they not develop the chosen ones, but such high-quality artifacts are just gathering dust. Next, Field used his remaining points to purchase some cheap items, such as small puppets, seeds, and bladed spears. As for the accessories for the goddess of machines he wanted, he still couldn't buy them. I let you pay taxes, I let you charge with your divine power. A resolute glint flashed in Field's eyes. I didn't want to use this trick, but you forced me. The anomaly has come once. The chances of it coming again are slim, so I take one last gamble. Black Feather, hold on tight. Okay. Black Feather nodded obediently, quickly taking Field's arm. He activated Dish's decryption ability on the vending machine, simultaneously shouting, "Leave the secret realm." In the rapidly collapsing space, Field's vision distorted, and in the blink of an eye, he was back at Morning Wind's underground outpost. His own chosen ones were all there. My lord. The wolf's tail swished excitedly as Ashina rushed forward, her voice trembling with tears. That's wonderful. My lord, please don't venture out alone next time. It's too dangerous. Absolutely. These days, just seeing a secret realm makes my scalp tingle. Field breathed a sigh of relief, looking at the surrounding beauties, and casually waved his hand. Let me see if I stole anything. He opened his palm, revealing a divine artifact. A fist-sized, silver-white mechanical beetle inlaid with a huge gem, a component of the goddess of machines. Tier 0 divine artifact, component of the goddess of machines. Ornament craftsman, racial foundation level, I'm rich now. Field laughed heartily, all the gloom in his heart vanishing. He acquired 3 good items this time, making his adventure worthwhile. It's a pity he's only a 5th-tier chosen one. He couldn't steal higher-tier items. Otherwise, he could have stolen a 9th-tier artifact. That would have been wonderful. Where's Disha? Field looked around, meeting Disha's tired little eyes. I'm so tired. I feel like my divine power has been drained twice. Disha's eyes were almost closed, her dark circles making them look like she couldn't keep them open. Let's go back to Nightfall territory, so you can rest properly, Field said apologetically. My lord, are you going back to Amber City? I heard your family members are all there, Black Feather inquired. Would you like to go see them? No, they come to me if they need anything. I don't need to put up with their attitude. Field raised an eyebrow, a headache instantly washing over him. Going back would only allow him to show off. But what about his family members? Would he give them land, titles, or wealth? Definitely not. The annoying thing was that, according to custom, many of his territories belonged to the Ross family. Instead of going to Amber City, Field wandered around Morningwind. Peanuts had already been planted, and potatoes and cotton would be sown in a month. The production of Azure Steel silk linings and Azure Steel ore in Dragonwing City had begun. For the next battle, the Nightfall army would be upgrading its armor and weapons. Gold mining had commenced. Once the gold coin molds were completed, it would bring in a net income of 3,000 gold coins per month, without affecting inflation. Field led his men back to Nightfall. Meanwhile, in a small tavern on the border of Franvia, have you heard? Field, the heir to the Golden Lion's will, defeated the Morningwind garrison and became the uncrowned king of the north. The tavern bard exclaimed excitedly, what a magnificent moment. I wish I could witness it myself. You bunch of filthy men, always fighting and killing. A heavily made-up tavern maid slapped away a groping hand and took the empty glass from the drunkard. Just Baron Happy Bean, haha, maybe he won by offering women, someone sneered, his potion business utterly ruined by Happy Bean's influence, filled with resentment. Do you really expect him to fight his way south and rescue us from the Franvia? Someone said indifferently. Defeating the Griffin Queen is a good thing, humph. That woman killed so many of our warriors. Someone else clapped and cheered. What? Field actually won. Upon hearing the news, Baron Beast jumped up in shock. He regretted it so much he beat his chest and stomped his thigh repeatedly. They actually won? I should have just offered a token help. My Northwind Fish Lane. His painstakingly built territory had been used as a stepping stone for Field. No, I have to come back. Baron the Beast stormed out of the tavern. Meanwhile, Field returned to the north. Nightfall territory's industry and agriculture were thriving. There was nothing to worry about. The road to Frostfire territory was completed, making Nightfall territory well connected. Large quantities of products could be sent to Frostfire, Dawnfall, Cloudfall, and the province of Rick. While commerce was rapidly advancing, it also provided surrounding territories with abundant food and high-quality goods, contributing to the prosperity of other territories. My lord, shall we plant this Sky Island seed in Nightfall territory? Chapter 1244. As Shaina stared at the floating island model in Field's hand, her eyes shining, place it above Nightfall territory. Place it above the mountains of Nightfall territory. It won't block the sun, Vivian suggested with a smile. My lord, do you want to build a floating castle? I'd love to hear that. Little Sun nodded in agreement, arms crossed. Placing it in Nightfall territory is undoubtedly the best choice. Firstly, it will enhance defenses. Secondly, Nightfall territory's construction industry is strong, which can speed up construction. Field nodded in agreement, but not now. Field's eyes deepened. While the territory's dependence on maritime trade is decreasing, the threat from the sea is gradually increasing. With the north falling into his hands, tax revenue rapidly expanded, accounting for approximately 32% of the occupied territory's income, while production income accounted for 47%, and direct minting of coins from gold and silver mines accounted for about 2%. Nightfall territory was no longer solely reliant on maritime trade. The Obsidian, demons, dragon towers, and elves overseas are no pushovers. We can't let these monsters get away with this. I decided to use the Sky Island as an Air Force base and defensive fortress, building a city that integrates defenses and daily life, centered around the Air Force and their families. We initially located on the coast at the border of Dawnfall and Frostfire territories, constructing magic towers and artillery emplacements on it. This will make dealing with threats from the ocean much easier. Field rubbed the Sky Island sea twice. Once the ocean threats are resolved, we relocated to Nightfall territory. You're right, sir. The women nodded in agreement. This matter can be spread, it's not a secret. Field smiled slightly. It was time to add more glorious deeds to her record. After all, with the strength of Nightfall territory, it was time to change the unpleasant name Count to Duke, and she herself should become a duke. At this moment, in Starry Night City of Nightfall territory. Is this the city of a poor land? Eliza looked around, astonished. Everywhere she looked, there were brick and stone houses, small manors and villas. The wide roads were lined with magnificent Gothic-style shops, like palaces. Adorned with black iron railings, they were both solemn and luxurious. She dared to say that even the barons of Dragon Tower rarely lived in such beautiful houses. Nightfall territory, though smaller and less populous than Dragon Tower's Imperial City, was far more luxurious than she had imagined. Dragon Tower's Imperial City was enormous because of its slums. But here, the word wealthy permeated everything. But this wealth wasn't from the extravagant spending of the powerful and wealthy, but from the wealth of ordinary citizens. Many people rode horses, and rode in carriages along the road. Students in elegant attire were everywhere, many carrying magnificent long swords and staffs. If one didn't know better, one might mistake them for the offspring of nobles. But they were merely students of the Nightfall Academy. It was said that the female students' skirts and the male students' shirts were personally designed by the Lord. Even laborers in dirty clothes could sit in the dining hall and enjoy fine wine and steaks. Your Highness, Field must have chosen ones of the earth gods. Otherwise, it wouldn't be possible for even the roads to be paved with stones. The maid explained in astonishment. Eliza nodded seriously, then added casually, however, the people of Nightfall are certainly not as happy as the people of Dragon Tower. We Dragon Tower people are much freer and more tolerant. The checks here are too strict. I almost gave myself away. That's true. The two of them had been rescued by Field, narrowly escaping death from the Obsidian men. Having endured a long and arduous journey, they were covered in mud and were brought back as refugees. The Obsidian men had captured many foreigners, and the Nightfall leaders had no idea she was a princess. After an examination to confirm there was no supernatural possession, they treated them as ordinary refugees, enslaving them and sending them to mines and farms. If they behaved well, they could regain their freedom. Fortunately, their maid was a mage who had secretly hidden jewels and gold. She spent a lot of money bribing officials and, thanks to her status as a Dragon Tower mage, managed to free the two women from slavery. If we're exposed, that greedy fellow Field will definitely extort money from our Dragon Tower. Eliza tossed her long hair triumphantly. Most importantly, I'm not marrying him until I know what he looks like. Princess, let's settle in first, the maid sighed. I never want to stay in prison again, it's terrifying. I think so too, and I'm hungry. This place will soon be mine. Seeing how wealthy Nightfall territory was, Eliza could barely contain her smile. There's an inn here. The two walked for a short while before seeing a grand and luxurious inn. As soon as they entered, a slender and beautiful maid stepped forward, bowing gracefully. Her long, wavy brown hair cascaded over her snow-white breasts, exuding an indescribable charm and elegance. Welcome. Are you here for a meal or lodging? Eliza looked at the maid, whose figure was even better than hers, and fell silent. This Field, he really knows how to enjoy life. Are there too many beautiful women in his territory? This woman, she'd be at least qualified to be a maid in the palace, wouldn't she? I want them both. Eliza put down 2 gold coins, hands on her hips with an air of arrogance. Sorry, our cheapest room is 5 gold coins a night, the maid smiled sweetly. The budget inn is on another street, only 3 copper coins. I can call a carriage for you. It's not like I can't afford it. Eliza blushed, feeling slighted, and pulled out 10 more coins. The rest, prepare my food. She went to her room and pushed open the door. An atmosphere of extravagance washed over her. A monster fur carpet, white wallpaper, a full set of silver tableware, exquisite aristocratic furniture, and a collection of books on the bedside table. Everything proclaimed the room's owner's high status. It's like a count's bedroom, her maid exclaimed. This painting is actually an original. Rizona's slaying the nightmare. Eliza pointed at the painting on the wall, her eyes wide. I remember, it was collected by a count. The innkeeper chuckled, thinking to herself, of course. The lord robbed and swallowed up the property of so many nobles, not even sparing a piece of furniture. The best pieces were taken to Starry Night Castle, the rest were auctioned off, and the unsold ones were dumped at the inn. After all, they were the lord's own assets. Soon, a servant brought afternoon tea, the lord's idea, egg rolls, a golden, tubular dessert, paired with a drink made of black tea, milk, and honey. This dessert, never seen before, left Eliza completely stunned. Eliza took a bite, the fragrant, rich flavor bursting in her mouth. Delicious, even better than the royal. Even better than the desserts at my house. Thinking of the humiliation of the journey, the delicious food made Eliza's eyes crinkle with happiness. Chapter 1245. Quickly finishing the dessert, Eliza smacked her lips. Delicious. It tastes so good, but I'm so thirsty afterward. After all, there's honey in the drink, the maid nodded in agreement. The two looked around and noticed a separate little room next to the bedroom, containing a strangely shaped pool. How strange, there's a pool here. The maid filled a large cup, drank it down in one gulp, and said with satisfaction, I'm not thirsty anymore, princess, please drink. It's not poisoned. Eliza also filled a cup and elegantly sipped it. Knock, knock, knock. A knock sounded on the door, and a hotel maid poked her head in. Oh right, I forgot to remind you, we installed new toilets in the hotel. Ladies, you can't drink that water. Eliza froze. Is the water poisonous? No, it's not. The water source is from the water tower outside, the maid said awkwardly. It's called a toilet, a new invention of the Lord. If it's not poisonous, then why can't we drink it? Because it's a chamber pot. But don't worry, this is the first batch of trial products. It hasn't been officially put into use yet. Ah! They couldn't hear any explanation. Amid screams, they vomited violently. The next morning, Field got out of his comfortable bed. The spring chill was still in the air, but the crackling of the fireplace made him feel quite content. Lazybones, what time is it? Get up already. The great thunder dragon, Fafreya, bent down and entered through the bedroom door. The act of lowering her body revealed the beautiful curves of her extremely plump rabbit and her long, shapely legs, which made Field look incredibly excited. Field felt like he was about to see the rabbit's nose, and touched his own. It's only early morning. Yawning, Field wrapped himself in a blanket and pointed to the fireplace. The milk's warming up over there. I'm not interested. The great thunder dragon sat domineeringly in a chair, crossing his long legs, his slightly veined feet swinging back and forth. Your little secretary asked me to tell you. News has come from Morningwind that the imperial delegation has arrived. Looks like those Ents have something to say to you. Reclining on his side in the chair, propping his forehead up, the great thunder dragon adopted a lazy posture. There's nothing to talk about. Killing them is cleaner than anything else. That makes sense. Nodding in agreement, Field changed the subject, but let them come first. I'm curious what they have to say. The delegation's journey from Morningwind, without using a portal, would take 10 days to half a month. Field didn't prepare to welcome them, nor did he wait for them. That very day, he led the Chosen of the Nightfall to the seaside. That's how it should be used. Taking out the seed of the Sky Island, Field placed it on the ground and focused his mind. Rumble. Space trembled, and divine power poured into it frantically. The terrifying absorption speed even created a whistling, chaotic wind. With each absorption of divine power, the seed of the Sky Island grew larger, rising into the air. As the island gradually grew, the surrounding inhabitants witnessed this miracle. Look! An island, a floating island. Fishermen fishing in the sea pointed to the sky in astonishment. Hearing the commotion, several mermaids surfaced. Looking up, they saw the floating island stretching for miles. By the goddess! The mermaids, with their exquisitely beautiful faces, were speechless with shock that human lord is so powerful. As marine creatures, they had never witnessed such a magnificent scene. They clearly saw a dashing young nobleman standing on the sea cliff, constantly urging the island to grow ever larger. It was practically divine intervention. Inside Tide City, two groups were arguing fiercely. We agreed on 8 copper coins for smoked fish. Why are you backing out now? The Nightfall fishermen were furious, waving their dried fish around. I want it, so what? Let me tell you, we discussed it among several large merchant caravans. From now on, smoked fish will be 6 copper coins. If you won't sell to me, sell to other merchants, it be the same. The Dragon Tower merchant waved arrogantly, his face full of disdain. Without us buying your goods, you only deserve to eat the excrement of rotting corpses. Quickly thank your Dragon Tower father. It's already an honor for you to even come to this poor, remote place. After all, besides the Dragon Tower caravan, there were no other caravans at the Dawnfall docks. As long as the Dragon Tower merchants united, they could bully the locals at will. The fishermen had no choice but to compromise. Get lost. We people of Dawnfall never compromise. We get the security team and arrest you, you unscrupulous merchant. The fisherman rolled up his sleeves, nearly driven mad with anger. Ha ha, even better. The Dragon Tower merchant chuckled, stroking his beard smugly. You dare arrest me? Our fleet will blow your house to bits. Occupying Nightfall as our trading port, you all have to defer to me from now on, The relationship between Nightfall and Dragon Tower was merely a commercial partnership. The relationship between them at the grassroots level was extremely delicate. You dare? The surrounding fishermen bristled. What's there to be afraid of? Can you defeat our fleet? The Dragon Tower merchant grew even more arrogant. Do you have a naval chosen one? You're just trash without the protection of the sea goddess. Hearing the Dragon Tower people's soul-searching questions, everyone immediately deflated. Such things happened frequently, especially when the power imbalance was significant. Each time they encountered this kind of bullying, they could only swallow their anger. Rumble. A violent rumble of air currents filled the air. Look there, my god. The passers-by all looked up at the sky. What's wrong? Why are these people making such a fuss? The Dragon Tower merchant turned his head, and his eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. A huge floating island hovered above the Morningwind Sea, guarded by numerous griffins and dragon riders. A miracle, a miracle. That's our Nightfall territory's territory. It must be our lord. He's someone blessed by the goddess. Even if the whole island crashed down, I don't believe your Dragon Tower ships could withstand it. The Nightfall territory people suddenly perked up, their faces flushed with excitement, beaming with pride. The Dragon Tower merchant was dumbfounded. This was a scene he had never witnessed before. A flying island? It was absurd. Throughout the entire coastal region, the most shocked were the people of Dragon Tower, and the elves within the city. They had initially held the empire in contempt and distrust. But seeing the floating giant island appear, many abandoned their disdain. Any reasonable person could see that this island was being used as a defensive structure. The elves were even more disarmed. Their hope for rescue seemed even more distant. With this island, can our fleet still invade Dawnfall? A captain secretly monitoring the territory outside Dawnfall's waters muttered to himself upon seeing this scene. Field has never let his guard down. Damn it, he must have heard something. Chapter 1246. Just as they suspected, Felder placed the floating island along the coast, largely because the change of the Dragon Tower throne was imminent. Unsure of the new emperor's attitude, Fielder would inevitably take precautions. Captain, what do we do? His Highness is about to inherit the throne. His grand plan is to take Dawn's Vein as his first achievement. Field has gone to such lengths to guard against us. Good heavens, where did he get this floating island? Damn it! If we had known such a divine artifact existed, we should have sent spies to steal it. The Dragon Tower official's pupils dilated in shock. He was furious, throwing a punch in the air. We treated him so well, and this ingrate. 3 hours later, The floating island was fully deployed, about 1/6 the size of Nightfall territory, hovering high in the sky, barely touching the clouds. No need to set up cannons. The mere fact that the island could crash down was enough to intimidate the fleet. It's pretty good, but it's too big. It should be about the size of a district. Let's go take a look. Riding a griffin, Field flew above the floating island. The island's divine power was faintly visible, the howling sea wind blocked by its protective shield. The group successfully landed on the floating island. The island was lush and verdant, with thick, towering trees everywhere, and mist swirling among the trees, a breathtaking sight. Since the floating island had its own protective barrier, there was no need to worry about strong winds. Wow, it's so beautiful. Vivian cupped her hands to her heart, looking utterly captivated. Living here must be so relaxing and comfortable. Isn't it just a primeval forest? There aren't even any animals here. Ashina's nostrils flared, and she shook her head vigorously. I don't want to live in the forest. Nightfall is much better. Having grown up in harsh conditions, Ashina scoffed at the idea of natural living. We can build here too, Vivian said, sounding aggrieved. Ignoring their commotion, Faviria's domineering gaze swept across the woodland. These trees are extraordinary plants. Reaching out, she patted a towering tree, then casually grabbed it, snapping the two of them and the massive tree in half like crushed tofu, causing it to collapse with a crash. Wind attribute extraordinary plants, fifth-order energy fluctuations. They can be made into staffs or boats. Airships? It's a pity the Book of Wisdom is too low-level to identify it. Field rubbed his hands together happily, his smile radiant. Not only had they gained new territory, but they also been given an entire forest as a bonus, a huge windfall. They circled the island. Apart from a large lake in the center, the rest was all forest. Go and purchase some freshwater fish to raise in the center of the island. Build a floating town around the lake, place griffin nests there, and release animals and magical beasts into the forest. Build city walls along the outer edge of the island. Also, set up magic towers, cannon emplacements, and musket towers. Oh, and clear out a plot of land for a future teleportation portal. Field, holding the blueprints, planned the floating island. Yes, I got it. Vivian nodded seriously, then asked, puzzled, my lord, but how are we going to transport the supplies to the island? The carrying capacity of griffins and wyverns is too low. How about we ask Miss Silver Dragon for transport? Ashina covered her mouth and chuckled. Letting her do it isn't bad. Field has spent a lot of gold coins to raise her. The great thunder dragon's tail whipped out like a whip, making a crisp cracking sound, and it said with dissatisfaction, Field has actually gotten thinner. Haha, she doesn't steal food from my bowl. Field laughed. His own thunder dragon was domineering and arrogant, fierce towards other chosen ones, but towards him, she was truly exceptional. It was to the point of being indulgent. I never recommend having the chosen ones do things outside their assigned duties. The silver dragons are already working hard enough protecting the territory. Field pondered for a moment, then shook his head in disagreement. Let the great demons do it. The corpses are tireless, and even if they're depleted, they can replenish themselves indefinitely. Also, make use of the hot air balloons. Modify them, and try to increase their carrying capacity. My lord, I'm reminded of a magical beast, the peak giant owl. They're docile and can carry enormous stones while flying. Ashina clenched her fist. The stone nests on the grasslands are built by them. These magical beasts are very docile, and like to nest on the ground. They're almost eaten to extinction. There's such a magical beast? Field was surprised, but delighted. There's always a way. When we redeem the slaves from the demi-humans, we buy some owl beast eggs. We need to open up trade routes as soon as possible and purchase from the demi-humans. Field rubbed his chin. After having the Nightfall Air Force stationed there, Field led his team away. Before leaving, Field greeted the large number of citizens visiting the Sky Island along the shore with great enthusiasm. Long live Lord Field. God bless our Lord. Amidst the cheers, Field returned to the Nightfall Territory's town hall. Meanwhile, within Nightfall Territory, Eliza, having strolled the streets all day, was quite pleased with Nightfall Territory's prosperity. Excellent, Nightfall Territory is now my domain. Humming a cheerful tune, Eliza nodded contentedly. I go home now, and tell my mother to marry me to Field. Congratulations, Your Highness. Your destiny is one of wealth and honor, whether in the Dragon Tower or the Griffin Empire, the maid promptly flattered. I wonder what Field looks like, Eliza said, her eyes sparkling. Ideally, a handsome young man. As long as he's not an old man, that's fine, the maid said, scratching her head sheepishly. An old man would be fine too. Eliza chuckled, thinking to herself, then it won't be long before I inherit the northern part of the Griffin Empire and become empress. How many handsome men I want is just a matter of a word, isn't it? I mean, Field is a young man, I already knew that. It's the king of Franmaya who's an old man. Clearing her throat, Eliza saw the Nightfall Territory City Hall, and her curiosity was piqued. Reaching the shops opposite the City Hall, Eliza asked the shopkeeper curiously, have you seen Field? Isn't he at the City Hall? I'm his fiancé. Uh-huh. The shopkeeper suppressed a laugh, thinking to herself, there are countless men who want to marry the Lord. Which one isn't prettier than you? You shameless Dragon Tower slut, already talking about being his fiancé. Especially my daughter, how wonderful it would be if she married the Lord. The shopkeeper's mind raced. I mean, yes, I seen the Lord. Which one? Eliza's eyes lit up. I'm going to go and say hello. The shopkeeper hesitated for a long time, not wanting to point her out at all. Suddenly, she saw a wild, towering figure, and an idea struck her. She cried out in her heart, for my daughter, goddess, forgive my lie. It's him. The shopkeeper pointing to the imposing, towering Imperial Guard officer, Iron Hammer. Chapter 1247. My keen intuition tells me that someone with ill intentions is spying. Hammer immediately turned around, his left hand gripping his weapon, his right hand holding a mace, staring blankly around. Nearly 2 meters tall, his body was covered in fat and muscle, with a large, protruding belly resembling a general's stomach, coupled with a thick, unruly beard. He looked like a savage giant from the wilderness. Eliza was struck dumb, frozen in place, unable to believe it was real. But the man's magnificent attire, and the respectful yet fearful gazes of those around him, all spoke volumes about his high status. She suddenly remembered the rumors. Field was a brave and extremely skilled general, and a major factor in Dragon Tower's efforts to win him over was the hope that he could revitalize the Dragon Tower army. He looks like this, which seems to match the rumors. How could someone who doesn't look like this possibly defeat the Imperial army? The maid's pupils dilated. But I feel like he could eat 2 children in one meal. A demon, the demon of Nightfall. Countless names associated with Field echoed in Eliza's ears. Yes, how could a man called a demon by the Empire be handsome? This must be Field. Besides, everyone around him is bowing to him. There's no mistake. I won't marry him. I definitely die. I marry that old man from Franmaya instead. Eliza couldn't imagine what it would be like if such a massive body collapsed on her. Her pampered royal frame would be completely crushed. Suddenly losing all interest in sightseeing, she grabbed the maid and fled. Run! Let's go to Morningwind and take a boat. Marry my sister to him. I never want to come to Nightfall again. Meanwhile, on the other side, Felder had barely returned to the city hall, barely settled into his chair, when the innkeeper came to report, Your Excellency, our inn has suspected the discovery of Princess Dragon Tower. Hearing this, Field immediately put down his teacup, utterly bewildered. Really? A princess on the run in his own territory? This was straight out of a cheesy chivalric romance novel. What was the princess doing in Nightfall territory, if she was mentally unstable? Reporting to my lord, we have confirmed her information. She was one of the refugees you brought back from the west. My lord, I suspect she is already. We didn't discover her before because the clerk in charge of the inspection concealed the refugee's belongings and accepted a large amount of gold and silver jewelry. The princess fled within the city and has been captured by us. 2 clerks from Nightfall territory brought similar news. Field grumbled. What were those inspectors doing? First day as refugees, second day producing huge amounts of gold and silver, staying in high-end hotels. They should at least have reported it. They must be severely punished. Accepting bribes was one thing, but helping to cover up such an obvious anomaly crossed Field's line. As for the princess, Field rubbed his hands together gleefully. Have Vivian and Blackfeather escort her to Dawnfall. Didn't the Dragon Tower people say the princess is switching to a magic merchant ship? Are you going to see her? She might be your fiancée. The Great Thunder Dragon cast a teasing glance, its smile languid and alluring. Little lord, you're growing into a man. I never agreed to that. Field waved his hands dismissively. A capricious princess, making me run around doing everything for her? I'm not a vassal of the Dragon Tower. The difficult part was that the other party had been rescued from Obsidian, and was probably almost Obsidian himself. Of course, most importantly, Field didn't want the Dragon Tower forces to influence his decisions. Besides, can anyone be prettier than Aunt Great Thunder Dragon? Field patted her plump thigh, its texture incredibly pleasing. What ant? Great Thunder Dragon's eyebrows immediately rose, her queenly demeanor fully displayed, her eyes filled with disdain. Field, it seems I've been too lenient with you, letting you become increasingly presumptuous. I must teach you a lesson. A chill runs down my spine. Field broke out in a cold sweat. He had just issued the order, and the clerks had barely left. My lord, I'm here. A lively voice came from outside the door. As she grew older, the little fox's energy became increasingly vigorous. Recently, there hadn't been any particularly difficult inventions in the territory, most tasks were improvement projects. Please come in quickly. Field took out desserts and milk from the fireplace, and personally refilled the afternoon tea on the table. The little fox pushed open the door, and immediately ran over, giving Field a big hug and nuzzling affectionately. She's getting more and more of a vixen, Field thought, overjoyed. This fluffy little creature was someone he watched grow up, and her figure was becoming increasingly slender and voluptuous. His heart was filled with anticipation. The big dragon was incredibly audacious. Taking advantage of Field's distraction while she was pouring milk, she sprawled out and took the main seat. She lay lazily on her side, propping her head up, and gently patted her thigh, signaling to Field if he dared to sit down. Damn it, Field muttered, his eyelids twitching. Looking at her curvaceous figure, he said speechlessly, Don't knock over my desk. My lord, what brings you here? Her eyes sparkled, and the little fox had already considered hundreds of possibilities. I have a gift for you. As if by magic, Field produced a gleaming divine beetle artifact. Sensing the artifact's incredibly familiar divine energy fluctuations, the little fox's eyes widened instantly, her gaze fixed on it. My lord is the best. The little fox didn't stand on ceremony, after all, in her eyes, anything given to her belonged to her territory. After all, she had always been Field's person. The moment the ingenious artifact touched her, it instantly transformed into shimmering specks, merging into the little fox's goddess mark, making it even more dazzling, as if inlaid with countless jewels. The little fox's aura rose slightly, and her fur became glossy and shiny. She opened her interface. Name, Hygries, ingenious goddess, new artifact, star forging sacred beetle. New profession, jewelry craftsman. Description, can utilize all resources to forge common jewelry. Possessing unique blueprints, she forges precious divine given ornaments using the territory's rare resources. Each time Gogris advances, she unlocks a unique blueprint. New blueprint, Ring of the Flawless Moon, highest level, same level as Gogris, materials required, Flawless Moonstone, from the Cataclysmic Destruction, Mithril, from the Silver Dragon, Azure Firefly Powder, territory product. Effect, the wearer's magic and aura consumption is reduced by 1/4, and divine power consumption is reduced by 1,000th. This ring's effect cannot be stacked. Exclusive, this ring can only be forged by Gogris. This is awesome. Field's eyes lit up. All the extraordinary powers of the territory can be used. I feel like I learned so much more. The little fox scratched its head cutely, not experiencing a headache despite suddenly gaining knowledge. Chapter 1248. Little fox, how long will it take you to make a ring of the moon? Field pondered for a moment, estimating the cost, then ordered, I need them to arm all the extraordinary forces of Nightfall territory. About 2 or 3 minutes, and I won't need to lift a finger. The little fox placed a fist-sized scarab on the ground, which immediately unfolded its body, revealing intricately crafted tools within. My ingenious artifacts are all fully automatic. As long as there are enough raw materials, they can be produced indefinitely. Great. Full speed ahead. Field rubbed his hands together expectantly. With extraordinary accessories, the mages of Nightfall territory will be greatly enhanced, unleashing spells without stopping. After receiving the order, the little fox skipped off to play. Speaking of which, shouldn't we open a treasure chest? Having used up the skillful scarab and the floating island, the only remaining reward from the secret realm was a red crystal treasure chest. But opening it will be incredibly unlucky. Sweating profusely, Field said guiltily, I opened the treasure chest after Dragon Tower delivers the merchant ship to me. I still need the merchant ship. Field was wary of all nations. Meanwhile, forming a merchant fleet for Nightfall territory was urgent. Sailboats, galleons, and such, I really don't know anything about them. The Griffin Empire also lacks shipbuilding talent. We need to think of a way. First, rely on memory and a general impression to draw a template. Nightfall territory can't rely solely on captured ships. Field turned around, wanting to find paper and pen on his desk, but the Great Thunder Dragon had its long legs crossed, propped up on the table, its silky white legs swaying slightly smugly. Build me a palace, and a huge throne, the great thunder dragon commanded domineeringly, exuding an aura of a powerful woman. The palace? I want it too. Field, drooling, patted the other's thigh, soothingly saying, the living room of Starry Night Castle is yours. Sit in the middle if you like. As for the palace, there's no population to build one in the territory right now. You can talk, but don't grab my thigh. With an impatient slap, the great thunder dragon smoothed out the wrinkles in its skirt, its domineering, beautiful eyes lazily glancing at Field. This little brat is getting bolder and bolder. Before, it only dared to pat itself suddenly, now it's not even a pat, it's openly grabbing at its thigh. Normal beings wouldn't dare to have strange thoughts about something stronger or larger than themselves. Field, however, seemed to relish spectacular scenes, always looking at him with admiration. In his words, he felt Field possessed a mature quality. Although he scolded Field, the great thunder dragon calmly inquired, what's the next strategic plan? Not fighting for too long is making me restless. Field replied decisively, advance into the western part of the empire. The obsidian men must be completely wiped out of the Moonstar continent, not a single one left. This is the highest priority objective. I had enough of those strange obsidian men. Every time a bizarre force joined the battle, both the overall situation and his own plans became chaotic and frustrating. Of course, I'm not launching this attack out of anger. The 3 western provinces are extremely fertile, bordering the sea and lakes, developing agriculture, commerce, and fishing will all be profitable. Field explained excitedly, I plan to advance once spring planting is complete. Whatever, as long as there's killing. The great thunder dragon yawned, lazily stretching out its long legs towards Field. Give me a massage, remember, a hammer, watch out for your dog paws. You seem more like a lord. For the next 3 days, Field spent his time eating, drinking, and sleeping. When he had nothing to do, he teased the great thunder dragon and little son. The gradually warming weather was very comfortable. Reporting to you, my lord, Miss Vivian has sent word. Princess Dragon Tower has been returned, and the promised merchant ship is already anchored in port. Excellent. Field was overjoyed. He summoned the great thunder dragon and, using her teleportation ability, swiftly arrived at Dawnfall territory. At the military dock, 5 heavy warships and 1 large merchant ship stood majestically in the sea, flags fluttering on the ships, surrounded by seabirds. From a distance, his navy appeared incredibly powerful. But the truth was, the warships and merchant ship were vastly different in style, equipped with a motley collection of weapons, and even their flags were different. After all, they were all stolen from pirates, the Shadow Cult, and elves. The 3 elven warships were even still undergoing modification and repair. This won't do. Field's eyelids twitched twice as he said to Vivian, who was walking towards him, at least unify the naval flags. Change all the naval flags to black, red, and white shark flags. They need to be more imposing and fierce. Vivian wasn't surprised at all. She knew her lord's aesthetic sense. My lord, this merchant ship is the magical merchant ship used by Dragon Tower to redeem people. Providing magic cores will accelerate its journey. About 45 meters long, capable of carrying massive amounts of cargo. Now we can go to sea and make huge profits. Vivian was full of anticipation. Something's not right. Field narrowed his eyes, examining the merchant ship, then shook his head repeatedly. Too decisive. The Dragon Tower people are cunning and greedy. They would never be this generous. Field turned to Blackfeather. Have you inspected the ship? No. The two were taken aback. Summon the mermaids and soldiers. Everyone, thoroughly inspect the merchant ship, inside and out, including the hull. Yes, sir. As Field had predicted, within half an hour, Blackfeather found a small earring hidden on the deck. No divine power fluctuations, but it's undoubtedly a first-tier artifact. The Great Thunder Dragon recognized its quality at a glance. Fielder took the earring and tried to subdue it, but failed. This earring already has an owner. Field sneered, already having a guess, and took out the Book of Wisdom to appraise it. Artifact, the unforgettable earring, first-tier source, Cupid. Effect, when given to a lover, you will forever know her location. A tracking artifact. Field grinned, a forced smile playing on his lips. The Dragon Tower people are really something, installing tracking devices on the merchant ships they delivered to us. Looks like it sees us as prey. The Great Thunder Dragon crossed its legs, arrogantly flicking its sleeves. How audacious. I slaughter 1,000,000 people, and they behave. How despicable. Blackfeather was furious. Let me destroy it. Don't be in such a hurry, put the earring back. Field's lips curled slightly upward. As soon as possible, gather the crew and prepare for the first maritime trade. Don't forget to call me then. Understood. The gods instantly understood. Back in their territory, Field instructed the Great Thunder Dragon, "Next, I'm going to use up my luck to open the treasure chest. You must protect me. Humans are so strange." The Great Thunder Dragon couldn't understand, only nodding slightly. Chapter 1249. Open it. I want to significantly enhance my chosen one. Field resolutely opened the red crystal treasure chest. The moment he touched it, his soul trembled. The red crystal treasure chest vanished in a stream of light, revealing a prison-shaped container filled with a shimmering liquid, which landed in Field's hand. Even through the container, Field could smell a sweet aroma. Every cell in his body seemed to be calling out to him to drink it all. What is this? Field immediately subdued it. 6-tier artifact. The grace of the goddess of fortune. Consumable description. Drink it, and you can truly taste the goddess's love. It tastes very sweet. Effect. Unparalleled luck for 6 hours, granting your wishes and bringing good fortune to those close to you. It's a lucky potion. I finally got a tier 6 artifact, and it's a consumable. What a loss. Field muttered, speechless. Opening treasure chests is unlucky, and this is a lucky potion. I won't drink it yet. What if the good luck cancels out the bad luck? Wouldn't that be a waste of a treasure chest? Wait, under the lucky state, if I add points or enhance the chosen one, will it yield something even better? Field slapped his forehead. I try it next time. Putting away the lucky potion, Field's expression tightened, and he nervously looked around. I'm in the city hall. I can't possibly run into danger again. Knock, knock, knock. A knock came at the door, and a knight's voice came from outside. My lord, the envoys from the Griffin Empire have arrived at the border fortress. They bring the hope of peace. Oh, let them wait. Field waved his hand arrogantly. Meanwhile, the imperial delegation was busily setting up camp. A young woman in a magnificent red dress lifted her skirt, revealing long, smooth, jade-like legs, and stepped out of the carriage. This is completely different from the border fortress I remember, said Sirius. She smelled neither the stench of rotting corpses, or the ash fog, nor the cow-dung odor of bull territory. The air was incredibly fresh, with a faint, elegant fragrance of fruit and wheat. Undoubtedly, the corpses in Nightfall territory had long been cleared away, otherwise, there would have been an unpleasant odor. The magnificent border fortress seemed to have expanded outwards, with platforms protruding from the walls and defensive structures built outside the walls. She couldn't understand bastions, and could only guess, based on instinct, that they were defensive structures. Are you envoys from the Griffin Empire? 2 knights dressed identically swaggered forward. The soldier at the front looked at Sirius in surprise. The crest of the sun, you are the Empire's son, Miss Sirius. That's me. Sirius felt honored to be recognized by the opposing soldiers. Although they were all from the Empire, recognizing a 6-tier chosen one wasn't unusual. I come personally to Nightfall territory to meet your lord. Sirius smiled, a warm and beautiful smile that captivated the knights. She added, I come with goodwill and congratulations. Then please rest outside the city. The Snow Lion Knights gave a standard noble salute. Or, to be stationed outside the city? Sirius was surprised. She had assumed that since they recognized her, they would let her in. That's right. Please forgive me. If you have anything you like to eat, you can buy it from me. Purchase. Sirius's lips twitched. That guy Field, can't he even maintain noble etiquette when facing an envoy? An accompanying imperial official protested loudly. The Ross family should learn how to educate their squires. The Nightfall Knights glanced at the imperial official with a mocking expression, completely ignoring him. Sorry, we Nightfall Knights are just not hospitable. Our food can be given to refugees, or fed to magical beasts, but not to our enemies. The leading knight captain took a step back without hesitation, maintaining distance. Don't forget, we're still at war. You? The imperial official exploded. All right, we have food. Sirius quickly stopped him, looking at the knights, who had received her with surprise. Everyone wore special armor. Their clothes, robes, and insignia were all identical. Even the knights' stances were as straight and rigid as puppets. But beneath this rigid movement lay a nimble, bloodthirsty, and cold gaze. The Nightfall territory's army was quite peculiar. Sirius was surprised. After briefly smoothing things over, she curiously looked around. In the distance, spring planting was underway in an open field. 3 serfs, or rather, 1 farmer, were accompanied by 2 ragged slaves. They carried a wooden pole, with an ox in front of them and a strange, wheeled machine. As the ox moved forward, the machine automatically plowed the ground, seeds obediently falling, and the ground automatically covering itself under the leveling wheel. Huh? That can't be right. Helios watched in disbelief as 3 ordinary people leisurely cultivated an acre of land in a quarter of an hour. Shouldn't cultivation involve a pair of serfs, urged on by whips, digging holes and planting, spending a whole morning cultivating an acre? How could it be so fast? This machine makes farming so easy. A storm raged in Sirius's heart. Did those serfs and the steward lie to me? Farming is so simple. I wasted so much money. These lowly people are indeed lowly people. How despicable. They even lied to me, saying farming was tiring. Goddess, it's so simple. The high-ranking members of the delegation, seeing this, were thinking of conspiracies. Ahem, what's wrong with you lot? You idiots. The dust you made has dirted the men's clothes. The Nightfall Knight, startled, rushed over, chuckling as he pushed the planter into the fortress. Their lord, however, wouldn't spread his technology. Field only liked to learn the strengths of others, but he was incredibly stingy, preferring not to make money rather than sell advanced weapons and equipment. It hasn't been long, and Bull Territory has become a fertile land. Looking around, Bull Territory was filled with cultivated farmland, and large swathes of chickens, ducks, cattle, and sheep grazed on the plains, a sight that brought a sense of peace. A griffin flapped its wings and swooped in. Field jumped off the griffin's back and turned to look at the delegation. When he saw Sirius, Field paused, a wicked thought flashing through his mind. Should he take action and kill the Empire's 6th-tier leader? After a moment's hesitation, Field suppressed his murderous intent. Sirius was a good person. Perhaps he could recruit her as a henchman in the future. Welcome. It's my pleasure. Sirius lifted the hem of her red dress, bowed gracefully, and said with emotion, I never imagined that my comrade-in-arms would become my adversary. Forget the formalities. Get to the point. Field waved his hands repeatedly, nervously glancing around. He had to be careful. He didn't want to get into trouble during diplomacy. Screech. Just as I thought of this, a strong gust of wind suddenly swept in from behind. Chapter 1250. The griffin suddenly went berserk, its golden wings, sharp as blades, flapping wildly. This ferocious magical beast, which preyed on horses, suddenly became agitated, its aura terrifying. Holy crap? Field was startled. The great thunder dragon merely raised an eyebrow, and with a domineering flick of its sleeve, shoved Field aside. Thunder crackled and surged, and with a single slap, the 3-meter-long griffin was sent flying like a kitten. Screech. The griffin, half dead from the fall, immediately became docile, its eyes clear. With a cold, light laugh, the great thunder dragon turned around, only to find Field, who had been pushed aside, crashing into Sirius's arms like a cannonball, landing squarely on her chest, his hands conveniently clutching her pet rabbit. The delegation and the Nightfall Territory members were dumbfounded. Less than a minute after meeting, Field had offended a 6th-tier chosen one. Even if it was an accident, it was still too incredible. While it was enviable, an accident. Field jumped 3 meters away, awkwardly waving his hands, thinking to himself, the Imperial food is terrible, I'm stunted. But, it's understandable. Helios straightened her clothes, her eyes darting around as she tried to smooth things over. My abilities frighten magical beasts. The griffin was disturbed. It's my fault. No, it's my fault. Field, sweating profusely with guilt, kept glancing left and right, fearing danger, and hurriedly extended his hand to invite, let's go inside and talk. The group entered the reception room of the border fortress. A maid immediately stepped forward, serving tea and water to the delegation and offering desserts. Now no need to charge. Having recovered from her earlier embarrassment, Helios feigned anger, gently teasing Field, you now possess the entire north. While we come to Nightfall Territory, yet we have to buy food. This Field is indeed a bit stingy. She won't even give food to a diplomat. As she spoke, she casually tossed her long, wavy hair to one side, crossed her legs, revealing her long, slender, snow-white legs. Field glanced at them casually, sighing inwardly, chopstick legs, they're quite pretty, but too thin. Haha, to survive the winter, I even abandoned my noble dignity. Field explained nonchalantly, I'm not like the Griffin Queen, with her vast wealth and power, able to casually give away money and women. But out of respect for you, I provide the rest of the food. This concerns the Queen's strategy. Sirius waved her hand, speaking on the Queen's behalf. Suavian, quickly try some of our Nightfall Territory's milk tea. Seeing the maid approach, Field politely extended her hand. Before she finished speaking. Oops. The maid carrying the milk tea tripped, falling to the ground along with the tea. Careful. Field caught the maid, but was splashed with tea in his face, then bumped hard against her cheek by the maid's bunny. My lord, I deserve to die. The maid's face paled, almost wetting herself in fear. It's not your fault, you can leave now. Field realized that Lady Luck was on his side. Picking up the teapot, Field carefully poured a cup of tea and politely handed it to Sirius. I've been a little. Before he could finish speaking, crack. The teacup suddenly shattered, spilling tea all over Sirius's legs. I'm sorry. Field quickly grabbed a handkerchief and wiped himself, then suddenly realized something was wrong and looked up to meet the other's bewildered and embarrassed gaze. So slippery. Oh no, here's the handkerchief. Placing the handkerchief on the table, Field wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Luckily, Black Feather and the Great Thunder Dragon were both there, otherwise she was afraid the other side would kill her. No need. She pursed her lips, and with a surge of divine power, Helios instantly evaporated the water on her body. She elegantly poured herself a cup, just bringing it to her lips, before she could even drink it. Bang! The handle of the teacup snapped off. The hot tea poured down her collar, giving the rabbit a bath. It's over. The bad luck is starting to spread. Field lowered his head, unable to bear looking. I'm not drinking anymore. Helios, wiping away the water with her divine power, said angrily, let's get down to business. Her Majesty the Queen is merciful, and hopes you can understand the suffering of your people, and stop the war. Speaking of business, Field's embarrassment vanished, his eyes sharpening rapidly. War was never my choice alone, it was the choice of Nightfall territory. No, to be precise, it was the choice of all the people of the Empire. It was the Griffin Queen's cruel methods that forced us to resist. Field scoffed. Go back and tell your queen that if she has any compassion for her people, she should get down on her feet. Her Majesty the Queen. She just needs time. Helios sighed. Her Majesty wishes to bestow upon you the title of Grand Duke of the North. You don't even need to fulfill any obligations, as long as you don't start another war. Field was taken aback. The Griffin Queen, she knows how to yield. There's definitely something wrong. This is the benefit? Using my own land to bestow a title upon myself. Field chuckled. The Empire simply doesn't have the funds to compensate you, Your Majesty. We need to support the people of the eastern and central regions. However, from now on, the Empire will not collect a single penny of tax from the north. Field, Her Majesty the Empress will marry you, the most beautiful woman in the royal family, along with a sixth order chosen one. If you agree to become a Grand Duke and pledge allegiance to the Empress, you will be remembered in history and become the most powerful person in the Empire. Hearing this condition, the delegation members panicked. This was already the Empress's bottom line. I'm sorry, I won't agree. To everyone's surprise, Field refused righteously. Many things cannot be bought with money and power. Field's eyes narrowed slightly. That is the trust of the people, and the future of the race. The blood of the Northerners must not be shed in vain. I must avenge the Empress's slaughter of our people. Field, the Empire killed the commoners, it has nothing to do with you. An imperial official, unable to understand, questioned him vehemently. The commoners are dead, they are dead. They have no value. If they all die, we can buy slaves from Franvia, Dragon Tower, or even Obsidian, it's all the same. Yes, you and I have gold, women, and power, that's enough. Another member of the delegation advised, everyone fighting is meaningless. Hearing their words, Field laughed in anger. Suppressing the urge to kill them, Field said, submitting to the Queen is impossible, but we can still talk. That is, destroying the Obsidian Empire, if you are willing to pay the price. I can fight the Obsidian, or we can each attack separately, prioritizing eliminating the Obsidian people. These guys are extremely cruel and possess mind control abilities. They are a huge threat, our common enemy. I will speak to Her Majesty the Queen, but her attitude towards the Obsidian Empire has always been very delicate. Sirius nodded, sighing quietly, thinking to herself, the Queen trusts the Obsidian people more. After all, she can handle them with women and money, but Field wants the royal family dead. I see you out, Field said, rising to his feet. Chapter 1251. Field stood up and slowly stepped forward, about to gesture for the lady to leave, completely forgetting the spilled tea on the ground. Slip. His foot slipped, and Field tumbled headfirst into Sirius. Although Sirius was a sixth-tier chosen one, she was both surprised by Field's incredible abilities, and, under the watchful eye of the Great Thunder Dragon, dared not act rashly. Field crashed straight into Sirius's baby refresh point, landing a solid blow to her chest. Whoa, what are you doing? Sirius had never seen anything like this before. Startled, she scrambled to push Field away, trembling with shame and anger. Insolence. The onlookers were stunned, their admiration for Field reaching its peak. To dare to relentlessly attack a 6th-tier chosen one was simply outrageously arrogant. Truly worthy of being called Baron Happy Bean, an imperial official remarked, wiping away cold sweat in shock. Now I understand why he dared to challenge the queen. He's simply audacious. Feeling the gazes of those around her, Sirius couldn't contain herself any longer. Damn it, how dare he humiliate me? A surge of raging flames erupted, the air temperature soaring. The instant Sirius unleashed her divine power, 2 terrifying killing intents locked onto her. Lightning crackled, a violent bolt of lightning, brimming with destructive intent, instantly coiled around the Great Thunder Dragon's hand, transforming into a lightning spear. The Great Thunder Dragon caught Field in its arms, giving him no time to process what was happening, and casually tossed him aside. With her long, voluptuous, white legs arrogantly stomping on the table, the Great Thunder Dragon raised its spear, pointing it directly at the other's throat, coldly snarling, "You dare to be so insolent? My servant, how dare you push him? You ant!" Black raven feathers fluttered, and countless sword lights instantly pressed against everyone's necks. 2 incredibly powerful divine forces filled everyone with suffocating horror. Cough cough. Field awkwardly brushed off the dust and touched his nose. He had just gained a huge advantage, but it really wasn't intentional. You? Sirius's mind quickly calmed down. In their territory, if a fight broke out, he would surely die. That's going too far, you dragon demi-humans. We're here on a diplomatic mission. A diplomatic mission? Humph, I don't care what you're here for. The Great Thunder Dragon walked domineeringly behind Field, lightly stomped its foot to its feet, causing a powerful tremor. Even if it's him, if he wants to unleash your defeat animation, you have to take it if I allow it. No other reason than he's one of my people. As if looking at trash, the Great Thunder Dragon flicked its tail, producing a whip-like crack, and coldly commanded, "If you're not happy, keep it to yourself, or just die." Ugh. Having been humiliated repeatedly, Sirius was furious, biting her lip, feeling utterly wronged. Awesome. Field mentally gave the Great Thunder Dragon a thumbs up. This guy was truly arrogant beyond measure. Alright, let them go. This was just an accident. Raising his hand to signal for their release, Field said sincerely to Sirius, "I hope your queen can recognize the situation and know who the real enemy is. And I hope you can see that there's no need to risk your life for the queen. She's not a good person. What about Yunar and her chosen ones?" Sirius took a deep breath. "And a whole host of prisoners. I brought enough ransom. Don't even think about releasing them." Field waved his hands repeatedly, not mentioning that they had defected to him. After all, their own spies were still investigating Yunar's family. They couldn't afford to cause the deaths of his entire family. Give Field a deep look, the delegation left reluctantly. Watching them leave, Blackfeather asked curiously, "My lord, why didn't you accept the gift and then renege on it?" "I don't want to harm my people or my own blood. Such petty tricks aren't suitable for reckless use," Field said meaningfully, then smiled. "Think of a duchy name. I want to crown myself. From now on, I will defeat the Griffin Queen decisively, not through backstabbing. Normally, to become a duke, one needs the investiture of an empress or pope. That's more like it." The Great Thunder Dragon nodded appreciatively, crossing his arms so wide they could practically burst the giant rabbit. A long, serpentine dragon tail coiled around Field's waist. The Great Thunder Dragon said in a slightly coquettish tone, "I want a palace, the kind on a mountain peak." Sure enough. Field couldn't take it anymore. This mature woman's coquettishness was truly irresistible. He pushed her away with both hands. "A palace is no problem, but there's a condition. I want to see you wearing shiny silk and a cow print outfit." "Shine? What's that?" The Great Thunder Dragon frowned. "I explain in detail when we get back." Field looked amused, a sudden inspiration striking him. He punched his fist. "Right, if I remember correctly, Cal can help me share the bad luck." Cal went back to his hometown in Rick Province to visit relatives. A guard beside him replied. "What a pity." Field sighed, muttering, "Rick Province is gradually stabilizing. It's time to transform it into magical farmland." Just as they stepped out of the fortress, another knight came running to report. Reporting to the Lord, a merchant named Rick requests an audience, saying she wishes to donate supplies. Field raised an eyebrow in delight, hands on his hips with an air of arrogance. "Who said opening a treasure chest brings bad luck? Isn't this quite fortunate? Send him to see me." A moment later, a melodious and gentle voice rang out. "Is the Earl here?" Field looked in the direction of the figure, and saw a graceful and elegant young woman, her ample bosom partially exposed, bringing with it a rich fragrance. Compared to the chosen one, she was definitely outshone in every way, But she was still a stunningly beautiful woman, especially with her mature and charming demeanor. "What brings you here?" Field asked curiously, as he stepped forward. Dilly, seeing how young Field was momentarily stunned. "You are Lord Field?" "Of course. Would I impersonate him at the fortress gates?" Field chuckled. "So young." Dilly hadn't expected the Lord to be so young and handsome. She unconsciously crossed her legs slightly, but upon seeing the two people behind Field, she immediately became quiet. "Greetings, chosen ones. I come to donate supplies, 500 pieces of fine clothing." After greeting the Great Thunder Dragon and the others, Dilly waved her fan. "I also like to ask Lord Field for a favor. Of course, whether you help or not, I still give you the gift." Goodness, these nobles are so adept at social niceties. Field chuckled. "Go ahead. You know I always been supportive of the territory's industries." This was true. After Field took control of Rick, Dilly had expected him to be like the previous governors and lords, wantonly plundering and extorting. But Field didn't do that. Instead, he standardized taxes, built roads, and broke down trade barriers between regions. There were downsides, though. Field imposed restrictions on worker treatment and product quality, which displeased many merchants. "It's not a business matter, it's the devil. My textile workshop, my theater, are invaded by evil spirits." Chapter 1252. The evil spirits can control people, causing them to fall from great heights. Several people have already been injured. Hearing about demons and undead, Field became highly vigilant. These things would drastically reduce the population, and had to be dealt with quickly. Taking the Little Angel, the Great Thunder Dragon, and Black Feather, Field boarded the teleportation portal. They arrived at Silk Territory in Rick Province. After Field came to rule, the region was prosperous and harmonious. Although it couldn't develop as rapidly as Nightfall Territory, the roadsides had many more shops, and the population had increased significantly, indicating that life was good here. This is it. These two houses, the textile workshops and leather workshops outside the city, and the large manor behind them, all belong to our family. Dilly pointed to the massive 3-story opera house, proudly puffing out her chest, her white coat even more dazzling. "Impressive, really rich." Field chuckled dryly, his lips twitching slightly. This was the reason he had always been reluctant to convert Rick Province into a magical region. The local merchants, nobles, and powerful families are too influential. Even though he implemented land reclamation, the actual effect might not be very good. At least most of the land remains in the hands of the powerful. Even with leases, they can control the vast majority of the land through their absolute power and money. Not to mention, Rick and his nobles don't control their lands. No, Rick Province still can't be magically transformed, the time isn't right. Field shook his head secretly, thinking, he must wait until the internal affairs system is more complete and has greater influence. Field wouldn't want to slaughter his own powerful relatives without cause. They have created a great deal of wealth for him, they just need time to be transformed. Once we take the western provinces, we transform the entire west into magical farmland. Just as he was thinking this, Field suddenly heard gasps of alarm from his surrounding subjects. What's wrong? Field looked up and saw a petite and adorable girl with a blank expression walk to the edge of the roof. Without hesitation, the woman jumped off the roof. That's Pearl, a good girl. Seeing this, Dilly nearly died of fright. You're asking for death, daring to attack Field. The Great Thunder Dragon had no concept of suicide, it thought the girl was about to attack Field. Lightning crackled in its right hand, transforming into a raging Thunder Dragon claw, and the Great Thunder Dragon was about to smash the rapidly falling girl to pieces. You all step back, let me handle this. Field's fighting spirit surged, and with a light leap, he caught the girl steadily. He felt a fragrant breeze on his face, and his hand touched silky smooth surfaces. Having caught the girl, Field landed lightly. Goddess above, look at that nobleman. He caught her. He must have some legendary superhuman strength. So handsome. A nobleman actually saved us ordinary people. I want to marry him, and have his children. Yeah, I saw his muscles. So handsome and strong. With that kind of strength, he must be amazing in that area. Stop your filthy thoughts. That's Lord Field. Since he became Rick's master, we've been living much more comfortably. The surrounding citizens, seeing this, gathered around, praising Field wildly. Field put the girl down and waved coolly to the crowd. Pearl, what's wrong with you? You almost hit the Lord. Dilly Ray angrily stepped forward, grabbed the girl's ear, and scolded her harshly. I don't know either. The girl snapped out of her daze, her face pale, and hurriedly apologized to Field in a soft, sweet voice. I'm so sorry, Sir, I was definitely sleeping. There's a lingering aura of evil. The little angel stepped forward, carefully examined her, then clasped her holy hands together and turned to say, Lord, it's the aura of the undead. Sir, be careful, someone's jumping again. Black Feather quickly warned. Field looked up again, and this time it was another stunning beauty, with a curvaceous figure and dazzlingly long, white legs. A minor matter that doesn't require fighting, leave it to me. With a comical expression, Field caught the woman again, her graceful figure pleased him greatly. She's one of the dancers I recruited, what's going on? Dilly was bewildered. No problem. Field was smug, thinking to himself, who said opening Lady Luck's treasure chest brings bad luck? This is quite lucky. Someone else jumped. Black Feather exclaimed. Sir, let me save this one. No need. Field was overjoyed. Each falling woman was more beautiful than the last. This one must be stunning. He immediately reached out to catch her without hesitation. Bang! A woman weighing over 300 pounds landed with a fierce gust of wind, nearly knocking Field away. Field's head was spinning, his face turning green. He dropped the old woman to the ground. This is my aunt? She doesn't usually go out, Dilly said awkwardly. Sir, are you all right? You little rascal, you miscalculated. The great thunder dragon laughed heartily, tapping Field's nose teasingly. Even the little angel Tishfa smiled, her smile as pure as a snow lotus. Heh. Field pinched the giant thunder dragon's thigh, then Tishfa's, his face serious. Stop laughing, go check it out up there. All right, I sensed it a long time ago. The giant thunder dragon vanished instantly, transforming into swift lightning and appearing on the rooftop. On the rooftop, another dancer, her expression numb, was about to jump. Upon sensing the terrifying divine power, she was instantly blasted out of her body. Ha! A female undead, her limbs twisted and her face contorted in grotesque horror, glared fiercely at Faveria, letting out a piercing wail. However, Faveria, with just a glance, held the undead firmly in place, daring not to move an inch. Teleporting over, Faveria used her divine power to grab her and bring her before Field. She used to be a dancer, but didn't she say she found her love and left? Delir was shocked. How did she become a ghost, harming others? It's her, the evil spirit the sisters saw. The girls who had been rescued earlier hid behind Field, trembling with fear. Field clearly saw that she had no tongue, and a cold glint flashed in her eyes. Why are you attacking everyone? The female ghost opened her mouth wide, continuously emitting venomous laughs. My lord, she has lost all reason. The little angel Tishfa made a compassionate gesture of holy light. The undead will attack all the living, please help her be freed. Do so. Field nodded. The little angel's holy light erupted, purifying and dispelling the ghost. Seeing the holy light, the surrounding people knelt in worship, and even their gaze towards Field became more reverent. Thank you, sir. Dilly breathed a sigh of relief as the spirit that had been troubling her dissipated. I prepared a banquet and a ball, I hope you do me the honor of attending. Chapter 1253. Just eliminating one undead, so the banquet is unnecessary. Field glanced at the mini-map, but didn't see any undead markers, despite the several hostile human markers on the manor. He thought he uncovered a hidden undead force, but only one left, leaving Field feeling rather bored. What if I knew where the Nibelungen family's secret treasure vault is? Dilly blinked twice, smiling, my lord, would you do me the honor? You know? Field glanced at Dilly with suspicion. Even his descendants don't know about his treasure vault. When they took over the Nibelungen family, they only found a small amount of supplies. Of course, our family's dancers and maids are the Earl's favorites. He mentioned them when he was drunk. You helped us solve such a huge problem, I must repay you. Dilly pulled Field towards the manor, explaining, of course, I have conditions. Since my husband's death, our family has had no backing, and we hope you can protect us. Furthermore, I hope our family's textiles will be permanently exempt from taxes. And the textile trade in the province of Rick can only be handled by our family. Hearing this, Field raised an eyebrow, inwardly cursing. The nobles were finally suppressed, and merchants immediately stepped in, even more greedy. Protecting you is no problem. The Nightfall territory protects anyone who obeys the law. Permanent tax exemption is absolutely impossible. I will investigate the truth of the matter. If the situation is true, I will grant preferential treatment and periodic tax exemptions. Field said expressionlessly, I can destroy the Nibelungen family, so please don't overestimate their importance to me. Hearing this, Dilly was horrified, cold sweat pouring down her back. Yes, Field was an executioner who had slaughtered tens of thousands. She dared to negotiate like this. She had a death wish. Flattering the Lord had many benefits, but if you went too far, you could easily pay with your life. The Earl said there's a silver-winged dragon's lair in the eastern woods of Rick. Dilly immediately became obedient. Silver-winged dragons were sub-dragons, incredibly ferocious. Even wealthy merchants didn't have the resources to search for their treasure. Field's gaze lingered on the mini-map for a moment, then he smiled and said, "Didn't stay one night." That night, Dilly's manor became lively. The luxurious manor was filled with women, all of whom were dancers and singers Dilly kept. There were only a handful of men, all of whom were Dilly's relatives. It was called a banquet, but in reality, it was simply a reception for the Lord. "My lord, please have some tea." "My lord, please have some fruit." Two extremely sexy women, dressed in sheer gauze, approached. They were twins. These specially trained dancers possessed a charm and demureness far beyond ordinary women, making them incredibly alluring. They gently offered fruit and tea. Not far away, even more beautiful girls danced, their long, white legs a sight to behold. Felder, with one on each arm, his restless hands wandering, sighed, "This is life. My lord is so young." One of the flamboyant dancers exclaimed, her eyes shining. "So handsome. I wish I could serve you for life." A girlish dancer, brushing a strand of hair behind her ear, casually brushed her rabbit head against Field's feet. "Let me give you a foot massage." The air was filled with fragrance. Anyone would be mesmerized. "My lord, you can't do this." Blackfeather protested loudly, his pouty expression utterly adorable. "I fought so many battles. Can't I enjoy myself a little?" Field waved his hand impatiently, feigning disgust. "Get lost." "Humph." The chosen gods huffed and left. The great thunder dragon cursed, "Humans are so boring," and slammed the door shut as he left. "That guy is Field. I'm so jealous. These top-tier dancers, Delir never brings them out. They're reserved for the wealthy and powerful," a merchant's son said, his tone displeased. "So what if we won a few battles by luck? Without our support, we would have suffered a crushing defeat long ago. After this guy occupied Rick, not only did he not repay us, but he also forbade the killing of workers, meddling in our business. My family's slave trade has also declined. Field's mother was born a commoner, and he treated commoners very well, ensuring they had food, which greatly reduced my source of slaves. The local officials even built bridges and roads to let in foreign merchants. My family's grain monopoly is almost unsustainable. Unlike most merchants, who were grateful to Field, 4 or 5 veteran merchants from the Silk territory kept their distance from Field, lowering their voices and muttering resentfully. "You agree, right, Aelrin?" The merchants all looked at Aelrin, clearly watching his every move. "Your family is also in the slave trade." Aelrin scoffed disdainfully. "Humph, he just got lucky and gained the favor of a 6th-tier chosen one. If I were a 6th-tier chosen one, I'd definitely do a better job than him. Look at him, just a greenhorn who's never seen the world." The merchants nodded in agreement, sighing with regret. "What a pity that such a guy has ruled our Rick province. Fortunately, our family is powerful. Our income doubled this month." Field's policies, in the long run, were sound strategies, significantly expanding the pie, and almost all merchants profited more. But greed is insatiable, and some strategies, in the short term, infringed upon the rights of established merchants. They didn't care about the short-term or long-term consequences. They hated Field to the core. "Offending me like this, of course, I won't let him get away with it." Elegantly swirling his glass, Alan smiled mysteriously. "I already laid out my plans. In my eyes, Field is nothing more than a laughable pawn." "What's your plan?" everyone asked curiously. "It's a secret, but as long as I make my move, Field won't even have a chance to retaliate. Then, we can return to our previous lives. It's all thanks to Lord Alan." The merchants were overjoyed. "We will support you." Enjoying the praise. With a venomous glint in her eyes, Arlene, holding a wine glass, casually approached her hiding place. "My lord," she said, "do you think there's an opportunity?" Field didn't even bring any guards, and the chosen one stormed off. A red undead emerged from the thick darkness. Without warning, the undead suddenly appeared before Arlene, grabbing his neck, its bloodshot eyes fixed on him. "How did you manage to lure Field here?" "To lure the local governor here so I can kill him, possess his body, and then we can get things done." "You idiot, even a 6th-tier chosen one has come." The local garrison was protected by the chosen one, so she couldn't act directly, hoping to lure him out. "Cough, cough, cough," Arlene stammered, her face flushed. "Who knew that killing 2 dancers would lure Field here? This is a good opportunity. You wanted revenge, didn't you?" Chapter 1254. Upon hearing the word revenge, the necromancer released Arlene, its resentment causing the surrounding temperature to plummet. Field killed my sister, interfering with the great demon king's plans. He must be killed. The Thread Witch's hatred must be repaid to Field 100-fold. With that, the necromancer burrowed into Arlene's shadow. Very good. Arlene, panting heavily, glanced back unconsciously, a cold smile playing on his lips. Don't kill him. It's better to possess Field. Didn't you say you could make me a necromancer too? Let me possess him, and then I can have everything he has. Arlene trembled with excitement at the thought of that wonderful scene. He returned to the banquet hall, patiently waiting for a long time until his legs ached. But Field was still entwined with the dancers, so intimately embracing the twins he had longed for. Now, they were being held by the very man he hated. A strange feeling of being a useless husband welled up within him, causing him immense distress. Arlene, annoyed, thought to himself, get him drunk so I can make my move. Holding his wine glass, Arlene approached Field, his face beaming brighter than a chrysanthemum. Lord Field, may the goddess of wealth bless you. Ha, the goddess of fortune should bless me. Field glanced at the minimap. Surprisingly, this guy wasn't listed there. Definitely a chosen one in disguise. With a barely perceptible chuckle, Field secretly channeled Dish's divine power to protect himself, and said with a smile, my luck's been terrible lately. How could that be? Arlene feigned generosity, patting his chest vigorously, and flattered, I'm willing to share your bad luck. What a kind soul! Field exclaimed, quickly gesturing, please, have a seat. Thank you for your generosity. He sneered inwardly, thinking how easily Field was fooled. A few kind words, and he thought he was a good person. Such a fool, does he even deserve to be a lord? Let me be the one. Arlene pulled up a chair, feeling smug, and plopped down. Crack. The chair leg suddenly broke, and Arlene, caught off guard, landed on the back of his head, falling flat on his back. The force of the fall also knocked Field to the ground. Luckily, Field was flanked by Rabbit on both sides, cushioning the fall, only colliding with the dancers. Field, supporting himself with a gentle touch, got up, his face dark. He didn't speak, just kept his face dark. The twin dancers, quick-witted as ever, hurriedly brushed the dust off Field, while loudly scolding, fool. How rude. You made the Lord fall. That's right. No one would care if you fell to your death, but you made the precious Lord fall. Your entire clan deserves to be hanged. Looking at the twin beauties, they gently soothed Field's frightened heart. Arlene felt as if he had been forced to answer a question. The woman he longed for was siding with an outsider to insult him. Don't say that. I'm Rince's man, Field said harmlessly, waving his hand. Here's your chair. You too, bring me another one. Thank you, sir. Arlene sneered inwardly, even if you are Rince, I won't let you go. Perfect, let me take your position. While concealed, Arlene sat directly in Field's previous seat. Crack. Just as he sat down, the chair broke, and Arlene fell again, seeing stars. The necromancer's chosen one is ruthless. Even if he possesses Arlene's body, he won't help share the damage, as these falls are all real injuries. Ouch. Arlene couldn't hold back any longer, clutching the back of his head, tears welling in his eyes. Standing nearby, Field almost couldn't contain himself, quickly saying, this chair was just moved in, sit on it. It can't be broken, right? I better not sit. Arlene felt a chill run down his spine, waving his hands repeatedly. Field's face immediately fell. I sit. Squatting down, he carefully checked the chair, and after confirming it was all right, Arlene gently sat down, a relaxed smile on his face. This time it's fine. Just as he finished speaking. Whoosh. Bang. A whooshing sound rang out, and a flower pot fell from the sky, landing squarely on Arlene's head. Ouch. Arlene's vision went black, screaming as he rolled on the ground, blood gushing from his head. Luckily, he had brought some hemostatic medicine, frantically pouring it over his head to stop the injury. He was furious, roaring, who threw that flower pot? The onlookers instinctively took 2 steps back. How unlucky you are. Field, having already accused him, felt a chill run down his spine, thinking to himself, Lady Luck is truly ruthless. Arlene staggered to his feet, his face turning green, unable to speak his grievances. After saying he share your bad luck, it seemed he truly become unlucky. But I don't discriminate against any well-meaning subject. Raising his glass, Field displayed an impeccable noble smile, bowing to everyone around him. May the province of Rick become a land of plenty. Praise be to the Lord. The surrounding merchants and dancers, impressed by Field's magnanimity, showed respect and raised their glasses. Despite encountering such an unlucky fellow, the Lord still showed leniency. Such magnanimity is truly moving. Seeing the looks on everyone's faces, Field felt a surge of joy. Luckily, I was quick-witted and escaped the wrath of bad luck. What lady luck? Just a plaything. A toast to the Lord. After reluctantly finishing his drink, Arlene angrily slammed his cup onto the marble table. Crack! The incredibly sturdy marble table, having just broken down, immediately collapsed with a crash. The heavy tabletop slammed down on the insteps of Field and Arlene. Both of them simultaneously let out a piercing scream. Ugh! Fortunately, with Dish's divine power protecting them, coupled with his 5th-tier battle aura, Field's screams were merely instinctive, incoherent cries. Arlene was truly in pain. His entire right foot was flattened into a 2D shape, his face contorted in agony, yet he felt an extreme pleasure. Soon, Arlene was taken for treatment. Field, quite drunk, smugly embraced 2 women, and specifically ordered, "No one is allowed to disturb me," before heading to the master bedroom of the manor for a deep sleep. 4 o'clock in the morning. A staggering figure crept into the manor. Damn Field, that unlucky bastard. I don't know how someone so stupid could rule the entire north. Aaron, his resentment heavier than any undead, sneered Field, "Wait until you fall into my hands, see how I torture you." Quick, Legolas, prepare to act. Enough, I turn you into a necromancer. After I kill Field, you possess his corpse. Legolas floated out, a terrifying grin spreading across his face. I saw his 6th-tier chosen one wandering outside the city. Heh, offending one's own chosen one, truly utterly stupid. 4th-tier divine skill, necromancer extraction. Legolas made a grabbing motion with one hand, directly extracting Aaron's soul. 2 undead figures quickly found Field's bedroom and darted inside. Before they could even see what was happening, surprise! Chapter 1255. Arlene, who had planned to ambush Field and reach the pinnacle of his life, was startled when a figure suddenly appeared in the darkness, making his heart skip a beat. He looked at the room in disbelief. There was no chaotic scene as he had imagined. 2 dancers lay unconscious on the bed, while Field sat with interest, the tall, voluptuous thunder dragon with her arms crossed. "Why aren't you sleeping so late? What brings you to my bedroom as a ghost?" Field asked teasingly. His earlier act of deliberately driving away the Chosen One was just an act. The moment the thunder dragon left, he used his lightning powers to ambush her in the bedroom. "How did you detect their hostility towards you?" the thunder dragon asked curiously. She knew that the Chosen One had no presence until they used their power. Even the noble destruction calamity couldn't detect their existence. For a moment, she couldn't help but feel curious about this human man. "Just a guess." "It doesn't matter if I'm wrong," Field shrugged. "We've been discovered." Alan gritted his teeth, knowing there was no escape, and anxiously asked the Chosen One, Legolas, "What do we do?" "Kill him." With the 6th-tier Chosen One gone, we noble undead can easily crush a lowly demi-human. The red-clad undead Legolas had absolute confidence in herself. She let out a shrill cry, and blood instantly seeped into the floor of the room. 3 dead Chosen Ones emerged from the floor. One of them, Field had seen before. It was Polly of the Shadow Cult, who had served the son of Baron Bull. "I heard you have a 5th-tier dragon demi-human. Hehehe, I wonder how long you can hold out against the 4 of us." The moment Legolas's blood-red threads connected to the corpse, the 3 corpse puppets' tightly closed eyes snapped open. Their crimson gazes, fixed on Field, were like those of a stray dog starved for 3 days. The abilities of the undead are unpredictable, and humans often suffer greatly when unaware. These corpse puppets were all top-tier 4th-order fighters, and with her modifications, they were incredibly sturdy. Roar! 2 corpse puppets charged forward rapidly, while Polly's puppet, using the wall as a springboard, dodged and weaved, attacking Field directly from the flank. Legolas sneered, unleashing a series of crimson threads. "Despair, if you intercept even one less attack you will." Before he could finish, the great thunder dragon's eyelids twitched listlessly, and a thunder spirit, pulsating with destructive divine power, condensed in its hand, swirling around its body. With a casual wave, dazzling lightning crashed down, faintly transforming into a phantom thunder dragon, striking the corpse puppet the instant it struck. The violent force crushed the sturdy corpse puppet into dust. "What?" Legolas, as an undead, showed astonishment for the first time. "With this level of skill, you dare disturb my rest?" The great thunder dragon was both shocked and enraged. Raising an eyebrow, its domineering aura unleashed 3 more bolts of lightning. 2 corpse puppets were mercilessly blasted apart, splattering blood. The final bolt of lightning, like a hot knife through butter, sliced through the countless streams of blood, striking Legolas hard. Sizzle! Legolas, bathed in the lightning, was electrocuted and emitted a piercing wail. "Ooh-oh!" Field, die. Knowing he couldn't escape, Aren also became ferocious, lunging at Field. Haha, if you dare to assassinate your brother Faye, you must be severely punished. Taking out the holy light potion unhurriedly, Field reached out and dipped some in it, then waved his hand towards Alern. Wow! The burst of holy light seemed like a flash bomb. Alan's heart suddenly burst into pain, as if he had been splashed with sulfuric acid, and his body quickly became illusory. Field, I'm not done with you. Stop talking nonsense. If you dare, challenge me, you loser. With his hands dipped in the holy light potion, Field fired his bow from left to right, pinning Alan to the ground and beating him wildly. The huge movement immediately disturbed the people in the manor, and even the garrison from the Silt territory came to reinforce. Everyone ran over in a hurry, fearing that something might happen to Field. What caught everyone's eyes was Field riding on an undead body, beating him crazily. Every time he punched, a blast of holy light would erupt, making aliens scream and scream. Everyone was stunned, never expecting their lord to be so ruthless. They'd never seen a human before, and he was already rubbing against an undead. After subduing Aline, Field dusted himself off and stood up cheerfully. Field, what do we do with this undead? How about stomping it to pieces? The great thunder dragon stepped on the red-clad undead, its flashing lightning controlling it completely. Her tone was as casual as if she were dealing with an ant. Don't rush, I interrogate it first. Taking out a holy light potion, Field splashed it on Legolas's face without further ado. Tell me, who is your sister? You deserve to die the most. Legolas, enduring the burning sensation on his face, angrily said, It was the Needle Witch. She didn't do anything and you killed her. The Needle Witch. I remember now. Field slapped his forehead. The undead he killed in the Azure Steel mine had a needle as its artifact. His eyes narrowed, and Field chuckled coldly. Didn't do anything? She killed a bunch of humans. Shouldn't I kill her? Of course, her death wasn't easy, it was all agony. Field decisively rubbed salt into the wound. Field, I can already foresee the demon army tearing you to shreds. Legolas's ugly face suddenly erupted into a hearty laugh. Let me tell you, my sisters are hidden in the north. We three witches worship the Great Lich. Our mission is to unleash a tide of the undead. The Demon King is still a long way from me. Field said indifferently. No, the battlefield ruins of the Dawn Moon Dynasty seal away countless demon and undead legions. Once they are unsealed, everything you have will be submerged. That day will come soon. Live in the terror of the countdown to the apocalypse. Legolas continued his grotesque laughter. Shut up. The great thunder dragon stomped its toes forcefully, easily crushing Legolas. And the chosen ones are still hiding. Field frowned. Where are they hiding? Judging from her tone, it seems she's deciphering the ruins. The infiltration of the undead is a legacy of the Griffin Queen's reign. Perhaps it's related to the crown of the moon. Field pondered for a moment. Let's ask the Moon Queen herself. Just a bunch of losers. What's there to be afraid of? The great thunder dragon crossed its arms, a seductive smile playing on its lips. Even if they're resurrected, we just kill them all. I'm worried that the undead will destroy cities and reduce the population. The North has just caught its breath from the war. It can't afford another large-scale disaster. He glanced disdainfully at the dim-skinned Aline. Spare me, please show mercy, Aline pleaded. Field made no attempt to hide its anger. Why did you attempt to assassinate me? Chapter 1256. My lord, I didn't mean to harm you. I just wanted to seize my Aunt Dilly's property. Huh? Dilly, who was watching, was dumbfounded. I don't believe it. Seizing an ordinary person's property requires the help of a fourth-tier chosen one? And you even knew when I arrived. I advise you to be honest. Field pretended to pour out a holy light potion. This is a coincidence. Arlen's face turned green. Under the threat of the holy light potion, Arlen reluctantly revealed the truth. It turned out that Arlen's target had always been Dilly. He hoped to use the ghost story to force Dilly to sell her assets at a low price. Of course, if forced to, killing his aunt wouldn't be a big deal. He used the necromancy he had learned to kill a dancer and turn her into an undead, the same undead he had first encountered who jumped off a building. But the necromancy attracted the fourth-tier chosen one, Legolas. This guy hoped to use the haunting incident and the dancers in the manor to get close to Field's governor, thereby stirring up a wave of undead. Who knew that Dilly was such a clever little devil, she directly asked Field to deal with the undead. And then, on a whim, she attacked me? Field was speechless. These two were truly both stupid and greedy. Perhaps there was also bad luck from opening the treasure chest. After all, such a coincidental assassination was hard to call a coincidence. It wasn't a whim, sir. It was your actions that chilled the merchants' hearts. Aline, with his malicious intent, decided to implicate more people to lessen his own guilt. The merchants commissioned me to kill you. What? Field was dumbfounded. He encouraged commerce. So why did the merchants hate him? You're too kind to the commoners, increasing our costs significantly, Arin angrily rebuked. The cheap grain from Nightfall territory has severely impacted grain prices in Silk territory, causing many merchants to lose everything. Every winter, merchants would pool their resources to hoard grain, controlling market prices. They would sell black bread mixed with sawdust for 8 copper coins. But this year, the bread supplied from Nightfall territory cost only 3 copper coins, and it was only mixed with wheat bran. The commoners ate their fill, getting through a winter of plenty, but the merchants' incomes plummeted, affecting a whole host of other traders, including those dealing in firewood, charcoal, and slaves. Field was shocked, but the more people you have, the more potential customers you have. Besides, I reduce taxes considerably and forbid extortion and corruption. Extortion? Corruption? What do they have to do with us? These methods only restrict emerging merchants and small traders. Arlene was incredibly arrogant. The imperial clerks in the Silk territory were all supported by my family. The money they earned was a significant source of income for my family. I see. Field sighed deeply, speechless. No wonder the income from Rick is less than from High Fortress. I invested money, built roads, and provided food aid. Occupying Rick hadn't taken much effort. But the cost was that Rick's local power structure was intricate and complex, like a spiderweb tightly controlling every aspect. They controlled agriculture, industry, and commerce, frantically absorbing resources. What was originally a far-sighted plan that benefited everyone ended up offending all local powers. They were the uncrowned lords. Fortunately, Field managed to break up and reorganize Rick's army and its clerks, and brought in his own people, which prevented infiltration in military and other areas. Field, I advise you to let me go. The more Arlen spoke, the more confident he became. Offending me is offending everyone in Rick. With our support, you can control Rick Province, otherwise, you're nothing. In his view, Field could obtain gold coins from Rick. It was purely due to the power of the elites, and had nothing to do with the common people. Without them, Field wouldn't get a single copper coin. Heh, who else thinks that way? Field sneered. Everyone. Arlen glanced at the crowd and answered decisively. Upon hearing this, the onlookers were stunned. Dilly was paralyzed with fear and hurriedly waved her hands. No, sir, I didn't mean that. Blackfeather, have the local garrison interrogate all the merchants of the Silk territory. Anyone found to be plotting rebellion, confiscate all their property, and hang those who deserve it. I want to see if the Silk territory will explode without you. With a cold laugh, Field gripped his sword hilt. I truly spoiled you all. If I don't let you see blood, you forget what it means to be noble. Field deeply realized that people in this world are incredibly despicable. A combination of power and kindness is the only way to succeed. Yes. Blackfeather, who was lying in ambush on the balcony, immediately sprang into action. The city was soon brightly lit as the local army, trained by the Nightfall territory's military, poured into the city. Damn it, Arlen, you viper of evil. My God, I was just saying it offhand, you actually dared to assassinate the Lord. The merchants who had previously supported Arlen were filled with regret, surrounding him as if they wanted to tear him apart. Field did not indiscriminately kill innocent people. Using his mini-map ability, Field efficiently identified malicious merchants and confiscated their property. The remaining merchants were given a warning and some encouragement before being released. It took a week to thoroughly clean up the Silk territory. The search uncovered 3 Dragon Tower spies, 17 members of evil organizations including the Shadow Cult and the Advent Cult, and the elimination of 11 large and small families and criminal gangs. Allen was publicly tried and sentenced to death. The most outrageous family possessed a 3rd-tier war god chosen, and over 100 elite guards. Approximately 390,000 gold coins were seized, along with shops, manors, countless illegally occupied farmlands, and 500 beautiful maids and dancers. Field distributed the seized grain to surrounding territories and his army. He didn't bother with the statistics. Good heavens, they're all so wealthy. The gold coins extracted from the Silk territory alone are equivalent to the tax revenue of an entire province. Field exclaimed in amazement, looking at the long line of treasure-laden convoys behind him. They live even more luxuriously than I do. My lord, shall we raid the next territory? Blackfeather's eyes gleamed, his bloodline awakening. This is a purge. Collecting the gold coins is just a side effect. Field blushed. You silly boy, This kind of operation can't go on forever, it needs the right opportunity. Frenzied torture is a disaster for the newly stabilized North. After all, the other territories don't know about the assassination attempt, they just think you, Field, are looking for an excuse to plunder. By the way, Blackfeather, are your ravens rested? Yes, both have recovered. Blackfeather nodded. Have them roam the north, searching for traces of the undead, Field ordered. Let's go, we're heading back to Nightfall territory. The convoy, in a grand procession, headed towards Nightfall territory. Having just arrived through the portal, Field saw a constant stream of cavalry and smoke billowing into the distance. The army of the corrupted Calamity has attacked. Chapter 1257. War raged across Cloud Curtain territory, and cries of alarm echoed throughout the land. Fortunately, Field had issued a calamity warning, and most of the male citizens had personally slain the rotting corpses and received some military training. The territory was in turmoil, but not chaotic. Ordinary citizens, led by soldiers, were heading into shelters or defensive structures. My lord! A knight in heavy armor, splattered with disgusting blood, dismounted and reported to Field. The corruption calamity stirred yesterday morning and suddenly swarmed out in the middle of the night. They have uprooted all the outposts in the territories of Dragon Sunflower and Scented Grass. The outer areas we expanded were completely covered by the corruption calamity overnight. Their numbers are endless and impossible to count. Since taking control of Cloud Curtain territory, Field had never ceased clearing the Grey Fog region. For example, the border walls of Cloud Curtain territory extended for 100 miles north, forming a controlled area with watchtowers as early warning of the approaching corruption tide. It seems the early warning was successful. Their territory wasn't caught off guard. Did you spot any enemy chosen ones? What's their strength? Field frowned, his hand unconsciously gripping his sword hilt, his mind racing. Did you get a clear look at the characteristics of the corrupted creatures? Reporting to you, sir, there are orcs, humans, and spiders corrupted, and there are suspected vampire corpses present. They are extremely fast. Many of our sentinel brothers have been killed or surrounded. Field nodded knowingly and hurriedly ordered, Blackfeather, Great Thunder Dragon, take the Air Force and immediately go to rescue the sentinels. Little Angel, relay my order. Command the local armies of all provinces to rush to the rescue, requiring 3,000 troops to assist in defending the city. Transfer Yunner and his wife, Pahilda, to the Cloudvale defenses. That old man Yunner always says, I sided with the Calamity, give him a chance to prove himself this time. The two bloodwing raptors, don't come back. Stay at Morningwind to prevent the Griffin Queen from launching a backstab. By the way, have you scouted the enemy's main attack direction? Field asked. According to reliable reconnaissance, our Nightfall, Cloudvale, and Frostfire territories will be under full-scale attack. Hearing this, Field's brow furrowed so deeply it could trap a fly. The Calamity of Corruption, for some unknown reason, launched a full-scale attack. The Calamity of Corruption's attacks aren't measured in thousands or tens of thousands, but rather by dates. The Horde could attack continuously for months. Any breach in their defenses could result in the deaths of tens of thousands. The only territory not under threat, Morningvale, is simply well protected by Frostfire and Nightfall. Never mind, time is of the essence. Let's rescue the sentries first. Without further ado, Field dispatched 200 air knights, who flew swiftly to the front lines. Meanwhile, in the Dragon Sunflower territory bordering Nightfall territory. My dear Pure White, why did you corruption suddenly change your mind and attack Field? A beautiful woman dressed in a pristine white nun's habit, her right hand listlessly twirling a thread, the bells on her body jingling crisply. You even need my advice? Don't you know I'm busy? Taking leave from the Holy Light Church is such a hassle to come up with an excuse. The woman muttered a coquettish complaint, her expression and appearance completely belying her status as a calamity. Fainir, if you find it troublesome, I don't mind devouring you. Pure White smiled harmlessly, a smile even carrying a girlish shyness, but her words were utterly devoid of warmth. It'd be more convenient to use your limbs on a corpse. Especially when it's on a berserker. That sounds embarrassing. A sly smile played on Fanel's lips, as he lazily rested his chin on his hand. As expected of a corrupting calamity, truly ruthless. As he spoke, Fanel continuously used his divine power to condense threads, setting them up around them. Pure White looked displeased. To tell you the truth, I don't know what the new superior is thinking. But since it's an order from a superior calamity, we can only obey. In Pure White's opinion, Field had no negative impact on the destruction of the world. The number of calamities in Nightfall territory was astonishing. Launching an attack now would practically be a civil war among calamities. It just so happens I also need to hunt down prey. Otherwise your dear superior would already be dead. Fennel turned gracefully, glancing back coldly. Don't interfere with my and Margaret's plans. Killing high-level corruptions is difficult for me, but crushing all the corpses in the north into dust is quite simple. Pure White remained fearless. I can't stand threats from outdated trash. The atmosphere between the two plummeted to freezing. Bang, bang, bang. The sounds of distant musket fire and screams interrupted their killing intent. The newcomer is quite lively, perhaps. We better just observe quietly. Outside the 7th outpost, a large number of corpses lay piled up. The afterimages of speed-type corpses constantly darted between the tendril jungle and obstacles, while in the distance stretched a black ocean of corpses. The magic towers and firearms at the various outposts, firing attacks intermittently, were merely tiny flashes of light in the face of the vast corpse horde. The light spot fell into the horde of corpses, stirring up a large cloud of gray-black blood mist, as well as severed limbs and broken arms. Vivian's disintegration cannons continued firing relentlessly, providing long-range fire support. A spectacular blue meteor streaked across the sky, crashing into the horde of zombies. Boom! The divine weapons barrage changed the very fabric of the world, instantly creating a vacuum of over 100 square meters within the zombie horde. Corpses caught in the blast were flung away like toys, leaving huge craters in the ground smeared with charred flesh. Mud and blood splattered everywhere. Countless corpses were crushed to dust. But the vacuum lasted less than 5 seconds before being filled by the remaining corpses. The ranged zombies within the horde continued their relentless firing, countless bone blades and poisonous stings flying wildly. We can't escape. Drag the warhorses back to the fortress as the last line of defense. The captain of the 7th squad spat, his hands moving swiftly, as he loaded lead bullets soaked in holy light potion into his musket and fired. A speed-type zombie leaped over the barricades with lightning speed, its head struck precisely, bursting forth with holy light. It shrieked, flung away like a flour sack, and rolled on the ground. You dog, taste the power of missing tooth. Die! The burly soldier at the front pounced forward like lightning, stepping on the zombie's head, and in an instant, his mace swung down twice, smashing the zombie's head into a thin pancake. Glancing out of the corner of his eye, he saw 2 more zombies charging at him. Missing Tooth quickly smashed one aside with his mace, and pulled the trigger with his left hand. With a bang, the dust settled, and the other zombie fell to the ground. Before he could catch his breath, the sound of bone spurs piercing his ears continued, clanging and exploding against his armor. Roar, roar! A stench filled the air. More zombies charged wildly, breaking through the watchtowers and the soldiers' fire, rapidly breaking through. The soldiers on the position immediately engaged in a bloody battle with the rotting corpses. You all quickly take cover in the bunker. I pour the oil and hold off the corpses. Chapter 1258. The 3rd tier chosen one at the outpost, Willow, channeled her divine power into the ground. 5 pillar-thick vines surged forth, whipping up a chaotic gust of wind, sweeping left and right. The vines either smashed the charging corpses into a pulp or swept them away. Even a 3rd tier chosen one, with sufficient divine power, dealing with these small fry was as easy as playing around. My lord, you should hurry back to Nightfall territory. We buy you some time. Toothless jumped into the trench, picked up an oil can, and poured it onto the dry branches and weeds. These flammable materials, cut and dried during the clearing of the corrupt land, were now proving invaluable. What do you take me for? I won't abandon my comrades. Anyway, a knight has gone back to report. Willow's vine whip lashed incessantly, slicing through the corpses. She came from the Imperial Army and had surrendered to Nightfall territory long ago, developing deep bonds with the people there. Hurry up, we can't hold out much longer. As she killed the rotting corpses, she tossed out 3 shimmering green seeds. 3rd tier divine skill, natural protection. The divine seeds landed on the small fortress, instantly exploding into a large vine thicket, reinforcing the fortress and watchtowers layer upon layer. The squad of soldiers fought and retreated, rushing into the small fortress. Without a moment's rest, the soldiers rummaged through boxes and cabinets, piling up everything usable. The remaining soldiers rushed to the watchtowers connected to the fortress, using their superior positions to shoot down the rotting corpses with firearms or to refill the magic towers with magic cores. The oil's ready, let you taste the flames. Clutching the empty oil can like a precious treasure around her neck, Miss Tooth didn't even have time to wipe the sweat from his brow before hurriedly taking out a flint and steel, ready to start a fire. Buzz! A cold light flashed. A sudden, sharp blade of light pierced through Toothless' body, severing half his torso from shoulder to abdomen. Blood splattered everywhere, filth mixed with kerosene to create a pungent, nauseating stench. Toothless. Damn it, I kill you, you monster! Willow's eyes widened in fury, ignoring whatever it was, and lunged forward. With a flick of her wrist, her long vine whip shot out like a venomous snake, whistling through the air. Food. The pale-faced, fanged, corrupted vampire, with ghostly, eerie movements, dodged Willow's attacks, her blade flashing relentlessly. Willow wasn't a close combat type, and dealing with these weaklings had already drained much of her divine power. Now, struck by each strike, her divine power shield shattered rapidly, leaving several gruesome scars on her body. A third-tier chosen one has appeared so quickly? Willow was shocked. The surrounding giant vines lashed out wildly, but were easily dodged by the opponent. After less than 10 rounds of combat, Shi-Lu was severely wounded. Roar, roar! The grotesque cries of the rotting corpse grew ever closer. A vast horde of rotting corpses surged forward like a tide, plunging Shi-Lu into utter despair. Boom! Flames erupted, quickly spreading into a wall of fire. Heh, heh! With half its body missing a tooth, a half-finished flint dangling from its mouth, a bitterly relieved smile playing on its lips, the corpse was quickly engulfed by the flames. The spreading flames consumed many ordinary rotting corpses, but many others, their bodies ablaze, continued their relentless charge, as if all their efforts were a joke. The appearance of the flames, far from deterring the corrupted vampire, instead fueled her fighting spirit. She spat out a swarm of bats, which viciously bit at Shi-Lu, pinning her to the spot. The corrupted vampire lunged forward, raising its blade to strike. Quickly, support the chosen one. Get Shi-Lu into the fortress's cellar with us, or we all die. Seeing this, the captain ignored the approaching horde of corpses, activating the magic tower to unleash a barrage of fireballs. For nightfall. I already wrote my will, goddess, protect me. Seeing this, the soldiers in the fortress, without hesitation, drew their bayonets and charged out of the fortress, charging towards the third-tier corrupted chosen one. Transforming into bats and scattering, the corrupted vampire dodged the barrage of fireballs and bullets. Food, more food. Swiftly maneuvering, a smug smile spread across the corrupted vampire's face as it killed 8 soldiers with a single strike. The last Nightfall soldier to charge out had even discarded his weapon, but his eyes were filled with ferocity as he charged directly at the enemy. Foolish human creatures, fit only to be food, yet you dare to waste my divine power. With a grotesque laugh, the corrupted vampire slashed out, cutting the soldier in half at the waist. Bang! The potion bottle shattered, the holy light potion on the soldier splashing all over the corrupted vampire's face. Covered in holy light potion, the soldier pounced on the vampire, the shattered potion scorching the corrupted body. The soldier roared, "Come to hell with me." Artifact disintegration, die. The willow artifact shattered, transforming into an energy whip that pierced the corrupted vampire's back. She furiously lashed out with the whip, smashing the vampire's head open. My lord, quickly hide inside. So many corrupted chosen ones. The soldiers on the watchtower were stunned. In the distance, amidst the dark, surging horde of corpses, divine skills shimmered everywhere. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Countless divine skill lights rained down, like a meteor shower. You all better hide. I trade one for one, Shi-Lu said, blood streaming from her mouth and nose as she forcefully squeezed out her divine power. Just as everyone at the outpost was sinking into despair, a dark blue flying sword streaked across the sky, tearing through the void with its sword energy, creating a crack-like sword domain. 6th-tier divine skill, Cataclysmic Sword Abyss. The sword abyss surged, spanning half the territory, blooming brilliantly. Layer upon layer of sword energy rippled, annihilating countless powerful corrupted creatures into dust. A large number of low-level corrupted chosen gods were instantly killed. Looking at the abyss erupting like a cataclysmic disaster, the people at the outpost were dumbfounded. This is... The people who had just been in despair suddenly brightened, their eyes lighting up as they looked up at the sky. Field, leading the Air Force, pierced through the thin mist, appearing like a god against the backdrop of the deep blue sword abyss. Don't be afraid, I come to save you. Field's gaze was intense as he stared at the distant tide of corruption. Instead of launching a northern expedition, they come to attack me. Am I dreaming? It's the Lord? Oh my god, the Lord has come to save me personally, sob sob sob. Everyone was utterly shocked. What shocked them most was that the Lord had actually mobilized 6th-tier combat power and a large air force to rescue them. Ordinary soldiers? Field quickly landed. Forget about the supplies, everyone get on the griffins and head back to the rear. How many survivors are there? My lord, we still have 18 soldiers and 5 support personnel. The sentry captain ran over, suppressing his grief, and reported, 24 men have died in battle. The corruption calamity has cut off our retreat. We can't escape by wagon. I see. Field sighed, thinking to himself, wagons and horses are unreliable when facing a horde of zombies. Chapter 1259. Fortunately, Field had spared no expense in designing the outpost. He connected the outpost and the small fortress into one unit, and even dug bunkers, creating layers of defense that could shelter a large number of survivors. Sir, are you still going to the eastern outpost? Seeing that Field had no intention of returning, the sentry captain quickly dissuaded him. The chosen one at the eastern outpost has already died in battle. The only survivor we rescued died not long after. The captain pointed to the corpse inside the building. With a long sigh, Field remained unwilling to give up. I search again. You all return to the territory immediately. After a thorough search, just as the sentry captain had said, a third-tier chosen one born into the Imperial Army had perished at the eastern outpost. That night, Field rescued everyone he could and brought them back to Nightfall territory. Watching the Nightfall territory Air Force disappear into the distance, Maraka, the corrupted orc embedded in the monster's body, moved her body, covered in corrupted tentacles, and glared fiercely at the departing figure, drooling incessantly. That small group of soldiers can be devoured, Maraka emphasized in a strange tone. No rush, the battle has only just begun. You just need to follow my orders. Vanel approached gracefully, her alluring figure, veiled in thin gauze, causing the surrounding corrupted creatures to stir wildly. If it weren't for the aura of her superiority that restrained the corrupted creatures, they would have already succumbed, first unleashing a defeat animation on the beautiful woman before them, then devouring her whole. Even Maraka, a dignified sixth-tier corrupted god, stared intently at Fanel's glistening toes. Those worthless creatures are nothing more than our reserve food. There's no need to be cautious. The corrupted vampire, Bloodthorn, dressed provocatively, had bat-shaped ornaments hanging from his two rabbit heads. Field, you killed my men? Bloodthorn licked his lips. They were meant to be my food. The corrupted vampires moved swiftly, charging too fast, and were quickly wiped out by Sword Abyss. No rush, your time to shine will come. My preparations are complete. Attack freely, but don't just talk the talk and linger. I will provide you with buffs. Fanel wove a thick, long skirt to cover her legs, gently stroking her brow and sighing, why do I have to work with such a bunch of corrupted ones? It's exhausting. The corrupted calamities are even more ferocious than the chaos, difficult to communicate with, and have a severe cannibalistic tendency. Malaka, your Orcish corruption, cooperate with my main force to attack Nightfall. Bloodthorn, your vampire corruption. Pure White's routine task assignment was stopped. Malaka slammed her staff heavily on the ground. I am the commander, the great female orc, the leg eater, possessing absolute wisdom and shamanic blood. Whatever, do as you please. Pure White said expressionlessly. Don't think you're so smart, Pure White. The seemingly foolish Malaka revealed a sinister laugh. Slaughtering humans. We orcs know better than you. Don't forget, the reason for Munskar's corruption is that we orcs are too ferocious. Before the Cataclysm, the Empire, or rather, all human nations, had the orcs as their greatest enemy. These monsters, who wrote humans into their diet, were ferocious and cunning. The number of humans who died at their hands was comparable to the number of cattle and sheep that died at the hands of humans. We see. Pure White's lips curled slightly. Meanwhile, back in his territory, Field immediately mobilized his army and simultaneously conscripted 5,000 militia and over 1,000 slaves to transport supplies and assist in the city's defenses. Field dispatched naval warships to patrol the waters of Frostfire territory, bombarding the rotting corpses on the shore. Students from the Nightfall Territory Academy also volunteered to patrol and maintain order throughout the territory. Thanks to the early warning system and Vivian's artillery bombardment, Nightfall Territory had nearly 3 days to prepare. The entire Nightfall Territory was busily preparing its defenses, manufacturing all kinds of military supplies at any cost. Field, the corruption attack is no small matter. I suggest you immediately notify the surrounding countries and request their military assistance. Yunel, who had never surrendered or cooperated, was now terrified by the sheer scale of the rotting corpse siege and hurriedly came to offer this advice. Notify them? Field's lips twitched. They'd probably exploit us to the bone, even betray us. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Yunel's face darkened slightly. This concerns the survival of lives. Even the Griffin Queen will spare no effort to support us. You're still too young. Patting the old man, 100 years his senior, Field said earnestly, don't be naive. Be fully prepared. Cloud Curtain territory is just you and your wife. Don't let everyone down. Yule's face turned green. He was one of the Empire's 4 great generals. Being lectured by a young man was too humiliating. However, your suggestion has given me a lot of inspiration. I have someone record everything with a recording stone. Once the fighting is almost over, we demand supplies. As for military support, forget it. On the first day, it'd probably be classic looting. Field, Allison is looking for you. Rosalia approached with elegant steps. The giant thunder dragon beside him posed a probing question. Who is Allison? Sister-in-law. Rosalia chuckled, covering her mouth. That's so old news, I'm coming right now. Field waved and found Allison. Wearing rabbit ears, Allison was easily mistaken for a rabbit-like being. She was drawing something on blueprints. Lord, I heard that the mages of Nightfall territory use general-purpose magic. Allison blinked twice, asking innocently. Yes, I've been racking my brains about that. Field rubbed his head, full of helplessness. You should have told me sooner. The fire butterfly spell, I deduced, can be provided to the army. Allison waved the blueprints in her hand, and handed them to Field. It should come in handy. Fire butterfly, chosen level spell, consumes a small amount of magic power to create an explosive, tracking butterfly. Its flight speed is extremely slow, and its power is 3 to 5 times that of a fireball spell of the same rank. Note, magic deduced by the chosen ones requires extremely high comprehension to learn, or to be taught by a chosen one. Wow, they're such useful magic. Field exclaimed in surprise, then regretfully added, but there's no time to learn it now. General magic is widely spread simply because it's easy to learn. Magic created by the chosen ones cannot be widely disseminated without the chosen one's personal instruction. It's too profound. No problem, I be the teacher. Allison smiled sweetly, hands on her hips with smugness. 3 days is enough to teach many people. Don't forget to teach me too. Field rubbed his hands together. I only know fireball magic. It's too embarrassing. Humph, who told you not to learn from me? Allison glared at Field resentfully. Chapter 1260. By the way, Field, have you ever heard of an organization? Allison changed the subject, leaning closer. It's called the Chosen Collectors. I heard you reorganized the Silk Territory. This organization has always been active in wealthy territories. Collectors? I like to pick them in Aram and League of Legends. Field rubbed his chin. The Chosen Collectors sounds impressive. No, it's a conspiracy organization. Allison waved her hands frantically, hands on her hips, her alabaster breasts trembling with shock. They capture beautiful young girls everywhere, betting on them becoming chosen ones. If they win, they sell them to the powerful and wealthy, or to other races, if they don't become chosen ones. Those chosen will be used as prostitutes or dancers. Isn't this just human trafficking? Field, hearing this, felt a lump in his throat, making no attempt to hide the murderous intent in his eyes. He paced back and forth a couple of times. Sure enough, you can't escape this kind of thing no matter where you go. Rumor has it they're supported by the imperial ministers, with powerful backing. Nightfall territory has no conspiracies, thanks to Nightfall Academy. Allison clapped her hands, casting an admiring glance. To be honest, I never even considered giving everyone a chance to enter the academy. Keep it low-key. Field murmured, we need to deal with this thoroughly, clean up the mess left by the Empress. Meanwhile, in the Twilight province of the Griffin Empire. A soft, girlish voice, tinged with pain, echoed in the empty dungeon. With her dress trailing on the ground, Lila swayed as she sat up, her expression dazed. Wasn't I watching a musical? Wait, where am I? Through her blurry vision, she saw girls everywhere, some sobbing silently, others curled up on the ground. Most horrifying were the 2 corpses hanging in the air, covered in knife wounds and whip marks, the blood on the ground long since dried. Lila was horrified, her eyes widening in shock. Fear froze her in place, a sudden urge to urinate rising within her, her legs trembling uncontrollably. Creak! The dungeon door opened, and a middle-aged man with a mustache led an exceptionally beautiful young girl into the dungeon. The girl's alabaster white skin and stunningly beautiful face instantly added a touch of absurdity to the dungeon. However, her expression was cold and devoid of emotion. She gracefully avoided the hanging corpses, lifting her long dress, her noble and aloof demeanor perfectly blending together. The troop leader? Seeing the two, Lila felt a sharp pain in her head, instantly recalling yesterday's events. The traveling musical troupe had come to perform in their town. After watching the show, she wanted to go home, but was drugged. So it was the troupe who did it. My dear canary, look at which girl you find pleasing to the eye. The troop leader stroked his beard, a smile on his face. How are the new girls you recruited? Canary scoffed. No matter how good they are, in the end they just benefit you, won't they? The last girl I chose, you practically crushed her to death. She wasn't even an adult yet. She didn't even get to see the day of divine intervention. The girl's tone was cold, but it was also incredibly sweet and melodious. She was disobedient. If everyone were like you, able to sing and dance, and so well behaved, the troop leader sighed, like an old father, then I wouldn't have had to resort to violence. Her, it's her. Canary's eyes swept over the fearful faces, finally pointing at Lyra. What a lucky girl. I knew she was the one. She'd definitely win the goddess's favor. The troop leader licked his lips greedily, striding forward and opening the cell door. Come on, my dear. You're Canary's handmaiden now. Be smart. The girl she chooses has a good chance of becoming a chosen one. No! Lyra screamed. Hearing the scream, the troop leader immediately became excited, cackling wickedly. What do you mean no? This is a good thing. I'm giving you a chance to serve the powerful. By the way, Canary, our troop should go north. We go in at dawnfall and perform all the way to nightfall territory and field. It's time to get to work. Harvest the seeds from the north and sell them to the Dragon Tower people or the Empire, while also completing Lord Adam's mission. Most importantly, steal back the moonlit crown from field. I already received word. Not to sell it to Lord Adam? Canary tilted her head. How can you say it's a sale to a master? Besides, Lord Adam deserves better, like my dear daughter. The troop leader patted Canary's head. Are you so certain that I can win the goddess's favor on this year's Descent of the Gods? Canary's expression remained unchanged. Of course, you will be the best gift to Lord Adam. But all the gifts given to him before are dead. You're different. 3 days passed in a flash. It was 4 in the morning, the sky was gloomy, and a foul wind howled. Even the residents of the city could faintly hear the howls of the rotting corpses. The inhabitants of the territory recalled the fear of being dominated by the rotting corpses, and they all hid indoors and in their fortresses, not daring to leave their homes. A tense atmosphere permeated the entire northern territory. On the walls of Nightfall territory, military flags fluttered in the wind. Beneath the towering walls lay asphalt, chevaux de frise, trenches, and low stone ramparts. These ramparts and trenches, designed to deter the zombie horde, were also strategically placed to maximize the effectiveness of explosions. The defending army numbered a staggering 50,000. While this sounded large, 10,000 of them were auxiliary troops with relatively weak combat capabilities. Distributed across 3 territories, and employing a rotational defense strategy, 50,000 men were actually not a large force. At least, they were utterly insufficient against the endless sea of rotting corpses. Fortunately, since taking control of the northern territory, Field had continuously reinforced the walls. The border walls of Nightfall territory had a tower every 10 steps, and a magic tower every 30 steps, with cannons mounted on the rear watchtowers. The soldiers wore grim expressions, and the militiamen stared intently, hands on ammunition boxes, ready to reload their muskets at any moment. The 100-meter-high city walls were deserted. Not even a whisper of conversation could be heard. Reporting to my lord, the corrupted legion has overwhelmed the last outpost. The walls of Cloud Curtain territory were attacked by 6 Tier 5 corpse-like creatures, but they have been repelled by Payhilda. My lord, Frostfire territory was attacked by a large number of corrupted wyverns, but they have all been annihilated by Lord Blackfeather. The Blood Eagle Knights, flying back and forth, kept bringing news. Which territory will the corrupted Tier 6 main force attack, or will they attack from all sides? Field gazed into the distance, the uncertainty forcing him to disperse his Tier 6 chosen across 3 territories. Otherwise, a surprise attack could mean the loss of any territory. No matter which territory the enemy is in, I can kill them all. No need to worry. Little son, Philomena, floated quietly, her leisurely expression like that of an immortal. Little Sun, naturally, was stationed in Nightfall territory. Rumble. The earth trembled, and enormous burrowing worms suddenly burst forth from the distant ground. Before the worms could even expel their rotting carcasses, a dark, overwhelming horde of corpses surged forth from the horizon like a burst dam. Chapter 1261. Sniff sniff. The pure white, adorable nostrils twitched slightly, its eyes rapidly turning fierce, gleaming with a scarlet light. The scent of living things, so hungry. Corruption power surged, and a gigantic corrupting worm spewed forth a vast cloud of gray mist. Simultaneously, the fog-repelling lamps within the gray mist were all crushed to dust by the rotting corpses. An endless swarm of rotting corpses surged, engulfing hills, plains, and ravines. The purified land outside Nightfall territory was rapidly concealed by the gray mist, which quickly spread towards Nightfall territory. Within the gray mist, the roars of rotting corpses rose and fell. Field took a deep breath, quickly calming the tension in his heart, and glanced at the gunners behind him. Don't rush to fire the artillery. Wasting any ammunition is a waste. Mages, launch your attacks first. Once your magic is depleted, return to the rear fortress to replenish your mana. Yes, sir. The messenger immediately relayed Field's orders. Don't be nervous, I'm here. Little son Philomena didn't even turn her head, her eyes brimming with autumn-like light. She merely glanced at Field, offering a haughty reassurance in a gentle, soothing tone. Field looked at Philomena's exquisite profile, and immediately felt a soul-stirring arrogance. This arrogance wasn't based on external factors, but rather on absolute strength. That invincible aura couldn't be faked. Her long legs, reflecting a crystalline, warm luster, swayed leisurely, and Field felt as if a fragrant breeze lingered around her nose. The enemy's 6-tier numbers are probably 3 or 4 times ours. Seeing Field truly relax, even staring at her legs, Philomena glared at him, embarrassed and annoyed. I can sense their astonishing killing intent. Corrupted chosen ones, they're practically mass-produced. Field's lips twitched, his sword grip tightening, veins bulging. The corrupting gray mist continued to extend towards Nightfall, but was blocked by the divine power emanating from Nightfall, growing increasingly thinner. The natural extension of the gray mist has reached its limit, devouring all living beings. Pure White laughed maniacally, like a Yandere, full-scale attack. Roar! The sea of mist churned, and numerous low-ranking chosen ones within the horde unleashed various auras, enhancing their divine skills. A rotting corpse with a severed leg, dragging on the ground, suddenly had its flesh twitch, instantly repairing its thigh. Sharp bone blades sprouted from its arms, and it roared wildly with excitement, even tearing its face apart. Countless rotting corpses instantly went berserk. The earth trembled, and all the rotting corpses suddenly accelerated, charging towards Nightfall's defensive line, rapidly entering firing range. Fortunately, the aura and buffs had ranges of effect, otherwise, the hundreds of thousands of rotting corpses before her, with all the buffs stacked together, could probably wipe out the entire Moonsar continent. Ha 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 ha, slaughter our way into the city, leave no one alive. Corrupted by the orcs, Malaka excitedly spread her arms wide. Humans are nothing but another kind of cattle, to be enjoyed by us. She seemed to have returned to her former life, leading an orc army in invasion, slaughtering everywhere, while the human army didn't even have the courage to retaliate. The Griffin Empire's army, often several hundred strong, was often chased and killed by 3 or 4 orcs. Now that they had gained the power of the calamity, the human army would be even more vulnerable. Boom! A cannonball that shook the earth, accompanied by scorching winds, slammed heavily beside Malaka. Vivian's Doomsday Barrage divine skill instantly corrupted the orcs around Malaka, crushing them into mincemeat. With a roar, Malaka angrily flung off the intestines from her body. That thing again. Human divine skill. How can it attack from so far? I told you. Don't underestimate us, the battle has only just begun. Pure White chuckled, hiding among the worms. Concealed underground, Nightfall territory is not easy to deal with. Cowardly worm, a useless human in life, and a useless one in death. Today I will storm into Nightfall territory, and skin your tool alive. The artillery barrage seemed to be a signal. The white flames of burning gunpowder instantly rose from the city walls. Bang bang bang. Gunshots, like popping soybeans, echoed throughout the city walls. A torrential rain of bullets rained down on the horde of corpses. In an instant, the rotting corpses blossomed like flowers, countless black and crimson blood blooming continuously. Nightfall territory's ammunition was all soaked in holy light potion. The bullets, upon striking the rotting corpses, erupted in a dazzling light. The musket possessed a unique advantage over bows and arrows, its penetrating power. In an instant, the torrent of corpses shimmered with light, appearing from the city walls like a dazzling starry sky. The corpses fell like wheat being harvested, but more surged forward like sardines. Quick, quick, reload! The musketeers fired one shot, then put down their muskets and picked up another. The auxiliary soldiers sitting on the ground were only responsible for reloading. Nightfall territory's industrial capacity was sufficient to equip each soldier with 4 or 5 muskets. The musketeers only needed to pull the trigger, nothing else mattered. The endless stream of bullets, the sheer number of musketeers, and the city wall's multi-layered firing positions created a chain reaction of fire with flintlock muskets. Chains of bullets clashed and swung, tearing and exploding corpses into pieces. Those crippled were trampled into mincemeat by their brethren behind them. Such terrifying firepower would have forced a human army to retreat long ago. But it only slightly slowed the horde. They continued their astonishing charge. Enemy approaching, used magic. Field swung his sword, and a deep, mournful wail echoed from the horn behind him. The towering magic tower, its crystals gleaming brilliantly, erupted with continuous flashes of light. A barrage of exploding fireballs, chains of lightning, and spinning wind blades rained down on the densest parts of the horde, instantly tearing flesh and blood apart, countless corpses shredded into mincemeat. A 5-meter-tall corrupted demonic bear had its head blasted apart by a sweeping fireball. The flying bone fragments instantly knocked down a swarm of low-level corpses around it. Magic, fire butterfly. Magic, blizzard. The Nightfall mages on the city walls unleashed their magic without reservation. Aside from necessary light shields to provide vision, they used whatever spells were most powerful. The Nightfall mages, equipped with the moon rings forged by the little fox, consumed 1/5 less energy, making their firepower far superior to the Empire's blank mages. 1,000-strong mage legion could unleash the firepower of 1,200. Field even astutely observed low-ranking corrupted chosen ones being killed by the concentrated magical fire. The decimated corpses mostly fell into the deep pits outside the city, unable to even touch the walls. The combined force of magic and firearms immediately halted the advance of the corpse horde. The relentless onslaught of corpses, unable to break through the barrage of fire, gradually transformed into a mountain of corpses. Magic is still useful, but it's a pity it doesn't last. Field estimated the time and simply ordered, cannons, cannon worms, prepare for long-range attack. Chapter 1262. After unleashing their firepower, the mages, without hesitation, immediately fled down the stairs, taking cover within the walls or behind the ramparts to replenish their magic. This human garrison is utterly foolish, having completely depleted their core mage force. I see what you used to stop my army now. Malaka laughed triumphantly. She had extensive experience in warfare with humans, and knew that their greatest threats were only Aura Knights and mages. These valuable combat forces and experienced commanders were meant to be used against the Orc superior forces. They wouldn't be wasted on the vanguard minions. Before she finished laughing, boom boom boom, large caliber fortress cannons and corrupted firebombs unleashed their barrage. Thunderous cannon fire resounded everywhere. On the distant city walls, countless iron balls and fireballs, trailing plumes of smoke, traced spectacular arcs through the air. Countless shells rained down like meteors, instantly unleashing a massive storm of blood and gore. Broken, pulverized corpses were flung everywhere. Explosions erupted throughout the entire area outside Nightfall territory, smoke seeping into the ash haze, leaving Malaka utterly dumbfounded. What is this? Equally stunned was the Imperial General Yuner. Standing atop the walls of Nightfall territory, he watched the relentless, desperate charge of the corrupted tide, then saw them fall in droves beneath Nightfall territory's barrage of fire, a storm raging within him. Firepower alone was enough to halt the corpses. Even melee troops hadn't been deployed. Is this the true strength of Nightfall territory? Such terrifying firepower. Nightfall territory had ample contingency plans for combating the corpses, and their experienced army executed the entire process flawlessly, a sight to behold. Facing the horde of corpses, every section of the city walls of the 3 northern territories was pouring fire. The number of rotting corpses killed in a single minute was likely more than the total number killed by the Imperial Expeditionary Force during the war. Yule couldn't believe he had once dared to dream of conquering Nightfall in one fell swoop. Such firepower, falling on a human army, would be terrifying to even imagine. Field actually won the Battle of Morningwind under such pressure? Yule was completely dumbfounded. He suddenly felt his reputation as a renowned general was particularly glaring. What bothered him most was that Field had actually fought against the rotting corpses. The Griffin Queen had always relentlessly denied Field's resistance against the Calamity, portraying him as a demon who had sided with the Calamity. Even the Church was actively investigating Field. Who would have thought that the front line of resistance against the Calamity was led by a young man smeared and despised by countless people? After about an hour of fighting, Field precisely deployed his troops, allowing the soldiers on the city walls to rotate and rest. The area outside the territory was littered with the corpses of rotting creatures. Why haven't the high-level combatants of the corrupted army made a move yet? I wonder when the horde of low-level zombies will stop. Field frowned slightly, not letting the favorable situation cloud his judgment. He kept opening the mini-map, gazing at the vast horde of zombies, muttering to himself, without high-level zombies attacking, we can't see any weaknesses. The horde of low-level zombies, bombarded for an hour, showed no signs of diminishing. the sky continued to rise in a massive, dark mass. The most terrifying thing about a zombie horde is that it instills despair. No one knows exactly how many there are. Humans get tired, but zombies don't. If the low-level zombie horde attacks for 2 or 3 months, even Superman, let alone Iron Man, couldn't withstand it. Under constant onslaught, they would eventually run out of ammunition and supplies. My lord, the knights are ready. As Shaina climbed the city wall, her ears perked up. She leaned close to Field and reported crisply, ready to charge at any moment, awaiting your command. Having experienced countless battles, Field knew clearly, dealing with the corpse couldn't be done by simply defending the city. That was tantamount to waiting for death. Seizing the initiative was key. Although the corrupted creatures could continuously spawn in the polluted land, destroying the core of the corruption and killing the Lord and the Chosen Ones would effectively weaken the corrupted army. Wait a moment. Something feels off. This isn't Yunbai's style of warfare. The corruption has definitely changed commanders. Field frowned, his fingers tapping incessantly on the city wall, a strange feeling stirring within him, one he couldn't quite put his finger on. Instinctively, he wanted to personally lead a cavalry raid, but reason wouldn't allow it. Wait a little longer. If the corpse is determined to play a war of attrition and doesn't send out high-level forces, we advance from the fortress. The corpse may be endless, but we in Nightfall have plenty of steel and stone. Field was incredibly patient. That's about enough. The scent of the corpse is everywhere. At this moment, the Chosen of Chaos, Fennel, crossed her long, snow-white legs, her flawless white feet swaying in her high heels, a charming smile playing on her lips. Field, one of my dear pawns, I hope you can hold out. Enough with the nonsense. I just want to eat his head, it must be delicious. Malaka grinned, her mouth full of ugly, coarse forked teeth and corrupted tentacles. Good, it's time to make an effort to establish a connection with the Eternal Continent. Fennel rose gracefully, her alluring gaze gradually hardening into a menacing intensity. A gust of wind billowed, her thin clothing accentuating her exquisite figure. Entwined with dark, chaotic divine power, Fennel swiftly transformed from a human into a spider-woman, half human, half spider. Her perfectly proportioned abdomen, slightly fleshy, possessed powerful curves, radiating feminine allure. The goddess of chaos's protection will lure these pitiful creatures into a trap, heh. With a forceful pull, countless chaotic threads tugged at her. The laws of the entire northern realm subtly shifted under the influence of the chaotic divine power. A wisp of calamity emanated. An unnamed volcanic island in the Sea of Death. Shipwrecks, the skeletons of colossal monsters, and countless fragmented, corrupted artifacts littered the island. This seemingly insignificant wisp of calamity dissipated the moment it touched the island. But it immediately disturbed something slumbering within the island. The enormous dragon's eyes snapped open, radiating killing intent, brutality, and decisiveness. Magma surged, and a colossal creature rapidly awakened. Divine power from the earth, sea, and sky poured in relentlessly. The will of the world also surged forth. Calamity, the northern border of Moonskar must be destroyed. On the volcanic island, the earth shook violently. A colossal dragon, 200 meters long and engulfed in flames, rose from the magma, roaring to the heavens. Its scorching dragon fire instantly incinerated the entire sky. Seventh-tier divine power erupted, and the chosen fire dragon soared into the sky, its chaotic currents creating towering waves. But these waves were also stained with viscous flames. Immediately afterward, all the creatures on the island took flight, desperately following the chosen fire dragon. That's the Lava Reaper. Inside a ship sailing on the high seas, the crew members, their skin cracked from the scorching heat, felt only relief. Chapter 1263. Where the chosen fire dragon swept past, the sea boiled. Countless birds and magical beasts, merely glancing at the dragon, were transformed into burning fireballs and plummeted into the sea. The Dragon Tower ship's water shield activated the instant it touched the dragon's divine power, emitting a dazzling light. The Lava Reaper? This monster never goes ashore, does it? Why is it heading north? The crew of the Dragon Tower ship were stunned into silence. Something's wrong. Field closed the trading ports a couple of days ago, sending our caravans out. Something big is definitely brewing. Quick, have the nearest ships observe the Dawnfall territory waters. Sensing something amiss, the Royal Fleet Commander immediately ordered the communications class chosen to monitor the Dawnfall territory. When they saw the Nightfall territory ships sweeping across the sea, frantically bombarding the shore, corpses falling like wheat being harvested. All the Dragon Tower crew were shocked. Field is actually fighting off the rotting corpses. Why isn't he asking us for help? A Dragon Tower official was dumbfounded. This is a matter of life and death for all living beings. Then, sir, should we send the nearest fleet? The knight beside him asked honestly. Send what? Without the royal order, how can the fleet leave port? The Dragon Tower official glared at him. Besides, Field didn't give us a single copper coin. Why should I send my men to their deaths? But didn't you say this concerns all living beings? That's right. When Field is defeated and killed, we seize the opportunity to rescue some women, gold coins, and weapons. It's like giving life strength and preserving our own power. The Dragon Tower official chuckled. Many Dragon Tower people believe that even if the rotting corpses flooded the entire moon mark, it wouldn't matter, since the corpses couldn't reach the island. Enough. Stop spouting these demonic words. The captain snapped coldly. Go report to the Queen and let Her Majesty decide. Also, send someone to the Griffin Empire to await orders. Field's all-out resistance against the calamity presents the Griffin Queen with a perfect opportunity to backstab him. She'd definitely be willing to pay a fortune to buy this information. Just as the Dragon Tower people were hatching their schemes, the Fire Dragon arrived at Dawnfall territory at breakneck speed. The entire sky turned fiery red, and the earth trembled. Hearing the deafening, domineering roar of the dragon, Black Feather, who was slaughtering the rotting corpses, sensed the dragon's might enveloping her from all directions. Her beautiful eyes turned cold, and she subconsciously looked up at the sky, a chosen beast. Why is it here? Wait, the world might be rejecting the calamity. Quick, all corrupted armies, leave the city. Notify the Lord, a high-ranking chosen beast has appeared. Black Feather was startled and immediately gave the order. The chosen fire dragon, its body churning with magma, its enormous wings blotted out the sky. The next moment, a magma domain, accompanied by scorching heat waves, swept outwards. The sky resembled an inverted magma chamber, a black and red expanse, and the temperature suddenly soared. Magma domain. Areas attacked by the molten fire dragon will, for a certain period of time, turn into scorching red lotus magma. Boom, boom, boom. A deluge of molten meteorites, trailing long tails, plummeted down. It cared nothing for the lives of the humans around it. The meteor shower's range covered everything in sight. Damn it, we can't let it destroy Frostfire territory. Black Feather uttered a low shout, her raven feathers fluttering around her, as a massive array of raven feather longswords coalesced, shooting out with a fierce gust of wind. The sword light intercepted and shattered all the meteorites falling towards Frostfire territory. Caught off guard, the army of rotting corpses was caught in the dense meteorite impact, and swathes of corpses dissolved in the lava. After hitting the ground, the meteorites turned into lava, and countless streams of lava converged into a scorching torrent, relentlessly engulfing the rotting corpses. A fifth-tier corrupted chosen, driven by instinct, leaped high into the air and attacked the lava dragon. Roar! With a wide-open maw, a straight, scarlet beam of light pierced the sky, instantly killing the corrupted chosen. All that could be seen were wisps of smoke. The beam did not weaken, continuing its direct attack on the ground. The lava dragon twisted its head back and forth, using its breath to plow the land for hundreds of miles. Everything along its path burned fiercely, the gray mist dissipating in the flames, turning into a sea of lava. Is it reinforcements? An auxiliary soldier on the city wall asked in surprise. What reinforcements? Don't make a sound, we're on their menu too. Everyone, watch out. It's looking at us. The alert soldiers, seeing the lava dragon turn its head, felt a chill run down their spines and frantically shouted warnings. The lava dragon opened its massive maw, spewing viscous lava breath towards the Frostfire territory's fortress walls. The remaining corpses and carrion below were burned to ashes, but the breath still crushed towards the walls. Blackfeather immediately panicked. Firearms spontaneously combusted and exploded, the thick walls blasted apart by the breath. The lava dragon flapped its wings, preparing to launch a ground-licking attack along the fortress walls. If it were allowed to destroy everything, everyone along that section of the wall would die, and the wall and its defenses would be completely destroyed. What are you doing? We're resisting the calamity. Blackfeather gritted his teeth, conjuring thousands of raven feather swords to protect himself. Amidst the horrified gazes of countless soldiers, he charged straight at the fire dragon's breath. The breath struck the sphere of flying swords, unable to penetrate, and the splashing lava caused a commotion in the Frostfire territory's lines. The little angel and the rock sheep hurriedly evacuated the crowd, retreating to the second line of defense. Even knowing that the creatures below were living beings, and that these chosen beings were trying to stop him, the molten fire dragon's eyes flashed with only mockery and contempt. It flew slowly, maintaining its breath, with an imperial composure. The aftershocks of divine power scattered, the space hummed, and Blackfeather managed to withstand the molten fire dragon's breath. At the same time, Blackfeather activated Scattered Sword Light, completely annihilating the rotting corpses and bloodstains on the city walls. Chosen beasts, upon encountering even a trace of calamity power, would spare no effort to wipe them out. There's no calamity behind the city walls, plenty to the north. You're looking in the wrong direction. What do you mean by targeting the creatures that defend against the calamity? There are only innocent people behind us. Blackfeather's body shimmered with sword light, her eyes coldly fixed on the fire dragon, her killing intent surging to its peak. Our great dragon race doesn't need to explain its actions to any ants. The fire dragon's tone was extremely ancient, and each time she spoke, scalding lava flowed from her mouth. As the rulers of the world, the dragon race didn't care about insignificant humans. When she attacked the corruption in other regions with her followers, she used them as food reserves. If Blackfeather hadn't blocked one of her breath attacks with her 6th-tier combat power, making her somewhat useful in resisting the calamity, she wouldn't have bothered with her at all. Besides Lordfield's territory, is there really any hope for the rest of the world? Blackfeather felt a sense of absurdity, a trace of confusion flashing in her beautiful eyes. Her slender, white fingers brushed across her long sword, her killing intent boiling within her. Disdainful of humans, the lava dragon, certain it could not sense any aura of calamity, flapped its wings and prepared to fly north towards the Lonely Tower territory. Chapter 1264. I'm here. Come on, delicious creature, calamity will engulf the entire world. And you, powerless to stop it. A chilling, defiant voice echoed in the lava dragon's mind. These cacophony noises were utterly powerless, yet they drove the dragon mad, as if claws were churning within its brain. Roar! How dare you challenge my majesty? Following the distinct aura of calamity, the lava dragon roared fiercely, turning without hesitation and flying towards the Nightfall territory's defensive line. Something's wrong, it's gone to Nightfall territory. Startled, Blackfeather glanced at the chaotic defensive line, then stared at the boiling sea of lava outside the territory. I go check Nightfall territory, you guys be careful. Leave it to us, even if a 6th-tier corruption comes, I can handle it. The rock sheep patted its chest confidently. The Lord said, we shouldn't say such things. Cold sweat trickled down the little angel's snow-white skin. She waved her hands frantically, go quickly and support the Lord. We have the Navy here. Meanwhile, Field, who was defending the Nightfall territory against the zombie horde, received a report from the mage. Reporting to the Lord, the zombie horde in Frostfire territory has been defeated by the fire dragon. The chosen fire dragon has joined the battle. Lord Blackfeather says it has 7th-tier combat power. But Frostfire territory's first line of defense has also collapsed. The fire dragon acts ruthlessly, showing no mercy to living beings. Many soldiers have been burned to death or injured. Lord Blackfeather suggests that you send the corrupted army out of the territory and hide Philomena and the others to prevent friendly fire. The mage reported. What is all this nonsense? How come even wild animals are getting involved? Field cursed through gritted teeth, annoyed. The corruption calamity has been lurking for over 10 years, and there wasn't that damn fire dragon to wipe it out before. Why did it have to come and cause trouble when I was fighting the corruption? Their own defenses were highly effective against the calamity, requiring no divine intervention. The pass was rendered useless by the fire dragon's attack. Hey, a 7th-tier chosen magical beast? That's great. If we cooperate with it, we might be able to easily crush the corruption and reclaim the northern territory. Rosalia's starry eyes gleamed, and she clenched her fist excitedly. Let's crush that wretched corruption calamity under our feet. You should run, you idiot, the little fat dragon said speechlessly. We can stay here. Awkwardly scratching her cheek, Rosalia stuck out her tongue. Oh right, I forgot. Wait, you're a corrupted creature too. Humph, do you expect me to avoid the wrath of a lowly being? The little sun remained unmoved, arrogantly flicking its sleeve. My opinion is, kill them all. It's alright, I communicate with it. I'm also a chosen magical beast, and dragons. The adorable silver-eyed girl, serious-looking, hands on her hips with an air of superiority, said, they're just elemental dragons. They definitely listen to me. Maybe you even have a fire dragon grandma. Ashina nodded in agreement. Let our chosen of calamity retreat and hide. Let's talk first. After all, we're all living beings. The fire dragons will definitely attack the calamity first, not us. No, this is too much of a coincidence. Field took 2 deep breaths, forcibly clearing his mind of distractions, and decisively said, listen to little son, kill them all. Anyone who dares to kill my soldiers, I don't care what they are. The Griffin Empire was practically a stage, with all sorts of forces, big and small, constantly taking the stage, creating utter chaos. If we can't unravel the mystery and grasp the essence of the matter, we definitely suffer a great loss. Humph. A victorious smile played on his lips, and even Little Sun's smooth chin lifted slightly. Ha, women, I won by a landslide. Dealing with a 7th-tier chosen dragon? Silver Eyes recoiled in shock, clutching her trembling dragon tail helplessly, trembling with fear. Wha, I'm scared. My lord, we can use the fire dragon in battle. Why should we fight it? Silver Eyes protested. Use it? Field's eyelids narrowed slightly. Firstly, the fire dragon's arrival was too coincidental, and secondly, his luck had plummeted after opening Lady Luck's treasure chest. We play it by ear. Considering his own silver dragon was also a chosen magical beast, Field gave Silver Eyes a vague reassurance before nodding to Little Sun. As they spoke, a fiery red cloud appeared in the distance, rapidly approaching the Nightfall Lord's battlefield. Black Feather accompanied it. Field's eyes widened, not angry that Black Feather had left its post, but because this damned fire dragon was sending scorching meteors raining down around it as it flew. If Black Feather hadn't intervened, his territory would likely have been engulfed in flames. It even has a lord, how strange. Who can contract a chosen beast? It can't be just another dragon, can it? Glancing at the mini-map, Field chuckled in exasperation. He steeled his resolve. Never mind, I have to drink the luck potion. I feel uneasy if I don't get a power-up for a minute. This chosen beast appeared, unaffected by bad luck, and then it did its own hand-washing. A 6th-tier luck potion, glug glug. He gulped down. It tasted sweet, had a sticky texture, and inexplicably carried a body odor. He had no idea how it was made. A strange sense of happiness and ease washed over her, all her gloom vanishing. Ribbit! You wretched woman, don't attack my territory. Upon seeing the fire dragon, the previously timid Silver Eyes was the first to erupt in anger. Dragon's extremely strong sense of territory caused Silver Eyes to flap its wings and quickly fly away. She stood with her hands on her hips, furious. Stop! Glancing at Silver Eyes, the lava dragon's eyes were fixed on her, its dragon might radiating. You, and your retinue, must obey me. I command you to have your legion attack immediately. Otherwise, die. A powerful, invisible dragon's might crushed her. Silver Eyes' heart felt as if it were being violently ripped apart, a sharp pain shooting through her, rendering her speechless. No. Miss Dragon, we agree. Field shouted, waving her hand. We're all fighting against the calamity. We're all brothers. This is the will of the world, an instinct etched into the dragon's heritage. The lava dragon showed no mercy, not even glancing at Field, only staring at Silver Eyes with a commanding gaze. If I make a move, all your useless scales will be torn off. You disrespect my lord. Silver Eyes transformed into a gigantic silver dragon, its neck scales flaring, its killing intent surging, and it hissed softly. Their lord, though a great villain, treated them very well. How dare you defy me? Then I first make your territory more pleasing to the eye. The lava dragon roared in fury, flames churning from its mouth. We agree, great dragon race. Silver Eyes, stop it. Field rode out of the city, secretly ordering the standard bearer to send a military signal to Black Feather. The lava dragon remained aloof, ignoring Fields and the others. Seeing Silver Eyes retreat helplessly, it coldly said, if it weren't for the world's will ordering me to eliminate the calamity first, you would already be cooked. Chapter 1265. This guy is incredibly arrogant. Field was furious. If he weren't a living being, he would have blown up the border fortress long ago. However, dragons are indeed powerful and ruthless. If it weren't for the Dragonborn who specialize in slaying dragons, the dragons would be even more arrogant. Let me eat some more. Silver Eyes almost cried with anger, secretly vowing to avenge himself. But a 7th-tier chosen fire dragon was already ridiculously powerful. Chosen ones from other races, even those of the same tier, only dared to slay a dragon if they had an overwhelming numerical advantage. What about the soul oath? After swearing to become a familiar, you will immediately attack. I will turn this entire place into a molten hell. The molten fire dragon questioned calmly. When dragons recruit familiars, they force the other party to swear an oath with their soul. She stared arrogantly at the Silver Eyes, impatiently wanting to urge them on, but was astonished to discover that there was actually a calamity within the living being's defenses. Before she could react, a sudden change occurred. The surrounding laws abruptly shifted, and countless chaotic threads abruptly appeared in space. Field, trying to persuade a 7th-tier dragon to destroy our calamity? Utterly foolish. Vanel yanked the threads with both hands. Let me show you the power of chaos. Willpower crushing. Aura sealing. The laws of the Northern Realm shifted again, the aura of the calamity instantly concealed, and chaotic divine power rippled outwards. The direct descendants of the molten fire dragon, upon contact with the chaotic divine power, suddenly had their eyes clear, their faces filled with utter bewilderment. Not understanding what they were doing, they turned and flew back to their nest. Countless chaotic threads, under Fanel's manipulation, rapidly coiled around the molten fire dragon. Formless and shapeless, the silk thread vanished the moment it touched the molten fire dragon. The chaotic arrangements in the north were quietly laid out long before the north was corrupted. Now, Fanel is merely mobilizing the power of high-level chaos. In fact, the molten fire dragon, just by flying to Nightfall territory, knocked down countless chaotic threads. These chaotic threads, changing their aura and isolating detection, are only the most basic effects. Nightfall territory's difficulty in detection, and Blackfeather's possession of some chaotic power, are also benefits from this. Its true purpose is to strip away the world's will, analyze the goddess's mark, and leverage the world's suppression of calamity. Fanel smiled coldly, her eyes, though those of a chaotic calamity, were as clear as the moon reflected in water, radiating an intellect and spirituality of strategic planning. This time, with her participating in the calamity's offensive, it will not be like the previous rotten corpses, charging recklessly and relying on numbers to win. Nor will it be about revealing trump cards and combat power, letting high-level chosen gods clash head-on with the calamity of destruction. That kind of victory is utterly devoid of enjoyment. Her long hair flowed freely, her long dress trailing on the ground. Farner chuckled, "It's all over. It's a pity we lost you, Field, as a pawn, but your north is a fitting compensation." She deliberately leaked the aura of calamity and, using exquisite divine techniques, sent it to the 7th-tier chosen dragon. This was to lure the molten fire dragon guarding the sea, so that it would clash with Field's destructive calamity, resulting in mutual destruction, the reason why corruption hadn't produced any high-level combatants. By slaying the 7th-tier dragon and deciphering its primordial divine power and the goddess's mark, corruption in Moon Mark would no longer be suppressed by the world's will, freely breaking through to the 7th tier without fear of being overwhelmed by the massive hordes of chosen beasts. This was also thanks to Field, who, greedily craved the power of destruction, weakened the life-locking barrier of the border fortress. Before the life lock was weakened, even concealing the aura of calamity was an insurmountable challenge, let alone analyzing the world's origin. Of course, the entire wealthy lands of Northern Field, the calamities he cultivated, and the loosening of the seal would all be swallowed whole today. The molten fire dragon's head buzzed, its pupils instantly shrinking to needles, as the influence of the worlds will rapidly diminished. Even the surrounding aura began to blur in reverse. Pure White sneered, 6th tier divine skill corruption. Having advanced to the 6th tier, Pure White had equipped itself with a divine skill that affected sanity, subtly influencing the fire dragon to prioritize attacking Field's calamities. Making it prioritize the destruction of living beings, or directly controlling it, was absolutely impossible. A 6th tier divine skill capable of influencing a dragon was already among the best of the best. As soon as the divine power was activated, an overwhelmingly powerful aura burst forth. Rampage Fusion, Domain unfolds. 6th order divine skill, Heavenly Punishment Sword Steel, Stellar Matrix. The entire space trembled violently, as if a demon from the abyss had broken free of its shackles, and the magma hanging in the sky was instantly ripped open by the black sun. Layer upon layer of energy ripples bloomed, and a magnificent, gigantic magic ring suppressed heaven and earth. 100-meter-long sword steels fell upon Nightfall territory. As if premeditated, each sword steel landed precisely in one of the various fortresses within Nightfall territory. The nested fortresses of Nightfall territory were not built arbitrarily in terms of location and structure, but rather were perfectly suited to all of its power. The exchange of divine skills between the two sides, seemingly complex and lengthy, was but a blink of an eye. 6th order divine skill, Heavenly Dragon Meteor. Pure White didn't even have time to activate the divine skill to affect the mind of the molten fire dragon. A burning black dragon-shaped divine skill, carrying a terrifying momentum, like scorching the heavens and boiling the seas, instantly slammed into the head of the 7th tier fire dragon. Having fused with Black Feathers, Faye Lamanai was already terrifyingly powerful. After using all her buffs, her aura became ridiculously strong. Bang! The moment the divine skill struck. In Field's Nightfall territory, and in the corpse's Dragon Sunflower territory, the corpses and humans on both sides, in an instant, they all saw light. A terrifying, earth-shattering explosion tore through the void. Everyone's vision was filled with the explosion. The molten fire dragon's mind went blank for a moment, but even its powerful dragon body was blasted away by such a terrifying attack. Scales flew everywhere, blood and flesh splattered. The destructive aftershock spread out in layers, instantly flattening the surrounding mountains, leaving the cuts smooth as mirrors. But the aftershocks didn't hit many corpses, only the little sun suffered a very slight backlash. After all, the meteor shower that accompanied the molten fire dragon's arrival had already incinerated the surrounding horde of corpses. Just as it landed, Philome's annihilation aurora blasted it 1,000 meters away. Blood mist, smoke, and gray fog mingled. Trying this with me? Do you think I won't be wary? Field laughed wildly, channeling his battle aura and roaring, do you think I'm stupid? Split up and fight. Black Feather, attack recklessly. Little Sun, give this dragon's head a good wake-up call. What? Fennel and Pure White were both stunned. They hadn't expected Field to react so quickly. Even more unexpected was Field's cruelty. Shouldn't humans normally cheer and celebrate upon encountering a savior? Field, unaware of their plans, dared to attack recklessly based solely on conjecture. Wasn't he afraid of retaliation? Chapter 1266. Even if we take a step back, this Field actually attacked his fellow living being without the slightest hesitation. The molten fire dragon, blasted away, flapped its wings wildly, crashing heavily into the distant corrupted ground like an inverted mountain. The ruptured wound spewed forth viscous lava, mercilessly devouring the surrounding corpses. You lowly human, how dare you? The severely damaged dragon head struggled to raise itself and roared furiously at Field. Its grotesque head was ablaze, 2 of its horns broken off, making it look utterly wretched. Ironically, she had previously ignored Field twice, not even bothering to glance at him. But after being attacked, her gaze, reaching far into the distance, immediately spotted the culprit. The change in her attitude was utterly laughable. Stop pretending. Weren't you incredibly arrogant before? You've fallen into a trap. This is all a conspiracy by the corruption calamity. You idiot, you've been fooled. Pure White, attack. Sensing the dragon's killing intent, Field shamelessly shouted, regardless of the dragon's opinion of Nightfall territory or whether it had been affected by the calamity. Shouting was always the right thing to do. Caw! Pure White's eyes widened, her snow-white lotus feet stomping heavily on the ground. Damn bastard, what nonsense are you spouting? Who said you're one of us? You all die. Despite being hit by 2 top-tier divine skills from the combined attacks of Felina and Black Feather, the lava dragon still stood up, shaking its head. It roared angrily, its dragon eyes filled with savagery. Its mouth opened wide, and everyone present sensed a terrifying killing intent. 6-tier divine skill, Heavenly Dawn Bird Soul Fire. Philomena channeled her divine power, unleashing millions of radiant celestial birds that bombarded the lava dragon with a saturation attack. The celestial birds, specializing in soul-targeting attacks, the previous chaos threads, and the devastating blow to its head caused the lava dragon's mind to buzz, its reason fading from its brain. Driven by instinct, the surrounding corpses surged forward, relentlessly attacking her. Roar! Ignoring everything else, the lava dragon descended into utter madness. Neither Fennel nor Field had a chance to influence this savage monster. Pure divine power from the very source of the world swirled into the dragon's mouth, instantly compressed to its limit. 7th-tier divine skill, Purgatory Dragon Breath. The next moment, buzz! A crimson, blood-red molten lava breath burst forth. The surrounding corpses instantly evaporated, the dragon breath sweeping straight across. The haphazardly unleashed breath grazed the black feathers of the dragon. In the distance, the Nightfall Pass was breached, a passage carved through it, along with a small fortress, blasted into the sky. However, the lava dragon's earlier attack, slammed into the depths of the corruption land by Black Feather and Little Sun's divine skill, was not in vain. The corruption land suffered a devastating blow. 3 hidden 6th-tier corruptions were instantly killed, 2 severely wounded, and the 5th and 4th-tier corruption chosen suffered heavy casualties. Retrieve. Fennel flicked her slender hand, and numerous black chaotic portals retrieved the corruption artifact. Her eyes were lowered, not panicked by Field's sudden attack, but rather her crescent-shaped eyebrows relaxed, as expected of the god of death, possessing the ability to instantly kill a calamity. Unfortunately, the corruption calamity is ultimately not my sister. She can be resurrected, but lacks the courage to sacrifice herself. Felder's reaction was so quick, he must have noticed something during the previous zombie horde attack. Fennel's suggestion was originally a normal attack, but it was rejected by Malaka. Otherwise, with a high-level corruption attacking, Field would be under immense pressure and wouldn't have noticed anything amiss. A 7th tier being this powerful? Field, who had just left Nightfall territory, stared in shock at the section of city wall that had been blasted away not far away. Cold sweat poured down his face, dried by the scorching heat. He was so far away, yet he was almost instantly killed by the fire dragon. The opponent must have been aiming at him, but due to various factors, it missed. Dragons are among the strongest species of living beings, and the chosen dragons are incredibly powerful. Every time the world is destroyed, the dragon army is the mainstay against calamities. All chosen calamities launch an attack. Kill this monster. Vanel stopped manipulating the threads, issued the order to the beast-man corruption Malaka, and retreated rapidly. She yelled in Field's direction, "Field, you're not getting away with this. Once she wakes up, she kill you first. I don't need your instruction. You calamities can't escape anyway." Field lowered his voice, and quickly ordered, "Have Ashina and Rosalia join forces, with the 6th-tier combat power of Cloud Curtain territory, take cavalry and air force, and head straight for Lavender territory. Find the corrupt lord there and kill him. North of Cloud Curtain territory is Lavender territory. North of Nightfall territory is Dragon Sunflower territory, and north of Frostfire is Lonely Tower territory." "But my lord, you," Ashina said worriedly. "Don't worry about me. I feel incredibly lucky right now." Field gave a thumbs up. "No, this one's for you." Rosalia summoned the corrupted dragon, and Ashina gave up her dragon-type wolf. "It's fast, run away quickly if there's danger." "You guys." Watching the two leave, Field was deeply moved. Looking left at the corrupted dragon and right at the dragon-type wolf, Field boasted, "Now I'm the #1 Pokemon master in the north." The Nightfall Ridge cavalry, who had been lying in ambush, poured out in full force, rushing towards Cloudfall Ridge to join the attack. Boom boom boom. Meanwhile, from the distant corrupted lands, 7 Tier 6 chosen ones flew out, unleashing various divine skills to bombard the lava dragon. Tier 6 divine skill, Exploding Moth. The half-human, half-moth corrupted chosen one sprouted several giant egg sacs on the ground, hatching swarms of exploding moths. Tier 6 divine skill, Chains of Pain. Chains made of flesh and blood shot out, piercing the lava dragon's body and frantically absorbing its life force. The 7 corrupted chosen ones employed a multitude of methods, their sheer number dazzling. Simultaneously, swarms of corrupted air and ranged units descended from all directions, like ants, relentlessly attacking. The massive body of the molten fire dragon became a sitting duck, subjected to countless attacks. "We still have 6 tiers left. Send them out immediately to attack Frostfire territory. Its walls are already broken," Pure White said with a smile. Felder marched straight in from Lavender territory. "Relying on our numerical advantage, we can attack from both sides simultaneously. Fielder definitely won't be able to hold out. By then, we can devour the entire northern territory and immediately form a 7th, or even 8th, tier of combat power. No, let's think long-term. We have our own 7th tier calamities. Bringing them out in Moon's car before we decipher the world's will is suicide." Thanier directly refused. "Field will inevitably be pressured to take back Blackfeather and Philomi, leaving us to monopolize the Fire Dragon. Right now, Fielder is only fighting for us because of the pressure of the Fire Dragon's revenge. Kill the Fire Dragon at all costs. I still have a backup plan." Thanier's slender fingers lightly brushed her lips, revealing a stunning smile. Chapter 1267. The lava dragon was subjected to a ferocious onslaught from all directions, every inch of its skin boiling. The damage from the smaller minions was negligible, but hundreds of thousands of them were a different story. The attacks from all sides blasted the lava dragon into a ball of light, its entire body exploding. The dragon's divine power plummeted, but with the support of the world's will, its recovery speed was astonishingly fast. Its dragon eyes surveyed the surroundings. Good heavens, corruption, chaos, destruction, all calamities. How dare you defile this world with your filthy filth? I will burn you all to ashes. 7th tier divine skill, Earth Fire. With a wide-open maw, divine power surged forth, and the earth seemed to be summoned, cracking open on its own. Boom boom boom. Dozens of orange-red magma pillars erupted, like volcanic eruptions, the rolling torrents of flame engulfing everything. Caught off guard, countless corrupted birds and beasts crashed into the lava pillar, instantly turning into wisps of smoke. The towering lava pillar then poured down, combined with fireballs from the sky, quickly transforming Lonkoe territory into a sea of fire. "We can't let it destroy the terrain any further," Pure White cried out in desperation. The greatest advantage of corruption was its corrupted land, a continuous source of divine power and manpower. Now, the scorching lava had already submerged a large area, and the gray mist was receding at a visible speed. The ruins of the former Griffin Empire were slowly melting in the flames. The chosen beasts manipulated by the worlds were not cannon fodder. Their divine skill combinations were created to eliminate the corruption calamity. Fortunately, I arrived. This fire dragon is extremely effective against your corrupted land. If left unchecked, it could at least submerge half of the northern territory. I fear Field will become more wary of my chaos, creating obstacles for us. Without further hesitation, Thanel raised his hands, and a black magic circle rapidly appeared above the magma, its runes flowing across it. 6th-tier divine skill, Devouring Chimera. The magic circle resembled a black abyss, and an enormous head, like a whale swallowing mountains and rivers, suddenly burst forth. Its head was neither sheep nor dragon, its form indistinguishable, its entire body pitch black, as if made of ink. The chimera opened its massive maw and bit into the lava dragon's tail. Chaos possesses an extremely strong restraining effect on magical creatures. The fire dragon, its body entirely composed of fire element, magic power, and divine power, was essentially a magical creature, yet its physical strength was far inferior to that of a silver dragon of the same level. Whoosh! The invisible chimera viciously ripped a large ball of flame from the lava dragon's body. The red light on the lava dragon's body dimmed slightly. Within the devoured flames, a faint, shimmering goddess mark could be seen. The aura of the molten fire dragon suddenly plummeted, and the ceaseless meteor shower in the sky vanished without warning. Devouring Chimera, legendary divine skill, Chaos exclusive utilizes a magic circle to summon a demon-devouring creature that absorbs the target's magic power and divine power, and steals a portion of their talents and divine skills. When used on magical races, it will also steal a portion of their physical attributes and life force. Note asterisk: the stolen talents and divine skills will be returned after the chimera dissipates, but life force and physical attributes will be completely lost. Roar! Asterisk asterisk: the molten fire dragon was shocked and tried to reclaim its abilities, but the chimera, dragging its flames, sank into the black abyss. A good opportunity! A corrupted 6th-tier elf excitedly swung his bow. With the giant rabbit hopping around, over 100 arrows heavily struck the dragon's body. The dragon's furious eyes suddenly fixed on her. The moment it was targeted, the corrupted elf trembled violently from the depths of its soul. 7th-tier divine skill, Dragon Flame Claw. A massive body over 200 meters long, carrying a chaotic gust of wind, charged forward. Accompanied by immense divine power, the dragon's claw suddenly shot out, gripping the corrupted elf and tightening abruptly. The terrifying power and extreme flames were completely unleashed upon the corrupted elf. The divine power shield shattered like glass, emitting a crisp sound. The next moment, the corrupted elf let out a shrill scream. Its plump body was instantly crushed into mincemeat, and then burned to ashes. Another instant kill? Field, watching from afar, was dumbfounded. That's too powerful. Normally, a 7th-tier being could easily defeat a 6th-tier being, but instantly killing a 6th-tier being was 10 times more difficult. Our dragon race is incredibly powerful. Silver Eyes boasted, hands on hips, then immediately deflated, muttering worriedly, Sister Philomena, can we beat her? Field wasn't sure either. Defeating her shouldn't be a problem, but slaying a dragon is highly unlikely. Boom! As she spoke, Philomena unleashed solar bombardment. Hundreds of beams of light, imbued with extreme destructive power, rained down from the sky, striking the fire dragon's back and wings. A 6th-tier corruption, unable to dodge in time, was also engulfed and severely injured. Under the frenzied barrage of fire, the fire dragon was blasted to the ground, crashing headfirst into the cracked sword abyss. The sword abyss suddenly erupted, the dense, slicing sound of sword energy piercing the eardrums. The corruption calamity, injured by solar bombardment, was obliterated by the sword abyss. Bathed in beams of light and a rain of swords, the molten fire dragon opened its mouth and unleashed a sweeping breath, instantly killing the 2 previously heavily injured 6th-tier corruptions in their disintegrated state. In a short time, 5 6th-tier beings perished. For the human empire, this would likely have brought them to the brink of extinction. But for the rotting corpses, it was no big deal. Dead is dead, they could just watch an ad and be resurrected. The corrupted vampire, Bloodthorn, chuckled seductively, pouting her crimson lips. 6th-tier nerve, life-sucking. 2 beams of red energy immediately shot from the fire dragon's body, landing in Bloodthorn's mouth and the censored mouth. Why can she absorb life force twice? Blackfeather noticed, immediately filled with questions. Be careful, she's changed again. Philome's eyes were only on the battle. She didn't care about anything unusual. Having withstood a sneak attack from a corrupted calamity, Philome blasted it back 1,000 meters. Just as Philome said, even a 7th-tier molten fire dragon, amplified by the world's will, couldn't withstand so many calamity attacks. The dragon's body has suffered too many attacks. Its body rapidly transformed, the fire dragon taking on human form. Long, wavy red hair cascaded over its shoulders, and its horns and tail, unlike its silver eyes, burned like flames. The fire dragon had a high-bridged nose, and its vertical eyes were filled with mature allure. Most striking were its prominent, almost overflowing, rabbit-like breasts and its exaggeratedly large hips, giving it a wild and beautiful appearance. Its massive 200-meter body had shrunk to about 1.7 meters, significantly reducing the damage it had sustained. Die! Die! With a furious roar, the fire dragon darted about, its rabbit-like breasts swaying with each movement. Charging forward at lightning speed, it ran head-on into a corrupted chosen one wielding a sword. The fire dragon raised its long, unadorned leg, its flames burning, and slammed it into the opponent's head. With a bang, the corrupted head of the sword-wielding creature exploded like a watermelon. It exhaled a burst of scorching dragon breath, incinerating the creature to ashes. Chapter 1268. The fire dragon charged left and right, rampaging through the dragon sunflower territory with an invincible aura. Over 100 7th and 8th tier corrupted behemoths were instantly killed with a sweeping slash of their fiery blades. Tens of thousands of rotting corpses were reduced to ashes by a single breath of dragon fire. The elusive, assassin-like 6th tier chosen ones were instantly killed with a single grab of their energy dragon claws. 6th tier chosen ones, constantly spawning self-destructing moths, were kicked to death by the fire dragon with a few punches and kicks, as easily as passing through the roadside. Only Little Sun and Black Feather managed to withstand one attack each, thanks to their unique divine power shields, but their divine power was greatly depleted. Of course, while attacking the fire dragon, they also tried to lure it deeper into the deer territory in the northern realm. This tyrannical fire dragon couldn't be led south to Nightfall territory. Come at me, you bad woman. Kuroba used her talent, transforming her aura into corruption, and playfully made a face, firmly attracting the fire dragon. Meanwhile, from a distance, Philomena unleashed a torrent of powerful divine skills. Perhaps it was Philomena's restraint, or perhaps the lucky potion. The enraged fire dragon, silent, relentlessly slaughtered the corrupted creatures, advancing northward. Watching the fire dragon rampage and evade most of the damage, Fanel couldn't sit still any longer. Pure White, when we discussed tactics earlier, you mentioned a strategy against humanoid dragons. Fanel frowned slightly. Don't lie to me. I don't want to reveal any more of my abilities. Chaos was ultimately a calamity from the past, overcome by the world will, which had numerous defensive measures. Even the Chosen of Destruction, powerful as they were, was subdued by the world will's backlash, unable to cause any trouble. Fanel occasionally uses chaotic abilities to gain an advantage, but overuse would likely result in his own demise. Don't worry, we corrupted are honest, good kids. Pure White tilted her head, letting her hair fall loose, revealing a pure smile. That fire dragon is invincible not only because of the innate advantages of being a chosen beast, but also because of the amplification from the world's will. When I was bored, I discovered some very interesting abilities while dismantling and devouring my own kind. A small portion of my kind and subordinates have awakened chosen professions that shouldn't exist. At least, there's no related knowledge in my inheritance. These abilities will definitely have unexpected effects on the fire dragon amplified by the world's will. Then what are we waiting for? Let me see. Fanel asked curiously. I just hope the fire dragon can kill Malaka. You know, I have no intention of attacking Nightfall territory. Pure White pursed her lips, her little tongue restlessly licking the corner of her mouth, full of infatuation. You look so lovesick. Fanel rolled her eyes playfully, a mischievous glint in her eye. Field would love to twist your head off. Humph. Pure White gave a sickly smile, opening her divine artifact, the music box. Fire dragon, let me show you the true power of the corruption calamity. My assembled 6th tier chosen one, daughter. A streak of light flashed with incredible speed, and an alluring figure vanished in a flash. At this moment, Fire Dragon had already killed 3 more 6th tier corruption cultivators, his methods utterly brutal. They were either torn to pieces, or burned to ashes. If it weren't for Black Feather and Little Sun, 2 super 6th tier cultivators, who sometimes merged into the Black Sun state, capable of both tanking and dealing damage, Fire Dragon would have already killed the remaining 6th-tier cultivators. Seeing that the troublesome 6th-tier corrupted beings were almost all killed, the Fire Dragon, its chest heaving, crossed its arms and flapped its fiery wings, hovering arrogantly in the air, slowly turning towards Philomene. If it weren't for the Fire Dragon's tattered clothes, exposing its alabaster white skin to the scorching heat, Field would have even suspected that the Fire Dragon wasn't injured at all. Have you had enough? It's your turn now, and those ant-like humans too. They all be burned to ashes, turned into lava. No one can defy my greatness. The Fire Dragon was furious, a monstrous storm raging within it. The damage inflicted by Philomene was comparable to, or even greater than, the attacks of all the corrupted Chosen Ones. If it weren't for the World Will's blessing, relying solely on its 7th-tier combat power, it would probably have been blown to bits by her. I don't think so much, I just want to kill you. Philomena's cold, beautiful eyes met the Fire Dragon's gaze. Behind her, the magic ring surged, and the heaven-burning, world-destroying seed in her palm rose and fell excitedly in the heatwave. She was like a goddess herself. The Fire Dragon didn't care about Gu Jiao's exposed body, nor did she feel any shame. Grinning maliciously, she made a throat-slitting gesture with her hand as a claw. The corruption is almost over. Without any minions interfering, watch me finish you off in an instant. Thank you for killing those minions. Philomena flicked her sleeve. They were too much of a nuisance. I couldn't even enjoy myself. This is your reward, die. Arrogant. The Fire Dragon charged forward, its energy dragon claw slamming towards Philomena. Philomena never dodged, and her speed was slow. She simply charged up her divine skill, too lazy to even dodge. A fiery cloud swept across the sky, and Philomena was slammed away, her whole body racked with pain. But she did not hesitate for a moment. Her divine power, surging like a tidal wave, rapidly transformed into a giant energy dragon. The heavenly dragon meteor, an ability gained from slaying dragons, is a natural enemy of dragons. The crushing heavenly dragon meteor blasted the Fire Dragon away as well. During its flight, countless raven feather swords darted around it, attacking relentlessly, while black feather rushed to its aid. Truly an endless calamity. I must crush you all. The Fire Dragon twisted in midair, the rabbit being crushed into a pancake by the air currents during the rapid turn. Come crush me. Your ancestors said the same thing. I killed them all. Just as it raised its head, countless cross-shaped beams of light rained down, exploding in the air with a series of bursts of light and flame, blasting the Fire Dragon directly to the ground. Immediately afterwards, beams of light and starlight rained down relentlessly, and Black Feather's sword abyss also blazed. Damn it. I'm a little tired. If this continues, I really be defeated. The Fire Dragon crossed its arms over its chest, enduring the intense explosions, panting heavily. It hadn't expected these two chosen ones, who had flown out from the human camp. The ants she had previously looked down upon were now incredibly powerful. Combined with the damage from the rotting corpses, her condition was now critically low. I go back and summon my familiars. With a punch that defused the explosion, the Fire Dragon turned to flee, but suddenly a figure appeared before her, a 6th-tier corrupted god's chosen. She had a seductive appearance, with a bunch of strange organs on her body, somewhat vulgar. Die! The Fire Dragon raised her hand and threw a punch, striking the daughter. 6th-tier divine skill tentacle. Her body exploded, and the daughter transformed into a strange creature, its entire body composed of tentacles. A massive attack organ, as thick as a thigh, suddenly burst from the ground, precisely piercing the Fire Dragon's weak point. Oh! Chapter 1269. The Fire Dragon was already heavily weakened, and her divine power shield shattered and cracked under the combined attack of numerous 6th-tier beings. Even her divine power outer garment was shattered, creating a fatal opening. Her mind was focused on defending against Felina, and caught off guard, she was ambushed by Daughter. Her previously domineering and arrogant gaze instantly lost focus, her divine power dissipated wildly, and most critically, her concentration rapidly crumbled, her mind a complete mess. Ugh! Damn it! The Fire Dragon gritted her teeth, barely managing to muster a sliver of reason, her arms engulfed in molten lava. She raised her hand, and swung her fist fiercely, intending to crush this disgusting chosen one into dust. 6th-tier divine skill, enchanting poison sting. Daughter extended her hands to the left and right. Her fingertips were not human nails, but spiraling, sharp bone nails. In a flash, the bone nails pierced into the two rabbit noses. Ugh! The dragon's fists trembled. Its once domineering and swift attacks were now riddled with flaws, utterly comical. The toxin, not fatal but capable of crushing any will to resist, rapidly seeped into its body, frantically transforming it, making the dragon's form increasingly unsuitable for combat, even extremely cumbersome. The dragon tried to forcefully unleash its divine power to repel everything around it. Sensing its opponent's intentions, the daughter vine disintegrated, transforming into a disgusting aggregate of organs that enveloped the dragon. A variety of astonishing organs, wrapped around the dragon, exploded in a frenzy. The entire space echoed with the dragon's screams. Its divine power continuously dissipated, and its combat strength plummeted. The invisible will of the world was rapidly being withdrawn. A massive horde of rotting corpses attacked again. This is the new calamity you assembled? Inferior, bizarre, but surprisingly effective. Thanel's beautiful eyes darted back and forth shyly, her cheeks flushed. A pure white, pretty face, brimming with arrogance. Of course, the corruption calamity has infinite possibilities. However, the daughter's combat strength is very average. Under normal circumstances, it's difficult to defeat someone of the same level. It's just so strange. Where did these divine skills come from? Stroking her chin, her beautiful face fell into confusion. I seem to think I should remember. Seeing the fire dragon's will increasingly crumble, the daughter immediately burst into maniacal laughter. Ha ha ha, what fire dragon? I make you regenerate all your fallen kin. 6th-tier divine skill, daughter. Parasitic pregnancy. The daughter laughed maniacally, about to unleash its heaven-defying 6th-tier divine skill. Stop her quickly, don't let the corruption infect the fire dragon. Field, seeing the chosen one of the H profession, was startled, immediately realizing this world was no ordinary place. With countless experiences from his past life, Field immediately sensed danger. If the daughter is allowed to run rampant, the fire dragon might become its slave, and then it would be disastrous if it were to fight under Nightfall's lead. 6th-tier divine skill, Primordial Annihilation. 6th-tier divine skill, Sword Bones Annihilation. Philomeni acted decisively, a black light striking the daughter precisely, instantly inflicting severe injury. The next moment, Black Feather's sword light descended, enveloping both the daughter and the fire dragon. The shattered sword light transformed into a binding force, fixing the two in place. 100-meter-long energy giant sword fell from the sky, slamming into the two with overwhelming force. Bang! Sword energy flew everywhere, the heavens and earth exploded, and the continuous, surging divine power simultaneously repelled both of them. The daughter was blasted to pieces, completely obliterated, while the fire dragon was also sent flying, spitting out a mouthful of blood. The fire dragon barely regained a sliver of reason, her anger and shame palpable. You ants, how dare you offend me? Infected by the daughter venom, the fire dragon's body had become 10 times larger, making even running difficult, let alone fighting. Her agile dragon-human form was completely useless. Burning with flames, her human body rapidly grew, transforming into a ferocious dragon form. But compared to her previous invincible state, the fire dragon now appeared extremely weak and listless. Worse still, a large amount of corrupting residue remained within her body, causing her immense pain. Kill her quickly, don't let the corruption calamity succeed. Philomeni glanced at the fire dragon with haughty eyes, coldly saying, and don't let her suffer any more. Yes, yes. The two, including Heiyu, joined forces, relentlessly attacking the fire dragon. Excellent, the fire dragon's aura is no longer a threat, hee. Thanel sneered, a seductive laugh escaping her lips. Pure white, it's time to finish the final harvest. Haha, I was prepared. Pure white signaled. Deep within the gray mist, in the deer territory, a gigantic corrupted octopus monster rose from the polluted water. Without a fight, the corrupted octopus disintegrated its artifact, its aura surging. Divine power gathered frantically, drawing in the gray mist like a vortex. The corrupted creature's hidden trump card was none other than a corrupted chosen beast. Bang! A gray beam of light crisscrossed the two territories, striking the fire dragon's injured head precisely. The gray light pierced through the gap previously breached in the fiery mina, shattering the fire dragon's brain, and then emerged from the other side. Magma erupted, half of the fire dragon's head was blasted off, and the life force in its eyes vanished instantly. Vengeful flames, backlash, talent after the molten fire dragon dies, it will inflict a curse of the world's will on the chosen one who killed it, causing it to burn eternally. Successfully sniping the 7th-tier fire dragon, the corrupted octopus suffered a backlash, incinerating into ashes. Completely unaware that it had dodged the backlash, Blackfeather was startled and forced to retreat by a sudden gray beam of light. Every generation of calamity hides a bunch of special skills. Field, equally frightened, patted his pounding heart. I have to be extra careful from now on. Boom! The fire dragon instinctively flapped its wings twice in the air, its flames dissipating. Its corpse slumped to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Seeing this tragic scene, Field let out a long sigh, his heart filled with mixed emotions, then became wary again. The Calamity must have planned this all along. To go to such lengths only to have the fire dragon attack him was too abstract. The purpose of the corruption was most likely to kill the fire dragon. Attacking her was just a side effect. Hunting complete. Fennel smiled slightly, patiently waiting. Next, we analyzed the fire dragon's goddess mark. In a short while, the fire dragon's soul rapidly condensed within its corpse. Like Silver Eyes, the fire dragon's artifact was her soul, containing a portion of the world's will. Fennel manipulated it with her slender hand, and a black gate opened in space. Chaotic threads pulled at the fire dragon's soul, ignoring its struggles, determined to drag it inside. Not just analysis, but the corpse must be perfectly utilized. I want to give Field a surprise. Pure White summoned the artifact, the music box, releasing a cute little girl. Clover, corrupt the fire dragon's corpse, I will assist you. Chapter 1270. Yes, Sister Pure White. Clover and Pure White simultaneously activated their divine skills. Corrupted creatures, targeted hyperfast metamorphosis. The surrounding swarms of rotting corpses surged forward, enveloped by the two divine powers. Accompanied by the cracking sounds of bones breaking, all the rotting flesh and blood recombined, transforming into brain-shaped monsters. Condense. Countless brain-shaped rotting corpses burrowed into the gaps in the fire dragon's head, replacing its brain. Truly a magnificent attempt. We, the corrupted Calamity, will grasp the power to resurrect the Chosen Ones. Under normal circumstances, the Chosen Ones cannot be corrupted. Pure White, Fennel, and Clover activated several special divine skills, simultaneously striking the fire dragon's corpse. To attempt to revive the Chosen Ones, Pure White even replaced all her divine skills. The new combination of divine skills was extremely complex, and all were functional divine skills, offering little help in combat. Meanwhile, a massive horde of corrupted soldiers arrived as reinforcements and charged towards Philomena. The remaining corrupted Chosen Ones attacked Blackfeather. Some Chosen Ones continuously used their chosen space to drag Blackfeather into it, while others circled around, using their attacks on Nightfall to force the two to retreat. Philomena is nothing more than these two fighters. Hold them off, and the rest are no threat. Her pure white dress fluttered, her eyes gleaming with confidence. Although we encountered some setbacks, it was all within my plan. Fennel chuckled. A pawn can't escape the chessboard. They only needed a little time to fully utilize the fire dragon. Just as she said, while Philomena's combat strength was formidable, she was utterly unable to attack amidst the horde of corpses. Otherwise, the terrifying backlash would have instantly knocked her unconscious. Helpless, Philomele could only retreat unwillingly, repelling the corrupted Chosen Ones, who attempted to flank and attack Nightfall territory. I must protect everyone. I can't let them succeed. Blackfeather, alone, stubbornly went against the current, attempting to destroy the fire dragon's corpse and reclaim its soul. The number of weaker enemies and Chosen Ones along the way was too great, and the previous battle with the fire dragon had already depleted her resources. Although Blackfeather was strong, her health and defense were average, making it unrealistic for her to charge forward while enduring countless attacks. Her divine power was rapidly depleting, and Blackfeather was also forced to retreat. Am I left with no choice but to retreat and defend? No, defense alone is useless. We can't let the corruption succeed. Pure White seems to want to resurrect the fire dragon, and Chaos wants its soul. We must thwart their plans before the corruption's reinforcements arrive. There's still a chance. Field looked at the resurgent horde of corpses, his scalp tingling, but he was a master of strategy. Whatever the enemy wants to do, just don't let them succeed. What can we do? Ashina, Miss Rosalia, they're attacking Lavender territory. Our only Tier 6 warrior is there too. It's too late to call for reinforcements now. Silver Eyes cried anxiously, relentlessly unleashing dimensional dragon slashes to slay the overwhelming hordes of rotting corpses. The Nightfall territory's chosen warriors were still far too lacking. It's all up to you, Field said, striking his palm with his fist. My invincible silver dragon. Me? Silver Eyes was dumbfounded, pointing a slender finger at her nose, her eyes nearly squinted into cross eyes. She was stunned by Field's audacious decision. I'm only Tier 4. I can't possibly beat them. What, are you abandoning me? Silver Eyes, in a panic, clung to Field's leg, pleading for the first time, crying out in a soft, adorable voice, I eat more from now on, it'd definitely be useful. How could I abandon you? I won't abandon anyone. Little Sun can't break through the zombie horde, and Blackfeather's solo charge is too difficult. At the Nightfall territory defense line, Silver Eyes is currently the strongest chosen one. Only if you and Blackfeather team up will you have a tiny chance, and your team has a special advantage, Field encouraged anxiously. Of course, I support you too. My lord, how will you support me? Silver Eyes pouted, half believing, half doubting. What's this special advantage? Field smiled mysteriously. Don't forget my nickname, the Northern Pokemon Master. Huh? Blackfeather used fusion on Silver Eyes. Hearing the command, Blackfeather didn't hesitate, retreating rapidly, transforming into countless black crows in the air, merging into Silver Eyes' body. Roar! Silver Eyes' aura surged, instantly reaching 6th-tier combat power. His body, beyond his control, transformed into a massive black dragon. His body, also 200 meters long, shimmered with a black metallic luster on every outstretched scale, divine power flowing across them. 6th-tier divine skill, Mithril armor. 6th-tier divine skill, Dragon God armor transformation. Silver Eyes, now transformed into black feathers, was all about one thing: flesh and blood. Charge! Destroy the fire dragon's corpse. Field's eyes narrowed slightly as he pointed at the dragon wolf, the corrupted dragon, then retrieved the dragon's soul. Oh, and take those two with you. These two idiots, one a divine artifact, the other Rosalia's summoned creature. Let them shield Silver Eyes from attacks. Even if they die, it doesn't matter. They quickly win the resurrection match. Roar! Without a word, Silver Eye grabbed the massive body of the corrupted dragon, while the dragon wolf leaped onto its head. The three immediately charged. Facing the countless enemies rushing towards them, the three beasts simultaneously opened their mouths, unleashing distinctly different breaths that swept across the area. As the terrifying breath swept through, a vast ripple of energy engulfed everything. Countless small fry were annihilated. The remaining 6th-tier corrupted chosen ones, such as Malaka and Bloodthorn, relentlessly unleashed their divine power, employing various divine techniques. But all were withstood by the 6th-tier Silver Eye, who didn't even utter a sound. As for the attacks from the small fry, they were like tickles to Silver Eye. How come there are still chosen beasts? Wait, why isn't this one under the control of the world's will? Who the hell is commanding it? 1 second Fanel was leisurely deciphering the dragon's soul, quietly enjoying the Calamity's attack on Nightfall territory, and the next second, she watched helplessly as Silver Eye crushed them. She activated the Chaos Threads, attempting to repeat her previous tactic. The power of chaos, especially effective against magical creatures, can influence the will of the world, but Silver Eyes was completely unaffected. Bang bang bang. Bearing a dense barrage of fire, Silver Eyes transformed into a jackhammer, carving a bloody path through the enemy ranks, and approached the fire dragon's carcass. What's going on? Pure White was dumbfounded. She truly hadn't expected this scene. She hurriedly cried out, "Wait, wait! Stop those monsters!" Roar! The dragon-type wolf leaped down, fiercely crashing into the fire dragon's carcass. Seeing the 6th-tier corrupted god charging, it nimbly burrowed into the carcass through its wounds. As soon as it entered, its bloodline inexplicably surged, every cell in its body urging it to feed. Without hesitation, the dragon-type wolf immediately activated its attack. Eating was also a way of destroying the carcass, not disobeying Field's orders. The corrupted dragon, almost pulverized, also landed on the carcass. Chapter 1271. Countless chains surged from the corrupted dragon's mangled body, piercing through the wounds and penetrating deep into its internal organs. Unlike the cunning of the dragon wolf, the corrupted dragon was driven purely by instinct, devouring flesh and blood. The fire dragon's body, brimming with immense power, was consumed by the corrupted dragon as blood threads. Unconsciously, the goddess's mark on the corrupted dragon's body shone brightly. The orcs corrupted, and Malaka roared in fury, "Those are my spoils, my food. Tear them to shreds." "My test subjects," Pure White said anxiously, her eyes bloodshot. "Field, even in this state, you still oppose me." The corrupted army attacked again, but was astonished to find that they had already hidden inside the corpse. To avoid damaging the corpse, Bloodthorn rushed into it, along with two demonic beasts that were frantically devouring the dragon's heart. In a very short time, the two ferocious demonic beasts had devoured 1/5 of the fire dragon's body, including its precious internal organs. The unique and pure fire dragon divine power, mixed with flesh and blood, was digested by them and integrated into the goddess's mark, causing subtle changes to the mark. "I didn't even have a chance to enjoy it, you're courting death." Bloodthorn grinned maliciously, unleashing its 6th-tier divine power, and crushed the corrupted dragon into dust with a wave of its hand. Seeing this, the dragon wolf took 2 fierce bites and then self-destructed. Unfortunately, the self-destruction of a 5th-tier combat power had little effect on the corpse, and couldn't shatter it. As the giant wolf released its grip, the corrupted dragon's chain shattered, and the fire dragon's heart and blood gushed out from the corpse, seeping into the earth. Smelling the aroma of flesh and blood, even the powerful mind of a 6th-tier corrupted dragon couldn't resist the temptation and secretly devoured it. Greedy serpent, get out here. Don't interfere with my will. Pure White, outside, unleashing her divine skill, was furious, her slender fingertips trembling slightly. Field, you're truly despicable. According to her plan, she could resurrect a 7th-tier corrupted fire dragon. But Field had sent 2 gluttonous beasts that relentlessly devoured the dragon's remains, causing them to consume a large portion of the dragon's carcass. Even calamities are governed by the law of conservation of energy. The carcass was completely mangled, nearly half damaged, which meant losing half its power. Even with the repairing corruption, the resurrected dragon would be significantly weaker, making a 7th-tier resurrection impossible. But stopping the resurrection now would mean all her efforts were wasted. Pure White was so angry she had tears in her eyes, a pitiful sight. Field herself hadn't expected the dragon wolf to devour the carcass, much less hinder Pure White's plan. He had unwittingly infuriated Pure White. Meanwhile, Silver Eyes, braving a barrage of fire, rushed towards the fire dragon's soul. Her aura was unparalleled. Her enormous dragon claws reached out, grabbing the dragon's soul and pulling it backward. This is our Nightfall territory's spoils of war. Give it back to me. What an idiot. Vanel remained completely unfazed. The Chaos Threads were a high-level calamities arrangement, protected by chaotic power. It would be a miracle if Silver Eyes could even budge them. If it weren't for the dragon soul's resistance and the world's will's rejection, she would have already taken it away. Her stunningly beautiful face gave a mocking smile. Her spider legs flicked, firmly dragging the dragon's soul. The dragon's soul was about to be pulled into the portal by the threads. Don't run away. I'd rather eat it than give it to you, Silver Eyes panicked, opening its mouth wide and biting at the enormous dragon soul. Seeing that the other party was even resorting to words, Vanel laughed uncontrollably. Ha ha ha, how stupid. Dragons can't use dragon souls. Let's not even mention that. With the protection of Chaos God power, how could you possibly, The next moment, something happened that completely astonished Vanel. Silver Eyes actually swallowed a large mouthful of dragon soul. Even the chaos threads attached to it, deciphering the laws, were swallowed. Shocked, Vanel's beautiful smile froze on her face. Chaos threads, how could they be swallowed? How could they possibly be swallowed? Could a laughable dragon really swallow the unique power composed of chaos laws? If it could really do that, it would mean that the world had already deciphered the power of the calamity. But that was simply impossible. Roar. Silver Eyes howled in pain, her internal organs burning, but she still opened her mouth again, gulping in the dragon's soul like a storm. It's important to understand that dragons, to minimize internal strife, cannot utilize the souls of other dragons. Absorbing the souls of other dragons, as Silver Eyes did, was simply impossible. However, being a follower of Black Feather's rampage possessed a hidden characteristic. That was, being unbound by rules, whatever it was, he would simply steal it. As for being able to tear through the chaotic threads, it was because Black Feather inherently possessed a portion of the chaotic power. Sensing Silver Eyes' life force through the residual laws of the world's will, a shimmering stream of light rapidly entered Silver Eyes' mouth. A magnificent emblem suddenly appeared between Silver Eyes' brows on its massive, handsome dragon head, signifying it had received the blessing of the world's will. Damn it, the value of the dragon soul has been greatly diminished. Fainir, noticing the change, nearly vomited blood in anger. She was multitasking, relentlessly attacking Silver Eyes, but struggling to repel it. Buzz? The dazzling fire dragon soul, unable to withstand the deciphering of the chaotic threads, and the unreasonable devouring by the Silver Eye, exploded. Half was dragged into the portal by Fanel, while the remainder was eaten by the Silver Eye as a snack. Burp! The Silver Eye let out a satisfied burp. Damn it, damn it! Fanel was red-hot for the first time. He had exerted so much effort, mainly because of the dragon soul influenced by the world's will. Who knew that 3 inhuman creatures would rush out and devour everything in sight? He didn't even know if half a dragon soul could decipher the suppression of the world's will's laws. I'm full, I'm leaving, thank you. Unable to digest such immense power, the Silver Eye felt like it had gained weight, and the entire dragon seemed poised to crash. No longer willing to fight, it flapped its wings and flew towards nightfall. With its terrifying defensive power, the Silver Eye braved the barrage of fire, resolutely leaving unstoppable. Pure White, what other trump cards do you have? Show them to us. Fannel gritted his teeth, glaring at Pure White with resentment, only to see a cold, mocking smile. Pure White blushed. Retreat. After a long pause, Pure White said speechlessly, I sense that the corrupted lord of Lavender Territory has been slain. We're down a legion. If we don't retreat, it be our turn to die. We still have countless rotting corpses. Malaka roared, refusing loudly, send on higher-ranking chosen ones. I want to raze Nightfall Territory to the ground. Stay if you want to die. No higher-ranking ones will play with you. Pure White activated a swarm of giant worms, dragging away the dragon's corpse. The tidal wave of rotting corpses quickly retreated from Dragonsun territory. Huh? Don't leave. Malaka tried to influence the zombie horde, but could only mobilize a small number of weaklings. She was dumbfounded. How could this be? Looking around, Malaka realized that the previous battle with the fire dragon had already burned Lunkue territory to ashes, extinguishing all life. Chapter 1272. Malaka's army, having exhausted a large amount of the fire dragon's divine power, was decimated. Pure White, on the other hand, cunningly preserved her army. This guy seemed to have anticipated this. Even her angry expression appeared utterly hypocritical. At this moment, Lavender Territory was filled with armored cavalry charging like a torrent of steel. Thousands of heavily armored knights, wielding auras, tirelessly slashed through the rotting corpses. Within the ruins of Lavender City, the massive corrupted lord lay dead at the feet of Eshina and Rosalia. The corrupted chosen one had been defeated and fled by Pahilda. With her amassed army evaporated and the two territories capable of producing rotting corpses occupied by living beings, Malaka would have no more troops available for the time being. Pure White, did you plan this all along? Malaka questioned. You never intended to conquer Nightfall Territory, did you? This attack on Nightfall Territory was originally led by Malaka, yet Pure White chose to retreat, clearly disobeying her orders. Pure White didn't even glance at Malaka, treating her as if she were invisible, and leapt on her own. Fannel of the Chaos faction, after carefully sensing the size of the dragon's soul, revealed a satisfied smile, her bright red nails tracing a seductive line across her lips. Fortunately, the objective was achieved. Although half of the dragon's soul was stolen, thankfully, there's still a remnant of the world's will. The decoding difficulty was a bit high. Field, I will avenge this. Fannel said with interest, this black feather is truly interesting. It can actually transform a 4th-tier dragon into a 6th-tier dragon in an instant. We don't have enough information about Nightfall Territory yet. We have to deduce everything when we get back. Seeing that neither of them paid her any attention, Malaka could only glare viciously at Pure White's retreating figure. She wriggled her massive body, retreating further north. The corrupt army has retreated. Jubilation erupted along the Nightfall defense line. Outside the walls lay mountains of corpses, laughing and celebrating their survival from the calamity. Field watched Silvereye fly back, a sigh of relief escaping his lips, but his heart remained heavy. He secretly guessed the calamity wasn't necessarily repelled, but rather achieved its strategic objective. With a flash, Black Feather and Silvereye separated, both landing wearily. Field rushed forward, seeing Black Feather unharmed, and quickly reached out to support Silvereye's delicate, soft body. Are you alright? Hiccup. I'm fine, just so full. Rubbing her slightly protruding belly, Silvereye looked listless, her eyelids drooping heavily, her body swaying. So sleepy. Don't worry, let me check you out. Opening Silvereye's interface, a peculiar status appeared. World's blessing, world class. This creature has received the blessing of the world's will fall into slumber and evolve, and the next divine skill, talent, or territory enhancement it gains will be world class. Holy crap! A world class divine skill. Field's pupils contracted instantly, deeply shocked. A world class effect is even rarer than a racial foundation level effect. Of course, rarity doesn't equate to power. After all, most divine skills that destroy calamities don't even have a rare description, yet they still indiscriminately slaughter living beings. But a world-class ability, there isn't one in the entire Nightfall Territory, not even in the entire Griffin Empire. Haha, this is awesome. That lucky potion wasn't a waste. Field proudly put his hands on his hips. Looking away from the panel, Field wanted to share the good news with Silver Eyes, but found that Silver Eyes was already asleep, snoring sweetly. My lord, hurry back to the territory. The corruption has sharpshooters. Black Feather gestured frantically, fearing Field might be struck by the beam of light that had previously slain the fire dragon. It's alright, the warriors aren't properly settled yet, Field said firmly, waving his hand. Besides, I still need to. Master, I'm scared. A pitiful, coquettish voice rang out, and Little Moon, under everyone's gaze, threw herself into Field's arms. She arched her body like a cat, her snow-white shoulders trembling slightly, a fragrant breeze making one dizzy. Feld, feeling the fragrant embrace, couldn't resist. He instantly became a tyrant. That's right, we can't let my Little Moon be exposed to danger. Let's send her back to the castle first. You spoil her. A seductive, cold snort followed, and a huge shadow loomed over Field. Looking up, he saw it was his own great thunder dragon. She didn't come to fight simply because destruction couldn't coexist. After Little Sun's rest, Great Thunder Dragon immediately arrived, casting a disdainful look at Field. I seen through you, you brat. Ahem, I spoil you all. It's only right that she goes back after suffering a backlash. Clearing his throat, Field ordered, Blackfeather, take Little Sun back to the castle to rest. Okay. Blackfeather nodded obediently. Field remained at the border, systematically managing operations, treating the wounded, patching leaks, and arranging rest. He was busy until evening. The dragon flames burning in Dragon Sunflower territory completely dissipated. Ashina and Rosalia, leading Nightfall territory cavalry, returned to Field's side. The corrupt Lord of Lavender territory has been eliminated. I'm sorry, your little friend. Field scratched his head guiltily. Don't worry, Black Wolf will recover in a couple of days. Ashina bent down, smiling broadly. As long as you're all right, sir. Such a sycophant. Rosalia rolled her eyes coquettishly, her face full of disdain. Turning to Field, she said in a threatening tone, Field, if you don't compensate me for my summoned creature, you be punished. Rosalia's bunny rubbed against Field's hand, its malicious intent obvious. Fairy, I compensate you. Feeling the youthful energy of the bunny, Field felt embarrassed and quickly agreed. Hey, wait a minute, your stats seem to have changed too. Opening their stats, Field was shocked. The dragon wolf has changed. Rosalia, your hoggy dragon has changed too. Artifact, Dragon Black Wolf. Buff, huge increase in all attributes, reduced fire damage taken. Special, the divine skill Tyrant Dragon Flame, influenced by the dragon wolf, has been upgraded to a 3-star divine skill, and can switch its breath attribute, adding Molten Inferno. Note, the dragon wolf, having received a blessing from the world's will, is currently absorbing the divine power of this institution, slowly benefiting Ashina. The original dragon wolf was a 2-star artifact, only able to use ice attribute breath. Now, with the addition of fire breath, its abilities have become more diverse. Divine skill, transformation into co-op. Buff, devouring the star dragon, gaining the ability to fly. Special buff, devouring artifacts to gain the chosen talent stargazing. Description, the star-devouring dragon observes the starry sky, peering into the laws of the stars. With increased stargazing time, Rosalia's total divine power will permanently increase, and the star-devouring dragon's breath ability will be enhanced. Note, cannot be used when there are no stars. Note, this upgrade to the divine skill will grant a series of star-related abilities and synergize with the Lord. Current unlock progress, 0%. Huh? There's actually this way to bring about a qualitative change in the Chosen One. Chapter 1273. Field was dumbfounded. Humanity's understanding of the Chosen Ones is less than 1/10,000. My lord, this is the corruption essence obtained from slaying the corruption lord. Rosalia took out a piece of corruption essence that had been bitten in the mouth. Her usually aloof and refined face was now filled with innocence and adorable bewilderment. Haha, since it's your spoils, it's yours. Field chuckled, knowing full well, but not saying a word. I was hoping you could become a 6th-tier warrior soon. As expected of my foot slave. Rosalia nodded in satisfaction. With this, you're one step closer to the 6th tier. Ashina, on the other hand, was grinning foolishly. She sensed that her artifact had evolved into a 3rd-tier artifact, and happily shook her head, her fluffy wolf ears waving. My lord, what should we do next? Ashina asked curiously. Now that the corruption has retreated, Lonquay is a scorched earth, and the high-level combat power of Sunko has been repelled, the corruption's strength is weaker than ever before. We must seize it. Field rubbed his hands expectantly. His Nightfall territory, though formidable in defense and possessing the air of the Emperor guarding the nation's gates, was constantly threatened by the border, its capital bordering the frontier, frequently facing production restrictions. A very unfortunate situation. Seizing Lone Kue territory would dramatically increase Nightfall territory's security. Field, my lord. An aged voice rang out. The Imperial General Unir, covered in blood and grime, strode in, disheveled as if he rolled in mud. He glanced at Field with a mixture of bewilderment and respect, then immediately lowered his head, drawing his long sword with a clang. Ashina raised an eyebrow, taking a light step forward, protecting Field while scolding, "You're looking for..." "It's all right." Field smiled and waved, stopping Ashina. Unir plunged his long sword into the ground, then knelt on one knee. His chosen one, Peshida, also knelt. "My lord, forgive my previous rudeness. I didn't expect that Nightfall was truly guarding the spirit defense line." Unir's pupils dilated. He had always thought Field was a puppet of the Calamity, but that didn't happen until the Corruption Siege. Hundreds of thousands of Corruption soldiers rolled in, and Nightfall soldiers fought to the death. Field, leading the Chosen Ones, breached 2 baronies, completely shattering his worldview and filling him with immense shame. Even more shocking was that Field, while bearing the pressure of the Calamity, had simultaneously blocked the Empire's attack. "Lord Field, I swear to the Goddess of War that I will serve you faithfully from now on," Unir solemnly swore. "With General Unir here, the fighting strength of my Nightfall territory has greatly increased." Field nodded in satisfaction and accepted Unir's oath. "From now on, you will be responsible for guarding the border and preventing attacks from the rotting corpses." "Yes." After making military deployments, Field, with his chosen ones, began to explore the Dragonsun territory. Before the corruption, the Dragonsun territory was the poorest territory in the north, named for its cultivation of the Dragonsun magical plant and the sale of third-tier potions, but it was utterly destroyed by the lavender potions of the neighboring Lavender territory. Even the ruins are gone, it seems there's nothing much to see. Field sighed listlessly, gazing at the scorched and cracked land. "I wonder when this land will recover." "It's not that bad, with me here, it will recover quickly." The mermaid Icalizia, protected by the little angel, came to Field's side, and only breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that everyone was safe. Her eyes were clear as water. "I can use the power of the water god to accelerate the healing of the burned land. Furthermore, you can send elven slaves here to work. They are nature's darlings. Their mere existence can restore the environment." Field nodded in agreement, his only regret being that he had captured so many elves. Until now, not a single elf was willing to surrender and become his subjects. Sniff. Such a strong smell of blood. The great thunder dragon extended its alluring tongue, licked its lips, and swayed its hips, taking 2 steps towards where the fire dragon had crashed. The fire dragon crashed right there, didn't it? "Little glutton, your nose is really sharp." Field pinched Faviria's leg. It was so smooth, he couldn't even hold it. "Don't touch me with your filthy hands, especially since they smell like that woman." The great thunder dragon stomped her foot heavily, her plump thighs trembling. Her face was stern. "Get lost. Wash yourself before you touch me." "What, my lord, you worked so hard." Icalizia felt a pang of sympathy, deeply understanding Field's hardships. She quickly reached out and hooked her arm around Field's. "Field, let's go back to the Dawnfall Territory's beach. I cook you some fish. You're so kind to me." Field was deeply moved. The great thunder dragon was usually very gentle, but when it came to anything related to Little Sun, she was like a powder keg. "Let's go see if we can collect some scales." Without indulging the great thunder dragon, Field led the group to the site where the fire dragon had fallen. As soon as they approached, an extremely dense fire magic surged towards them. "Such dense fire magic!" Field exclaimed in shock. "The land before me was steaming hot. Unlike the scorched land before, it exuded a powerful life force." "Field, you're so lucky." Rosalia slapped her forehead, her intelligence returning, her eyes crinkling with a smile. "I remember now. The dragon's slumber grounds contain immense wealth." Reminded by Rosalia, Field recalled reading in the Chronicles of Dragons and Gods that the wealth of the dragon's slumber grounds wasn't just the gold and silver treasures they amassed throughout their lives. After a dragon dies, their magic and life force return to nature, forming dragon bloodlands and dragon blood veins. For example, the green emerald veins in the Central Griffin Empire were formed from the blood of the Empire slaying of the green emerald dragon, spilled from its depths, creating a vein stretching for dozens of miles. Even their own silver dragons, when shedding scales or excreting, produce silver. This place is imbued with the dragon's lifeblood. The dissipated divine power must have seeped into the ground as well. Given enough time, Dragon's Nest territory could very well give birth to a fire demon core and gemstone veins. Rosalia gestured elegantly. Field chuckled, leaving aside the mineral veins. "The dragon bloodland here is invaluable. I just don't know what to plant." Let's protect it for now, and let Charlotte do some research. The Dragonblood land covers about 1,000 acres, with varying magical concentrations in different areas. Also, let's not call it Dragon Sunflower territory anymore, it sounds awful. Shaking his head repeatedly, Field pondered for a moment. Rename it Dragonblood territory. Back in Nightfall territory, Field adhered to the principle of, if you don't trust someone, don't use them. He assigned 1,500 soldiers to Yunner, along with his own chosen one, Pahilda, to garrison near the Dragonblood land. In the coming days, Field planned to send slaves and citizens there to quickly build Dragonblood City and utilize the land. Field was planning to go to City Grass territory to see if there were any gains. Chapter 1274. Reporting, sir, good news. The Dragon Tower heard you were fighting the Calamity and dispatched troops to assist you. A clerk ran in excitedly to report, their fleet has arrived at the coast and is attacking the rotting corpses on the shore. The Dragon Tower's envoy is already on his way to Nightfall territory. Huh? The chosen gods of Nightfall territory exchanged glances, then looked at Field. They really know how to pick their timing. I just finished fighting. Field raised an eyebrow, looking at Icalizia. When you arrived, did you withdraw the fleet? Well, I only withdrew the merman archers and the wounded humans. The main fleet is still blockading the sea. Icalizia thought she had made a mistake, and panicked like a kitten. The Dragon Tower is monitoring us. With a sneer, Field patted the merman's head. Don't panic, the Dragon Tower is probably just trying to curry favor. Less than half an hour later, a messenger from the Dragon Tower arrived with a grin. Lord Field, our fleet detected the zombie attack and came to reinforce us immediately. Reinforcements are unnecessary, we already repelled the zombies. Field, not bothering with pleasantries, went straight to the point. But we paid a heavy price. I need supplies, food, clothing, magic cores, I need them all. Of course, our transport ships brought 2 boatloads of tree wool, cotton, 1 boatload of black bread, 1 boatload of blackberry wine, and 2,000 bottles of aura potions. The Dragon Tower messenger's bluntness left Field bewildered. Field secretly wondered, could it be poisoned? Such a good thing? Field sized the man up. Get to the point. Our Dragon Tower has been provoked by the elves, and war is imminent. They've been spying on Diamond Island and have intercepted several of our ships. After a moment's hesitation, the envoy explained helplessly, the elven fleet is currently confronting us. I see. Field understood. Only the elves could threaten Dragon Tower from the sea. Diamond City was an isolated island overseas, originally a pirate stronghold. He himself had even visited it. But due to naval pressure, he abandoned the island. Fortunately, his initial choice was correct. Dragon Tower and the elves, for the sake of the island's interests, had escalated the conflict to the point of direct combat. My lord, you are a member of the Trade Federation. Some smaller nations have already sent troops to the Alliance meeting. You mustn't betray the Alliance. Besides, our Dragon Tower is humanity's maritime defense line. If Dragon Tower is gone, you be the first to suffer. Of course. Field chuckled inwardly. He could foresee that for a long time to come, Dragon Tower and the elves wouldn't bother him anymore. I come to your aid once I reorganized my territory's army, he said softly, then suddenly asked, how many 6-tier chosen ones are there in the elven army? How many troops should I bring? For now, 2. Before he could finish, the envoy realized his mistake, broke out in a cold sweat, and feigned reluctance, saying, the elves haven't landed yet. Well, they only landed on 2 islands. Are you afraid I'd be scared off by the elves? Field's lips curled into a slight smile, and he waved his sleeve domineeringly. Tell your queen that as long as the price and reward are right, even if the Demon King's army comes, I still send troops. The envoy was shocked, fearing Field might change his mind, and quickly cried out, may the glory of victory protect you. Please bring your army to our capital, Dragon Tower, for a meeting. Our queen has long wished to see you. We will provide you with supplies based on your military achievements. Of course, you can also offer rewards and command other members of the Trade Alliance. Field snapped his fingers. Also, get out of here any spies you planted in the north. If I discover even one, forget about providing support. The envoy swore and made guarantees before leaving. Ashina asked curiously, my lord, are we really going to help those detestable Dragon Tower people? It depends. Dragon Tower is an empire. The chances of it being destroyed in a short time are slim. Field stroked his chin, his mind racing. The initiative is in our hands. Our immediate priority is to take over the western territory occupied by Obsidian. Let's wait until Little Sun and the others have recovered. Nightfall's fighting strength is still lacking. It's not advisable to open a second front lightly. After calling on Icalizia and Rosalia, Field worked hard all night. The next morning. My lord, Miss Silver Eyes, her body, it's acting so strange. Icalizia shook Field awake, her innocent face filled with anxiety. So strange. Field immediately misunderstood, pondering, impossible. Silver Eyes is still a young dragon. How could she be breeding so soon? She's turned into a dragon egg. Icalizia gestured an oval in the air, like this. Sounds delicious. Rosalia's face lit up with a drooling expression, and she pulled out a handkerchief to wipe her mouth. Go see. Field hurriedly went out of the castle, and saw a huge blue-silver dragon egg in the castle garden. What happened to Silver Eyes? It's been reforged. Field was dumbfounded, quickly opening Silver Eyes' interface. Bloodline upgrade, rare status currently absorbing the blessings of the world's consciousness, activating bloodline potential, upgrading from Silver Dragon to Mithril Dragon. That scared me to death. Field breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing this, then erupted in ecstasy. Mithril dragons are still silver dragons, but belong to the nobility among them, mentioned only in ancient legends. Undoubtedly, their combat power will be even greater. Ha ha, invincible. So the legends are true. No wonder the dragon egg's color changed. A normal silver dragon should be silver, but it turned blue-silver. Hands on his hips, Field couldn't hold back any longer and burst into laughter. Although he eagerly awaited Silver Eyes hatching, he had to go to the smoke grass territory. Entrusting Black Feather to protect Silver Eyes, Field led the Chosen Ones, and over 1,000 troops into the smoke grass territory. The corrupt lord here was dead, and the corrupted creatures along the way posed little threat. The Nightfall army, aided by fire-breathing chariots obtained from archaeology, and a powerful army of mages, swept through the enemy ranks without even the Chosen Ones needing to intervene. Third tier spell, Fire Butterfly. Over 100 mages simultaneously cast the spell, swirling vortexes of fire instantly transforming into fluttering fire butterflies that flew into the dense horde of corpses. Boom boom boom. With a series of explosions, the corpses blocking their path were blasted to pieces, and the flying sparks burned the corrupted tentacles, causing them to curl into clumps. The remaining corpses howled and charged forward, only to be completely incinerated by the fire-breathing chariots. Awesome. Field nodded in satisfaction. I didn't expect the new spell to be so powerful. I wish there were more spells. Field, do you need magic? Rosalia lazily stretched, revealing her perfect figure. I know where to find some, in Lonely Tower territory. Chapter 1275. The Lonely Tower territory is located north of Frostfire. The so-called Lonely Tower refers to the Northern Mage Academy, which once rivaled the Imperial Royal Mage Academy. The countless divine magic texts and documents collected there are hidden in the Mage Tower. Rosalia blinked twice. When I was little, I even went there to play. The headmaster turned my maid into a winged lamb. I never heard of that. Field scratched his head in surprise. Of course, the Northern Mage Academy only admits magical geniuses. Even the servants who sweep the floor are mages, so it's incredibly mysterious and not well known. Rosalia explained with a smile. Then we must take it over. Field plotted in his mind, when suddenly he heard a burst of curses and shouts from the left side of the army formation. Damn it, there's an ambush in the mud. Looking in the direction of the sound, the young Oranite Tom had been thrown from his warhorse and fallen into the mud. From the muddy, decaying ground, a rotting crocodile emerged, its jaws agape, clamping down on the horse's leg. The neighing warhorse collapsed, hooves flailing wildly as it struggled to its feet. By the goddess above, my warhorse. Tom, filled with shock and rage, sprang to his feet, drew his long sword, and unleashed a torrent of battle aura. Holy light flashed, and the rotting crocodile's head was severed. Its body was pulverized by the battle aura. Just as Tom was about to finish off the crocodile's head, Field rode up to stop him. Tom, wait! Ah! Turning around, Tom looked up and saw that the newcomer was none other than the Lord. He immediately knelt on one knee to pay his respects. Get up. Use holy light and healing potions to clean the warhorse's wounds. The beast's vitality can withstand it. Take this money for treatment. Field took out 5 gold coins. Also, bring me the crocodile head. Yes, sir. Tom, thinking of his name being remembered by the Lord, couldn't help but grin foolishly and quickly picked up the crocodile head. He wiped away the mud with his knight's cloak and held it out to Field with both hands. Upon lifting the crocodile head, Field's attention immediately fell on the plant atop it. His eyes lit up, and his hands trembled slightly with excitement. That's it. The magical plant that creates black crows. Corrupted black crows are pigeons that have mistakenly eaten this type of magical plant and transformed. His own black crow was destroyed in battle. Only after losing it did he realize how useful the black crow drone was. He never expected to encounter it again in lavender territory. Field took out his appraisal certificate and used it on the plant. Magical plant, nightmare lavender, corruption type magical plant, level 0. Description: corrupted and mutated from lavender, it can cause animals to lose their sense of self, empty their souls, and undergo slight mutations, turning them into puppets. Ha ha, this is it. Field was overjoyed and immediately instructed Ashina, help me track down the crocodile and see where it came from. Thanks to Ashina's superb tracking skills, Field quickly found a secluded manor. From the outside, it was hidden among lakes and forests, making it difficult to find. The Lavender Baron's Manor? That's not right, it's not on the map. Field took out a map of the north. The Baron's Manor should be near the city. Let's go in and take a look. Upon entering the manor, due to neglect, the lake was filled with corrupting creatures, and the overflowing filth had submerged the entire manor, creating a swamp-like landscape overgrown with twisted plants. A villa covered in tentacles and decaying plants stood there. Roar! A horde of rotting corpses were frantically performing indescribable acts within the swamp. Even decaying dogs, horses, and crocodiles were randomly matched, creating a scene so violent it was chilling. Holy light, please purify them. Seeing this, the little angel Tisifa blushed slightly, immediately placing her hands in front of her snow-white rabbit in a prayerful gesture, her innocence unparalleled. Wait a minute, these corpses aren't aggressive, that's strange. Field frowned, stopping Tisifa's purification, and strode forward, muttering to himself, normally at this distance, the corpses should attack directly. My lord, be careful. The chosen of the gods escorted Field directly into the horde of corpses, only to be astonished to find that the corpses had absolutely no interest in him. Could it be that Baron Lavender has discovered an antidote for the corpses? Tisifa's beautiful eyes sparkled with delight. Rosalia immediately denied it, then, after careful consideration, said strangely, impossible. There's no antidote for corruption. I believe they were modified by some force before they became corrupted. Let's go inside and take a look. Field carefully checked the minimap, and after confirming there was no danger, he pushed open the door and entered. As soon as he opened the door, an indescribable stench hit him, almost making him vomit. Unlike other buildings, the interior of this building was remarkably well preserved. Apart from strange water stains, there were no signs of vandalism. There weren't even any rotting corpses inside the villa. On the table were a silver plate, a gold candlestick, and an elegant little dressing mirror. There was nothing unusual about it. The owner of this villa seems to be a woman. Possibly Baron Lavender's wife. Rosalia pondered for a moment. I never attended Baron Lavender's banquets. He has no children, but there are rumors that his wife is pregnant. However, that's unlikely. There have been rumors every year that his wife is pregnant for 10 years now. Haha, maybe she's carrying a demon. Field revealed a mysterious smile, his face barely concealing his unease. A demon? The chosen gods were completely bewildered. Too lazy to explain, Field followed the water stains and found the entrance to the villa's basement. The source of the water stains is here. Field drew his holy sword and carefully pried open the basement door. Entering, he found ancient medical equipment everywhere, dirty beds, and water stains all over the floor. This is... After confirming there was no danger, Field looked at the white projection stone on the table. Infused with magic, a stunningly beautiful woman in a long dress, her figure captivating, exuding nobility and intellect, stood in the center of the basement, surrounded by 7 or 8 church deacons and nuns. Lady Zyra Lavender, most devout follower of the Holy Light, Guardian, and Northern Magic Master. Thank you for your dedication. The cultivation of soul-devouring lavender has been achieved. Now, let us swear an oath together. To completely eliminate the calamity at any cost. To spread the will of God throughout the world. To end calamity and suffering. All living beings will live in eternal happiness. You will become a mother. To give birth to the offspring of God. After everyone finished their devout chanting, Zyra nodded, begin your descent. A holy light deacon produced a crystal ball containing a green, fleshy mass. Chapter 1276. A green, fleshy ball, somewhat resembling a brain, with an eye on it, its nature unclear. This a brain worm? Field was startled, inexplicably recalling a fleshy ball he had once obtained disguised as a divine artifact, strikingly similar to the one in the priest's hand. Strange power. A chill ran down Field's spine, cold sweat instantly breaking out. Wait, a non-attacking rotting corpse. Why does it feel so familiar? The first recording stone dissipated. Hastily using the second recording stone, Zyra sat at her desk this time, earnestly stating, the calamity can repeatedly suppress the plans of living beings because our world has been thoroughly understood. To destroy the calamity, we must rely on the power of the outer gods. The outer gods descend from the light, bringing us hope. And what I hold in my hand is the seed of hope. Some foolish races actually call them bizarre creatures, or monstrous creatures. It's blasphemy. However, the church didn't tell me how to feed it. They only told me to stare at it, and consume soul-devouring herbs. The recording stone flashed. Zyra reappeared at the desk, this time without her previous composure. The beautiful woman's face was flushed, and a faint warmth could be seen. Her figure had improved considerably. What made Field's eyes widen was that the green ball of flesh was attached to the rabbit. That's strange. To live without eating is a miracle. The only strange thing is, where did that little green thing go? Zyra had a mesmerizing expression on her face, seemingly genuinely unaware of where the strange creature had gone. The recording stone flashed again. Jera was being held aloft by a hideous monster with green skin and an ape-like body, forced to do things Field couldn't bear to watch. I felt it. The greatness of the outer god. He said he would bless me, giving birth to a demigod. It will be the key to completely defeating the calamity. Her pupils dilated, and it took Jera a full 3 minutes to say these 2 sentences. The recording stone flashed once more. Jera, heavily pregnant, was still being held by the ape-like monster. A strange goddess mark shone on her stomach. All living beings will live in eternal happiness. Hoo. The recording stone flashed one last time. In the darkness, there were only piercing cries, the screams of church members, and Jera's cries. Monster, I gave birth to something. Buzz. A gigantic eyeball suddenly appeared. The moment Field saw the eyeball, his soul trembled. He was about to warn everyone when the eyeball retreated on its own. The appearance of the eyeballs was also part of the recording stone. The final image showed the fully formed demigod monster, grabbing the irrational group and leaving the basement. Holy crap! Field was shocked. Just now, he had truly felt the attack on the soul level. His soul power had dropped significantly. Luckily, his soul power was strong, otherwise, he would have been at risk of fainting. He quickly looked at his chosen ones, Field's expression serious, and asked, Did you see that? Of course, and we were attacked by a soul attack. The great thunder dragon flicked its long hair. These creatures are really interesting. They think they can defeat our calamity by creating some disgusting things? How could the church do this? The little angel Tisifa was deeply shocked. Rosalia blinked her beautiful eyes and gossiped. So the rumors about Baron Lavender's wife being pregnant are true. Seeing that everyone was alright, Field regained his composure. What just happened? The birth of that monster must have been a demigod. Field had clashed with a demigod back in the secret realm. It seems to have left. Ashana looked around warily. I just don't know where it went. After all, the corruption calamity has already occupied the north. There's no reason not to attack it. Field still felt uneasy. Strange powers always make me uneasy. We need greater strength to protect ourselves. What are you afraid of? I'm here. The great thunder dragon chuckled, seeing Field's worried expression, and casually draped its arm over Field's shoulder, gently comforting him. Anything that can be killed isn't scary. Impressive. Field gave a thumbs up, then carefully placed the 2 recording stones away. Eliminate the obsidian men as soon as possible. Our region cannot tolerate these abstract monsters. After a thorough search of the manor, Field found the nightmare lavender field. The Black Crow drones would soon be mass-produced. My lord, we found the treasury in Baron Lavender's castle. A knight brought good news. Take me to see it. Field rubbed his hands together expectantly, then arrived at the castle vault, and pushed the door open forcefully. Wow, a golden legend. Inside the vault, a vast amount of gold, silver, jewels, and famous paintings were piled up, roughly estimated to be worth 110,000 gold coins. Besides these, there were 3 boxes of magical plant seeds, as well as various magical and martial arts potion recipes derived from the lavender plant. Magical plant, Dreamweaver Lavender. Level, contains seeds from tier 1 to 4. Description, emits a pleasant aroma that soothes the mind. Consuming it slowly restores energy and calms the soul. The territory will have another magical plant, but every single seed needs to be checked by Little Scorpion. After all, the Holy Light Church has modified the Dreamweaver Lavender into the soul-devouring lavender. They can't afford to accidentally plant a strange plant. Field rubbed his temples, increasingly hoping to gain the ability to detect strange powers. After entrusting the task of eradicating the rotting corpses of the Lavender Territory to his chosen one, Field returned to the Nightfall Territory City Hall with only the Great Thunder Dragon gazing out the window. A sense of security enveloped him. With the buffer zone of the two northern territories, the safety level of Nightfall Territory has increased dramatically. Once the walls of Dragonblood Territory are built, the people will surely feel safe and happy. It's been a while since I checked the territory's development. Leisurely picking up the red tea brought by the maid, Field opened the Lord's panel, immediately uttering a hum, before his face lit up with joy. Territory, Dawnfall Territory, Tier 5 Territory, Type, Trading Port, Perfume Capital, Magic Vortex, Mermaid Country, Development, 63, Commercial Core Territory, Exceptionally Wealthy, Abundant Resources, Happiness, 67, Safe, Wealthy, United People, Environment, 64, Prosperous Seaport Town, Home to Mermaids, Demi-Humans, and Humans. Potential to accept travelers, Divine Favor, Tier 5 Territory Unique Extremely low probability of producing Tier 0 artifacts. Goddess of Beauty, Dawnfall Territory Unique newborns of local residents have increased potential for beauty. Current probability of chosen one's birth, 1 in 100,000. Finally, we have a second Tier 5 territory. Field breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 1277. How strange. Even though we advance to a 5th tier territory, the probability of a chosen one being born is actually lower. Field stared at the panel, pondering for a moment. He speculated, perhaps there are too many high-tier chosen ones in the territory, diluting the luck and primordial divine power? Previously, when his own chosen ones advanced, there was a situation where they drained all the primordial divine power of the territory in one go, causing the chosen one birth rate to drop to 0. We still need to develop more territories, but where should we focus on? In the north, Frostfire Territory should be prioritized. Looking north, we should choose a city from Rick Province. Field stared at the northern map, beginning to consider which city to focus on developing. At this time, in the Imperial capital, Your Majesty, we bribed the Dragon Tower officers and obtained crucial information from them. The court territory of the rebels is under full-scale attack by the corruption calamity. Even the Dragon Tower merchants are fleeing due to the fierce fighting. The official in charge of Imperial Intelligence respectfully presented a magic scroll to a maid beside him. Humph. The Griffin Queen's lips curled into a slight, amused snort. He's being attacked by the calamity? Probably due to a dispute over the spoils. Serves him right. This warmongering brute deserves to die under the claws of the corpse. The Queen's angle was excellent. She didn't deny the resistance to the calamity, but rather categorized Field's war against the corpse as an internal conflict within the calamity. Even so, most of the officials in the palace wore expressions of not hearing anything, heads bowed. Field's resistance against the corpse was a great undertaking perfectly embodying knightly duty and divine will. Who dared to gloat? How many gold coins did it cost? Raising her beautiful eyes slightly, the Empress's tone was nonchalant. The jackals of the Dragon Tower will never let this opportunity pass. Those greedy jackals, as greedy as goblins, demanded 50,000 gold coins before they would reveal the information. The Empress's eyebrows furrowed slightly. She wasn't as happy as one might expect. Her exquisite face showed some weariness, and a faint red tinge at the corner of her eye resembled a broken rose, making her appear frail. A bit too much. 50,000 gold coins was enough to hire a powerful army. To secure foreign aid, I decided to present a 6th-tier divine artifact as a gift at the King of Frambia's wedding. Gentlemen, please exercise your chivalrous virtues, and try to minimize unnecessary expenses. Yes, Your Majesty. The officials all sighed with emotion. Your Majesty, you have sacrificed so much for the survival of the Empire, yet you still need to ask a king for aid. When the Griffin Empire was powerful, the Kingdom of Frambia was merely a vassal. The vassal states that have submitted to us are currently suffering from famine. I decided to provide them with some food aid, with a budget of 300,000 gold coins, the Empress added. Hearing this, many officials were displeased. Why should they give things to vassal states? Besides showing off to the Griffin family, they received no real benefit. The Minister of Agriculture, sweating profusely, said, Your Majesty, after losing the north, west, and south, our food is somewhat scarce. This is necessary. I must uphold the dignity of the Empire. The Empress waved her hand impatiently and opened a magic scroll. Buzz! The scroll unfurled, projecting a phantom image of the Dawn territories seas into the palace. The bustling, well-organized Tide City, with its uniform stone buildings, crisscrossing paths, and countless seabirds circling and swimming. The towering, magnificent lord's palace, built along the sea, made this coastal city resemble a resort paradise. If it weren't for the warships leaving the port, bombarding the distant corpses, the Empress would have even suspected that Dragon Tower had taken over her port to deceive her. This is Field's territory? Completely dumbfounded, the Empress slammed her hand on the table, roaring, "The Ross family, they really do harbor ambitions. Look at this city, built like this in 2 years? The Ross family must have already occupied parts of the Northern Territory, secretly building them for a rebellion. This was originally my city. Field was built using my taxes and my people. Why didn't anyone report this to me before? What were the Imperial Guards doing? No one ever told me the North would become like this." The ministers were also stunned, staring at each other in disbelief that this was a northern city. Even a fleeting glimpse revealed that this city was no less impressive than a provincial capital. The Griffin Queen nearly fainted with rage. Staring at the scroll, she roared, "Since Field is busy fighting internal strife with the Calamity, send troops to attack Morrowind. Field will be caught in the middle and suffer a crushing defeat." However, the palace was deathly silent. Many officials bowed their heads. Even the chief advisor, usually a fervent sycophant, remained silent. What a joke. If the betrayal succeeded, Field would be overwhelmed by the Calamity, and the carrion would surge to the center. What would become of everyone's good life? "Why aren't you speaking?" The Griffin Queen's snow-white toes swayed rhythmically, then she sneered. "You don't actually believe Field will protect humanity, do you? Absolutely ridiculous." Desperate, an officer volunteered, "Your Majesty, I suggest sending a small force to attack Morrowind and rescue the oppressed Morrowind people. Simply retaking Morningwind Province won't provoke Field into a desperate act. We can take the opportunity to plunder and gain revenue. That's the plan." After a moment's thought, the Griffin Queen nodded. A high-profile betrayal of Field would easily invite criticism from other countries, damaging her reputation. Meanwhile, in Nightfall Territory, "My lord, a merchant from Nightfall Territory, Morian, wishes to see you." Vivian pushed open the door, her form-fitting long dress revealing slender, snow-white ankles with each step, her long, graceful legs exuding charm. "I previously tasked him with opening trade routes to the Empire, bringing him in." Field snapped his fingers. Due to the small population in the north, Field wanted to open the slave trade, purchasing slaves from the Empire and the demi-humans. "Your Excellency, my lord." The portly merchant, Morian, wiped the sweat from his brow and gave Field a fawning smile. "The task you ordered me to undertake is complete. I bribed several Imperial officials. They're willing to trade with us secretly, and have agreed to help transport the slaves we purchased from the demi-humans. But the costs will be significantly higher. To put it bluntly, it's smuggling." Field nodded cheerfully. "Money is no problem. Getting those poor souls home is the goal. Without rescuing slaves and prisoners, the Empire's population base is dwindling, and there won't be enough workers. The goods his own exports are banned from the Empire can flow into it, generating huge profits. A win-win situation, he wins twice." "You are truly merciful," Morian sincerely remarked. He had traveled to countless places, as a merchant, and had never seen a lord like Baron Field willing to spend so much money to save commoners. However, we run into trouble with the demi-humans. Chapter 1278. Those despicable demi-humans. Morian was about to curse when he caught sight of the giant thunder dragon sitting beside him, and immediately stopped talking in fright. "It's all right. Continue," Field waved his hand. "The demi-human lords on the border say they don't talk to humans. Only powerful demi-human chosen ones are worthy of speaking to them." Morian was furious. Even Miss Dancing Butterfly was refused when she tried to negotiate. "They won't take the money?" Field scoffed unhappily. "It seems the Griffin Queen has given them too much confidence and benefits. They won't even buy slaves. I handle this personally. You done a good job. Lord, I have a request." Morian hesitated for a moment, then gave an awkward, silly smile. "I have a relative, the daughter of a powerful family in the Griffin Province, who hopes to study at the Nightfall Academy." Field blinked twice, stunned. Holding his teacup, he didn't know whether to drink or not. Countless thoughts raced through his mind. Was she an assassin? A spy? Or perhaps a nobleman hedging his bets? "My lord, please don't overthink it. Her maternal grandfather is a candidate marquis, but her parents only hold honorary titles. I heard that Nightfall Territory has a superior environment and outstanding academy education, which is why I wish to study here," Morian said awkwardly. "His family is willing to pay 300 gold coins a year for tuition. If that's not possible, I refuse them immediately." It turned out that Nightfall Territory, due to the presence of the little sun, possessed abundant primordial divine power, coupled with the existence of magical vortexes. The awakening probability of aura knights and mages at Nightfall Territory's academy was significantly higher than in other places, making it a veritable holy land in the eyes of ordinary people. Many powerful and wealthy people want their children to study in Nightfall Territory. It's only natural. Upon hearing about the 300 gold coins, Field instantly felt relieved and laughed heartily. I don't care about money. Considering your dedication, let the little girl come. 300 gold coins may sound like a small amount, but it actually exceeds the annual tax revenue of many small towns. The central part of the empire is truly rolling in wealth. However, there will be necessary screening. After all, we are still at war with the empire, Field reminded him. Thank you, sir. Morian's face flushed with joy, overjoyed, feeling incredibly proud. After the merchant left, thanking him profusely, Field stroked his chin. A school is another kind of factory, but one that can make a lot of money. Nightfall Territory should build one too. My lord, if you can get into Nightfall Academy just by paying a lot of money. Vivian carefully organized her words, gently dissuading him. She worried that powerful figures, even foreign nobles, would monopolize all the Academy's spots, causing extraordinary power to fall back into the hands of the nobility. I considered that, Field smiled. Regardless of background, the teaching will remain the same. As for student slots, we still recruit from the north. Hearing this, Vivian patted her chest and breathed a sigh of relief. By the way, sir, this is the distribution of extraordinary resources in the north. I compiled the statistics. Vivian handed over the report. Unknown tree, Tier 5, located on a floating island, no documentation, currently unused. Divine Descent Velvet Flower, Tier 3, distributed throughout the north, currently unused. Wind Chime Wheat, Tier 2, widely cultivated, huge yield, used for making bread and beer. Frost Candy Tree, Tier 1 to 3, planted near border fortresses. It produces a huge quantity of sugar and desserts, and is added to soap. Sun Grass, Tier 0, used to make happy beans and berserk potions, possessing immense economic value, a god among gods. Holy Light Mushroom, Tier 1, helps cows produce milk. Theoretically, it can also be eaten by humans. Holy Lily of the Valley, Tier 1 to 3, used to make healing potions, recently transplanted from High Fortress, currently not in production. Besides these, there are other magical plants such as Whitefrost Rose and Dreamweaver Lavender, and magical insects such as Azure Sea Firefly and Holy Light Spider, but none have achieved large-scale production and cannot be considered economic pillars. The biggest difference between lords and adventurers is that many treasures, once in the hands of a lord, are not considered treasures at all. Items that cannot be produced on a large scale have limited uses. Even griffins and wyverns are like this. Adventurers can use them to show off and become guild legends. But in the hands of a lord, they can barely form 2 Air Force squadrons. The aura potions made from Dreamweaver Lavender are renowned, but I don't trust anything from 10 years ago. Field stroked his chin. I need to go back to Rick's hometown and transplant the Whitefrost Rose and the entire potion system. Our territory is fully capable of large-scale production of aura potions. Oh right, I learned the location of the Nibelungen family's treasure on my last trip to Rick. We can go there on the way. Field pondered, but we also need to open up the demi-human trade route as soon as possible. What should we do first? My lord, you're working so hard. It's a pity I can't help much. Vivian, seeing Field busy, gently bit her lip, walked behind him, and offered to massage his shoulders. Her nimble, delicate hands were incredibly effective. Long hair cascaded down, falling onto Field's shoulders, carrying a delicate, youthful fragrance. My lord, the dragon egg is shaking. Black Feather's excited report came from outside the town hall. Holy crap! So fast! I thought it would sleep for 3 or 4 years. Field jumped up in surprise, grabbing Vivian's hand. Let's go back to the castle. Oh, okay. Vivian paused, then nodded, her pretty face slightly flushed. Has it become an even more delicious prey? The great thunder dragon, which had been dozing with its forehead propped up, opened its eyes, lowered its long, plump legs, and lazily got up. Field immediately returned to the castle garden. The enormous blue-silver dragon egg was composed entirely of scales. It shone with an incomparably powerful light, and the aftershocks of divine power rippled outwards like water, causing the magical beasts of Nightfall to tremble in fear. Crack! A crack appeared in the eggshell, unleashing a terrifying aura. Accompanied by a destructive, overwhelming dragon's might, the surrounding air was instantly torn apart, emitting a sharp, piercing shriek. Pseudo-6 divine powers, This aura isn't bad. The Great Thunder Dragon gave its immediate assessment upon sensing the divine power. Her robes fluttered wildly, clinging to her skin and outlining her alluring curves. Roar! A dragon's roar echoed, and the dragon egg shattered violently. A magnificent, elegant dragon, its body entirely silver blue and possessing exquisitely beautiful curves, hatched from the egg. Its head, wings, claws, and other appendages were as sharp and gleaming as peerless divine swords. Compared to the former silver dragon, the mithril dragon was more slender, its armor plates thicker, and its eyes burned with soul flames. The overwhelming dragons might only last for a moment before Silver Eyes seemed to realize she had frightened the small animals of her territory. In a flash, she transformed back into her original, adorable, clumsy form. Aside from her hair and a slightly longer dragon tail, her Silver Eyes and human form remained largely unchanged. Silver Eyes landed nimbly, her slender, straight, and unadorned legs kicking lightly into the air. She said proudly, "Hee hee, I'm awesome, right? I evolved." Chapter 1279. I feel like I become incredibly powerful. Silver Eyes bounced twice on the spot, throwing a few punches into the air, producing a piercing sound of air cutting. Let me see. Field chuckled as he opened Silver Eyes' interface. Compared to the previous interface, Silver Eyes had two new abilities. Name, Silver Eyes. Bloodline upgrade, status, dissipating successfully advanced to Mithril Dragon, with a huge increase in defense and breath power. Requires a large amount of food to replenish stamina, upgrades cannot be performed in the short term. Territory bonus, Mithril Forge, World Class, Description, the Mithril Dragon possesses a powerful control over metals. The divine power she exudes will subtly alter the metal strength of her territory, making the entire province a forging mecca. Effect, in Silver Eyes Province, forged weapons, equipment, metal devices, etc., have a 20% increase in defense, toughness, and a 10% increase in magic power and aura conduction performance. Divine Skill, Dawn, World Class, Description, protected by the world's will, born to resist calamity, never yielding, the light of dawn endures forever. Effect, a zero-cost divine skill, used once a day, negating 50% of the damage caused by calamity for half an hour. Divine Power Shield, temporarily provided by the world's will, doubles physical, magical, and divine power protection, unlimited consumption, unlimited repair. Quite impressive. Feels like it can hold its own against a similarly leveled destruction calamity. Next time, let her fight the Great Thunder Dragon. And with one advancement, I gain 2 world-class abilities, a huge win. All the current equipment needs to be replaced and given to the local legions. The equipment for the core legions must be enhanced with Silver Eyes. Field, hands on his hips, stared at the adorable little girl before him, thinking to himself, "But little girl, how come you're getting more and more resilient?" As the world's trump card, it wasn't surprising that the dragon race had such a boost. It's worth mentioning that the divine shield wasn't the chosen one's complete defense. It was common for the shield to be broken. "I'm hungry." The silver dragon rubbed its belly, scratching its head cutely. Thinking about food right after waking up. So adorable. Vivian covered her mouth and chuckled, unable to resist ruffling the silver dragon's head. "Aww." Silver Eyes made a grasping motion with both hands, baring her fangs, her eyes both lively and majestic, commanding, "Human, you are not allowed to offend the dragon's might." "So fierce, little dragon. I seriously offend you, and you fly to the heavens?" Field reached out and ran his hand through Silver Eyes' long hair, grabbing the back of her neck. Under the shocked gazes of the other chosen gods, he lifted her up and casually shook her twice. "Come with me to Rick Province." Her slender, snow-white legs were taut, and her naturally drooping dragon tail swayed a couple of times as Field shook her. She looked like a kitten being lifted up. Silver Eyes was dumbfounded, wanting to kick Field in the face, but she couldn't muster any anger. She said softly, "Okay. Fine. But I want to eat first." Silver Eyes waved her hands frantically, protesting resolutely. "Too bad, I thought she'd fight back." Seeing that Silver Eyes hadn't gone berserk, the Great Thunder Dragon lost interest, scattering its thunder spear and reverting to its languid, alluring demeanor. "I thought I could kill her." Field and Silver Eyes glanced at her, bewildered, terrifying. After a meal, Silver Eyes, transformed into a giant dragon, ate 12 roasted lambs, and 500 loaves of bread before she was barely half full. "Let's go!" Patting his belly, Silver Eyes was full of energy. Taking Silver Eyes, the Great Thunder Dragon, and 20 Dragon Knights, Field flew back to Rose territory in Rick Province. After becoming a mithril dragon, Silver Eye's speed increased considerably, and the group quickly arrived at their destination. The enormous dragon landed outside Rose Castle, under the astonished gazes of countless citizens. Field jumped off the dragon, and before he could even steady himself, a young man in a gray robe leisurely rose from the open space at the castle gate and walked slowly towards him. "Sir Field, it's a pleasure to meet you." Field was taken aback. "Who are you?" "I am an astrologer from a far more distant land, but of course, none of that matters." The astrologer smiled mysteriously. "The important thing is you. I knew you would come here." Taking 2 steps back warily, Field rested his hand on his holy sword. "How did you know my whereabouts?" The surrounding dragon knights raised their staffs or aura spears, full of vigilance. "I told you, I'm an astrologer." Seeing the expressions on everyone's faces, the astrologer felt immense satisfaction and boasted in a mysterious tone, "We possess the power of high-level divine wisdom. We can predict the whereabouts of anyone." "That's impressive?" Field blinked twice and waved his hand. "Arrest him and interrogate him severely." The menacing soldiers were about to swarm forward. "Ah!" His legs went weak, and the astrologer almost fell to the ground. He hadn't expected Field to be so fierce. He quickly said, "Believe me, I pose no threat to you. On the contrary, I'm helpful. I'm here for the Crown of the Dawn in your possession. As you probably know, it's a key. We, the people of the Tower of Wisdom, have deduced the location of the ruins and hope to explore them with you. I'm just a messenger. I know nothing about this. Arresting me is pointless. Say it all at once next time." Field's face was full of disdain. "We talk later. I don't have time." The Sunbeam Royal Ruins contain divine techniques of our human race's foundation. The astrologer smiled slightly, and a vast array of artifacts, important texts, and countless treasures. "Don't you want them?" Field chuckled. "The key is in my hands. Why would I be eager to open my own treasure vault and share it with you?" "Of course you're eager, because the Demon King's Legion, the Advent Cult, the Twilight Knights, and other organizations are all searching for the Royal Ruins. They will keep coming to cause trouble, trying to swallow this treasure. We, the people of the Tower of Wisdom, only want to study it. Cooperating with us is undoubtedly the wisest choice." The astrologer maintained a mysterious smile. "I set up camp in front of Rose Castle until you figure it out. I believe it will be soon. Let's talk about it later." Field chuckled, thinking to himself, "I need to find a way to obtain the ability to prevent deduction." Entering Rose Castle. Rose Castle was as it always had been, the servants diligently managing it, but Field felt a strange unease as soon as he stepped inside. It was as if someone was secretly watching him. The castle was filled with ghostly figures, incredibly oppressive. "If it weren't for the formula, I really wouldn't have bothered coming here," Field shuddered. "Could it be that the remnants of the tyrannical calamity are still lingering? What are you afraid of?" "I'm here." Having left the little sun, the great thunder dragon's temper had softened considerably. It approached him like a gentle mentor, patting Field's head tenderly. Having such a magnificent figure by his side was indeed reassuring. Upon arriving at the family archives, Field immediately began searching for the potion formula. Chapter 1280. He had obtained some low-level potion recipes, but the true core secrets wouldn't be given to him by his family. Field rummaged through drawers searching for the recipes. "Silver Eyes, Scarlet, help me look too." The legendary dragon is tired." Silver Eyes fell asleep immediately. Living beings are unreliable. Just destroy them cleanly. Keeping them is a waste of food. The great thunder dragon's eyes swayed lazily, giving Silver Eyes a disdainful look, as if looking at trash. "Hurry up and find it." "I haven't killed anything in ages. I'm afraid I won't be able to resist killing your precious dragon." Scarlet, her voluptuous waist swaying slightly, complained disdainfully and began searching. She searched extremely diligently, occasionally tiptoeing, straining the veins in her arches, or bending over. Her long dress rippled on the ground, casually tossing aside a stray strand of hair. "You have such a good temper. Sometimes I feel like you're not like a calamity at all." After circling around, Field looked at Faberia and sighed. "Beautiful, kind, and generous." Field added in his mind, "A calamity can't possibly be beautiful, but she certainly has a great figure. Focus on finding your things." Staring at me the whole time. "What? Is the potion recipe you want written on my heart or my thigh? Is that what looks good?" Faberia snorted coldly, disdainfully scolding. "Besides, if you weren't my lord, you wouldn't think I'm so good-natured." Even so, after being praised by Field, Faberia became complacent and started acting carelessly. Grabbing 2 books casually, glancing at them absent-mindedly, Faberia leaned over and slapped Field on the head. "Find it yourself. I can't stand being stared at like that." Field was speechless. With so many books, how long will it take me to find them? I can't just rely on luck. He leaned casually against a nearby bookshelf. Click. An ancient mechanical sound rang out, and the small room on the east side of the library lifted and rotated halfway. The furniture disappeared, replaced by magic scrolls. This room was actually a 2-in-1 space. No wonder the secret room wasn't visible on the minimap. Field was dumbfounded, then proudly pumped his fist. As expected of an old nobleman, they have so many tricks up their sleeves. Luckily, I've been lucky lately. Just for this useless stuff? Fafreya was speechless, her unadorned, snow-white feet stepping into the hidden secret room. Click. This time it wasn't a mechanical activation, but rather the great thunder dragon was too heavy. The floor of the secret room couldn't bear the weight and dented. What a lousy place. Fafreya frowned slightly, about to lift her leg. Wait! Field quickly stopped her. Don't move. With your strength, even the slightest movement could cause the chamber to collapse. It might be a trap set by the family. Is it that serious? I can just use my divine power to protect it. No, this concerns my potion, it's really important. Field refused righteously, a smile playing on his lips. I go downstairs and check. You sit down and share the weight. Okay, what a hassle. Fafreya gave a helpless snort, sat down, propped her chin up, and let her smooth, jade-like legs stretch downstairs. Soon Field arrived downstairs. Is it done yet? It's just a broken wooden plank, I sensed it. Fafreya urged. Let me check. Field chuckled, grabbing the giant thunder dragon's foot and tickling it. 500 words omitted, bang. Startled, Freesia kicked Field, sending him flying through the floor and upstairs. Her phoenix eyes were icy cold as Freesia roared, You dare offend me? You grown up, and you gotten bolder? Even with the silver lizard protecting you, I still teach you a lesson. With that, the giant thunder dragon, with its domineering posture, grabbed Field, pinching his face into a triangle one moment and a square the next. Wait until I get back to my territory, find my invincible little son, and see how she deals with you. Field muttered under his breath, rubbing his swollen face, silently checking the potion recipe. Potion, White Frost Rose Potion. Rank, Tier 1 to 6. Effect, accumulates battle chi, assists battle chi knights in breakthroughs, powerful effects, suitable for learning fierce and deadly combat techniques. Besides these, there were similar potions, like Shadow Rose and Crimson Rose, all different formulas concocted by the family using magical plants. Field couldn't discern their superiority or inferiority. The concoction methods were like trying to teach a newborn advanced mathematics, utterly incomprehensible. Sure enough, the potions the family gave me are extremely incomplete, even riddled with flaws. Leave the professional work to the professionals. Just give it to Leia. Field accepted them all. The potion cultivation he had initially requested from the family was only at levels 1 to 3, and contained numerous errors. This had hindered the development of magical potions in the territory, resulting in a scarcity of related magical plants. Did you find them? Silver Eyes wiped the drool from the corner of her mouth, sleepily leaning closer. I'm here to help. Lazy dragon. Field chuckled, exasperated. If you don't work when you get back, I won't give you any roasted meat. Go hunt for yourself. Who spoiled you with this bad habit? No. Silver Eyes bristled, clinging to Field's leg, crying softly, My lord, I'd do anything. Without delay, Field led the team, flying towards the eastern forests of Rick Province. Rick Province was largely undeveloped, with vast tracts of primeval forest that even adventurers dared not venture into on ordinary days. Only lords could lead sufficient forces to explore. Whoosh! A strong wind howled. As the sun set, the sky grew gloomy, and all that could be seen was forest upon forest. Field held a light pearl in one hand and examined a paper map in the other, his silver eyes flaring as he maintained high-speed flight. The rushing air currents past his ears were quite exhilarating. Unusual airflow disturbance. Something's flying this way. The escorting thunder dragon suddenly warned, its hand flashing as a terrifying lightning spear, brimming with violent energy, coalesced in its palm. Could it be the silverwing wyvern the merchant mentioned? Field patted the mithril dragon. Looks like we're on the right track. About half a minute later, several bright silver streaks flashed across the distant horizon. 7 or 8 white wyverns, in a chaotic formation, charged towards Field's direction. Seeing this, Silver Eye unleashed a powerful dragon breath, instantly halting the wyverns, causing them to flap their wings and freeze in midair. Awesome, now we can catch some more wyverns to take back as mounts. Field nodded in satisfaction. No, the danger I sensed isn't coming from them. The Thunder Dragon's lightning wings flashed as it stepped forward, swatting away the obstructing wyvern. Croak, croak. From the direction the dragon was shielding, a series of orange-yellow frog-like beasts were flapping their comical wings and rushing towards them at lightning speed. Chapter 1281. The orange poisonous frog monsters' bellies bulged, their two large, protruding eyes looking in opposite directions, appearing harmless. However, they moved swiftly through the dark clouds, and the orange-yellow liquid inside their bellies emitted a terrifying acidic odor. Be careful, these things look like they could explode at any moment, Field immediately warned everyone. Roar. Silver Eyes released its dragon might again, but it only made the frog monsters pause for a moment. A chosen beast is controlling them, you can't influence it. The great thunder dragon flicked its finger, and the surrounding lightning surged forth, instantly gathering at its fingertip as if submitting, transforming into leaping lightning spirits. With a flick of its finger, lightning with world-destroying power shot out. Boom boom boom. The lightning bounced and leaped among the frog monsters, and in the blink of an eye, the frog monsters plummeted like broken kites. The magnificent bunny swayed slightly. The Freya, her brows furrowed, gently massaged her brow, saying, "Backlash is troublesome. Leave the small fry to us," Field quickly added with concern. Screech. The rescued dragons flapped their wings and gathered around, their once fierce pupils now behaving like those of a husky, meekly calling out to Silver Eyes. Silver Eyes shimmered, transforming into a lowly form. "Lord, these dragons say that a frog-like magical beast attacked their nest, and they hope we can help save their children. Let them join the Nightfall territory." Field, carried by the great thunder dragon, floated in the air, his hands outstretched. These dragons were covered in acid corrosion marks. In the worst cases, bones and writhing internal organs were exposed. No problem, they saw I'm a mithril dragon and already want to join my kin. Silver Eyes, hands on hips, was smug. Besides, we're similar colors, hee. With the dragon's backing, the wyvern took the lead, flying eastward. Soon, they saw a small mountain, teeming with frog monsters. Dozens of female dragons were blocking a cave, battling the frog monsters. Behind them, a large group of lizard-like offspring squawked in terror. These frog monsters, once their prey, had become so ferocious. "Don't be afraid, my future Air Force commander, your brother Faye, is here to save you." Field was overjoyed and urged them to attack. 5th tier divine skill, Silver Frost Breath. Silver Eyes opened her small mouth, and a massive divine power array gathered before her. A terrifying beam of light, capable of eclipsing the heavens and earth, poured forth from the array without restraint. It crushed outwards, like a cascading silver waterfall. A terrifying breath pierced the clouds and shattered rocks. The dragon's breath tore through space, annihilating everything, grass, trees, frogs, and beasts, into dust. After transforming into a mithril dragon, Silver Eyes' dragon breath intensified dramatically. Fortunately, she didn't attack the frog monsters on the hill, but instead circled it, unleashing her breath. Otherwise, the wyverns would have been instantly killed. Boom boom boom. After the breath subsided, a large circle of land around the hill was completely scorched, burning with silver-blue dragon flames that lingered for a long time. "Impressive," Field exclaimed with delight, brandishing his holy sword. "The enemies on the mountain are ours. Knights charge. Kill!" 20 wyvern knights charged out like arrows, creating thunderous explosions. The frog monsters on the mountain spat out poisonous arrows to block the attack, but the wyvern knights dodged most of them with their superb horsemanship. Even those that hit were largely unharmed thanks to their battle aura and magical defenses. 4th tier spell, Electric Explosion Orb. The Nightfall mage waved his staff, arcing lightning flashing, instantly annihilating a swarm. 5th tier combat skill, Blood Harvest. Elite battle knights wielded scythes, slaughtering relentlessly. Adding to this, the dragons constantly breathed, whipped their tails, and swung their claws. Their claws and teeth were already filled with sharp weapons, and equipped with the Nightfall Workshop's blades, transforming them into killing machines with astonishing efficiency. The hill was splattered with crimson sap, magic cores churning wildly. The Nightfall Air Force consisted of the most elite of the selected mages and battle knights, resulting in a mix of combat and magic. This ferocious scene stunned the wild wyverns, who all showed expressions of submission. The combination of humans and magical beasts was the most ferocious existence. In just 5 minutes, the remaining frog monsters were wiped out. "Well done." Field nodded in satisfaction, landing on the hill and instructing Silver Eyes, asked them if they know anything about the Nibelungen treasure. The merchant had mentioned that the Nibelungen family had entrusted their treasure to a group of dragons. Before Silver Eyes could even ask, Field spotted a massive, man-made chamber inside the hill on the mini-map, complete with a dragon-shaped throne and bed. Something was definitely amiss. "It's here." The dragons, understanding Field's intention, nodded obediently and led the way. Arriving at the magic-sealed stone door, Field rubbed his hands together expectantly. "Nibelungen family, don't disappoint me. Open!" "Ha!" A graceful figure leaped into the air, Silver Eyes' hair dancing. Powerful divine energy enveloped her fist, and a powerful punch was unleashed. With a metallic clang, the magic seal, along with the massive stone gate, shattered into dust. The powerful gust of wind made the dragons tremble, unable to look directly at it. Landing gracefully and nimbly, the silver-eyed dragon looked up, about to boast, when it was immediately blinded by a dazzling golden light. Wow, a golden legend. Inside the secret chamber, a vast quantity of gold bricks were neatly stacked. Various rare magical potions shimmered alluringly within crystal bottles. A bookshelf held numerous magical scrolls. Of course, under the divine light, all these things appeared as a heap. A magnificent, dark purple tree, every vein showcasing the goddess's ultimate aesthetics, bore 6 fruits, faintly imbued with dragon spirits. Its overall shape resembled a giant candlestick. A plant-based artifact? Field's eyes lit up. "You Nibelungen. You don't keep the good stuff at home, you just sneakily eat it all yourself." After defeating the Earl, he hadn't found anything of value. He hadn't expected this guy to hide all the good stuff away, enjoying it all himself, not even letting his offspring or blood relatives touch it. Reaching out to touch the fruit tree, Field easily subdued it. Tier 4 artifact, Divine Tree. Candlelight Dragon Breath. Source, Dragon Goddess. Description, resembling a goddess's candlestick. Effect, increases the concentration of primordial divine power in the surrounding area by a tiny amount, periodically producing dragon breath fruits. After dragon creatures consume it, their aptitude and breath power are slightly increased. After aura units consume it, a small amount of dragon aura is generated, increasing their combat power. Note, the effect on chosen ones is almost zero. If it can enhance primordial divine power, then it must be planted in Nightfall territory. The fruit can also be used as a reward to boost the combat power of elite soldiers. Field nodded in satisfaction. It's just a bit low level. We upgrade it when we obtain useless artifacts in the future. Chapter 1282. Dragon Aura is extremely rare, and its amplification effect on Aura Knights can reach exaggerated levels. Unfortunately, the Dragon Aura generated from consuming the fruit is not the complete version. After accepting the artifact, Field rummaged through the bookshelf and found an interesting magic scroll, recording a unique spell. Spell, Dragon Breath Fireball, chosen 1-rank spell, rank, Tier 1 to 6. Description, a powerful and extremely complex spell created by the Chosen One. Effect, launches a powerful, long-range spell that explodes upon impact. This is not bad either, it strengthens my mage troops. Field happily accepted it. Field, the wealth here is approximately 1,000,000 gold coins. The Nibelungen family is truly wealthy. Silver Eyes, after counting the items using his senses, exclaimed in astonishment. As for these potions, most are life-saving potions. Nodding in satisfaction, Field stroked his chin. But, how are we going to take all this gold? Transporting it would be a massive and costly undertaking. Such a huge fortune, if it flowed into the territory or was used to purchase supplies from other countries, could very likely cause inflation. If it were used as reserves, the actual value of this gain would be greatly diminished. Wait, I still have an artifact I haven't used. Field took out the Golden Fleece treasure map, a 6th-tier artifact from Simon of Maple Leaf Territory. Its effect was to devour wealth and gain the location of a higher-tier artifact. You better actually find me something good. Facing the warehouse, Field held the treasure map high. The surrounding gold and silver, drawn by divine power, transformed into streams of light and entered the treasure map. The once magnificent secret chamber was instantly empty. Golden Fleece treasure map. The artifact currently found is approximately a Tier 5, 4-star artifact. Using it will initiate a search. Only Tier 5 4-star? Field's vision blurred. He clutched his chest, heartbroken. You insatiable wolf. Wait a little longer. We must find a Tier 6, 6-star artifact to avoid losing out. Taking everything with him, Field left the secret chamber. Roar. A wild female wyvern was fawning over the Nightfall wyverns, wriggling its body in a seductive, ingratiating manner. What happened? Field scratched his head, bewildered. The wild wyvern saw our wyvern and fell in love with it. Shame on her. Silver Eyes said with disdain, giving a thumbs-up gesture. Holy crap, there's even a Minotaur segment. Field explained, immediately realizing the key. His dragons were all dedicated soldiers, fed healthy sea fish and magical beast meat, trained and fought regularly, resulting in strong and healthy bodies. They were nothing like their wild, pitiful counterparts. Wah! A bunch of small dragons, like lizards, clung to Field, nuzzling him affectionately. Lord, more frog monsters are approaching. A knight ran to report. We scouted the nearby forest and found frog-like magical beasts everywhere. This is very strange. Come with me to take a look. Field led the group to scout the area where the frog monsters were concentrated. Meanwhile, on the border of the province of Rick, in the hidden city of Lionheart. Though called Lionheart City, it was essentially a small town built in the forest, nestled against hills and lakes. Many houses, like those of elves, were built in the trees. But now, croak! One after another, enormous frog-like beasts leaped over the wooden city walls and into the city. Their tongues shot out rapidly, sticking to soldiers clad in vine armor and swirling into their mouths filled with sharp teeth. Help! Help! The soldiers screamed, being shredded to dust by the sharp teeth. Annoying hairless monkeys, this forest belongs to us amphibious fishmen. The ugly fishman, with a fish head and a bloated body, laughed heartily, roaring excitedly, charge in. Capture them alive. Beside it was a man-eating frog-like beast the size of a small mountain, its stench spreading like mist with the fluctuations of divine power, frantically increasing the humidity of the forest, making it suitable for fishmen to fight. Swamp Aura provides humidity to surrounding amphibians and increases their movement speed. A large number of thin fishmen, wielding bone weapons, leaped into the city alongside the frog-like beasts. They swarmed forward, some grabbing women and unleashing defeat animations, others chopping men to pieces and devouring them greedily. The entire camp was filled with screams and wails. Damn it! The knights of the Golden Lion clan are being bullied by such lowly amphibious races. Lady Illusion has been killed by the frog monsters. We're finished. Completely finished. Why haven't the Elk clan's troops cleared an escape route yet? The knights, clad in worn armor, stared in disbelief at the amphibious fishmen who had surrounded them. Don't touch Lady Alarian, you monsters! The surviving soldiers shielded a woman in their midst. The woman was of average appearance, but dressed in the finest clothes. On her chest, an old but spotless Golden Lion emblem proclaimed her extraordinary status. We, the Golden Lion clan, will never submit to primitive monsters. You swamp fish-headed monsters, if you don't want the Empire's retribution, leave this place. Alarian shouted, his voice trembling, though his words were a bluster. Gaw gaw gaw. You're the primitive ones. Humans are lowly. We turn you into food supplies. The amphibious fishmen mocked wildly, jumping excitedly. Damn it! We possess the blood of northern nobles, yet we're being bullied by primitives. Alarian's face turned pale with fear, but the dense swarm of fishmen and frog beasts around him, even with the worst weapons, made him no match. Especially this ferocious chosen frog beast, with a combat strength of at least 5th tier, had somehow sided with the fishmen. Humans, lay down your weapons and cooperate with us to go back and lay your eggs, or else. Before he could finish speaking, a fierce gust of wind howled, causing trees to sway and leaves to fly everywhere. A large number of dragons flapped their wings and descended from the sky. Or what? Field's cold, emotionless voice rang out. Huh? Everyone was startled by the sudden voice. The Merman Lord's large eyes turned to the sky. He sensed a power that terrified him. But there was nothing frightening in his sight. It was nothing more than a delicately beautiful little girl, flapping her dragon wings, seemingly related to the dragon race. Another woman with a magnificent figure, her back adorned with dragon wings made of lightning, also appeared to be a demi-human. As for the possibility of a chosen dragon, the mermen hadn't even considered it, because none of their known knowledge contained any related lineage. They were not afraid at all, because their tribe had acquired the strongest monster. The Merman Lord stuck out his long tongue and chuckled incoherently. Human, since you're here, you stay here and become our food supply. Chapter 1283. Supply rations? That reminds me. Today I'm having frog stew. Field waved his hand and sneered. Kill them all. These fish-headed monsters aren't even worth being slaves. Send this bunch of trash to heaven. Damn it, without the chosen ones of concealment, we've been discovered by the Imperial Army. Looking at the well-equipped, orderly legion before him, he couldn't think of any other possibility but the Imperial Army. His pupils dilated, and Alarian fell into deep despair. If the amphibious fishmen won, they would capture him and eat him. But if the Imperial Army won, they would be tortured to death. Alarian's only remaining hope was mutual destruction. Her eyes flashed with intense malice. Die, all of you die. Unlike Alarian, most of the others in the camp showed expressions of shock and joy. The great man-eating frog king has slain those despicable humans. The merman lord, perched atop a frog monster's head, hopped and leaped, a mocking glint in his eyes. Amphibious warriors charge. A dense swarm of mermen and frog monsters charged towards the group, hurling poisoned spears and venomous projectiles with astonishing force. Leave the slaughter of these scum to me. Excitedly, Silver Eyes clenched her fist and, without further ado, flicked her slender wrist at the largest frog monster, unleashing several invisible slashes in rapid succession. The space hummed as the invisible strikes arrived in an instant. Silver dragons already possessed some spatial power. After becoming mithril dragons, their mastery of space became even more refined. Thanks to her bloodline upgrade, Silver Eyes' dimensional dragon slash was even more powerful, and simultaneously more stealthy and unpredictable. The merman lord was completely oblivious, let alone the rest of the merman race. They had no idea what was happening. Swoosh, swoosh. The mermen heard the ear-piercing sounds of bones being sliced and flesh being torn apart. Before the horrified eyes of the northern remnants, swarms of mermen and frog monsters were hacked to pieces, their screams and howls echoing. My God, what happened? Two human girls felt only a gentle breeze, but the terrifying killing intent made it hard to breathe. They stared in shock as the previously invulnerable mermen and the frog monsters capable of devouring living beings were cleaved in two, utterly dumbfounded. Even the chosen frog beast was blasted 10 meters away by an invisible slash. Heh heh. The merman lord was about to speak when he was horrified to find that blood was blocking his airway. His round, plump body had been severed at the waist. The merman lord was killed in a single blow. As expected, a lord shouldn't be too arrogant. Field shuddered and quickly checked the minimap. On the minimap, there was no green dot marking for the chosen ones despite the lord's death. It seems this chosen frog beast isn't under the merfolk lord's contract. That makes sense. Lords and chosen ones always strictly adhere to racial restrictions, preventing cross-species conflicts. Ha, I know its intentions. This frog king is just using the merfolk as food supplies. Silver Eyes sneered, charging forward and delivering a harmless punch to the frog king's round belly. A phantom of a giant dragon flashed through the air. Bang! The frog king's belly convulsed violently, tumbling backward, crushing countless trees in its path. Croak! The man-eating frog king barely stopped, its mouth suddenly opening wide. Divine power surged, and terrifyingly corrosive acid was unleashed without restraint, instantly enveloping an area of dozens of miles, leaving no escape. Divine skill, corrosive acid. Effect, spits out a large amount of acid, causing widespread acid damage and corrosion. Even before the acid hit the ground, the orange-yellow gas it emitted caused the plants under its influence to wither and die. The skin of the fishmen and humans burned and stung, visibly turning a dark yellow. Be careful! A villager screamed in fright when he saw Silver Eyes not dodging or flinching. After all, Silver Eyes looked like an adorable little girl. Even with her astonishing combat power, anyone with a conscience would instinctively worry. No threat at all. Silver Eyes' figure flashed, instantly transforming into a 100-meter-long dragon, its wings spreading wide, blotting out the sky. Before the acid could even touch the mithril dragon, it was blocked by a thick shield of divine power, erupting with a dazzling light. Roar! The transformed silver frost breath technique pierced the acid barrier like a beam of light, striking the man-eating frog king precisely, and sending it flying backward. Trees and rocks along its path were annihilated into grayish-white powder, the dragon flames raging. The man-eating frog king's divine power shield shattered like glass, massive amounts of flesh and blood scattering everywhere. If it weren't for the chosen beast's extremely vigorous vitality, and the frog king's disintegration of its artifact, this breath alone would have instantly killed it. Without activating its divine power, the mithril dragon even protected the survivors behind it. What? A dragon? A chosen dragon? The magnificent mithril dragon's appearance instantly caused an uproar throughout Lionheart City. That young man, could he be a descendant of the Nibelungen? No, he must be the new Earl. Impossible, the Nibelungen family doesn't have that kind of crest. The chosen dragon, I can actually see a living legend. Who can command her? It's impossible. The crowd screamed wildly, casting fearful yet respectful glances. The dragon's silver eyes unleashed their full power, relentlessly attacking the frog king like a football, sometimes smashing through the entire forest with its claws, sometimes swinging its tail, toying with the frog king. This frog king, in the eyes of ordinary people, was a pure monster of calamity. After being toyed with for a quarter of an hour, the Frog King opened its massive mouth, continuously vomiting blood and human bones, its eyes rolling back, its life ending in a countdown. Great Thunder Dragon, slay it. Field urged Fabaria to act. No interest. I hate scavenging. Hunting is only fun. Fabaria waved lazily, exuding an indescribable charm, though she seemed quite interested in the silver eyes. Little son is so obedient. I take her next time. Field chuckled. You little brat, you're so annoying. Fabaria, her sore spot touched, glared at Field, and her divine power instantly coalesced into thousands of thunderbirds that flew out. With a deafening roar that tore through space, the poor Frog King was charred and killed instantly by the thunderbirds. The remaining frog monsters, without their leader, scattered and hopped about aimlessly. Alarian was dumbfounded, trembling all over. It's over. The Imperial Army has become this strong. They definitely execute me. How come there's a town here? There's no record of it. Glancing at the paper map, Field was full of questions. He landed with his army, and immediately saw Alarian. Huh? The Golden Lion emblem? Field looked at the woman before him, whose appearance was ordinary, even somewhat fierce. Are you from the Golden Lion family? My lord, you must do us justice. We were abducted. Chapter 1284. Field was about to step forward to question the suspected survivors of the Golden Lion family. The people around him, dressed in vines or tattered clothes, excitedly rushed forward. Many had fishman bone spears stuck in their bodies, but they only wanted to kiss Field's boots. All right, don't all crowd around. The Aura Knights alertly stopped the people. What do you want to say? Come, tell me. Field checked the mini-map, then pointed to a young, innocent-looking boy. Dear sir, we were forcibly brought here by the Golden Lion family. The boy wiped the mud from his face, his expression mournful. We've been in this primeval forest for 10 years. It turned out that when the former queen corrupted the north, not all the people of the north were corrupted. Some north people who were exploring, trading, and training abroad escaped the corruption and also escaped the pursuit and slaughter by the Griffin family. They regrouped, captured many people, and fled into the primeval forests east of Rick, disappearing without a trace. Why, I miss my mother so much. The young man covered his face and wept, sniffling as he asked, Sir, have you been to Bull Territory? It's my warm homeland. Heavens, my mother must be waiting for me. Little did he know, Bull Territory had already been massacred several times over by the Shadow Cult. Sigh. Field sighed inwardly. Indeed, prosperity and ruin bring suffering to the people. Whether in the hands of the Golden Lion clan or the Griffin clan, they are all utterly inhuman. Don't worry, I will take you out, Field assured him, patting his chest. Those with homes can return, and those without can become my subjects. Free people, why not take them? Thank you, Lord. Shh. Keep your voice down. Don't attract the mermen and cause trouble for the Lord. Nonsense. Didn't you see how easily the Lord defeated the monster? Praise the goddess. The group, already elated from their near-death experience, embraced and celebrated even more excitedly upon hearing Field's promise. Field turned to Alarian, casting a scrutinizing glance. Having someone from the Golden Lion family was crucial to his conquest of the Golden Lion territory. Perhaps they even knew about the family's treasure. So, you're of the Golden Lion bloodline? Don't be afraid, I am. Before he could finish his words of comfort, no. Alarian, seeing Field's concern for the remnants of the Empire, guessed that he must be an imperial nobleman, specifically hunting down those of the Golden Lion bloodline. Especially his Dragon Knight. Even his mount was clad in aura armor, paired with a silk robe. Only the Empire could afford such a thing. Her legs gave way, and Alarian collapsed to the ground, crying out, My lord, may the goddess of virtue witness my sincerity. I am actually a maidservant of the Golden Lion family. That vicious, despicable family. They ruined me so badly. Alarian hurriedly removed the Golden Lion emblem from her chest, threw it into the mud, and stomped on it twice. Her wailing stunned both sides of the soldiers, and the common people were completely bewildered. Field's eyelids narrowed slightly, sensing something amiss, and he quickly swallowed his words of comfort. That's right, I came to hunt down the Golden Lion bloodline. I am the Imperial Army Hunter, Scissorhands, Edward. You said you are a maidservant? Pointing at her guards, Field said coldly, You think I'm a fool? These soldiers are all fighting for you. Without evidence, they'd be executed by slow slicing. Scales what? Alarian was bewildered. My favorite torture is to slice off your flesh piece by piece, until there are 1,000 pieces. Maybe more. I give you a healing potion. Field grinned monstrously. How terrifying. Phil. Ah, no, Edward. The silver-eyed girl, now a lowly, was startled and jumped back several steps, her face filled with panic. I have evidence, really. Right? There's a Golden Lion bloodline member alive who can testify. Alarian quickly pleaded, I hate the Golden Lion family more than anyone else. I take you to see it right now. Arriving at the best house in the city, the group entered the cellar, where a huge cage stood. A strong stench filled the air. The moment the illumination pearl lit up, Field, and the Knights of Nightfall were speechless with shock. The basement was covered in dark brown bloodstains, and rotting corpses clung to the floor. The only recognizable human-shaped corpse hung naked in the middle of the basement. Lady Lionheart? She and Miss, didn't they die of the plague long ago? Several soldiers were completely dumbfounded, looking at Alarian in disbelief. She came from a collateral branch of the Golden Lion family. If you have a family tree, I can point it out for you, Alarian said viciously. I was her handmaid. After the fall of the North, she led us here. I found an opportunity to imprison her and her people. Alarian revealed a terrifying smile. They tortured her for a long, long time. Lady Lionheart was the last to die. That bitch, ordering me around. Just because she's a noble, she makes me do all sorts of chores. As revenge, I had all sorts of creatures torture her, even murlocs, but I went too far. Alarian was embarrassed. The little monsters born from the murlocs escaped through the cage, attracting the entire murloc clan. This wicked woman must have been cursed. So where's the Golden Lion bloodline you mentioned? Field blinked twice. Seeing that Field showed no displeasure, Alarian immediately grew bolder. She shouted, Come out, you pathetic little dog. A short while later, a timid girl emerged from the pile of broken wood in the corner, trembling. The girl was pitifully thin, with pale skin and numerous whip marks on her body. Long, dull golden hair obscured her figure, revealing only a listless eye. This is Lady Lionheart's child, probably just coming of age now. Alarian stepped forward, roughly dragged the girl in front of Field, and kicked her in the knee, forcing her to her knees. Brushing aside the girl's pale golden hair, Alarian said smugly, My lord, look, the eye she's covering is blind. And I poisoned her, rendering her mute. Field's eyelids slightly closed. The girl before him had one gray eye, which looked somewhat frightening. Faced with the scrutinizing gaze, the girl remained motionless, as if dead. You damn demon. Damn it, didn't you say you were also of a collateral bloodline? The soldiers left behind by the Golden Lion family completely broke down. I was just fooling you. Alarian sneered repeatedly. If I didn't fool you, how could I live a comfortable life? My lord, isn't this enough proof of my loyalty? Swallowing hard, Alarian eagerly sought Field's approval. You are indeed very loyal to the Empire. Chapter 1285. Field nodded approvingly, giving a thumbs up. Very loyal, but I have a question. Why didn't you kill her too? Humph, because the Golden Lion family treated me like a maid. I must get my revenge. I want their purest bloodline to serve me. I am a follower of the goddess of virtue. Taking care of this girl for so long is already an immense blessing. Dare to defy the great Griffin Empire? You're a fool courting death. Growing more and more agitated, Alarian raised his hand and slapped the girl across the face. As if resigned to her fate, the girl didn't even flinch, quietly awaiting the slap. Any resistance she offered was utterly futile. Slap. The expected slap didn't land. Field gripped Alarian's wrist precisely, his voice icy and chilling. Now that you confessed your crimes, die. What? Alarian thought she misheard, her smile freezing on her face. My lord, I'm loyal to the Empire. Is it possible that I'm a rebel against the Empire? Field chuckled, nearly losing his composure. And even more coincidentally, I'm a rebel from the north. And the girl I keep is of the Golden Lion family bloodline. Ah? Alarian's mind went blank. She was completely dumbfounded, cursing Field 1,000 times in her heart. Why didn't you say so earlier? She hurriedly waved her hands. Wait, actually I'm not a die-hard Imperial loyalist. I'm the Griffin Queen, a spy planted in the Golden Lion family. I have a chosen one, but he died in battle. Before she could finish, Field, already anticipating this, lazily waved his hand. Find out some frog monsters and mermen, and treat this lady to some happy beans. Execute her whenever she finishes confessing. Yes. The Nightfall soldiers, who had been waiting impatiently, pounced and seized the screaming Alarian and the others. Field, what did she say at the end? She's an undercover agent? Silver Eyes asked, puzzled. I guess so. After all, she's in control. Her military strength must be greater than Lady Lionheart's. And she hid here without anyone noticing. The Chosen One probably has the ability to hide. As for why she didn't return to the Empire, she's probably afraid the Griffin family will kill her and destroy the evidence. Field patiently explained. Of course, there's no need to waste time figuring out the complex and sophistical struggles of 10 years ago. We will use force to raise the corrupt empire to the ground. Field turned his head. A single tear rolled down the cheek of the dazed girl before him. Don't be afraid, it's all right now, Field gently comforted her. After a head count, Field had gained 319 subjects, all young, robust, and of high-quality serfs. Afterwards, Field led the Air Force to search the primeval forests of Rick, finding over 500 more refugees, mostly unfortunate souls forced to seek refuge in the forest because they couldn't survive. Hearing that they wouldn't have to pay the Queen's exorbitant taxes, and that Field provided them with basic necessities, they immediately sought refuge in Nightfall territory. Back in their territory, Field took out the Candlefire Dragon's Breath tree and planted it in the castle garden of Nightfall territory. As powerful primal divine energy bloomed, Starry Night Castle became even more beautiful. With the divine plant, his castle's prestige rose several levels. How should we distribute these fruits? I can eat them all. Silver Eyes patted his stomach, grinning as he asked. I can give you one to satisfy your craving, but it's useless to the Chosen One. Field, finding Silver Eyes adorable, pinched her exquisitely beautiful face. I use it to cultivate elite combat power, like for a competitive tournament. My lord, I asked the Adventurers Guild. Rick's frog monsters are simply overpopulating due to a lack of natural predators. Vivian, carrying a stack of documents, leaned closer. Many excellent adventurers have been taken away by the Empire. Field wasn't discouraged. It doesn't matter, we cultivate our own. Handing over an invitation, Vivian brought a delicate fragrance. My lord, the envoy from Dragon Tower has come again to request assistance. So urgent? Field took it. Opening the gilded invitation, the words on it were beautiful and concise. Honorable Lord of the North. The elves have landed on my Dragon Tower, the largest island overseas. The battle has begun, and it concerns the future of humanity. I, the Lord of Dragon Tower, wish to obtain your reinforcements through a process of hiring you, with your autonomy. Price negotiable. The Queen of Dragon Tower greets you. Upon seeing the phrase I hire, you decide, Field, who had always despised mercenaries, was immediately tempted. Things seem a bit urgent, Field said, fiddling with the envelope. The original plan was to take Obsidian first. But replenishing our forces will take time. Let's go to Dragon Tower and check the situation. Perfect, let's rake in some supplies. Having made up his mind, Field returned to the town hall and began planning the army's deployment. My lord. Great news. The lavender has been successfully transplanted. His Minister of Agriculture, Charlotte, ran cheerfully into the room, chirping like a canary. We prepared so many little birds. We're sure to replicate the corrupted Black Crow. Great. Field felt a surge of pleasure. With Black Crow, he could now control multiple territories simultaneously. Stop busy, come here. I show you something interesting. With a playful chuckle, Charlotte reached out and closed the extraordinary competition plan Field was writing, giving him a sweet, innocent wink. Wow, it's a new game. Field's lips curled into a wide grin, thinking to himself that Charlotte had changed her ways. Excitedly standing up, Field made a grabbing motion with both hands. I want to see how good it is, but don't let me catch you. Following the fox-like, mischievous Charlotte, the two laughed and joked until they arrived at a farm. Seeing the farmers bowing respectfully to him, Field was momentarily stunned, but quickly regained his serious expression. Tada, this is it. Charlotte pointed to a small plot of farmland next to the livestock pen, filled with mushrooms emitting a strong glow. With a quick sensory inspection, Field was astonished to discover that these holy light mushrooms were actually Tier 2 magical plants. Well done. Field was overjoyed. He knew that holy light mushrooms were only Tier 1 at most. The appearance of Tier 2 signified a qualitative change. As long as the seeds were preserved, all the holy light mushrooms in the territory could eventually reach Tier 2. Don't underestimate low-tier magical plants. They could be used in any magical potion and could be mass-produced. The economic benefits could exceed 1 million. Goddess, protect my lord. The farm owner, old Carl, his eyes brimming with tears, repeatedly gestured with the holy light symbol. My prayers to the goddess of light, she must have heard them. What could be more exciting than a miracle, and the Lord's praise? My lord, the new variety of holy light mushrooms can be used to make holy light potions. We can finally get rid of human baby food. The apothecary, Leia, emerged from the light, her eyes veiled. Chapter 1286. Leah, clutching the holy light mushroom, smiled and said, "Give me some time, and I can deduce the potion formula belonging to the Nightfall territory without a problem." "That's wonderful. We used up too many holy light potions in the territory while fighting the zombie attack." Field snapped his fingers happily, knowing the value of holy light potions. "By the way, it's best to figure out why the holy light mushrooms here have advanced." Field wanted to ask more, but an anxious young man rushed over. "Father, quick, quick, get the family savings. I must go and buy Holy Lily of the Valley potions immediately." The young man, his forehead covered in sweat, kept urging, "It'd be too late if we wait any longer." "Fool! The Lord is here. Come and pay your respects." Old Carl's eyes went black. He wanted to jump up and kick his butt. Raising an eyebrow, Field asked suspiciously, "Who's injured?" "Ah? My lord, I'm so sorry." Carl was startled and froze for a moment, wanting to offer his greeting, but Field graciously stopped him. "Since it's urgent, you go about your business. It's my wife. She's having a difficult childbirth." Receiving the Lord's understanding, the young man forced an awkward smile. "That's easy. Leia, can you make a bottle of divinely bestowed potion?" "Leave it to me." Leia channeled her divine power, conjuring a bottle of divinely bestowed healing potion, but instead of giving it directly to him, she obediently handed it to Field. "Here, as a reward for cultivating the holy light mushroom." He also took 2 gold coins, placing them both in Field's hand. "Well done." "Thank you, my lord." His pupils dilated, Carl and his son's faces flushed red, a surge of honor and gratitude welling up in their chests. The two trembled with excitement, unable to utter a word except for their thanks. If it were any other nobleman, failing to pay his respects would likely have been enough to punish him. His lord not only pardoned his impudence, but also bestowed upon him a precious divine power potion. This was something ordinary people, no, to be precise, something many nobles couldn't obtain. "Go about your business, lives are at stake." Seeing the two engrossed in their own world, Field urged them on. "Yes." The two carefully carried the potion and rushed into the house. "Field, did you sense anything different when you took the potion just now?" Charlotte blinked twice. "Something wrong? What's wrong? Did you add iced tea to it?" Field scratched his head in confusion. "The potion's level is wrong. Sister Leia, you advanced to the 2nd tier chosen one." Charlotte took Leia's hand. "So, what you were holding just now was a 2nd tier divine power potion." "Holy crap! No wonder the divine power was so concentrated." Field was astonished. With a gentle smile, Leia said, "I advanced to the 2nd tier yesterday and can now concoct 4th tier potions. I haven't had a chance to ask the Lord to choose an advancement path yet." "Such good things." "Haha, Nightfall Territory's logistics are becoming increasingly complete." Field opened the Chosen One panel. Leia had already advanced to the 2nd tier. As a logistics specialist, her own stat increases were limited, but she gained a large amount of potion-related inheritance. Similarly, she received 1 stat allocation opportunity. 1. New divine skill. 2. New talent. 3. Chosen guard. 4. Divine skill transformation. Both the divine skill and the talent are good. Theoretically, for logistics chosen ones, territory buffs are best. Unfortunately, there are no territory buffs this time. The territory now covers the entire north. Choosing territory buffs would yield astonishing benefits. After a brief deliberation, Field chose the divine skill. An invisible soul link surged, and Leia's aura slightly rose, yet her mysterious and elegant demeanor inspired respect and admiration. New divine skill, Mist Lock. Description: transforms a potion into a large-scale mist, allowing all units within its range to benefit from the potion's effects. Non-divine potions have their effects increased by 10%. Concealment: this divine skill blurs the potion's effects, making it difficult for enemies to deduce its power. Note: permanent potions are difficult to mystify. New territory buff, potion specialization. Description: benefiting from a rich and diverse potion of divine power, magic power, and battle aura awakening, the awakening rate is increased by 5% after consumption. This divine skill is quite interesting. Field's eyes lit up, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Whether for large-scale healing or inflicting widespread poison on enemies, it's very useful. Wait, so that means the luck potion can also be widely distributed? Field slapped his forehead, filled with regret. Damn it, I used it too early. A tier 6 luck potion. If Leia were to transform into a mist lock and increase the luck of all his chosen ones, the Nightfall Territory's fortune would probably skyrocket. The only consolation for Field was that Leia not only gained a new divine skill, but also a territory buff. Amazing! Field exclaimed, hands on his hips, beaming. Speaking of which, Leia, is there any way for our Nightfall territory to mass-produce awakening potions? Relying solely on imports is too expensive. I think of something, Leia readily agreed. Having collected samples of the holy light mushrooms, Field intended to take the two girls out for a stroll, but instead encountered the anxious old Carl and his son. The two paced back and forth in front of their house. How's the baby? Field asked, approaching them. Still a difficult labor. The head stuck and won't come out, Carl said, his face contorted with grief. The midwife is helpless too. Didn't I give you a divine healing potion? Just do a C-section. Field used his palm as a scalpel. Open 10 fingers width, cut through 7 layers, get the baby out, then use the healing potion on. Everyone was utterly stunned by Field's words. Heavens behold, how could the Lord come up with such a terrifying idea? Field is horrible, Charlotte exclaimed, covering her face and backing away. Leah, however, seemed thoughtful. That makes sense. Since the healing potion can heal external wounds quickly, why not just cut open the abdomen? Can this really work? The midwife, who had come out, was also dumbfounded. I can't. My lord, please save my wife. I'd do anything. Little Carl sobbed uncontrollably. Let's try forceps first. How could I forget about them? Field slapped his forehead, quickly sketched out the shape of forceps with paper and pen, and instructed, have little Fox do it this way, and bring it over immediately. Forceps are similar to ordinary pliers. With no design difficulties whatsoever, the principle is simply to clamp the baby and pull it out. They didn't exist in this era because they were too shocking to them. The forceps were immediately sent to the midwife, with Field's instruction and the help of the chosen ones. Soon, the sound of a baby crying "Wah!" was heard. The midwife carried the baby out, and Carl and his son were overjoyed. May the goddess bless our Lord. The two grown men wept with excitement. All right. Field waved his hand repeatedly, then turned to the midwife and instructed, go to the Nightfall Hospital and teach what I taught you to the others. Chapter 1287. Yes, I will definitely teach this great technique to everyone. The midwife nodded respectfully, then turned and ran off excitedly. With forceps, the newborn population will have an extra layer of protection. Have the workshop forge a batch and send them to the various territories. The North is short of people, and Field urgently needs to acquire new blood through various means. My lord, you always manage to find a breakthrough in problems from all sorts of strange angles. Leia cast a curious glance at her. Please forgive my description, you are truly amazing. As if omnipotent. Leia's eyes sparkled with curiosity, her tone gentle with sincere admiration. Faced with the praise from the academically gifted beauty, Field was embarrassed and modestly lowered his hand, saying, the wisdom of the people is truly boundless. Field, how do you know so much about girls' things? Charlotte blushed, stamping her foot in embarrassment, her slender, white legs still trembling slightly, and scolded, have you been doing too many bad things? Oh, you can't talk nonsense like that. Field denied seriously, righteously stating, I usually sacrifice myself for the benefit of everyone. As a lord, I not only have to worry about domestic affairs, diplomacy, and military matters. I even have to worry about the people and children of my lord. This wasn't an exaggeration at all. Who else could suppress so many calamities single-handedly? Field looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, looking heartbroken. I never thought I'd be questioned by the chosen ones. Life is lonely. That's not what I meant. Charlotte waved her hands frantically, panicked, and felt incredibly guilty, wishing she could slap herself. Field had worked so hard, and she hadn't appreciated it. Even questioning him, she deserved to die. Seeing the Lord's sadness, Charlotte felt inexplicably sad too, pouting and lowering her head. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said those things. It's good that you know you're wrong. With a slight smile, Field reached out and put his arm around Charlotte's energetic waist. As an apology, give me a kiss. Huh? He really is a perverted lord, how awful. Let's go, let's not play with him. Charlotte was both ashamed and angry, quickly breaking free, grabbing a bewildered Leia, and running away like a rabbit. Back at the city hall, Field began preparing the mercenary plan. 3 days later. Black Feather, Ashina, Silver Eyes, you're coming with me to the Dragon Tower. Dressed in a smart and elegant black noble robe, Field surveyed the expectant crowd and selected 3. Yay! Ashina and the others jumped up joyfully, as if they had been chosen as concubines. Silver Eyes, in particular, danced with a slightly mocking air, hands on hips, wiggling her rear end in front of several ferocious chosen ones. Her dragon tail swung back and forth, maximizing her mockery. Field, aren't you taking me? Dali slammed her hand on the table, nearly smashing the war room table to pieces. She jumped up, furious. I want to go too. I haven't killed anyone in days. Master, don't you want Little Moon anymore? Dali cried, her slender, delicate hands clutching the hem of her skirt. Her soft, pitiful appearance was endearing. Seeing the crowd nearly erupt in argument, Field gestured with his hands to push them away. Too many people, we can't evacuate. I mean, this trip to the Dragon Tower is mainly for reconnaissance and social interaction. It won't last long. The Dragon Tower, we don't yet understand the elves' reconnaissance abilities, and your calamity traits are too obvious. Once we're exposed, we're likely to be surrounded and attacked by both sides, turning a good thing into a bad one. Besides, the territory needs strong individuals to maintain order. If Blackfeather and Little Sun are taken away, the territory will be without any direct 6-tier combat power. That won't do. Little Scorpion, Vivian, and the others are the territory's scarce smart people, capable of making decisions. They must stay. Then your safety. Vivian was extremely worried. Don't worry, Blackfeather's ravens will stay in the north to guard the area. If we encounter trouble, the ravens will come looking for you. Field gave a thumbs up. Field patted the giant thunder dragon's thigh. Be good, okay? You better hurry up. Freya sat down domineeringly, crossing her long, voluptuous, white legs, her posture regal, as if she were the one who decided everything. Once I return from the Dragon Tower, we launch our westward expedition. Get ready. His eyes were icy. Field waved his sleeve. We must completely wipe the obsidian men from the Moon's continent. What strange powers, what outer gods, they all crawl away, Field. Hearing Field's words, everyone nodded eagerly, filled with anticipation. Leading his newly formed 200 Griffin riders and 30 Wyvern riders, Field arrived at the shores of Dawnfall territory. Lord Field, you finally arrived. Our Everwinter Island has been eagerly awaiting your arrival. The Dragon Tower envoy, seeing Field, was more affectionate than seeing his own father, rushing over with fervent eyes that made Field feel uncomfortable. My lord, please board the ship. A massive warship was anchored at the dock. Aren't we heading to the Dragon Tower capital for the Alliance meeting? Field asked unhurriedly. Our crown prince and the 2 princesses are all commanding the battle on Everwinter Island. What do you think? Then let's go! The enormous warship, propelled by the Dragon Tower's elite ships, sped off at an astonishing speed. In just one day, the group arrived at Everwinter Island, one of the largest islands in the northern part of the Dead Sea. This island was long and narrow, about 5 territories in size, equivalent to half a province. Everwinter Island was home to the Dragon Tower's famous wonder, the Tower of Winter, and had been established for 1,000 years. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Just as they arrived at the sea, Field heard the sound of streaks of light cutting through the air. He hurriedly went to the deck. A dazzling silver magic bullet streaked across the sky, tearing through the air. The moment the magic bullet struck the sea, it immediately created a series of towering waves. Splashing water, mixed with sea fish, slammed against the warship's protective shields. So many ships. Silver eyes leaned against the ship's railing, gazing in amazement into the distance. The entire sea was filled with warships, their flags a dazzling array. The warships of both sides clashed repeatedly from a great distance. Long-range magical attacks and spells were everywhere in the sky. Beneath the dazzling displays of skill, the sea was littered with broken wood and countless floating corpses. Horns and the cries of birds and beasts filled the air. Ugh! Seasick Ashina wiped her mouth, her wolf ears perking up when she saw Eternal Winter Island finally land. Ugh! Isn't this a back-and-forth battle? Field patted Ashina's soft back, asking the messenger curiously. My lord, look at the shore, those big trees that move over there. Those pointy-eared demons have already occupied 3 territories, and are closing in on the Tower of Winter. The messenger pointed to the shore, screaming, Goddess, save our Dragon Tower. Chapter 1288. Eternal Winter Island, Frostfish Territory, one of the last 2 territories of Dragon Tower. A trade alliance comprised of a dozen or so smaller factions, led by Dragon Tower, is undergoing its most severe test. Woo, woo! The distinctive elven horn sounded, rippling like invisible waves, causing the entire forest to tremble. Startled flocks of birds rose like clouds. The trees trembled, and the crackling sound of roots snapping filled the air. One by one, enormous trees slowly rose from the ground. Green eyes opened, and the trees transformed into treants, beginning their slow advance. Below the treants stood the orderly ranks of the Elven Allied Army, marching with elegant grace. Good heavens, the elves are attacking again. Your Highness, Frostfish territory only has one pass, it can't be defended. Your status is noble, please don't get hurt. Let's run. The prince's courtier, pale with fright, said, let the commoners resist. Shut your mouth. With me here, we cannot lose. This battle, no matter the cost, must be won. Darien stared intently at the distant elven army. I don't want the empire I finally gained to lose such a large, high-tax region. Even more so, I don't want anything to go wrong before inheriting the throne, especially with my two sisters coveting my position. With a flick of his battle robe, Darien descended from the towering city walls. Your Highness, the refugees from the conquered territories wish to enter the pass and receive our protection. A knight in red and blue armor cautiously inquired of Darien's opinion. Of course, let them in. I be a merciful monarch, don't you think? Darien puffed out his chest, his voice rising and falling, then added, don't forget to collect the fee. If you have no money, dig trenches below the pass. I don't want these stinking paupers to demoralize the army. Yes, sir. The knight nodded hastily. As expected of a prince, his actions were impeccable. Have those vampires who rely on the Dragon Tower come to reinforce us? Darien's gaze swept across the camp. Even though the flags were in disarray, he immediately cursed, that lazy vampire field hasn't come to reinforce us yet. They live off the Dragon Tower, yet they show no gratitude. Darien sneered, annoyed. After all, other alliance members had already arrived to reinforce them. Prince, be careful! The elves are forming ranks. Sensing the fluctuations of divine power, Darien's personal chosen one immediately cast a life-saving divine skill on the prince. With a 6th-tier life-saving divine skill, Darien strode up the city wall, staring intently at the elven commander. Praise be to the goddess of nature, great Archon, Lord Thranduil. Our army is formed, shall we attack? A high elf clad in gleaming golden armor approached the Archon, bowing with one hand on his chest. No rush, Thranduil replied, seated on his warhorse, these short-lived, even less intelligent than insects, creatures incapable of offering any real resistance. My cup will likely outlive their empire. Of course, Thranduil continued, the great elven race is nature's darling. Every piece of land in this world naturally belongs to the elves. We have simply been magnanimous, allowing these poor creatures to reside here temporarily. To reclaim the territory nature has bestowed upon us is only right. Especially those insects, who love to pile up stones, destroying nature. I truly don't understand their purpose, they're laughable. Ha ha, humans, male or female, are all incredibly ugly. They'd be an eyesore even if they were my pets. The surrounding elven chosen ones all showed disdain and disgust. Their pride was not unfounded. This elven army, numbering only 3,500, coupled with 100 or so treants and a large number of magical beasts, had won 4 battles in a row, advancing all the way to Frostfish territory. Elzalia Sunstrider, give these lowly humans a little elven awe. Thank you, my brethren, for giving me such a precious opportunity. I will not bring shame to the glory of the elves. The elven woman with short, dark green hair smiled confidently and arrogantly. With a graceful flash, Elzalia landed on the open ground in front of the pass, brandishing her crescent-shaped scimitar at the city wall, unleashing 6th-tier divine power. Humans, if there is even a shred of courage left in your blood, come and challenge me. I will reward you with mercy. On the city wall, a dozen or so lords of the Trade Federation had gathered. Damn it, these elves are insanely arrogant. A lord of a small kingdom pounded the wall in anger. It's just a few small victories in Legion wars, right? In a one-on-one duel, we might not lose. A lord from the free city encouraged his men. A free city is essentially a country with only one territory, not a kingdom. Are you crazy? An elf's individual combat strength is comparable to a high-ranking demon. The Dragon Tower Prince narrowed his eyes, scanning the crowd. My Dragon Tower's chosen ones fear no opponent. Who among you will seize this opportunity to prove your worth? If you dare not fight, let the guardian deity of my Howling Cliff Kingdom do it. The goddess of wind is the strongest. The king of a single island, unable to bear the provocation, declared, defeat her, shatter her shield. Yes, your majesty. Shattered Shield leaped out of the pass, her shattered shield transforming into countless shattered blades. Sensing the elf's formidable power, Shattered Shield's eyes filled with solemnity. Without hesitation, she unleashed her signature move. 6th-tier divine skill, Howling Wind Blades. A gust of wind arose, abruptly changing the direction of the surrounding banners. Thousands of verdant, mottled wind blades, imbued with immense divine power, shot towards Elzalia. Ridiculous. Elzalia scoffed, her toes stomping the ground, causing it to crack violently. Facing the thousands of wind blades, she slammed her moon blade down. 6-tier divine skill, Illyrian moon. A flash of moonlight, and the entire sky seemed to tear open. The white moon slash instantly ripped through the wind blades, striking Shattered Shield fiercely. Her divine shield shattered abruptly, and Shattered Shield's face paled instantly. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Shattered Shield clutched her chest and collapsed to the ground. Before she could even catch her breath, Exiled caught up in pursuit. What? She shattered a divine technique in one strike and even injured her. The Trade Alliance members were stunned. Shattered Shield gritted her teeth and fought back. Fortunately, her 6-tier vitality was tenacious, preventing her from being instantly killed. The flying blades clashed repeatedly with the moon blade. After 10 rounds of fighting, Shattered Shield could no longer hold on, her body covered in blood from the cuts. She disarmed herself, fled to the rear of the pass, her eyes rolled back, and she fainted. The Trade Alliance's already weak fighting force was now down another member. Haha, I haven't even warmed up yet. Exiled, carrying her moon blade, a gentle breeze ruffling her short hair, looked dashing. Humans, what other fighting force do you have? Bring it on quickly. Your Highness, my chosen of virtue will surely reclaim glory. A lord who looked honest stepped forward. Leo, it's up to you. Protecting the future of humanity is my duty. Chapter 1289. The Chosen One, clad in heavy armor, pounded his chest with a resounding thud. Leo landed heavily outside the pass, and without a word, charged towards the elf, unleashing a simple, unadorned punch. Humans are useless, too slow, Exiled said with effortless grace, easily dodging the punch, a mocking smile playing on her lips. The two immediately engaged in fierce combat, fists clashing, the air filled with the resounding thuds of flesh colliding. However, upon closer inspection, it was clear that Leo was being one-sidedly beaten, unable to even touch the elf's skirt. By sheer brute force, Leo was brutally beaten for 20 rounds. His artifact disintegrated, and she fled back into the pass in a sorry state. The majestic pass was deathly silent. The Alliance members were utterly astonished, shocked by the elf's terrifying and extraordinary combat power. They looked at each other, speechless. 2 chosen ones had tried to take down the elves in a row, but failed. How could they possibly win? These were 6-tier combatants, not commonplace. We shouldn't have let the elves land. There was still hope of victory at sea. The elves' individual combat strength is too great. We are no match for them. We still need to rely on the city walls for defense. Your Excellency Prince of Dragon Tower, we have truly done our best. Please let your chosen ones take action, otherwise the soldiers will lose morale. The Alliance members all looked at Darian. Go out to their deaths? Darian frowned, ordering his men, stop playing one-on-one tricks. We humans excel at defense, numbers and city walls are our advantages. All troops, listen to my command. Hold the line. No retreat is permitted. Seeing that no chosen ones from the Dragon Tower army were to engage in battle, Exiled was extremely pleased. She stood in midair, scanning the pass with disdain. Inferior beings, witness the greatness of the elves. After uttering her harsh words, she returned to the elven army formation as if no one else was there. This is so frustrating. These pointy-eared guys are bullying us. The Dragon Tower soldiers' faces turned green with rage, their morale visibly shattered. Elves, display your noble blood. Attack! The elven governor commanded. Magic arrows. Approximately 2,000 elven archers simultaneously unleashed their magic, drawing their bows, each emerald green arrow gleaming. The magical ripples, radiating a powerful pressure, sent chills down the spines of the soldiers on the city walls, even 2,000 meters away. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The next moment, arrows rained down, whistling for 1,000 meters, accurately striking those on the city walls. The arrows whipped up shadows, followed by the sounds of flesh exploding with deafening thuds. The heads and chests of numerous soldiers and mages were blasted open, spraying blood mist everywhere. The elven maidens appeared delicate and sweet, but their strength and precision far surpassed that of humans. The bows they drew were as powerful as crossbows, terrifyingly powerful and incredibly accurate. Meat and entrails flew everywhere on the city walls, accompanied by screams of agony. Comrades, who were standing beside you just a moment ago, were often sent flying by arrows the next. Mama, I want to go home. A Dragon Tower soldier, his face splattered with blood, howled and turned to flee. No retreat. Anyone who retreats dies. Darian roared, grabbing the soldier, his sword flashing. The headless soldier flailed his arms wildly, collapsing in a pool of blood, convulsing. Suddenly, The sound of wind cutting through the air reached their ears. "Your Highness, watch out for the stones." The chosen one beside him acted decisively, conjuring a water drill and blasting it, annihilating the incoming boulder into dust. More than 100 treemen picked up huge stones and threw them haphazardly at the human camp, causing several defensive towers of the Dragon Tower to collapse with a roar. That was close. Darien, his head covered in stone dust, his lips trembled. Arrows rained down like locusts, stones flew like a storm, and the human alliance was utterly defeated. For nature, magic vines. Elsalia, the chosen one of the elves, led the vanguard, accompanied by wood elf assassins, casting vine magic on the city walls. The vines grew wildly, instantly covering the walls in a lush green. Kill! The elven vanguard, nimbly leaping and dodging on the vines, charged directly onto the walls. A female elf vaulted over the wall, her scimitar flashing deftly. 2 heavily armored infantrymen, blood spurting from their necks, plummeted straight down the wall. She charged left and right, killing 7 or 8 men, before being stopped by a knight of auras, who pinned her to the wall with his great sword. The knight didn't even have time to cheer before being pierced through by an arrow. "Protect His Highness the Prince." From the fortress tower, a large number of heavily armored soldiers rushed out. 2 6-tier Dragon Tower warriors attacked simultaneously, attempting to pull Elsalia into the chosen space. Elsalia slashed out with her moon blade, shouting, "Get lost." A dazzling crescent-shaped blade of light repelled the 2 warriors. The Dragon Tower chosen were completely stunned. The prince's pupils dilated in shock. He knew the Navy chosen would be significantly weakened after landing, but he hadn't expected to be repelled by 2 warriors in a single blow. "How can we fight like this?" The Alliance members were filled with despair, while the main elven force advanced rapidly. The elven governor scoffed, "Low-level creatures." Just then, everyone felt the sky rapidly darkening, as if something enormous was looming over them. A deafening dragon roar echoed, and both sides felt a sudden tremor in their souls, simultaneously looking up at the sky. A black Air Force formation, densely packed in the sky, flew slowly overhead with an imposing air. Sunlight was blocked, and the air was filled with the whistling sound of wings rubbing against the wind, creating an oppressive atmosphere. "Those are our human Air Force. Dragon Tower, it must be the Dragon Tower Royal Legion." The Trade Federation members stared in disbelief at the griffins, wyverns, and most impressively, the metallic dragons. All the magical beasts were clad in aura armor, black robes adorned with intricate black and white emblems, exuding an indescribable terror. "Open fire freely." On the battlefield, Field wouldn't show pity for the elves just because they were beautiful. He immediately issued the order. Roar. The mithril dragon unleashed a dazzling dragon breath, a beam of energy pouring out that instantly illuminated the sky. The beam sliced through the elven ranks, incinerating entire groups of beautiful elven archers to ashes. Griffins spat out golden light projectiles, while wyverns breathed fire. Nightfall soldiers atop the magical beasts unleashed a barrage of attacks with aura-infused bows, cannons, and staves, bombarding the enemy below. The Nightfall Air Force left trails of dazzling explosions in its wake. The elven army, arrayed in attack formation, was subjected to saturation bombardment. Various physical and magical attacks through the elven army, poised to break through the pass, into utter chaos. "Who's that? Thank goodness for him. I never imagined we humans had such a formidable air force." Seeing the elves suffer heavy losses unexpectedly, the crowd was overjoyed and eagerly looked for the rescuer. "What are you waiting for? Attack!" Field shouted from atop the mithril dragon to the Trade Federation below. "Yes, yes, warriors, kill them!" A quick-thinking officer immediately rallied the troops, rallying them for a countercharge. "Humans, you're courting death." Chapter 1290. How dare they shamelessly ambush us? Elsalia bristled, wiping the blood from her moon blade, and retreated rapidly back into her ranks to avoid being surrounded by multiple chosen ones. The human army gained precious breathing space, allowing them to reinforce their defenses and heal the wounded. A chosen dragon? How is this possible? The elven governor, recovering from the air raid, stared in shock at the colossal dragon that blotted out the sky. A silver dragon. No, this energy fluctuation. Is it the legendary mithril dragon? The elves gazed up at the sky in disbelief, deeply stunned. It must be despicable humans, using their usual ugly methods to deceive the creatures of nature. I can sense the souls of these little ones wailing in agony. They belong to nature. They must be rescued, spared from the vicious enslavement of humans. An old druid, his beard dragging on the ground and his hair a full head of green, cast a purification spell on Silver Eyes, transforming himself into a bird and appearing before him, Great dragon, don't be. Before he could finish, a frosty breath swept towards him, crushing him. Bang! The old druid exploded into a bloody mist. Enough nonsense. What business is it of yours what I raise? Field, riding his mithril dragon, hovered in the air, arms crossed, indifferently meeting the gazes of the elves, exuding an air of unparalleled coolness. The Nightfall Air Force, obeying orders without question, hovered behind Field. Useless human, how dare you harm the sage of the forest? Elzalia nearly exploded with rage. Leaping out of the army formation, her moon blade pointed directly at Field. Who are you? I'm a netizen from the Northern Griffin Empire. Ah, no, I'm a mercenary from the north. Don't worry about who I am, I only care about money. Field sneered. Griffin Empire? Ha ha ha, what a joke. A despicable scoundrel who only knows how to ambush, harming my elven compatriots, and even daring to bewitch dragons. Elzalia flicked her sleeve. You cross my bottom line. Today, you will surely die here. Bottom line? Field raised an eyebrow, as if he had heard the biggest joke in the world. This is war. I will not only kill your soldiers, but also you. Fine, fine. Elzalia laughed in anger, sneering contemptuously. I shouldn't have wasted my breath talking to such a lowly species. Killing you will save the enslaved animals just as well. The elven's arrogance was almost overflowing. Come and fight. Elzalia tiptoed, wielding her moon blade like a dancer. Wait! Field quickly raised his hand, signaling her not to attack. Scared? Elzalia mocked, raising her chin with a sneer. Humans are just humans. Can't you send out an enemy worthy of my full strength? For a long time, the elves' overwhelming superiority over humans in combat had fostered a huge psychological advantage, even arrogance. Felder, however, did not underestimate himself. The elves' dwindling population and extremely long growth cycle meant their expansion rate was far slower than humans. This was why they could occupy natural wonders like the World Tree, the Eye of the Storm, and the Starfall, but had not been able to rule the world. Wait a minute, I said wait a minute because I haven't finalized the price yet. As a mercenary, it's reasonable for me to negotiate a price before I start killing, right? Field's words were astonishing, stunning both sides. This idiot's gone mad. He actually thinks he can defeat the Elven Chosen? I was so happy about that. They have the Chosen Dragon backing them up. Why can't we fight them? If we join forces, we can definitely repel the enemy. That's the Lord of Nightfall territory, isn't he? I heard of him. He's a happy bean seller. Everyone had their own opinion. Prince Darian of the Dragon Tower, after seeing the imposing Chosen Dragon, couldn't take his eyes off it. He made a perfunctory promise. Field, help us repel the elves, and I reward you with 100,000 gold coins and 5,000 Tier 3 magic cores. What about defeating a Tier 6, or killing a Tier 6? Field asked with interest. Darian couldn't help but think, this Field really thinks he's someone important, but since he's eager to die, letting him charge into battle isn't a bad idea. If you can kill a Tier 6 enemy, you can choose any Tier 6 artifact from the Dragon Tower's artifact vault. Darian promised loudly, completely unconcerned. Holy crap! The boss is generous. Field's eyes widened, his gaze greedily fixed on the elves. Sorry, the employer ordered me to kill them, but surrender is the only way to avoid death. Clown. The elven governor was utterly speechless, shouting, all troops, attack! Purify these humans. Elzalia charged towards Field on the dragon's back at lightning speed. Kill you first, you lowly creature. Field snapped his fingers. Proceed according to the battle plan. Ashina, Blackfeather, teach the elves a lesson. Rampage fusion. Blackfeather directly unleashed the fusion on the dragon's back. Those on the ground felt a breathtaking, suffocating power surge within them, followed by a torrent of black divine power, which unfurled like raven wings. The next moment, the surrounding temperature plummeted. A black comet crashed down from the sky, kicking up towering dust, and the ground cracked as if it had exploded. Bang! With a sudden flick of her sleeve, Ashina, now fused with all of Blackfeather's power, her silver hair flowing, wolf ears and tail gleaming, and her pupils burning with raging soul flames. Black divine power surged around her, exuding a breathtakingly beautiful yet arrogant aura. It possessed the beauty of a boss in its second phase, unleashing its berserk state. This is... Elsalia's heart felt as if it had been squeezed. She had never seen such an arrogant aura before. TCH, another inferior creature. Don't try to fool me. With a sneer, despite the inexplicable sense of danger, Elzalia, who had lived for 1,000 years, was not about to be intimidated by a demi-human. She immediately charged forward. 6-tier divine skill, full moon returns to 1. Moonlight flickered, and the moon blade in her hand shimmered with different lunar phases, transforming into blade light, spiraling thrusts, magic orbs, and other forms. A myriad of attacks hurtled towards Ashina. What are elves? Born only to serve in bed? How dare you disrespect my master? You can die! Ashina smiled wildly, simultaneously activating armor-piercing frost and calamity sword domain, raising her hand to condense a divine ice spear, which she then shot out. The ice spear, though launched later, arrived faster than the divine skill. It pierced through the moonlight with overwhelming force, accompanied by the sound of shattering glass, the ice spear brutally shattering Elsalia's divine power shield and tearing away large chunks of flesh from her arm. The power of winter instantly froze her arm into an ice sculpture, leaving her numb. What? Elzalia gasped in shock. What kind of inflicted damage was this? Luckily, she had managed to project her artifact. However, the next second, Ashina made a grasping motion with one hand, instantly conjuring 1,000 ice crows in the air, their wings fluttering as they transformed into ice swords. With her left hand pressing down, the ice sword shot forth at lightning speed, instantly engulfing Elzalia in a dark blue ice prison. Chapter 1291. The ice swords hurtling towards her exploded upon landing, transforming into layers of glaciers that relentlessly crushed the divine power shield like millstones. Elzalia, struck by several swords, saw only a white blur in her vision, on the verge of being buried in the glaciers. With 1,000 years of experience, she immediately communicated with the spirit of nature. The earth split open, and a giant bean pod burst forth, swallowing her whole and carrying her out of the bombardment zone. Get out of the way! Ashina, facing the incoming full moon slash, summoned her dragon-like black wolf. The wolf howled wildly, its body engulfed in dragon flames, and charged headfirst into the divine technique, creating a hole in it. The scattering full moon slashes flew past Ashina, not even touching a strand of her hair. What? The elves were all stunned, unable to believe their eyes. How could a lowly demi-human possibly harm a noble elf? You inferior creature, this isn't over yet. Domain activated. Elzalia unleashed her domain, divine vines sprouting wildly, greedily absorbing the primal divine power of nature. Simultaneously, each elf shone with a vibrant emerald light, providing them with buffs. Their previous reluctance to activate their domains was simply arrogance. The chosen ones of the Dragon Tower dared not activate theirs, as their own buffs were far inferior to those of the elves, fearing they might provoke the elves into releasing their domains. Ashina didn't waste words, activating her black feather domain as well. Raven feathers formed from ice, and snow fluttered down, the temperature plummeted, and countless plants withered. Elzalia watched as her opponent destroyed the surrounding forest again, and most importantly, humiliated her in public. Veins bulged on her forehead. You angered me. The price is death. She pulled out a fruit radiating divine power, and swallowed it whole, causing Elsalia's aura to surge dramatically. World Tree Fruit, Tier 0 Divine Artifact, mass-produced originates from the World Tree. When consumed, it grants a short-term, all-around boost to a being's combat strength. Tier 6 Divine Skill, Qualitative Change. Alluria's Moon. Elzalia rose on her tiptoes, spinning wildly like a dancer, unleashing a torrent of white light that slashed down like the moon falling to earth, blotting out the sky. Each slash reached 300 to 400 meters high, yet the sound of the high-speed cutting was extremely faint. Everything in its path was silently annihilated into dust. And there were 8 such astonishing slashes, obscuring everything in sight. My god, the elves have a game-changing divine skill. How are we supposed to fight this? Stop talking nonsense, run. These two lunatics, if they don't fight in the Chosen One's space, we're doomed if they get caught in the crossfire. Aren't there Chosen Ones to intercept them? What are you afraid of? Intercept my ass? Only a fool would help you intercept a divine skill with that kind of power. The Human Alliance soldiers were terrified and collapsed before the battle even began. No one went to cut down the fleeing soldiers, because the prince himself, and the Chosen Ones, were also retreating in terror. The elves, on the other hand, were arrogant and proud, each standing tall and showing no concern that their Chosen Ones would be defeated. Avalanche Charge. Ashina leaped onto the dragon wolf, activating her charged divine skill, sprinting and dodging the moonlight slash. Just as she stopped, Ashina forcibly interrupted the divine skill, controlling the dragon wolf to charge in another direction, narrowly missing through the gap. She was already fast, and with the dragon wolf and avalanche charge combined, her burst speed was comparable to teleportation. Dodging and weaving, Ashina bypassed all the slashes. She cleverly used her charge technique, wasting a single transformative skill of her opponent with a small amount of divine power. Huh? This is impossible. My transformative technique can flatten everything in its path. How did she, a demi-human, manage to squeeze through? Exiled was dumbfounded, completely baffled by Ashina's movement. This also reflects the difference in fighting styles between Ashina and Black Feather. Black Feather would have chosen to directly withstand the divine skill, and most parrying it, but Ashina would freely weave through the air. However, what followed was even more incomprehensible. Dragon Wolf, disintegrate. Ashina's goddess mark shone brightly. The dragon wolf exploded, transforming into a phantom wolf spirit that swirled around her. The terrifying power of disintegrate made Ashina's speed astounding. In an instant, Ashina charged straight at Exiled. 6th-tier divine skill, Black Crow Burial. A black ice spear thrust straight out, and the wolf spirit phantom behind her suddenly swelled, its terrifying howl echoing through the heavens and earth. Bang! Exiled didn't even show a hint of surprise before her head was sliced off, turning into crimson ice blossoms and disappearing. The wind and snow howled, and countless ice crows danced, transforming into sharp ice swords that pierced the elf's corpse 3 or 4 times to prevent resurrection. A swift kill, a true swift kill. Aside from the initial ice spear throw to test the opponent's reaction and defense, Ashina's disintegration, charge, slash, and desecration of the corpse were all executed flawlessly, without the slightest hesitation. The entire swift kill was like a work of art. This set of movements seemed simple, but it required extremely strong calculation and talent. A teleportation-like speed, covering dozens of miles. If it veers off course even slightly, it might miss the enemy and crash into other areas, or even end up in the sea or hit a mountain. Thump! The mangled corpse crashed to the ground. The goddess's mark slowly gathered, constructing a 6th-tier artifact. Ashina landed nimbly on her snow-white toes, her long, slightly bent legs radiating a soft, frosty sheen. With a flick of her cascading hair, Ashina accepted the elven artifact, a faint smile playing on her lips, coldly remarking, "This is what higher beings are like? Nothing special, really. We country bumpkins wouldn't understand." The opposing elves, still brimming with arrogance, only reacted after Ashina accepted the artifact, their faces stiffening like corpses. Lady Exiled was killed by a demi-human? The elven governor's pupils dilated in shock, a tidal wave of shock washing over him. The other elves couldn't believe their eyes. How difficult is it to kill a 6th-tier being? A human 6th-tier being, even defeated in 10 rounds, can still activate dissociation and easily escape. The Trade Federation's repeated defeats, with not a single Tier 6 enemy dying, demonstrate that Tier 6 enemies are truly difficult to kill. But Ashina not only killed a Tier 6 enemy, she even obtained the artifact. The fleeing human army froze in place, feeling utterly humiliated. Especially the 2 Tier 6 enemies, who had been defeated earlier, craning their necks, completely bewildered. Prince Darien was dumbfounded. She really can kill them? As expected of my lecherous wolf, she's a natural breadwinner. Field said with immense satisfaction, hands on his hips, "We're rich now." Of all the chosen ones in Nightfall territory, Ashina has the highest probability of looting enemy equipment. She often manages to kill the enemy before they can disintegrate. "I will avenge my sister?" Another Tier 6 elf roared like a madman. "Retreat immediately, the enemy now has a huge advantage." The elven governor decisively ordered a retreat. Chapter 1292. What are you all standing there for? The enemy's 6th-tier warriors are dead. Attack! All troops. Field channeled his battle aura, passionately encouraging the crowd. For humanity, charge. The Trade Alliance members immediately snapped out of their daze, opened the pass, and charged out. The elves, having just lost a 6th-tier warrior, were demoralized and left only their treants to hold off the enemy. The army quickly retreated. After boosting the morale of the troops, Field secretly ordered Ashina to retreat, sending only air force to pursue the fleeing enemy and collect any dropped supplies. "My lord, shouldn't we kill some more elven chosen?" Ashina returned to Field's side, dissolving her fusion, stretching languidly, and asking curiously. "Don't easily break the balance. If we force the elves to send out more powerful warriors, or if the elves retreat and the Dragon Tower completely resolves the elven crisis, it won't be good for us." Field was eager for the elves and the Dragon Tower to be locked in a long stalemate, a protracted war of attrition. So he could profit from the war by trading supplies, acting as a mercenary. Furthermore, Ashina's ability to instantly kill a 6th-tier opponent was based on the opponent's arrogance and underestimation of her strength, as well as the dissociation of the Dragon Wolf race. It doesn't mean that simply fusing with Blackfeather allows her to easily defeat opponents of the same tier. Now that the opponent is somewhat prepared, there's no need to take any more risks. Field and the Trade Federation army pursued the elves for 100 miles, destroying several elven outposts and recapturing Frostfish territory, stabilizing the situation. However, despite their immense arrogance, the elves did not plunder or kill the people in the occupied territories. They merely released their livestock. Evening, human camp. Put on your shackles, little girl. The Nightfall Griffin Knights, with a heavy shield bash, blocked the elves who attempted to resist. Elves will never accept enslavement. A fair-skinned, pale golden-haired elven girl glared at the Nightfall soldiers with hatred. You despicable, inferior creatures. Shut your filthy mouth. A dragon knight dressed like a fearless warrior raised his cannon and smashed the elf to the ground. What, sister, don't resist. A green-haired nature elf beside her, much more gentle, quickly pleaded. Humph. The elven girl snorted coldly, helplessly reaching out her hand, thinking, anyway, with my strength, I can easily break free of these shackles. I just find an opportunity. However, the dragon knight pulled out a third-tier aura shackle forged from hematite, and the girl was completely dumbfounded. Huh? The dragon tower knight was also dumbfounded, his eyes wide. Dude, your shackles. How come they emit aura fluctuations? Of course, it's the power of industry. Aura plate armor can be mass-produced. Shackles are naturally no problem. The Nightfall Knight replied curtly, confidential, goddess witness level. That's outrageous. The Dragon Tower Knight broke out in a cold sweat. The Nightfall soldiers were quite different from the other members of the Alliance. They had a kind of killing machine feel to them. How many elven invaders did you capture? Starve them for a few days, then send them back to their territories, to graze their livestock or mine. Field, surrounded by Ashina and Blackfeather, leisurely surveyed the area. Over 600, half of whom were civilians, who couldn't escape. The Dragon Knight bowed and answered crisply. Demons, Tui. The elven girl glared fiercely at Field. It's worth mentioning that not all elves are extraordinary, but their probability of awakening magic is very high, and they rarely need potions. To be precise, the fruits they consume are often enough for them to awaken magic. Elf civilians are only slightly stronger than ordinary humans. For example, a mature female high elf can fight an adult human. But it's a different story when they wear armor. The range of elven equipment is wildly wide. Ordinary elven soldiers mostly wear primitive light armor made of plants, far inferior to human iron armor. Alright, I love hearing elves curse. Field wore a comical, teasing expression. Their voices are so pleasant. Roar. The mithril dragon approached and let out a strange cry at Field. Silver Eyes says, Ribbit, Lord is so perverted. Ashina covered her mouth and chuckled, acting as translator. No need for translation. Field gestured with his hands, covering his face with his hands, and whispered, Silver Eyes, don't transform into human form. Just be aloof and act like a dragon. They offer you sacrifices. Transforming into a little girl would destroy any mystique and easily attract unrealistic fantasies from other lords. Roar! The mithril dragon nodded. Ashina handed over a magnificent moon blade. Lord, this is the spoils of war. Besides this artifact, we see 6 boxes of elven weapons. Their practical combat value is 0, but they have research value. Exploration and rational thinking had taken root in the hearts of the Nightfall Lords. Everyone always wanted to learn from the Lord and discover something new. Well done. I reward you handsomely when we get back. Field gave a thumbs up, and with a thought, subdued the artifact. Artifact, Kiss of the Cold Moon, Tier 6, Source, Goddess of the Moon. Description, the blade shadow is like the cold moon, extremely sharp. Effect, when wielding this weapon at night, one gains a moonlight amplification, greatly increasing the speed of divine power recovery. Special effect, for use only by the chosen of the moon goddess system. Seems useless. I just give it to Rosalia later, or trade it. Field wasn't disappointed, happily accepting the artifact. 6-tier artifacts are incredibly rare, obtaining one is a huge profit, and he wasn't picky. Oh my dear Field, my future brother-in-law, thank you for your timely support. Prince Darien of the Dragon Tower expressed his gratitude in a melodious tone, then patted Field's shoulder affectionately, seemingly very impressed. Field politely gave a noble bow. It's an honor. We are allies, and with the added power of money. He glanced around. Those who had come were all lords and chosen of the Trade Alliance, of all shapes and sizes. The crowd looked at the chosen of Nightfall with complex expressions. Some were curious, some jealous, and some wary. What a tumultuous day. We should attend the banquet now. Darien pulled out a handkerchief and wiped his hands. The gentlemen are exhausted. As the host, I must ensure everyone enjoys the most authentic Dragon Tower cuisine, along with red wine and tea. Alright, that's a good opportunity to discuss the payment. Field rubbed his hands expectantly. Speaking frankly, I don't want any unpleasantness due to unclear terms. Darien glanced at Ashina unconsciously, nodded, a hint of malice flashing in his eyes. Of course, my mother has wanted to see you for a long time. Are we going to the banquet? Field was taken aback. Or is Her Majesty the Queen also on Everwinter Island? Darien laughed heartily. Sir, the banquet is in the capital. Everwinter Island doesn't have a royal banquet hall. Let's go back together. This left Field speechless. But we only won a small victory. The battle is far from over. What if the elves suddenly counterattack? Chapter 1293. Upon hearing Field's words, everyone was stunned. This is already an epic victory, dear Field. The elves will only beg for peace with us. Darien grinned exaggeratedly, laughing. You're still young. You should focus your energy on more important matters. This is a great victory for the Dragon Tower. At least, I never witnessed a 6-tier warrior die in battle. The Alliance nobles all flattered Field. Darien's eyes were cold, and he remained silent. He had seen several 6-tier warriors fall, but they were all his own chosen ones, killed by the enemy. Well, I'm just a hired hand anyway. Field shrugged, but this is too. Leave the rest to the Dragon Tower army. Darien's tone was relaxed. In his view, the elves were already few in number. After the deaths of a 6-tier warrior and a large number of troops, their strength would inevitably plummet. Then, the Dragon Tower soldiers could easily crush the elves with their eyes closed, easily reclaim the lost territory, and obtain compensation from the elves. If Field continued his attacks, he might gain immense benefits, prestige, and even seize land without returning it. Most importantly, his sister was going to marry him. Under no circumstances should he be allowed to continue threatening his position. The group boarded a ship and arrived at Dragon Tower. The Dragon Tower Empire consisted of several islands of varying sizes, and their iconic landmark was the Magic Tower, radiating divine power. So many ships. Field stretched out his hand to look into the distance. Upon arriving in the Dragon Tower waters, Field saw a massive port shrouded in a light mist. 60 heavy warships were arrayed within, with countless birds and beasts circling their masts. Colossal Roman columns stood in the sea, statues of ocean goddesses shrouded in swirling waves, radiating divine power. As a long-established trading and magical nation, Dragon Tower possessed astonishing wealth. This is Mist Alley, the eastern district of our Dragon Tower capital, Platinum City, Darien proudly announced, head held high. Platinum City is a super city comprised of 5 territories. In the center is the Platinum Palace complex, accessible via the Titan Bridge. To the south is the Emerald Tower, inhabited by mysterious mages and nobles. To the north is the Lower City, home to thieves, scholars, and information brokers. May I have a look around? It's rare to come to such a large city. Field rubbed his hands expectantly, a guess forming in his mind. The backward technology and scarce population of this era meant that cultivating high-ranking chosen ones was impossible with the development of just 1 or 2 territories. Multiple territories needed to be utilized to achieve high levels of urbanization. As for the other regions, well, let's just focus on planting seeds. No problem, ride this winged horse. It has special privileges, otherwise, you'd be attacked by the defensive towers. Seeing Field's shock, Darien's vanity was greatly satisfied. Don't fly over the Platinum Palace, or I won't be able to protect you. Thank you for your generosity. Mounting the pure white winged horse, Field circulated his battle aura and quickly circled around. Just as Field had predicted, the 5-territory Platinum City was densely packed with buildings and towers, incredibly prosperous. But to the west, a vast expanse of territory, at least 7 or 8 territories, couldn't even find a small town. Occasionally, one could see farms, but most of the land was grassland and forest. Interesting. The person who designed this layout is quite remarkable. Field nodded in agreement. Just recognizing the benefits of gathering primordial divine power for the direct descendants of the chosen gods was enough to make him a pioneer of his time. Moreover, the 5 territories could jointly build a single city, which, while having many shortcomings, operated smoothly and was magnificent. Field guessed that the Platinum Territory was a 6th-tier, or even higher, top-tier territory. In the future, when taking over the western coastal territories, we could learn from this model. High urbanization also has obvious drawbacks. An attack would cause the entire country to explode. Wait, what's this? A little green dot. Field glanced at the mini-map and saw the familiar little green dot. His heart leaped with excitement, and he almost spurred his winged horse to charge out. The little green dot indicated the presence of an unclaimed chosen god. Upon closer inspection, Field's heart sank. The location of the unclaimed chosen god was actually inside the Platinum Palace. Damn, probably raised by the Dragon Tower royal family. Field was speechless, then rubbed his chin, thinking mischievously, why am I so upright? Being a Minotaur is fine, the Minotaur can just go home. The Dragon Tower frequently sent spies to Nightfall territory, and before even sent someone to try and steal Nightfall territory's chosen seed. If I don't get my revenge, what kind of man am I? Back on the ship, Field remarked to Darien, the Dragon Tower truly lives up to its reputation as an old empire, incredibly wealthy. Ha ha ha. Darien swelled with pride, basking in the admiring gazes of those around her, feeling lightheaded. Blackfeather saw Field, gave her a knowing look, and immediately asked in a soft, cute voice, Your Highness, could you give us some aid? We're so poor, everyone's starving. Darien choked. Don't say things like that. What did I teach you? Field feigned anger, tapping Blackfeather on the head. The Dragon Tower Empire has no food or wealth to give away. Sorry, I'm just a child. Field waved his hands dismissively, even though Blackfeather looked like a graceful young woman. Heh, you underestimate the Dragon Tower. Darien scoffed through gritted teeth. Besides the gold coins I promised you, I give you 2 more ships of black bread. Awesome. Field gave a thumbs up. The group landed, immediately attracting a huge crowd of onlookers. The prince and princess have returned home victorious from the elves. Good heavens, I must see the royal carriage. So many foreigners have arrived, all vassals of our Dragon Tower. Not vassals, but members of the Trade Federation. I hear they're from Nightfall territory. Just a territory? Heh, such a tiny place. I heard they're rebels from the Griffin Empire. Rebels? Probably a bunch of beggars. Listening to the excited chatter of the locals, the Dragon Tower official leading the way stroked his mustache smugly. He could almost picture a group of ragged bumpkins, utterly awestruck as they toured this magnificent city. He had to constantly remind them, with a stern voice, not to urinate in public or engage in any indecent behavior. This had happened countless times when other members of the Trade Federation arrived. Their soldiers' comical antics provided everyone with plenty of amusement. Woo! A musician in a magnificent robe blew his horn with great force. The Dragon Tower people, their faces full of anticipation, waited to see the spectacle. The next moment, a vast swarm of griffins and dragons rose from the transport ship, gliding gracefully low over. What is that? The smiles of the Dragon Tower citizens froze on their faces. Chapter 1294. Monsters have invaded. Even though this army took off from the Dragon Tower ships, the Dragon Tower people were still terrified, and a commotion broke out from a distance. Fortunately, the Nightfall Air Force landed and formed ranks immediately upon reaching the coast. The Dragon Tower people then realized that this was friendly force. They whispered amongst themselves, their eyes filled with bewilderment and shock. No one applauded or cheered. It wasn't until the prince and his royal guards disembarked from the transport ship that applause and cheers erupted. Platinum City was Dragon Tower's stronghold, and countless people supported the royal family. My God, it's Prince Darien and 2 princesses. The noble children cheered excitedly. Oh! Field, who had just finished forming ranks, couldn't help but glance sideways. Only then did he see 2 princesses dressed in magnificent white and red armor. Riding on expensive winged horses, impeccable smiles graced their lips as they waved to the people on either side. Prince Darien led the way, his hand on his sword, exuding noble bearing. We have triumphed over the elves, slaying a 6th-tier chosen one, announced a courtier accompanying the prince in a booming voice. Yay! Those wretched pointy ears have finally been punished. Even the princess went to fight for us. Long live the Dragon Tower! Long live the Dragon Tower! The people cheered. Did the princess go to fight? I didn't smell their presence anywhere on the battlefield. Ashana looked at Field, puzzled, and asked curiously, I didn't see them. Haha, often, the symbolism is far more important than the reality, Field chuckled, amused. Sending a pampered princess to the battlefield would be a nightmare. My lord, please follow His Highness the Prince's procession into the inner city. The Dragon Tower official hurriedly stepped forward, chuckling and gesturing for Field to be quiet, as further words would be impolite. Proceed in formation. Field beckoned, leisurely resting his holy sword. The Nightfall Air Force immediately folded its wings and marched in orderly ranks on foot. However, what Field considered a perfectly normal march caused a huge uproar. Is this the Nightfall Army? The people of Dragon Tower, watching the royal guard pass by, were initially filled with pride. But soon, they sensed a palpable killing intent. The Griffin riders at the forefront were 2.5 meters long, their joints protected by aura armor, and adorned with black badges. The Griffin riders, also concealed within cloaks, their exposed bodies clad in gleaming armor, marched past, lances raised high, exuding a chilling aura. The dragons were even more terrifying, bloodstains faintly visible between their teeth. The entire army was impeccably equipped, uniformly dressed in black and white, radiating a subtle, crimson killing intent. Most terrifying was their perfectly synchronized, powerful movements, as if they were all puppets. Their steely discipline and ferocity were unforgettable, completely overshadowing the gleaming royal guard. Wherever the Nightfall army marched, the cheers of "Long Live Dragon Tower" immediately fell silent. The people, nobles and commoners alike, all retreated in fear. The Dragon Tower people, who had initially hoped to see a spectacle, suddenly felt like the clowns themselves. Has Field arrived? I haven't seen him. Amidst flowers and cheers, Princess Eliza of Dragon Tower glanced back strangely. I clearly heard that Field personally led his troops. Princess Rosalind, her eyebrows furrowed slightly, a hint of doubt flashing in her eyes. Isn't that Field walking at the front? Of course not. How could someone so young have the ability to rebel, let alone control several provinces? Eliza suppressed a laugh. I've seen Field. He's a very manly man. This young man must be one of Field's officers. I heard Field has a dragon. He must be riding it, not yet flying ashore. Eliza smiled brightly. Back in Nightfall territory, Eliza was misled, mistaking the soldier Iron Hammer for Field. After returning to Dragon Tower, she decisively chose to marry the king of Franmaya. Even though he was old, ugly, and had a violent temper, at least he was near death. No matter how she looked at it, she had made a huge profit. Is that so? Rosalind nodded blankly, sticking out her tongue. He won't be ugly, will he? It's a pity our status prevents us from openly inquiring about him. Having enjoyed royal privileges, they naturally had royal obligations. Even if the queen demanded they marry orcs, they had to accept it. Princess Lunta, having always resided in the palace, awaited her arranged marriage. Of course not. I swear on my honor, I'm your sister. Why would I betray you? Eliza grinned comically, secretly pleased. Once you marry Field, his enormous body will be able to crush your intestines. Upon entering the palace, the group dispersed. Field's army temporarily encamped outside the Platinum Palace. Field himself, along with Ashina, entered the palace. Count, Her Majesty the Queen summons you. Her Majesty wishes to discuss the future of our two nations, and the marriage alliance between our families. The two chosen ladies may also come. The nobleman, dressed as a prince, smiled unpretentiously at everyone and gestured for them to enter. Don't be shy. Field nodded, adding confidence to his assessment of the Dragon Tower Queen. Knowing that her chosen ones could potentially crush their peers, yet still allowing them in, speaks volumes. My lord, are you going to marry Princess Dragon Tower? Ashina's wolf ears drooped listlessly, her emotions extremely complex. I know I'm selfish, but with a woman I never met before, I can't really say. Our lord is the best. Princess Dragon Tower is truly worthy of him. Even the usually obedient Blackfeather huffed, pursing her lips, her annoyance written all over her face. Huh? Field was bewildered by their questions. What are you talking about? When did I get to marry the princess? We fight for Nightfall so that its people have the opportunity to choose their own destiny, instead of dying in ignorance, oppression, and tyranny. The people of Nightfall, of course, include us. If I have to obediently comply with the Dragon Tower Queen's arrangement, what's the point of our previous battles? Hey. Ashina's face lit up with joy, her tail spinning rapidly like a fan, but she feigned admonition, But a marriage alliance has many benefits. Selling hooks has even more benefits. Field laughed heartily. Don't rush, this is just diplomacy. Entering the palace, a foul stench of blood mixed with the smell of potions assaulted their senses. The grand, white-themed decor was permeated with an aura of death and bloodshed. Chapter 1295. High upon the platinum throne, a withered old woman in opulent robes sat slumped, head tilted, blood slowly trickling from the corner of her mouth, resembling a poisoned corpse. If it weren't for the several young noblemen nearby, anxiously attending to her with teacups and handkerchiefs, Field even feared that 50 axemen would rush out, accusing him of poisoning the queen, and then attack him. After all, the Dragon Tower Queen truly looked like she was dead. Your Majesty, I offer you my highest respect, Field said calmly, bowing respectfully. Baron Field brings you the goodwill of Nightfall. Slurp. as if hearing a safe word. The Dragon Tower Queen trembled slightly, as if sucking in saliva after waking up. Some of the blood trickling from her mouth was absorbed. She reached out her withered hand, took the handkerchief beside her, and wiped the blood from her mouth. Her gaze swept over Field and the others. Seeing Kuroba's nervousness, she smiled kindly. "Don't be afraid, lovely little girl, it's just a potion." "Yes," Kuroba nodded with a smile, but inwardly she felt a chill. She remembered that the Dragon Tower had been hunting mermaids, using their blood to prolong the queen's life. Even though the queen was nearing death, her imposing gaze made Kuroba feel pressured. "Field, why do you still call yourself a baron? You should spend some time preparing for the ceremony and taking on greater responsibilities," the Dragon Tower Queen said half-jokingly. "If no one bestows the title, I can perform the sword salute now." The sword salute was to kneel on one knee and have the queen lightly tap the shoulder with the blade of her sword. But this meant that Field wouldn't pledge allegiance to the Dragon Tower Queen, not even in name only. "You're right." Field scratched his head awkwardly, chuckling, "I consider it. Let's not talk about that. The award ceremony, the ball, the medal awarding ceremony will be held in the next few days, but I summoned you here for two important matters. First, a family marriage. I'm marrying Elizabeth to the King of Longta. You know, the long-term peace of a nation is far more complex than war. All the trade, exchanges, or treaties are just vulgar, superficial written words to you and me. Only the bond of blood is an unshakable foundation." The Queen of Longta's words were tactful and inspiring. But her subtext was very clear: trade cooperation is useless. Only marrying my daughter is the only possibility of continued cooperation. "Uh-huh," Field chuckled. He understood the Queen's words better than anyone else. After all, his support for allies was always in the form of employment. If he weren't a lord, he'd definitely be happy. Sending a princess to him as a wife, the thought alone is exhilarating. Marrying a princess is a favorite trope in literature and movies. But reality is a different story. The biggest flaw of royal marriages is that they drastically diminish one's power. As soon as Princess Dragon Tower arrives in Nightfall, a massive interest group will immediately form, and many forces within Nightfall will gravitate towards Dragon Tower. After all, supporting Princess Dragon Tower is supporting the future ruler. It seems like Dragon Tower has married a princess, but in reality, it's like inserting a straw, frantically draining Nightfall's life force. Not to mention, the princess isn't even a chosen one, and she might even cause dissent among those chosen ones. Of course, there are advantages, such as gaining military allies and maritime peace, but he didn't care about those. The disadvantages far outweigh the disadvantages, Field thought to himself, scoffing at the Dragon Tower Empress's naivete. Easy, marrying a princess would be wonderful. He gestured with his hands, Field brimming with confidence, and said in a triumphant tone, however, "I will never marry until the Empire is destroyed. I think I can spend more time with Her Highness the Princess." Field didn't refuse outright, choosing to stall. He wanted to extract as much benefit as possible first. "You better think it over quickly." The Dragon Tower Empress was incredibly shrewd. She saw through Field's stalling and was immediately displeased. If she were younger, and Field dared to say such a thing, Nightfall territory would surely have been crushed to dust by her. "Let's talk about the second thing first. There's been a lot of strange activity lately in the royal waterway beneath the Platinum Palace. Many artisans and citizens have gone missing. You're a mercenary now. I give you a suitable reward. Go and clear out all the monsters in the waterway." Clear the sewers?" Field's face turned green. He almost fainted from anger. Old Deng has some nerve. Once I kill Obsidian, I blow the Dragon Tower to smithereens. The royal waterway is comparable in size to an underground city. It's suspected that a chosen beast inhabits it, its whereabouts elusive. The Dragon Tower Queen's eyelids slightly closed. "You have the wolf-like creature, perhaps you can find it. Slay it, and the reward is a divine artifact of the same level." "Generous." Field gave a thumbs up, then rubbed his hands together, reminding her, "Your Highness, you still owe me one." "I won't forget." The Dragon Tower Queen chuckled. Field glanced at the mini-map, and then realized that the little green dot was in the royal waterway. Ah? Could the Unchosen One be a dark, crawling chosen magical beast, perhaps with Cantonese twin tails? They walked out of the palace. Blackfeather let out a long sigh, wiped his forehead, and said timidly, "My lord, the Dragon Tower Queen is so scary. I can't even look her in the eye. She seems like a man-eating monster. What's there to be afraid of? Even the strongest is still human, and can die." Field shrugged and waved his sleeve, saying, "If she really annoys me, I just fight." Ashana wagged her tail excitedly. My lord is so awesome. After everyone finished eating, they found Silver Eye. This creature maintained its dragon form, mouth agape, leisurely accepting food. Large quantities of high-grade magical beast meat and sea fish entered Silver Eye's belly. A bunch of Dragon Tower citizens surrounded it, respectfully worshipping Silver Eye, while numerous soldiers maintained order. Being a dragon is really great, surrounded by admirers, welcomed everywhere, Field sighed. Without disturbing Silver Eye's meal, Field and his companions returned to the palace and headed towards the royal waterway. The sound of armor scraping against the ground filled the air. Hey, where's your lord? A young girl's voice rang out. Field turned to see the two princesses of Dragon Tower approaching, surrounded by royal knights. Princess Eliza, the second princess, arrogantly held her head high, her gaze sweeping over Field. Nourished by Dragon's battle aura, Field's face was even more handsome, his abs were visible even through his clothes, and the primordial power within him could make even mature women's eyes gleam. My lord. Field looked bewildered, pointing to himself. Yeah, handsome little dog. Eliza slowly walked forward, biting her lip, a strange itch in her heart. It's that Field, the one who looks as ugly as a barbarian. The three from Nightfall looked at each other in bewilderment. Chapter 1296. I want my dear sister to see her future husband. Eliza's lips curled into a sinister smile. She was already anticipating her sister's reaction upon seeing Field. She had previously questioned the people of Nightfall and seen Field, a veritable barbarian. Franvia, which she controlled, was 100 times stronger than Nightfall. Although her husband was old and somewhat ugly, his royal bearing and noble upbringing were far beyond what a barbarian could match. What could her foolish sister possibly do to compete with her? I envy you, sister, Eliza said, holding her sister's hand with feigned sisterly affection, but inwardly she was laughing. Field pointed to himself, speechless. What future husband? I don't understand. But I am Field, the Lord of Nightfall. What? Eliza was bewildered. Swear to the goddess, I can bear witness. Blackfeather raised his hand. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Eliza exploded, pointing at Field and yelling, guards, arrest this fool who dares to impersonate a nobleman. Although she disliked Field, it didn't stop her from liking him and defending his rights. Enough, my dear sister. Please maintain royal decorum, and don't shout at our guest. Prince Lonta approached, a half-smile on his face. Eliza, is there some misunderstanding? This is Sir Field. He's surprisingly young, but his military and economic power is astonishing. If I became his woman, I'd be blessed by Cupid. I'm envious. The prince's mocking smile delivered a cruel blow to Eliza's heart. He already knew Eliza had mistaken him for someone else, because Eliza's personal maid was his mole. Even Eliza only just realized that he had deliberately concealed the truth. Ah? Hearing this, Eliza was struck dumb. But in Nightfall territory, who is that burly, hairy barbarian who looks like a wild boar? Everyone clearly says he's Field. Someone dares to impersonate me. Field was startled, his anger rising. Did you ask him? Did he say he was Field? No. Eliza realized the crux of the matter, and quickly explained the situation. Field's mind raced, and he quickly understood everything. His smile was more difficult to suppress than an AK, his face contorted with barely concealed emotion. Oh, then you must have mistaken him for someone else. The person you're talking about looks a lot like my old guard, Iron Hammer. Shock, confusion, bewilderment. A myriad of complex emotions were twisted on his face. Eliza stumbled back 2 steps in disbelief, nearly falling to the ground. She caused trouble the moment she returned, offending countless powerful figures, and finally managed to change her marriage partner to an old man from France. And you're telling me I made a mistake? So, she missed out on a rich, powerful, and handsome man? Thank you, sister, you're so kind, her sister Rosalind said hypocritically, grabbing her hand and mercilessly adding, but, sister, your taste is a bit unusual, you like older men who are abusive. Like what? Eliza's eyes rolled back, and she exploded with regret, unable to catch her breath, collapsing backward. Are you all right? The prince and princess both helped Eliza up with feigned concern. Watching the 3 members of the Dragon Tower, their faces full of hypocritical infighting, Field shook his head speechlessly. They were using him as a pawn in their power struggle. Not a single one of them is any good, he cursed inwardly. Field had even less interest in the marriage alliance, and was highly suspicious of the Dragon Tower's motives. In Field's eyes, the seemingly foolish Eliza was actually the simple-minded, normal person. What happened? A group of people dressed in blue aristocratic attire approached quickly from afar. Their clothing clearly indicated they were French. The French diplomat at the head of the group, seeing the second princess's pained expression, rushed over. They had come to the Dragon Tower primarily to discuss the specifics of the marriage alliance. It was him. He offended me. He has a morbid obsession with me. Eliza suddenly looked up, pointing at Field. This lowly griffin from some backwater country publicly humiliated me, showing no regard for Franvia's reputation. Huh? Field's lips twitched. He had previously thought Eliza wasn't cunning. Turns out she wasn't cunning at all, just plain stupid. The prince and the others all watched with expressions of amusement, their smiles barely concealed. Boy, I don't care where you come from. Daring to offend our future queen is courting death. The diplomat pointed at Field's nose and sneered, This is a diplomatic incident. You're in deep trouble. Since acquiring the Griffin Empire and annexing the Archduke's territory in the wealthy south, Franvia's national power had risen rapidly, and it was now completely without rivals. The king had been actively contacting the Pope, striving for a legitimate coronation and the establishment of an empire. Who do you think you are? Field raised an eyebrow. Besides, this bitch is spouting nonsense. Wow! Everyone around paled, casting mocking glances as if they were looking at a fool. This Field was too audacious, daring to publicly insult the princess. How vulgar. The Griffin Kingdom was indeed as backward and barbaric as rumored. I'm not spouting nonsense. Eliza, enraged, decided to make everyone else suffer as well. Using the power of Franvia, she would directly suppress Field and her younger sister. Nonsense! Would the innocent and lovely princess slander someone? Offending the princess is an offense against the dignity of a great nation. In the eyes of diplomats, the truth was irrelevant. But if they didn't suppress the other side, where would Franvia's face be? Prince Longta couldn't hold back any longer either. After all, Field's humiliation of the princess damaged royal dignity. He cleared his throat, feigning concern. Sir Field, that's where you're wrong. Your people from Nightfall did indeed deceive the princess. A sincere apology and some gifts would suffice. Your actions are too barbaric. The prince, seemingly trying to break up the fight, was actually adding fuel to the fire, using this to suppress Field. Oh, so it's Baron Happy Bean, the shameless traitor who betrayed the Griffin Queen, a loser hunted down by our army. The diplomat scoffed. I remember the Griffin people are all gentle, obedient fools. I came from the south of the Griffin Kingdom. Oh no, it's already in our north. I bought many Griffin women, they know how to serve. Field, why can't you learn to respect powerful nations? Do you need our country to teach you what etiquette and face are? The diplomat held his head high, meticulously adjusting his collar, his face full of arrogance. Face? Ha! Field's face instantly turned cold. You all talk to me about face? Let me tell you, face is something you can only talk about while you're alive. Chapter 1297. Field's words, like a chilling hell, rang out abruptly, without any warning. I didn't like him, so I killed him. Yes. Without the slightest hesitation, Black Feather beside him suddenly sprang up, raising his hand to unleash a black sword. A surge of immense divine power swept outwards. Everyone, be careful. The surrounding ordinary people couldn't react in time. Fortunately, the three royal family members were accompanied by 6th-tier combat power for protection, and remained extremely vigilant. The three 6th-tier members, wielding different weapons, activated their defensive divine skills to block the longsword unleashed by Black Feather. That's going too far, Mr. Envoy. I only said a few words to you. The Dragon Tower Sword Saint, gripping his raven feather sword, landed gracefully, lecturing Field with the air of a superior. To become strong, you must have the mindset of a strong person. Getting so angry over such a trivial matter. Truly reckless. The Dragon Tower Sword Saint was extremely arrogant, yet his eyes were relaxed. She heard that Field's chosen ones could instantly kill elves of the same rank, but she didn't believe it at all. A small, newly rebelled force, even if it had luckily reached the 6th rank, could it possibly be stronger than a 100-year-old sword saint like herself? She herself had only fought an elf for 50 rounds. The Nightfall chosen one could instantly kill an elf? Laughable. Therefore, under the guise of protecting the second princess, she deliberately approached, wanting to find a weakness. Besides, Field, is this the fighting strength of your Nightfall chosen ones? I easily withstood divine techniques. The Dragon Tower Sword Saint slammed her sword down, driving the raven feather sword into the ground. Perhaps you picked up the wounded elves on the battlefield. Hiss, that's possible. Prince Dragon Tower rubbed his chin, remembering that the elven chosen ones had previously defeated 2 chosen ones. Perhaps the elves were already greatly weakened. Don't listen to her nonsense. The Nightfall territory's fighting strength is absolutely top-notch. The prince's chosen one whispered a warning, gesturing for the royal family to retreat, while he himself stepped back, shielding the sword saint in front of him. Well, I told you so, didn't I? Young sir. The Dragon Tower sword saint adopted the demeanor of an elder, his eyes mocking. That look was like that of a distant relative, who always looked down on you during a New Year's greeting, a sarcastic tone. Field couldn't hold back. Heh, you caught my Blackfeather's ordinary attack, and you're already getting arrogant. It was originally a conflict between me and Fremaya, but you insisted on getting into a fight. Come on, old man, you see. The Dragon Tower sword saint's brows furrowed. Since you offended Her Highness the Princess before, then I teach you a lesson on her behalf, and on behalf of Fremaya's friends. If he performed well, and pleased the envoy, he would gain more connections. These were connections from a newly emerging empire. Their value was self-evident. Take you down, 6-tier divine skill, raging waves. The Dragon Tower sword saint drew his long sword. Just as the opponent activated his divine power, Blackfeather ruthlessly attacked, unleashing a crimson raven feather sword. In an instant, terrifying divine power coalesced into a ferocious, scarlet energy raven. 6-tier divine skill, Black Raven Burial of Heaven. The Burial of Heaven divine skill, instantaneous in its execution. What? Her divine weapon, didn't I capture it? A startled thought flashed through his mind, and the Dragon Tower sword saint's manhood snapped shut, without even drawing his sword. A loud bang erupted, the sound of flesh clashing against steel shattering. The aftershocks of the divine power caused the entire space to tremble, the air distorting and thickening. Whoa! The Dragon Tower sword saint was sent flying like a cannonball, blasting through 2 palace walls along the way, embedding himself in an even thicker wall, impossible to pry off. Her chest was cratered, a bloody mess, unrecognizable as human. Fortunately, she had activated a defensive divine skill earlier, making her incredibly resilient, and Xiao Guai, worried about harming ordinary people, had held back somewhat. Even so, the Dragon Tower sword saint was now in a miserable state, half dead. Ha ha ha. Field clapped his hands and laughed, his gaze turning to the diplomat. Is this your chosen warrior? What's his name? What a piece of trash. The diplomat took 2 steps back in fright. None of your business. France had clearly become the strongest nation, yet Field didn't care at all, attacking to kill. Wasn't he afraid of being held accountable later? What a madman. Heh, just another roadside idiot. Field mocked mercilessly. Damn bastard. The Dragon Tower members, guards and nobles alike, were all green with rage. Their chosen warriors, especially those specializing in close combat, were severely lacking. Even the sword saint was no match for top-tier combatants. Field's eyes were icy. He drew his holy sword with a clang and slowly walked towards the diplomat. Now, it's time to settle our score. What are you doing? The diplomat was startled, warning him with feigned bravado. Attack a diplomat is tantamount to declaring war. Field, are you insane? Even better, I can not only kill you, but also send troops to slaughter your homeland several times over. Field was about to attack. The prince angrily shouted, Enough, Field, how dare you cause trouble in the palace? As if on command, 7 or 8 figures flashed out, landing around the 3, a spectacular sight. My lord, be careful. Blackfeather, wielding 2 long swords, stood protectively in front of Field, his sword domain expanding, his aura surging once more. Black flames burned fiercely in his eyes, preparing to unleash a powerful divine technique, his killing intent firmly locking onto the royal bloodline. Field crossed his arms, staring expressionlessly at the prince, saying nothing. The atmosphere remained tense for 2 minutes. Prince Lungta, feeling a chill run down his spine from his gaze, finally waved for everyone to leave. This is a misunderstanding, sister. Apologize. I won't, Eliza protested, still wanting to be stubborn, but seeing her brother's terrifying gaze, she changed her tune. I'm sorry. After saying this angrily, Eliza turned and ran away. Everyone immediately felt the atmosphere ease. The chosen one of Lungta slowly retreated, disappearing into the shadows. Field, do you rarely attend noble banquets? Prince Lungta chuckled, patting Field on the shoulder in reassurance. In diplomatic settings, a few sarcastic remarks are normal. Relax. I only know one thing, whoever provokes me I kill. Field shrugged. I value maritime trade, let's all make money together from now on, but don't test my limits. Of course. Prince Lungta pumped his fist excitedly. I have a feeling we can become good partners. After gesturing for everyone to leave, the Franco-Vietnamese diplomat, trembling, nearly collapsed. He rushed back to his room, only to bump into his chosen one approaching. The diplomat angrily exclaimed, Cassandra, Sir Cucca, I almost died. By the goddess, where were you? I was watching the battle. If a fight broke out, I would have saved you immediately, Cucca replied dismissively, checking his equipment. No, I must get revenge. Assassinate Field. Chapter 1298. And the women of Field, I chop off their hands and feet. How dare they scare me? The diplomat kept tugging at his collar, steam rising from his clothes. He had been quite frightened. This can't be let go. The Griffin Kingdom are all inferior, we must retaliate. Don't forget our purpose here, Sir Cucca whispered. To find a special source of magic beneath Platinum City. Rumor has it that a top-tier artifact was buried underground by a master artist when he built Platinum Territory. The divine power and magical concentration of Platinum Territory far exceed those of normal territories. It's highly likely related to this artifact. We're going to steal it. The diplomat broke out in a cold sweat, worried that making too much of a commotion would lead to him being captured by the enraged Dragon Tower people. Let's improvise, maybe it's a natural miracle, said Cassandra, the chosen one, spiritedly. Isn't Field going to clean the waterways? Let's go too. Don't forget to find an opportunity to kill Field's chosen one, the diplomat maliciously reminded her. No problem, I hate those filthy Griffin people, they're so ugly. Cassandra waved her hand dramatically, her eyes full of disdain. Their strength is only good for bullying the trash in the lower Dragon Tower. The next morning, in the lower city of the Dragon Tower, the sky was overcast, and a light rain was falling. Field arrived early at the entrance to the royal waterways, only to find a large crowd gathered there. Gasps and sobs could be heard intermittently from the crowd. What's this? Field asked, puzzled. Sniff. Ashina's wolf ears twitched from side to side like radar, the smell of the dead, or, if I had to describe it, a bit of a calamity. Sniffing around, Ashina's head seemed to auto him, moving closer to the hem of Black Feather's skirt. Miss Ashina, don't tease me. Black Feather blushed deeply, her pretty face turning bright red. You little wolf. Field chuckled, ruffling Ashina's wolf tail. She instinctively stood at attention, glaring at Field with a mixture of embarrassment and annoyance, before naturally taking his arm. Anyone who didn't know better would think the two were going shopping. Excuse me, a nobleman is here. Pushing through the crowd, Field stepped forward and asked, what happened? A foreign gentleman? The people of Dragon Tower were startled. The crowd parted, revealing a mangled corpse on the ground. The corpse, soaked in water, was a bluish-purple color, swollen and gruesome. Most striking were the bite marks all over the corpse's abdomen. Its internal organs had been removed. My lord, it's demons and spirits from the waterways. They come out at night to grab and eat people. An old man trembled. It's been like this every day for the past few months. What demons? The soldier guarding the waterway entrance spat irritably. For the sake of the goddess, go back to work. You bunch of paupers. Let the monsters eat you all, and the world will be a better place. Who told you don't even have houses? The monsters only prey on the homeless. Pa! The guards laughed and joked, completely disregarding the dead. The people dared not disobey, silently enduring the humiliation. Field looked around. The number of homeless people and beggars in Dragon Tower was terrifying. Groups of people in tattered clothes huddled under the eaves or in makeshift tents. From time to time, citizens would come out and throw buckets of excrement, splashing them, but they dared not utter a sound. In fact, even sleeping outdoors was illegal. Sleeping on the streets of Dragon Tower cost 5 copper coins a month, otherwise you'd be sent to the mines. Fortunately, the soldiers and security forces didn't care, and were too lazy to arrest anyone. So poor, the night is much warmer. Ashina tightened her grip on Field's hand. Black Feather nodded repeatedly, already homesick despite only being away for a few days. What happened? Field handed over a silver coin. Tell me clearly, has anyone witnessed the monster's appearance? The old man froze, then knelt down with a thud, prostrating himself in panic. Sir, I tell you everything, no need for your precious silver coin. Field was also bewildered. This was the first time he encountered someone who didn't want money. But quickly, Field realized the problem. The surrounding Dragon Tower soldiers' fierce eyes were already fixed on the old man. Giving him the silver coin would likely lead to his demise. Fine, you worthless wretch. Field shrugged, cursing in a noble tone, then magically produced a large white loaf of bread and tossed it into the old man's hand. Don't waste my time. Yes. The old man jumped up excitedly, clutching the bread, and hurriedly said, I saw it with my own eyes. The monster was half human, half beast, and definitely not very old. In fact, such monsters frequently appear in the royal waterways. They're mostly half human, half monster. I also seen goblins, humanoid slimes, and undead. Men who are captured are certain to die, but women might return. But they be pregnant. The women who return will only say, black light is enveloping us. The old man lowered his voice. In short, whatever you do, don't go down there. There was a 6th-tier chosen one before, a 6th-tier one. He went to the waterways to exterminate monsters, and he was eaten, leaving only half his head. That's terrifying. Field exclaimed, feeling a chill run down his spine. Yes, since then, the task of clearing the waterways has involved hiring foreign troops. The old man sighed. If too many people go, they find nothing. If too few go, something bad is bound to happen. I knew it wouldn't be that simple. Field nodded knowingly, then turned and ordered, call Silver Eyes over, and have her transformed discreetly. Soon, Silver Eyes, hidden under a black robe, came running over eagerly. Quack, I'm here! Silver Eyes exclaimed energetically, even letting out a burp. Didn't you say you wouldn't let me work? Hee hee, you really can't do without me. After all, you're a talisman. Field replied seriously, I'm actually a little scared. Humph. Silver Eyes didn't hold back, delivering a powerful headbutt to Field's waist, nearly sending him flying. If you're a brother, follow me down to the 100th floor. Field shouted, leaping into the royal waterway amidst the astonished gazes of the surrounding Dragon Tower inhabitants. Splash. The enormous underground lake surged into the endless darkness. Stone walkways lined both sides, and an arched dome overhead stretched as far as the eye could see. The royal waterway was even larger than Field had imagined. What he thought would be a dark sewer was far more spacious than a subway station. Huh, Franmaya? Field looked up and saw another group of people, the leading man and woman dressed in Franmaya noble attire. The rest of the group consisted of local guides, guards, and thieves, likely hired by the nobles, numbering about 17 or 18. What? This place is even more bustling than the streets outside. Field is afraid of this? Small fry, small fry. Silver Eyes sneered mercilessly. The smell of blood is very strong, Ashina said, her eyes narrowing slightly. I can sense it. The waterway is extremely dangerous.